Catherine was divorced through the instrumentality of Cranmer, but Henry did not long continue to repose confidence in his new bride. Soon after the marriage was made public, and she had been formally inaugurated as queen, she attended a tilting match at Greenwich, accompanied by the king and a large concourse of spectators. The king observed her exchange amorous signals with one of the combatants, who was also one of her paramours. Henry had entertained suspicions of her connection with this man, and this proof, as he regarded it, of her infidelity, aroused his jealousy. He left the scene on the instant and returned to Westminster, where he issued orders to have her immediately arrested. She was thrown into prison and tried on the joint charges of adultery and incest. She was accused of having committed adultery with 4 separate members of the king's household, and of having had incestuous intercourse with her own brother Lord Rochford. She was tried, found guilty, and executed. Whether she committed the entire criminality laid to her charge, it is impossible to say, but that the incidents of the career just described were in perfect unison with the doings of Henry and his court. There is no doubt of the influence of such examples on the morals of the people at large. There is unfortunately as little question if court manners and court styles are zealously followed, the vices that spring from them are not less assiduously improved. Henry's strong sexual passions, as well as his arbitrary disposition, were bequeathed to his daughter Elizabeth. However historians may differ as to the degree of her depravity, they all agree that her right to the title of Virgin Queen was exceedingly ill-founded. Many of her delinquencies with persons of the opposite sex were notorious, although perhaps difficult of proof. While she had not the slightest claim to beauty, she delighted in flattery, and could swallow any amount of gross and fulsome adulation. Her vanity so blinded her that she never perceived that the extravagant praises lavished on her personal attractions were merely covert satire. It is said that Elizabeth indulged in almost indiscriminate lewdness, and that Leicester, Hatton, Essex, Mount, and numerous others shared her favors. In one of the notes appended to Hume's pg 296 4th volume, the nature of Elizabeth's dealings with a large number of her favorites is set forth, the author of the statement being the Countess of Shrewsbury. Mary, Queen of Scots, at a time when friendly relations existed between her and Elizabeth, wrote to the latter that the Countess had reported that Elizabeth had given a promise of marriage to a certain courtier, but finding the marriage inexpedient had dispensed with the ceremony and admitted him to her bed. The Countess also stated that she had been equally indulgent to Seymour, the French agent, and that Hatton, another of her paramours, had spread many reports indicative of her extreme sexual passion. The immediate successors of Elizabeth were of a different personal temperament and did not abandon themselves to such scandalous excesses. James Roman I had no mistresses and was not of a character to seek pleasure in extravagant licentiousness, but his court was not free from the scenes which had disgraced those of Henry and Elizabeth. James, being desirous of uniting the Earl of Essex with the Lady Frances Howard, daughter of the Earl of Suffolk, had the young couple betrothed, although they had not attained the age of puberty. The Earl was only 14 years of age, while Lady Frances was but 13, and it was deemed proper for the youth to travel until both should have arrived at the maturity necessary for the consummation of the marriage relation. After 4 years spent on the continent, the Earl returned to England and found his affianced bride in the full luster of extraordinary beauty and of the fame which great personal charms excite. He had also the mortification to find himself repulsed when he approached her as a husband, and was met by every manifestation of dislike and contempt. He complained to her parents on the subject, and they compelled her to accompany him to the country. Although the young Countess obeyed this mandate, literally the feud between her and Essex was far from terminated. She recognized him as her husband in name only, and sedulously kept herself aloof from his society, nor could any of his endeavors overcome her repugnance. The lady persisted in her obstinacy. The husband redoubled his attentions and importunities, but finding that she was invincible, he finally abandoned the pursuit and separated from her. The cause of this strange conduct on the part of the Countess was the passion which she entertained for a Scotch adventurer pg 297 named Robert Carr, who had found a favorable reception from the king, by whom he was created Viscount Rochester. She believed that by refusing to consummate her marriage with Essex, she would not be considered by the world in the light of his wife, and she hoped to procure a divorce which would enable her to marry Rochester, as their mutual attachment was ardent, and their opportunities for being together frequent. They anticipated the probability of a marriage, and indulged their passions without waiting for the ceremony. They did not find as much trouble in procuring a divorce as they had anticipated. The king, who had a strong partiality for Rochester, favored their views, and Essex, finding that his suit was hopeless with his wife, opposed no obstacle to the nullification of his marriage. The grounds on which the countess sued out the divorce were of rather a curious character. The chief allegation against Essex was impotency at that time. A firm faith existed in the absurd notions that there were people who possessed the power of witchcraft, enabling them, among other things, to deprive a man of his virility. It was asserted and maintained that Essex had been subjected to this influence, and was therefore incompetent to occupy the position of a married man. The divorce was secured, and Rochester and the countess experienced no farther obstacle to the gratification of their desires. Rochester had previously consulted Overbury on the difficulties of his position, and the latter strongly advised him not to marry the countess. These facts coming to the ears of Lady Frances, she induced Rochester to have Overbury poisoned. On the discovery of the murder, Rochester and his wife were brought to trial and convicted, but the mistaken clemency of the king interposed between them and the doom they so richly merited. They passed the remainder of their days in obscurity, but as bitter enemies, and although they resided in the same house for many years, no word or message was ever exchanged between them. Page 298. Chapter Roman 24, Great Britain History from the Commonwealth to the Present Day. Puritans, results of asceticism, excesses of the Restoration, general licentiousness, art, literature, the stage, Nell Gwyn, nationality, in vice, Sabbath, at court, James, Roman 2, literature of the 17th and 18th centuries, Lord Chesterfield House of Hanover, royal princes, George, Roman 3, George, Roman 4, influence of French literature, marriage laws, increase of population. On gaining the ascendant, the Puritans endeavored to reform the general corruption of society by cutting to the root of the disorders that afflicted it. Instead, however, of applying the knife judiciously, they excised the sound as well as the unhealthy parts. Their measures went to the extreme of killing all the affections and impulses natural to the human breast, in order to repress the excesses arising from too free an abandonment to them. Some fanatics, for instance, gravely suggested that in order to put an end to fornication and adultery, all intercourse should be prohibited between the sexes. In our days, it is found that innocent amusements are the best safeguard against criminal indulgence, but the Puritans thought otherwise, and looked upon joyous exhilaration of any kind as almost sinful. They enforced their gloomy doctrines with a tyranny as unbending as their tenets themselves were harsh, and unnatural theatrical entertainments, dancing, etc., were sternly placed under ban, and Puritanism presented merely a heavy and murky atmosphere with scarcely a social star to enliven its gloomy aspect. When the Restoration removed the oppressive weight of fanaticism from the public spirit, it rebounded as far above a healthy pitch as it had been formerly depressed below it. An immediate revolution took place in the manners and habits of the people. The theaters, which had been closed by the Puritans, were at once reopened, and the populace abandoned themselves to pleasurable excesses with an eagerness proportionate to the restraint which had been imposed on them. This license would in time, pg 299, have been checked by reflection, had not the impulse been supplied from the quarter where a repressive influence should have been exercised. The merry monarch and his court led the race in this national carnival, and the examples which they set only served to stimulate the public appetite for debauchery. Indeed, the court of Charles was little better than a public brothel, and the wit with which its orgies were embellished only served to increase the dangers arising from its conspicuous position and its power over men's minds as the center from which all rank and consideration flowed. The conduct of the courtiers was strictly modeled on that of their royal master, and their social accomplishments only imperfectly varnished over the gross features of a coarse sensuality. Women were flattered and caressed, but not respected, and the homage paid them was such as no decent woman in our time would consent to receive. The most faithful portraiture of the manners of this epoch is to be found in its dramatic literature. The staple incidents of the pieces represented at the theatres consisted of love intrigue seductions, and Rapes the fop of the play never elicited such hearty applause as when he recounted his exploits in the ruin of female virtue among the citizens' wives. The theatre not only fostered lewdness by depicting it in glowing and attractive colors, but its actors spread abroad the corruption which it was their business to delineate. Their personal character corresponded in too many instances with the parts which they performed, and they reenacted in private the debaucheries which they presented on the stage. The theatre itself became a central rendezvous for immoral characters, and the place where assignations were most conveniently fixed. Lively wenches, under the pretense of selling oranges to the spectators, frequented the pit, and took their places in the front row with their backs to the stage. It was well understood that they were as ready to sell favors as fruit, and in fact that they had come from the neighboring brothels for that express purpose. Deep drinking was another characteristic feature of the times, and bacchanalian orgies were freely indulged in by all classes from the king to the beggar, differing little in the extremes to which they were pushed. Conversation, even in what was called the best society, was disfigured by the grossest obscenity and blasphemy, and bon ton consisted in the extravagance to which this vicious conduct was extended. PG 300. Even the peasantry endeavored to imitate the costumes and carriage of the courtiers, and country women were to be seen in flaunting dresses cut so as to expose as much as possible of the person. Up to this period, no female had ever appeared upon the English stage. Where women were introduced, their parts had been filled by boys. Neither was it customary for a monarch to show himself at a public representation of a play, but when they were enacted for his amusement, the performance took place in some apartment of the royal palace. In Charles' reign, women for the first time appeared on the stage and performed the parts allotted to the heroines of the drama. The king and queen became regular frequenters of the theatre, and encouraged by their presence the double entendre and broad indecencies of the pieces in vogue. We may remark parenthetically that unmarried actresses usually adopted the title mistress before their names, the word miss, as then applied, signifying that she who bore it was a concubine. In modern days, it is the habit to reverse this practice, as the marriage state is considered to divest the actress of half her attractions. There were but two theatres in London at this period: the King's Theatre, where the celebrated Nell Gwynn and Mrs. Rebecca Marshall were the chief actresses, and the Duke's, where another company performed. One day, the reigning favourites at the King's Theatre had a violent quarrel, and Mrs. Marshall called Nell Lord Buckhurst's mistress. Nell contented herself with rejoining that she was but one man's mistress, though brought up in a brothel, while Mrs. Marshall bore the same relation to 3 or 4. Notwithstanding she was the daughter of a Presbyterian, their own accounts of each other leave no doubt as to their morality. The pieces represented in the London theatres in the time of Charles Roman II were, as we have before stated, filled with indecent allusions, and their interest with the public turned on the number and intensity of these prurient passages. The ladies never attended the first representation of a comedy except in masks, and when the dames of the court, with their established reputations for gallantry, were apprehensive of being seen at them, some idea may be formed of the licentious character of the pieces most in favor. But many of these plays are still in evidence to speak for themselves. It will be seen that in the majority the plot is so framed, PG 301, as to admit the greatest license in libidinous allusions. The distinguishing feature of them is that the most immodest passages are put into the mouths of women, and indeed we know that that actress was the most successful who took the greatest liberties with the text, and most improved upon its lewdness of expression. As a specimen of the general character of these plays, we may name All Mistaken, or The Mad Couple, quite a favorite with the public in its day. The hero is importuned by 6 clamorous unfortunates, whose ruin he has effected and done, in addition by the nurses of their illegitimate offspring for wages owing to them. The delectable superstructure of obscene dialogue, which is raised on this foundation, may be better imagined than described. The usual hour at which the theatres opened their doors was 4 in the afternoon, and after the close of the performances, The audience generally repaired to some garden or other place of public amusement. Here scenes were enacted, which proved a fit sequel to those witnessed on the stage. The Orangegos had a superior known as Orange Mall, who occupied a position somewhat analogous to that of the modern brothel keeper. She attended the girls to the theater, and superintended and directed their operations there. During the entr'actes, lewd conversations were carried on between the Orangegos and the gallants, which were interspersed with obscene jokes. And, highly relished by the audience, the custom of interpellating the gay women who frequented the theater was continued to a period comparatively recent. Everyone has heard the story of Peg Plunkett and the Duke of Rutland in the days when the gods of the Dublin theatre were esteemed the most discriminating, though boisterous and rollicking audience of the three kingdoms. Charles selected several of his mistresses from the stage for which he had a passionate fondness. Miss Davis literally sang and danced her way into his affections. Her conquest of the king was consummated by the manner in which she sang the popular ballad "My Lodging is on the Cold Ground." Charles thought she was deserving of warmer quarters, and raised her to his own bed. He established her in a splendid residence, and lavished on her the most extravagant gifts. The Queen at first resented the open and undisguised infidelities of the king, and publicly manifested her sense of them on one occasion by quitting the theatre when Miss Davis made her appearance on the stage. But finding it impossible to reclaim him from PG 302, his vicious propensities, she abandoned all hopes of restricting his libertinism, or even of keeping him within the bounds of conventional decency. The Countess of Castlemaine, afterward created Duchess of Cleveland, was of a more jealous temperament than the Queen, and took a more characteristic revenge on Charles for his frailties. She took another lover, and went to reside at his house, very much to the comfort of her royal patron, who had a kingly dislike of trouble. After quarrelling with Lord Buckhurst, Nell Gwynn returned to the stage, but had not long resumed her profession when it was rumoured that she had made a conquest of the king. These reports were apparently contradicted by her continued appearance at the theatre, and the progress she made in her art, which could only be the result of careful study. A tragedy by Dryden was advertised, the principal character to be performed by Nell, but before the night of its first representation arrived, it was found necessary to postpone the performance owing to Nell's not being in a condition to appear. From this time, her connection with Charles no longer remained a secret. Nell, like her predecessors, was not long suffered to maintain uncontested her supremacy over the king's affections. When the Duchesse d'Orléans, the sister of Charles, paid a visit to the English court in 1670, she had in her train a handsome maid who was admired for her simple and childish style of beauty, whether instigated by the courtiers who accompanied her mistress, whose visit was a political one, or prompted by her own sagacity. She made her acquiescence in the king's desires conditional upon his executing the shameful treaty which gave France such important advantages, and rendered Charles a mere tributary to the French king. This girl, Louise de Querouaille, became the rival of Nell Gwynn, and had a child by Charles, who was created Duke of Richmond. So scandalously public had the relations of Charles with the loose women who surrounded him become, and so flagrant and unblushing was the conduct of the latter, that the Queen could no longer reside in the Palace of Whitehall, and accordingly removed to Somerset House in the Strand. This feeling of indignation on the part of Her Majesty soon extended to the virtuously disposed part of the public. Efforts were made to apply a remedy to the disorder, which threatened to corrupt the whole framework of PG 303 English society. In Parliament it was proposed to levy a tax on the playhouses, which had become undisguised nests of prostitution. The debate which ensued elicited a witticism, which led to serious consequences to the gentleman who uttered it on Sir John Birkenhead's, remarking that the players were the king's servants, and part of his pleasures. Sir John Coventry was imprudent enough to inquire whether the king's pleasures lay among the men that acted or the women. For this offence to Charles, he was waylaid by some of the courtiers who slit his nose and otherwise maltreated him. It is impossible, however, to deny that this very license of manners rendered the king popular with a certain class of his subjects. The only exception taken by them to his conduct was the selection of a foreigner as one of his mistresses, and even this would have passed without comment, but for the political consequences of the connection. It was generally understood among the people that Mademoiselle de Querwile, or Mrs. Carwell, as she was commonly called, was an agent used for the purpose of securing the ascendancy of French interests. This brought upon her the hostility of the populace, who availed themselves of every opportunity of manifesting their dislike to her. Nell Gwynn was an Englishwoman, a Protestant, and the idol of the town. She was known by the title of the Protestant mistress, while Mrs. Carwell went by that of the king's popish concubine. Nell was one day insulted in her carriage at Oxford, and came very near being mobbed by the populace in mistake for Mrs. Carwell. With her usual wit and presence of mind, she put her head out of the window and quieted the rioters by telling them that she was the Protestant we. As the literature of the times reflected the general licentiousness of manners, it was not to be expected that the arts would escape their demoralizing influence. Most of the paintings then executed were characterized by the same freedom of expression which was used on the stage. There is an old print extant of the Duchess of Portsmouth reclining on a bank of violets, wearing no other covering than a lace robe, and in another Nell Gwynn is represented in the same semi-nude condition. It is said that this dress had belonged to the Duchess and had been much admired by the king, but that with her usual love of mischief Nell had purloined it greatly to the amusement of her royal lover, and very much to the chagrin and mortification of the Duchess. pg 304. The king had his own peculiar way of celebrating the Sabbath on that day. He usually collected his mistresses around him and amused himself by toying with them and humoring their caprices. We have a picture by a contemporaneous writer of one of his Sunday evenings at Whitehall, where the court resided. It was shortly before his death. Charles sat in the center of a group of these women, indulging in the most frivolous amusements, and, apparently in high humor, at a little distance stood a page singing love songs for the delectation of the king's mistresses, while round a gambling table were seated a number of his courtiers playing for stakes, which sometimes ran as high as $10,000 of our money. The orgies of the night were kept up until daylight broke in upon the revelers at 8 o'clock the same morning. The king was seized with a fit of apoplexy and died within a week. James Roman too, though of a grave and stern character, was scarcely less amorous in his temperament than Charles. They differed, however, in their tastes. Charles required beauty in his mistresses, and Nell Gwynn and some of his other concubines were not only beautiful in person, but possessed of intellectual graces, which gilded their gross sensuality. James cared but little for personal attractions, and lavished his favors on coarser-featured and coarser-minded women. His wife was below him in rank, and he did not stoop to her for her beauty, for she was plain, if not downright ugly in her features. He soon transferred his affections to a still plainer mistress, Arabella Churchill. His strongest attachment was, however, that which he entertained for Catherine Sedley, who possessed a powerful influence over him. She was the daughter of Sir Charles Sedley, and seems to have inherited from him the strong passions and reckless disregard of public opinion, by which he was distinguished. Sedley's writings were more licentious than those of any of his contemporaries. His literary talents were not of a high order, but he possessed fair conversational abilities, which made his society attractive. The extreme dissoluteness of his life and disregard of all decency provoked censure, even in that age of loose morals. On one occasion, after a drunken revel with some of his profligate companions, he presented himself on the balcony of a tavern near Covent Garden in a state of complete nudity, and commenced harangues so full of lewdness and obscenity that the crowd pelted him with stones and other missiles, and compelled him to withdraw into the house. A daughter, inheriting these pg 305 propensities, and brought up under the influence of this example, could not fail to become conspicuous for similar traits of character. Her person possessed none of the attributes which render women attractive: a lank, spare figure, a hollow cheek, sallow face, and an eye of glaring brightness comprised the sum total of her charms. Charles, whose taste was more cultivated, remarked that his confessor must have recommended Catherine to his brother as a penance for his sins. She herself had the discrimination not to be insensible to the truth of this remark, and was even in the habit of boasting of her own plain looks. Her taste for finery was as great as if she possessed attractions worth setting off by its aid. James, when he formed this connection, had advanced to middle age, and it is difficult to account for the influence which she contrived to exercise over him on his accession to the throne. He promised the queen to abandon her, but his good resolutions soon gave way. Whenever the absence of his wife afforded the opportunity, Chiffinch might be seen conducting Catharine through the private passage, leading to his chamber. Notwithstanding all the affected austerity of his manners, James was in reality but little better than his volatile brother. At no period in the history of England, as we have just shown, had the licentiousness of the court been greater than it was during the reigns of Charles Roman II and James Roman II, only to be exceeded perhaps by the fearful abyss of debauchery and atheism, which a few years later was beheld in the courts of Louis Roman XV and the Regent of France. The vigor and intellect of the early part of the reign of Louis Roman XIV, the magnificence of his tastes, and the glory of his enterprises stand out in powerful contrast to the doings of the imbecile, corrupt, and utterly profligate and debased court of England. The influence of this most pernicious example, it is somewhat difficult to arrive at. The great body of the people, especially in the country, in those times of difficult communication, were probably but little affected by the extravagance of the restored cavaliers, added to which there was a powerful leaven of religious feeling working through the country, which did not for some time settle down into the apathy that called for a new manifestation of Puritan feeling in the establishment of Wesleyan Methodism in the upper classes of society. However, the corrugateness of the courts of Charles and James was yet felt throughout the reigns of the succeeding sovereigns, even down to the time of George Roman III. The writings of contemporary authors, especially of the comic PG 306 dramatists, the abstract and brief chronicles of the times, are a fair type of the public morals and intelligence in all ages at this epoch. We have from these sources overwhelming evidence of the reaction which had taken place. After the removal of the compulsory restraint of Puritan control, the nation seemed at once to have lost its reason. Modesty and decency were badges of Puritan republicanism, and therefore unsuited to loyal men who showed their attachment to the monarchy by their abandonment of decorum and violation of every moral virtue. The productions of the favorite author's team, with coarse images, unequivocal allusions, and gross facts, wit degenerated into blasphemy, liveliness into obscenity, metaphors into lasciviousness. The scenes that took place in the court, and which constituted its daily amusements, were disgusting to the last degree. The mere commerce of the sexes and the libertinism of the period in that respect were the smallest vices, and might almost be considered merely follies. But the venality and corruption were open and shameless. The courtiers cast aside the last rag of patriotic propriety. Avarice, cruelty, lust, and perjury filled the measure of wickedness. On one occasion, it is said, an infant was prematurely born in one of the rooms of the palace, and Charles, with many jocular remarks, had the body conveyed to his own closet for dissection by his own hand, an incident of such brutality, which might be frequently paralleled by others equally bad in degree, though different in fact, shows the hideous destitution of all decency with which the court must have been cursed. The pages of Rochester, Etheredge, Buckingham, Congreve, Vanberg, and Fletcher, in the close of the 17th, and Prior Gay Swift, and scores of inferior writers, in the commencement of the 18th century, all exhibit this state of affairs, while the noble muse even of a Dryden could stoop to earn base applause by lending her powers to the decoration of vice, and voluntarily quitting her native regions to wallow in the mire. The vices of this period must have left an ineradicable taint behind them, when after the full tide of iniquity had swept on, and purer waters were succeeding, we find Lord Chesterfield, a British statesman of distinguished ability and high position, thus advising his own son, "Let the great book of the world be your principal study, nocturna versit, manu versit diurna," which may be rendered thus: turn over men by day, and women by night. I mean only the best editions. PG 307, while, as we have already observed, there was probably a wholesome religious element in a portion of the population, which operated as an antiseptic against the rottenness of the court, it is impossible but that the capital must have been imbued with the reckless iniquity, outrageous dissoluteness, and general immorality of the higher classes. The poets, playwrights, essayists, and biographers of the age all bear traces of the effects of bad example in high places on public manners. A critic of those days says the accomplished gentleman of the English stage is a person that is familiar with other men's wives and indifferent to his own, and the fine lady is generally a composition of sprightliness and falsehood, a thorough disrespect for female virtue, or rather the admiration of libertinism tainted the life's blood of the capital, and when passing over the coarse wit of Prior or the perverted genius of Dryden, we come to the sober and moderate writings of essayists and satirists, we find material which gives us some little insight into the lower London life of the period, and that which has more immediate interest for us in this inquiry. In the delightful and ever-youthful pages of The Spectator, there are some incidents of great pathos touching the state of those unfortunates, whose condition was then as now one of the disgraces of civilization. One paper contains a singularly apposite remark. "I was told," says the writer, "a woman of the town, by a Roman Catholic gentleman last week, who I hope is absolved for what then passed between us, that in countries where popery prevails, besides the advantages of licensed stews, there are larger endowments given for the incurably, I think he called them, this manner of treating poor sinners, as we think great humanity in it. And as you, Mr. Spectator, are a person who pretends to carry your reflections upon all subjects which occur to you, I beg therefore of you to lay before the world the condition of us poor vagrants who are really in a way of labor instead of idleness." At another time, the Spectator himself meets a slim young girl of about 17, who with a pert air asked me if I was for a pint of wine. I could observe as exact features as ever I had seen the whole person, in a word, of a woman, exquisitely beautiful. She affected to allure me with a forced wantonness in her look and air, but I saw it checked with hunger, and cold her eyes were wan and eager, her dress thin, and tawdry her mien genteel and childish. This strange figure gave me much anguish of heart, and to avoid being seen with her, I went away. But could PG 308 not avoid giving her a crown? The poor thing sighed, courtesied, and with a blessing expressed with the utmost vehemence turned from me. This creature is what they call newly come upon the town. The arts of the procuresses, their experiments on inexperienced country girls, their attendance at coach offices and public places, to hunt for and entrap the unwary, the regular customers they have for new wares, the mode first of offering them to private sale, and when the first gloss is worn off, casting them on the public market, are all as true of 1858 as of the day for which it was written. In one case, the Spectator, being at a coach office, overhears a lady inquiring of a young girl her parentage and character, and especially if she has been properly brought up and has been taught her catechism. Desirous of seeing a lady who had so proper an idea of her duties to servants, he peeps through and sees the face of a well-known bawd, thus decoying a young girl just arrived in London. One amusing cheat in the business of these go-betweens is complained of by a lady correspondent. For a consideration, they profess to introduce some ambitious foreigner or country gentleman to the favors of ladies of high degree, ruling toasts, leading belles, etc. Some lady, Wilhelmina Amelia Skeggs, is foisted upon the deluded customer, who must of course be ignorant of the person of his inamorata, and he walks off boasting in great self-gratulation of his good fortune, to the great injury of an irreproachable woman's fame. It was reserved for the reign of George Roman III to give a favorable turn to court morals, and to make virtue respectable. The Georges Roman I and Roman II had exercised but a negative influence on their subjects. They were merely viewed as political necessities, and held in little or no personal esteem. Their uncouth manners, foreign mistresses, and decidedly heavy liaisons had no charm for either eye or fancy. With George Roman III and his queen, virtue in courts became in some degree fashionable. The slough of libertinism in which Louis Roman XV and the Regent Orleans had plunged themselves seemed in France to have created some reaction. Louis Roman XVI in Paris and George Roman III in London presented the rare spectacle to their respective subjects of two well-conducted men whose domestic life and character were unimpeachable. But as the sons of PG 309, George Roman III, especially the Prince of Wales and the Duke of York, attained their majority, they were surrounded by bands of flatterers and parasites who stimulated and encouraged the natural proneness of youth to pleasure and dissipation. The libertinism and excesses of the Stuarts again became wanton, devoid, it is true, of political debasement and national dishonor, checked also by parental disapprobation and by the influence of public opinion. This, though very weak, was not quite powerless, and though lenient to the errors of youth, it drew an unfavorable comparison between the reckless extravagance and dissolute tastes of the princes, and the moderate and personally estimable conduct of the king and queen. The masses of the English people were distinguished for plain good sense and attachment to the cause of religion and morality, and although drinking, gambling, boxing, and racing were in honor of the royal prince's fashionable amusements, and their attainment coveted and emulated by many of the rising generations, still the general sentiment of the nation at this period was condemnatory of these vices. Those inclined to charitable views of human nature found excuses in the temptations of youth, a fine person, a commanding position, and lastly in the infamous counsels of those who found political capital in the encouragement of these excesses, thereby promoting a division between the heir to the throne and his sovereign parent. Others there were who beheld in George Roman IV, whether as prince or monarch, a modern Tiberius, a man of ungovernable lusts, a ruthless libertine, and a debased sensualist, without any redeeming qualities. As a fact apart from causes and political prejudices, George Roman IV was undoubtedly a debauchee and a man of dissolute habits, but he PG 310 was a man of liberal education, of cultivated taste, of distinguished appearance and elegant manners. He and the Count d'Artois, brother of Louis Roman XVI, were considered the most finished gentlemen in Europe. So far as mannerism went, these externals glossed over and even lent a charm to the vices of his youth, and the mysterious orgies of Carlton House were associated in the public mind with the brilliant wit of Sheridan, the manly grace of Wyndham, that beau ideal of an English gentleman, the vast talent of Fox, and the enchanting grace of Georgiana, Duchess of Devonshire, the bright particular star amid a galaxy of minor luminaries. The respectability belonged to the court party, the genius and fascination were ranged on the side of the Prince of Wales. It is difficult even at this brief lapse of time, and when so many eyewitnesses are yet surviving, to speak with any degree of confidence of the state of general public morals in England, as affected by the French Revolution and the violent Tory and Whig contests of the period. The literature which preceded and accompanied the French Revolution went the whole length of undermining and unsettling every established institution, both of politics and religion, without building up an effective substitute in place of the structure, destroyed the doctrines of moral obligation and the balance of general convenience, which, according to the Volney-Voltaire and Rousseau school, were to supersede the effete and worn-out dogmas of the gospel, were little known and less liked in England. At the outset of the French movements, the cause had the sympathy of the English liberals, but afterward, when the social and political excesses of the time disgusted even its moderate British supporters, and when the deep-rooted and apparently innate antagonism of the two nations was revived by the war, the hatred and contempt of the English people for French manners, French literature, French men, French everything knew no bounds. Thus, while the leaven of Parisian philosophy was fermenting in the breasts of all continental Europe, it is our opinion that its influence in England was purely of a reactionary character. And as under the last Stuarts, patriotism and libertinism went hand in hand, so in the end of the 18th and the commencement of the 19th centuries, an Englishman's love of his own country and his hatred of France were associated with a detestation of the heresies of French philosophers and patriarchs. PG 311, of the effect produced on the morals of the people by the loose manner in which, previous to 1753, the marriage ceremony was performed, we have the evidence brought forward in the debates on Lord Hardwicke's marriage bill anterior to that time. A boy of 14 and a girl of 12 years of age might marry against the will of their parents or guardians, without any possibility of dissolving such marriage. The law, indeed, required the publication of bans, but custom and the dispensing power had rendered them nugatory. A dispensation could be purchased for a couple of crowns, and the marriage could take place in a closet or a tavern before two friends who acted as witnesses. But dispensations were not always necessary. There were privileged places such as Mayfair and the Fleet, where the marriage ceremony could be performed at a moment's notice, and without any inconvenient questions being asked. Gretna Green, on the borders of Scotland, was long a famous place for runaway matches. It has been questioned how far the Scotch law of marriage was conducive to morality, but judging from its effects upon the people themselves, it can scarcely be considered an ally of vice. This law, which has only been repealed within a few years, treated marriage as a civil contract valid if contracted before witnesses, and required no ceremony or preparatory notice. That unions so formed were binding admits of no possible dispute. The question has been tried in the British courts of law on every conceivable ground, and their legality has been always affirmed. But in the case of marriages at Mayfair or the Fleet, the same certainty did not exist. Gretna Green is the first village after passing the dividing line between England and Scotland, and owes its fame to its locality. It has doubtless been the scene of many heartless adventures for which the actual law of the land must be held accountable. The Marriage Act, which came into operation in 1754, had for its object the prevention of clandestine marriages in England, but did not interfere with the law of Scotland. It sought to effect this reform by making it necessary to the validity of a marriage, without license, that it should take place after the proclamation of bans on 3 Sundays in the parish church, before a person in orders between single persons consenting of sound mind, and of the age of 21 years, or of the age of 14 in males and 12 in females, with the consent of parents and guardians, or without their consent in cases of widowhood. The new PG 312 Marriage Act of 1837 allows marriage after notice to the superintendent registrars in every district, either in the public register offices, in the presence of the superintendent registrar and the registrar of marriages, or in duly registered places of worship. We have no statement as to the number of marriages previous to the year 1753. All we know is that, from 1651 to 1751, the population only increased 16%, the increase being only 1,014,000. In 100 years, since the Act of 1753 came into operation, the registers of marriages have been preserved in England, and show an increase of marriages from 50,972 in the year 1756 to 63,310 in 1764. The rage of marrying is very prevalent, writes Lord Chesterfield in the latter year, and again in 1767. In short, the matrimonial frenzy seems to rage at present, and is epidemical after many fluctuations. The marriages rose to 70, 80, 90, and 100,000 annually, and in 1851 to 154,200 and 614 millions were added to the population, an increase of 187%, or at the rate of 1% annually. Chapter Roman 25, Great Britain Prostitution at the present time. Influence of the wealthy classes. Devices of procuresses seen at a railway station. Organization for entrapping women. Seduction of children. Continental traffic. Brothel keepers, fancy men, and spoonies. Number of brothels in London. Causes of prostitution. Sexual desire. Seduction. Overcrowded dwellings. Parental example. Poverty and destitution. Public amusements. Ill-assorted marriages. Love of dress. Juvenile prostitution. Factories. Obscene publications. Census of 1851. Education and crime. Number of prostitutes. Female population of London. Working classes. Domestic servants. Needlewomen. Ages of prostitutes. Average life condition of women in London. Charitable institutions. Mrs. Fry's benevolent labors. The corruption of court morals alone, and without circumstances of national weight and moment, has seldom, we take it, affected the bulk of the population. It is nevertheless undeniable that a lax morality and a forgery, a system of absolute profligacy among the wealthy classes of society, will contribute in a significant degree toward the increase of prostitution in metropolitan PG 313 cities. It is in the service of her wealthy customers and patrons that the professional procuress is chiefly employed, and stimulated by high gains, she plies her vile calling, and exerts all her hellish ingenuity to discover new sources of amusement and gratification for them. In Fletcher's humorous Lieutenant, written in 1690, a court bawd is introduced reading her minute book, and calling over the register of the females at her command, Chloe, well, Chloe should fetch 350 crowns, 15, good figure, daughter of a country gentleman, her virtue will bring me that sum, and then, ridding horse for her father out of it, well, the merchant's wife, she don't want money, I must find a spark of quality for her. The representation of such character is out of vogue in these days on the English stage, but while the proprieties are observed, the omission is but a veiling of the subject. The reality exists, though unseen. In the London Times of July 1855, an incident is thus related by a correspondent. I was standing on a railway platform, with a friend waiting for a train when two ladies came into the station. I was acquainted with one of them, the younger. Well, she told me she was going to London, having been fortunate enough to get a liberal engagement as governess in the family of the lady under whose charge she then was, and who had even taken the trouble to come into the country to see her and her friends to ascertain that she was likely in all respects to suit the train coming in sight. The fares were paid, the elder lady paying both. I saw them into the carriage, and the door being closed I bowed to them, and rejoined my friend, who happened to be a London man, about town. Well, I will say, said he with a laugh, you country gentlemen are pretty independent of public opinion. You are not ashamed of your little transactions being known. What do you mean? I asked. Why, I mean you're talking to that girl and her duenna on an open platform. Why, that is Miss, an intimate friend of ours. Well, then I can tell you, said the Londoner to me coolly, her friend is Madam, one of the most noted procuresses in London, and she has got hold of a new victim, if she is a victim, and no mistake. I saw there was not a minute to lose. I rushed to the guard of the train and got him to wait a moment. I then hurried to the carriage door where the ladies were. Miss, you must get out. That person is an unfit companion for you, madam. We PG 314 know who you are. That was one victim rescued, but how many are lost? In another case, the practices of a scoundrel named Finn were made the subject of a public warning by the Lord Mayor of London from his judicial chair. This fellow's plan was to advertise from abroad for ladies to go to Cologne or other places on the Rhine to become governesses in his family, which was traveling, and whose governess had unexpectedly left them or been taken ill or was otherwise got rid of. The candidates were to pay their own passage to the place of rendezvous, when the appointments of the situation were to commence. In some cases in which the practices of this rascal had failed of their full effect, he had succeeded in defrauding poor women of their funds, and they had found the utmost difficulty in making their way home again. While it is impossible to have any precognizance of the persons and circumstances among which these wretches find their prey, some cases are peculiarly within the scope of their operations. Young females who have lost their natural protectors and are brought into contact with the world under their own guidance are easily imposed upon by the pretended friendship of these persons, and being under a pretense of employment inveigled into their houses, are there kept until their fall is accomplished by persuasion or force. It is said that women even attend regularly at churches and Sunday schools for the purpose of decoying female children. They first accost them and interest them without making any direct advances. The next time they proceed a little farther, and soon invite them to accompany them a little distance. When they lead them to a brothel, they have been known to take the children away in the presence of the teacher, who, seeing them act as acquaintances, had no suspicion of the real nature of their associations. The London Society for the Protection of Young Females have recorded instances of children of 11 years of age being entrapped by procuresses into houses of prostitution. Those who are thus decoyed are not permitted to escape, nor to go into the streets for 2 or 3 months. By that time, they are supposed to be incapable of retracing their steps or to have become reconciled to their mode of life, and are permitted to go or remain. Occasionally, they are turned adrift to seek new lodgings, their places being supplied by fresh arrivals. Some of these children, PG 315, find their way home again, but the majority of them are of course irretrievably lost and continue in the course into which they have been thus indoctrinated. The procuresses have agents in different parts of London, whose business it is to discover young persons, servant girls, and others who are dissatisfied with their earnings and condition in life, and who may be considered suitable subjects. The number of servants out of place in London alone is enormous, many thousands in number, and as service is no inheritance, such a body constitutes a very favorable field of operations. The intermediate agents in these cases are small shopkeepers, laundresses, charwomen, and such others as from their avocations have the opportunity of becoming acquainted with young women in service. Common lodging-house keepers, too, residing in the suburbs of London, contribute their quota of assistants, young women coming fresh from the country and sleeping in such places for a night receive recommendations to procuresses and brothel keepers as servants. Intelligentsia offices for hiring servants, which in London are called servants' bazaars, and are not under any license, are visited by these people in search of new faces. In some cases, procuresses are found to act on behalf of particular individuals. Only in one case, such a woman kept a small shop to which she invited servant girls in the neighborhood, after a little acquaintance, by her assistance, aided by liberal entertainment. With wines and spirits her employers, 2 men of property, were enabled to corrupt 8 servant girls in a short space of time. A constant trade in prostitution is carried on between London and Hamburg, London and Paris and London. In the country 3 or 4 years ago, a trial took place at the Central Criminal Court, London, of a man and woman who were engaged in the importation of females for purposes of prostitution. The prisoners were convicted. The details of the trial show that a regular organization existed. In some cases, Parisian prostitutes were hired in Paris for the London market by the ordinary agents in such contracts. In other cases, the parties in both capitals decoyed young women into their service on pretense of reputable engagements and shipped them over to their consignees. Of course, every care is taken in these matters to keep the transaction confidential, for although the English laws are practically most defective still in cases exciting any degree of notoriety, and in which PG 316, the offense can be satisfactorily established by legal proof, prosecutions do take place. We cannot close this branch of our subject better than by once again quoting from The Spectator and giving a genuine letter, which although written a century and a half ago, is just such a one as might for a similar purpose be penned at the present day. It as accurately describes the mode in which articles of trade in the procuress line are disposed of now as then. My lord, I, having a great esteem for your honor and a better opinion of you than of any of the quality, makes me acquaint you of an affair that I hope will oblige you to know. I have a niece that came to town about a fortnight ago, her parents being lately dead. She came to me expecting to have found me in so good a condition as to set her up. Milliner's shop. Her father gave £80 with her for 5 years. Her time is out, and she is not 16, as pretty a gentlewoman as ever you saw. A little woman, which I know your lordship likes, well-shaped, and as fair a complexion for red and white as ever I saw. I doubt not, but your lordship will be of the same opinion. She designs to go down about a month hence, except I can provide for her, which I cannot at present. Her father was one with whom all he had died with him, so there is 4 children left destitute. So if your lordship thinks fit to make an appointment, where I shall wait on you with my niece, by a line or 2, I stay for your answer, for I have no place fitted up. Since I left my house fit to entertain your honor, I told her she should go with me to see a gentleman, a very good friend of mine. So I desire you to take no notice of my letter, by reason she is ignorant of the ways of the town. My lord, I desire, if you meet us, to come alone, for upon my word and honor you are the first that I ever mentioned her to. Next to procuresses in this gradation of iniquity are the brothel keepers, who, although often procuresses, are not necessarily so. Shakespeare, who included all human existence in the sphere of his observation, says of them, "A bard, a wicked bard, the evil that thou causest to be done, that is thy means to live. Do thou but think what 'tis to cram a maw or clothe a back. From such a filthy vice, say to thyself, from their abominable and beastly touches, I drink, I eat, array myself, and live. Canst thou believe thy living is a life so stinkingly depending?" PG 317. Many of these persons have been prostitutes themselves, and when past service in the one branch of business, have naturally fallen into the others, without having been such. Adopt the trade from inclination or circumstances. The condition of these people and the interior of their houses are as various as the people themselves. At the West End of London, there is a considerable degree of style. In the lower parts of the town, they are sordid and filthy habitations, fit only for deeds of darkness. They are confined to private streets, alleys, and lanes, out of the great thoroughfares. The law is usually put in operation in England against the brothel keepers, as the representatives of the whole class, as they get the chief profits of the trade. So they run all the legal risks. The indictments against them, however, are comparatively few. There is no public prosecutor in England. As with us, the police administration of the metropolis, perhaps the best organized, the most efficient and cheapest department of the public service, does not include the prevention of brothels within its duties, which are confined to the preservation of life and property, the prosecution of brothel keepers, and abolition of their establishments are usually undertaken by the parish authorities when the places are so conducted as to become a nuisance to the neighborhood, and police officers merely interfere to prevent the assemblage of prostitutes in the public streets or the solicitation of passengers by them virtually. This provision is little better than a dead letter, and the women evade it by walking when an officer is in sight, and thus deprive him of the only proof which would enable him to make an arrest. Some of the girls who pay exorbitant board also stipulate to give their mistresses 1/2 of their cash receipts, which are frequently very large in the case of attractive women, amounting sometimes to $100 or $200 a week. The mistress is treasurer, and the prostitutes rarely succeed in receiving back what ostensibly belongs to them. The very prosecution before mentioned originated in a French girl's being cheated by the brothel keeper. The clothing is furnished by the mistress, and for this she charges prices which absorb the entire earnings of the PG 318 girls. She even contrives to furnish them with such a number of showy and useless garments that she keeps them always in her debt, and so has a lien on each to prevent her leaving as long as she is a profitable member of the establishment. Some girls who have been seduced have, when entering on a life of prostitution, extensive and valuable wardrobes. The mistress runs them into debts of her own contracting, and if they become dissatisfied with their treatment and desire to leave, they are held for the debt by the common law of England. All debts incurred for an immoral purpose are void, but this law is of little value to those who are ignorant of its existence, besides which the brothel keepers have possession of the booty, and thus effectually drive the debtor to an adjustment of the matters in dispute. Such of the brothel keepers as have no lawful husbands form intimacies with some man whom they support. In slang dialect, there is a class of men called spoonies who support the women or furnish them with funds when necessary. They set them up in business, become responsible for their debts, and assist them in all their difficulties. The fancy men are those who do nothing for them but live at their expense. The lower class of brothel keepers have no spoonies, but they invariably have fancy men who act as bullies and settle by physical force any disputes that may arise between the inmates and their visitors. These men spend the day in taverns and the night in the particular brothels to which they are attached, and are frequently felons of the deepest dye. Some of the brothel keepers are married women, and even mothers of families. The husbands are lazy, worthless wretches, addicted to gambling and drinking, and brutally indifferent to the sources from which their luxuries are supplied. In some cases, the wealthier individuals have been known to send their children to good schools away from home, and to have kept them in ignorance of their own wretched vocation. Thus sin entails its own punishment. The number of brothels in London has been variously estimated. The whole number of houses at the last census was 300,000, and upward. Among them, it was calculated, and probably correctly, that there were 5,000 brothels, including houses of assignation. The rents of these establishments vary as much as the houses and situations, from $1,500 down to $100 a year in good neighborhoods. We PG 319 should be slow to believe that landlords had any previous knowledge of the purposes to which their houses are to be applied independent of moral objection. Such a house deteriorates the character of the property. Indeed, the clauses in leases of the great London properties are very strict, and include all objectionable trades as causes of forfeiture. The owners of the houses are of all classes. The Almonry of Westminster, once the abode of Caxton, which within these 6 or 8 years has been pulled down, was one of the vilest aggregations of vice and crime in existence. This was the property of the Dean. In chapter of Westminster Abbey, the common law of England, as already mentioned in the matter of dress, prohibits the recovery of the rents of houses let for immoral purposes. Many of the brothel keepers themselves hire houses, furnish them, and sublet them. It has been made a matter of reproach that landlords should even indirectly derive income from such sources, but poverty and vice are closely allied. Where poverty exists, vice will come. It is impossible for a landlord to exclude any class of tenants in a particular neighborhood suited to them, and those who know aught about the improvement and ventilation of large cities and the breaking up of bad neighborhoods are well aware that they are accompanied with a fearful amount of extra misery to the very poor. In a subsequent portion of this work, we have endeavored to analyze the causes of prostitution as it exists in the city of New York. It may be reasonably supposed that the same reasons would be applicable to the kindred people of Great Britain. We give the following mainly deduced from English writers, as indicating the sentiments of the bestinformed in that kingdom, as to the sources of so deep-rooted an evil, which must be sought in a variety of circumstances, national as well as personal. A professional man, Mr. Tate, to whose pages we have turned for information as to prostitution in Great Britain, classifies the causes as natural and accidental. The natural he subdivides into licentiousness of disposition, irritability of temper, pride, and love of dress, dishonesty, and love of property and indolence. The accidental include seduction, ill-assorted marriages, low wages, want of employment, intemperance, poverty, defective education, bad example of parents, obscene publications, and a number of minor causes. Without assenting to the classification, we will accept the enumeration. pg 320, the operation of sexual desire on the female sex, is a mooted question among English writers on prostitution, whether it is latent and never powerful enough to provoke evil courses, until it is itself stimulated and roused into energy by external circumstances, or whether it be an active principle impelling the ill-regulated female mind to sacrifice self-respect and reputation in the gratification of dominant impulses has been frequently discussed. Many consider that its influence on the inducement of prostitution is no less unsatisfactory of solution than the physiological problem, alleging that those who have followed the bent of their natural appetites would undoubtedly prefer to ascribe their lapse to other circumstances. This subject is treated more fully elsewhere, and it is needless to repeat here the views there expressed. That sexual desire, once aroused, does exercise a potent influence on the female organization cannot be questioned. Self-abuse, which is a perverted indulgence of the natural instinct, is well known to English physicians as being practiced among young women to a great extent, though in a far less degree than among young men. Its frightful influences upon the latter have been the subject of the liveliest anxiety to those who have made the care of youth their profession, and this source of trouble is shared to some degree by female teachers. Such subjects seem by common consent to be banished from rational investigation by the majority of people, as if shutting one's eyes to the fact would prove its non-existence. This false delicacy is more injurious than is commonly supposed, for the unchecked indulgence in such habits is not only destructive of health, but in the highest degree inimical to the moral feeling and directly subversive of all self-respect, leaving but one step to complete the final descent. Seduction, the effect of undue familiarity, and 2, unrestrained and intercourse between the sexes, cannot be exaggerated as paving the way for the last lapse from virtue. It is precisely these familiarities which in ill-regulated minds excite the first impulses of desire, and even where such a result does not immediately flow from too free an intercourse, it breaks down that modesty and reserve which so much enhance the beauty of woman, and constitute her best safeguard. The inclined plane by which the female who permits the first freedom glides, unchecked, to final ruin, though gradual, is very difficult to retrace. The unrestricted intercourse permitted, or rather encouraged, between the sexes, pg 321, at places of public amusement, much facilitates the opportunities of seduction. Prostitutes frequently, and we believe with truth, allege seduction as the first step toward their abandoned course of life, and the allegation itself should induce a sympathy for the misfortune of their present existence, although in some cases the story cannot be implicitly believed. At the same time, there is no doubt that a heartless seduction is but too frequent a circumstance in such cases, and contributes its sad quota of heavy account to prostitution. It is a general opinion that cases of so-called seduction in England occur between employers and female servants, and that of these are vast numbers. By seduction in such circumstances is meant the inducement to do wrong by promises or other suasives, in opposition to the commonly received idea, which makes the fall the result of strong personal attachment. In a work like this, we must notice the largest definitions and cannot consistently limit ourselves to the inducement customarily brought forward in law proceedings. namely a promise of marriage, in this sense illegitimate children, may be said to be the consequence of seduction, certainly not all of them, however, because many persons voluntarily, and with their eyes open, enter upon cohabitation arrangements. But doubtless many are once seduced. Of course, the female becomes herself the seducer of the inexperienced. The policy of English law of late years has been to compel the woman to protect herself, in the main, a wise policy, but the balance of human justice is very unevenly maintained. The male, the real delinquent, incurs no legal punishment, and but little social reprobation. Actions for seduction are very unpopular, and those brought bear but an infinitesimal proportion to the occurrence of the crime. The onus of proof in bastardy affiliations, of course, rests upon the woman of late years. The alterations in the law have thrown great difficulties in her way by what is called the necessity of corroborative evidence, namely some kind of admission, direct or indirect, or some overt act, which will furnish oral or documentary testimony other than the woman's unsupported statement. This may be strictly expedient, but it renders the man almost irresponsible if he only play his part with knavish prudence. Lastly, popular feeling is against charges of rape. Acquittal is very frequent, and the usual rebuttal is to pg 322, impeach the character of the prosecutrix. The opinion of one of England's greatest judges has passed into a proverb: no charge so easy to make, none so difficult to disprove. Queen Elizabeth's mode of proving her disbelief of rape is also expressive of public opinion. From the combination of these circumstances, it would seem that seduction must, almost as a matter of course, lead to prostitution, inasmuch as in ordinary English parlance, the mother of a bastard and a prostitute are almost synonymous. Overcrowded dwellings, the natural impulses of animal instinct in both sexes, seem to be implicated in the effect of crowded sleeping apartments, as met with in the habitations of the poor, both in town and country. In the latter, we have the show, and sometimes the reality, of family life and virtuous poverty. In the towns, we find abodes of poverty, sometimes honest, sometimes in closest propinquity or intimacy with vice, and there too we have the dwelling places of the lowest depravity and vagabondism. Those who have not given their attention to the condition of the poor, and the relation which their lives hold to the ordinary habits of decency and morality, have much difficulty in comprehending or even believing statements which embody the plainest everyday truths. It is hard to realize things as they are if the mind has been full of ideal pictures of things as they should be. The Dives of society has been often reproached with his ignorance of Lazarus. The sin lies exactly in that ignorance. As Carlyle finally says, the duty of Christian society is to find its work, and to do it. Negative virtue is of no practical use to the community, but yet the ignorance is natural enough, and no easier of removal than other ignorance. It has been generally attributed to the wealthy and upper classes of society, but it exists just the same, differing only a little in degree, in the middle class and moderately rich members of the English social system. The misery and inconvenience which the poor suffer from the straitness of their domestic arrangements are beyond belief. Grown-up girls and boys sleep in the same bed. Brothers and sisters, to say nothing of less intimate relations, are in the closest contiguity, and even strangers who are admitted into the little home to help in eking out the rent are placed on the same family footing. This momentous question to the moral well-being of the poor has excited very lively interest in England, and has called pg 323 into active operation several philanthropic associations, which have in view the employment of capital in improving and cheapening the dwellings of the working classes. In London, this system of close lodging was carried to a fearful pitch. In some places, from 5 to 13 persons slept in a single bed, while in the country the evil was nearly as bad, although from the slight restraint imposed by family ties, the actual evil is positively less. The moral contamination is of nearly the same extent, and paves the way for other relations out of doors. The facts which justify these conclusions are to be found in a variety of shapes: parliamentary reports, statistical tables, appeals from clergymen, addresses from philanthropic associations, etc., etc. The Honourable and Reverend S.O. Osborne, a clergyman well known for his philanthropic exertions in behalf of the poor, says of country life in England: from infancy to puberty, The laborer's children sleep in the same room with his wife and himself, and whatever attempts at decency may be made. And I have seen many ingenious and most praiseworthy attempts still. There is the fact of the old, and the young married and unmarried of both sexes, all herded together in one, and the same sleeping apartment. I do PG 324 not choose to put on paper the disgusting scenes that I have known to occur from the promiscuous crowding of the sexes together, seeing, however, to what the mind of the young female is exposed from her very childhood. I have long ceased to wonder at the otherwise seeming precocious licentiousness of conversation, which may be heard in every field where many of the young are at work together. Mr. Austin, Assistant Poor Law Commissioner, says, "The sleeping of boys and girls, young men and young women in beds almost touching one another must have the effect of breaking down the great barriers between the sexes. The accommodation for sleeping is such as necessarily to create early and illicit familiarity between the sexes." Without entering into disgusting details, the pain of perusing, which could add nothing to the value of the statements, the conclusion is indisputable, that much of prostitution, if not of prostitution for hire, certainly of prostitution from corrupt and profligate motives, is engendered by the vicious habits induced by habitual proximity of the sexes in early life. The prostitutes themselves frequently assign these habits as the commencement of their career of vice, and some even admit the breach of the closest natural ties during early youth, by reason of the too great facilities thus offered. The great importance of this want of decency and propriety in family life cannot be overrated. The contagious nature of vice is proverbial, and it is almost impossible to imagine the power attained by ill-conditioned children, and the fatal readiness with which their sinful words and practices are propagated. The cheap lodging-houses are a pendant to the close-packed dwellings of the poor, although they do not produce the same early pernicious results as indecency and immorality in family life. The latter prepare the way to the scenes of the common lodging-house, in which the lowest depth of vice is speedily reached. Here prostitution is habitual, regular institution of the place. The smallest imaginable quantities of food can be purchased. Adults, youths, and children of both sexes are received and herd promiscuously together. The prices of beds are of the lowest, from 3 to 6 cents. No questions are asked, and the place is free to all. A newcomer is soon initiated, or rather forced, into all the mysteries of iniquity. Obscenity and blasphemy are the staple conversation of the inmates. Every indecency is openly performed. The PG 325 girls recite aloud their experiences of life. 10 or a dozen sleep in one bed, many in a state of nudity. Indeed, the details of these places are horrible beyond description. Unmitigated vice and lustful orgies reign unchecked by precept or example, and the point of rivalry is as to who shall excel in filth and abomination. Example is the next immediate cause in what may be considered the natural series. There are few prostitutes who have children that these latter should follow. The same course is quite in the common course of events, although considerable anxiety is occasionally evinced by such women to have their children brought up to better courses. Such redemption is all but impossible in ordinary life. However, the mind of youth is often perverted by direct evil example in the elders, and as we have already remarked, the corruption of the human affections in their fountainhead family life, where they ought to be sweetest and purest, is more fatally demoralizing and more certain to ensure eventual ruin than almost any other. Fathers and mothers are both wanting often enough in their duty, although it is a matter of universal faith that the influence and example of the father are of less importance than that of the mother. A bad man may have virtuous children, a bad woman hardly ever. There are cases where the mother and daughter sleep in the same bed, each with a male partner. In the city of Edinburgh, there are 2 mothers prostitutes, each with 4 daughters. Prostitutes 5 prostitute mothers, each with 3 prostitute daughters, 10 such with 2 daughters each, and 24 such with 1 daughter each, all following the practices of the mothers. Such influences brought to bear on the young are irresistible. This may perhaps account for the number of sisters who carry on prostitution. The effect of mere sisterly example would be sufficient to account for the circumstance, but the parental becomes almost a compulsion, inasmuch as the parent in such circumstances. The mother will not only connive at, but be the main cause of her child's ruin for her own direct profit and advantage. This, indeed, seems more accordant with our ideas of the natural tendencies of prostitutes and procuresses than that such persons should be excessively anxious for their children's purity and moral welfare. Poverty is an integral part of nearly all the conditions of life, pg 326, which we have to consider as incentives to prostitution, in some instances more perhaps than may be generally credited. Poverty is a direct and proximate cause of this vice. In other words, women previously and otherwise virtuous do prostitute their bodies for bread, in most of the cases enumerated, except that purely natural but rare one, innate sexual desire. Poverty is a remote cause from the number of the human race who are under its griping, chilling pressure. Poverty may be set down as a fruitful source of prostitution. The connection of political circumstances with the phases of public morals is more intimate than the consideration of the superficial differences of the two matters would at first sight imply, but an attentive comparison of the state of public prosperity with the state of public crime will show that crime is somewhat dependent on food. The man with a well-filled stomach is no foe to order. Prostitution, as a means of supplying the cravings of hunger, is part of the same connection. It is true that in England there are poor laws and workhouses from and in which every destitute person without reference to character has a right to food and shelter. In the first place, however, the workhouses are objects of unmitigated aversion to the poorer classes. Various rules in themselves hard, but rendered necessary by consideration for the ratepayers as well as for the beneficiaries, such as separation of husband and wife, while receiving relief, separation of child and parent, etc., make the workhouse system odious to the worthy and honest poor, while the strict rules and the restraint and discipline enforced within the walls make it still more odious to those who place their happiness in license and irregularity. Added to this, in populous and poor districts, the claims upon the workhouse in seasons of distress are too numerous for its capabilities. It is an awful truth that notwithstanding the enormous revenues, nearly $50 millions per annum collected for poor relief, and the immense establishments instituted throughout the country for the support and shelter of the distressed, sometimes the number of applicants is so great that their demands cannot be met, possibly if these unfortunates could be distributed throughout the kingdom, so that the poverty of one spot could be balanced by the comparative prosperity of another. The fearful starvation in the midst of plenty, which is occasionally witnessed, need not occur. But in the meanwhile, and until the time when pg 327, all the schemes and devices of modern improvement and advancement shall be finally perfected and universal happiness attained, there is a mass of inconceivable wretchedness to be dealt with. In Household Words for November 1855, Mr. Dickens gives a harrowing picture of London distress, of which he was himself an eyewitness. It was a dark, rainy evening, and close against the wall of Whitechapel workhouse lay 5 bundles of rags. Mr. Dickens and his friend looked at them and attempted to rouse them. In vain. They knocked at the door, were admitted, saw the master of the workhouse, and asked him if he knew there were 5 human beings, female, sleeping on the ground outside. Cold and hungry, he did at first. He was annoyed. Such applications were frequent. Thou could he meet them? The house was full. The casual ward was full. What could he do more? When he found that Mr. Dickens' aim was inquiry, not fault-finding, he was softened. The case was certainly shocking. How was it to be met? Mr. Dickens said he had heard outside that these wretched beings had been there 2 nights already. It was very possible he could not deny or affirm it. There were often more in the same plight, sometimes 20 or 30. The master was obliged to give preference to women with children. The place was full. Unable to do more, Mr. Dickens left. On getting outside, he roused one of these poor wretches. She looked up but said nothing. He asked her if she was hungry. She merely looked an affirmative. Would she know where to get something to eat? She again assented in the same way. Then take this, and for God's sake go and get something. She took it, made no sign of thanks, gathered herself up, and slunk away, wilted into darkness, silent and heedless of all things. To what will not such misery as this compel suffering human nature? In times of commercial depression, the police of London note an increase of street prostitution. It is said in the cities of England that the permanent prostitution of each place has a numerical relation to the means of occupation. In Edinburgh, there are but few chances of employing female labour. Glasgow, Dundee and Paisley are the seats of manufactures and employ female labour extensively. According to Tate, the prostitution of Edinburgh far exceeds its proportion of prostitution to population as compared with the manufacturing towns. pg 328. It seems unnecessary to multiply instances of poverty and indigence inasmuch as the fact is most miserably indisputable. Shirt-making at 3 cents, pantaloon-making at 5 or 6 cents, unceasing labor of 14 hours a day, bringing in only 60 or 80 cents a week, and competition even to obtain this. As the London Times once said, the needle is the normal employment of every English woman. What then must be the condition of those tens of thousands who have nothing but that to depend upon? Of late years, too, a still farther competition has been introduced in that ingenious invention of our country, the sewing machine. In order to show the relation between unpaid and excessive labor and prostitution, we will instance a few cases. One young woman said she made moleskin pantaloons, a very strong, stiff fabric, at the rate of 15 cents per pair. She could manage 12 pairs per week. When there was full employment, sometimes she could not get work. She worked from 6 in the morning until 10 at night. With full work, she could make $2 a week, out of which she had to expend 38 cents for thread and candle on an average. In consequence of short work, she could not make more than 7 to 5 cents a week. Her father was dead, and she had to support her mother, who was 60 years of age. This girl endured her mode of existence for 3 years, till at length she agreed to live with a young man. When she made this statement, she was within 3 months of her confinement. She felt the disgrace of her condition to relieve her, from which she said she prayed for death, and would not have gone wrong if she could have helped it. Such a case as this scarcely comes within the term prostitution, but she stated that many girls at the shop advised prostitution as a resource, and that others should do as they did, as by that means they had procured plenty to eat and clothes to wear. She gave it as her opinion that none of the thousands of girls who work at the same business earn a livelihood by their needle, but that all must and do prostitute themselves to eke out a subsistence. Another woman, a case more directly in point, also said she could not earn more than 7 to 5 cents. She was a widow, pg 329, and had 3 children when her husband died herself, and her children had to live on these 7 to 5 cents. She might have gone into the workhouse and been there better supported than by her labor. Had she done so, the laws of the workhouse are inexorable. She would have been separated from her children. Although one child died, she was now so reduced that she could not procure food. She took to the streets for a living, and she declared that hundreds of married and single women were doing the same thing for the same reasons. A widow who had buried all her children could not support herself from sheer inability to do so. She took to prostitution. A remarkably fine-looking young woman, whose character for sobriety, honesty, and industry was vouched by a number of witnesses as unimpeachable, had been compelled to work at fine shirts, by which she could not earn more on an average than 35 cents a week. She had a child, and being unwilling to go to the workhouse, she was driven by indigence to the streets, struck with remorse and shame, and for the sake of her child determined to abandon prostitution. She fasted whole days, sleeping in wintertime in sheds. Once her child's legs froze to her side, and necessity again compelled her to take to her former course. Her father had been an independent preacher. These circumstances and innumerable others will establish incontestably the intimate relation which poverty bears to prostitution. A consideration of such circumstances as the foregoing, and the everyday observation of hosts of others of a similar character, which will come within the cognizance of anyone who searches into human motives, must incline all but the most outrageously virtuous to judge more tenderly of the failings and errors of their fellow creatures. All young females engaged in sewing are liable to the same distress, and the same resource against it is of course open to all. The hard labor and long hours are the least part of the evil, although in that light even there would be ground for commiseration. The real grievance is that the most patient and industrious pg 330 cannot by any hours of labor earn a sufficiency to support themselves. It is true that the workhouse is the legal refuge of the poor, but the tender mercies of the workhouse have passed into a proverb. The policy of the poor laws as administered is to deter the needy from applying for relief, except in very extreme cases. Hence many rules are made, and much formality is interposed, which render the legal provisions so irksome and unbearable that many fly to the nearest means of satisfying their wants, rather than demand their legal rights. Domestic servants are, in respect of their removal from absolute want while in service, more happily situated than those who are thus dependent upon the needle. But they are open to influences of another kind. We mean seduction by masters and male members of the household. Where this evil begins is an exceedingly difficult question to determine. When corrupted, they become themselves by the very opportunities. They possess ready and dangerous instruments of corruption and contribute to disseminate the poisons of immorality and of bodily disease. We have already incidentally mentioned that this class is at times open to a great deal of poverty and distress, namely when out of service, and at such times they are peculiarly the mark for the lures of persons who make seduction their business and profitable occupation. The domestic servants and the sewing women are the principal adult laborers of Great Britain. Except the factory girls in 1851, there were female domestic servants 905,165, dressmakers 270,000, seamstresses 72,940, staymakers 12,969, and of these 1/3 were under 20 years of age. Places of public amusement in England are few when compared with those of the continent, and their influence must be proportionately less. On the continent, dancing saloons are a prominent feature in England. This character of entertainment is almost unknown in London. There are a few places of this sort, such for example as Cremorne Gardens. Mr. Tate lays some stress on the evil effects of dancing houses in Edinburgh. We should be inclined to think the cases of misconduct traceable to these places actually few in number, though not unworthy of notice. The single females who frequent dancing rooms, theatres, and other similar places in England, without friends or family, escort, have very little virtue to risk the country fairs, are far pg 331 more injurious. They are indiscriminately attended by all ages and sexes, and their effects upon the female agricultural population are often very pernicious. Greenwich Fair, a 3 days scene of rollicking and junketing, was held at Easter and Whitsuntide in the outskirts of London, but is now abolished. It had its uses a century or two ago, but recently had been attended by all the idlers of London of both sexes, and was justly dreaded by the friends of youth. It is proverbial that more young women were debauched at Greenwich Fair, allowing for its duration, than at any other place in England. Ill-assorted marriages are decidedly a cause of prostitution. Certainly breach of the marriage vow is one thing, prostitution for hire another. In estimating the number of prostitutes in Edinburgh at 800, Mr. Tate adds 200 to them under the head of married women, which he considers accrue from ill-assorted marriages. That the marriage was ill-assorted is plainly shown by its result, and that want of congeniality and temperament is the cause of prostitution. To the extent thus named, we have no ground to question. He speaks of such women selling their favors generally to one lover, only occasionally to anyone who will pay. Although the latter forms what is commonly known as prostitution, no other construction can be put upon the former. Love of dress is another incident which many writers, and Mr. Tate among them, have introduced into the direct causes of prostitution. We should consider it doubtful if any woman ever positively sold her virtue for a new gown or a knot of ribbons. Of course, after the Rubicon is crossed, all subsequent steps are easy and may be taken from any motive. The love of admiration, which under regulation is sometimes a commendable instinct, when uncontrolled becomes a snare. The love of dress is a modification of this sentiment, and may help to work out the effect when other causes have overthrown the balance of the mind. Juvenile prostitution. We have now arrived in the consideration of the causes of prostitution in England at decidedly the most painful of all the phenomena connected with this condition of human life. namely the immense extent of juvenile depravity. We have already sketched the evils of insufficient house accommodation and its noxious effects upon the morals of the rising generation. In this connection, also bad example is particularly PG 332 prominent perhaps. Indeed, with respect to the young, evil communications are the greatest dangers. The workhouse was formerly one great hotbed of vice, and the greatest license and irregularity prevailed in every department. That children born or brought up in such a place should grow up debased was perfectly in the expected course of things. Now, however, under the new Poor Laws Commission, the scene is stripped of its more revolting accessories. The sexes do not mingle, children do not associate with adults. Some modicum of education is given, the sweetest and holiest of all ties. That a family is yet wanting and self-respect is totally deficient in the absence of these protective influences. The wonder is not that so many children should turn out ill, but that so many girls should turn out well. Formerly, also, there was a system of compulsory pauper apprenticeship, and the interests of the parish apprentice out of doors were very little looked after. This again has been altered both in town and country, and the improvement is marked. Even with all this, it is recorded in the London Times, June 1848, that a correspondent visiting one of the metropolitan workhouses was struck by the happy and healthy appearance of the female children, and inquired of the master of the workhouse what became of all of them. He was informed that they were sent out at the age of 14 as servants or in other capacities, and that 9/10 of them, after coming backward and forward from their places to the workhouse, eventually got corrupted and took to the streets. Factories are made accountable by many writers for much juvenile immorality, and prostitution. Factories in England are, as most of our readers are aware, institutions materially differing in some respects from those of our own country. In no feature is there so wide a dissimilarity as in the character of the workpeople. The factory children of England are the offspring of the poorest of the community, whose only heritage is pauperism, with wages at no time too good and often at starvation point. The miserable earnings of the factory operatives are still farther reduced by constant strikes and contests with their employers, in which it is a foregone conclusion that the workmen must yield. Macaulay tells us that 2 centuries ago the employment of children in factories and the dependence of the parents bred upon the children's earnings was a notorious fact, much condemned by philanthropists. The introduction of machinery and the value of child labor, PG 333, gradually aggravated all the horrors of the factory system, the enormity of which called down the indignation of the non-manufacturing community and compelled the protective interference of Parliament. The 10 Hours Bill, the Factory Children's Education Regulations, appointment by government of factory commissioners and inspectors have all contributed to ameliorate the hard lot of the factory child. The employment of very young children in factories is still to be regretted, or rather its necessity, for probably it is better they should be employed in a not very laborious occupation than left to roam the streets. The direct influence of factory work on juvenile prostitution is insisted on by many writers. By others, some reservations have been introduced, such as the young associate only during hours of recreation. In business hours, they are generally employed in different parts of the building. They have a certain amount of education. Their parents are generally or very often employed in the same establishment. Assume that these children were not in the factory. Where would they be, and what could they do? Are evil influences rife only in the factory? The overcrowding at home, the frequent drunkenness and debauchery of their parents, and associates, the endless indigence, the frequent visits to the workhouses, are all circumstances which have been considered and argued in the case. But of the fact of juvenile prostitution and depravity in factory populations, none can doubt of its being exclusively or chiefly attributable to factory life. Others are not certain that children who labor in factories and thereby contribute to the family earnings and their own support could do better in the present condition of English society is doubtful. Milliners are required to devote a portion of their time to education. Sunday schools are established. Personal attention is paid by leading milliners to the improvement of the poor. Many build good cottages, for which, by the way, they receive a good interest in the way of rent. Many inspect the schools. Some build schoolhouses and pay the teachers. The good example of benevolent milliners, in a measure, compels others whose moral perceptions are less keen to follow them. You would not be supposed to argue that English cotton factories are types of the millennium any more than are similar institutions on this side of the Atlantic. In fact, we have a very decided opinion on the matter, but common honesty requires that PG 334, the opinion of all who have investigated the subject, should be fairly recorded in submitting the various arguments adduced in favor of factory labor and its bearing on immorality. We present merely subjects for consideration. Disease in children. A fact of importance to public health is the disease acquired by children in the first address issued by the London Society for the Protection of Young Females. It is stated that in 3 of the London hospitals during the preceding 8 years, there had been no less than 2,700 cases of venereal disease in children between 11 and 16 years of age. Dr. Ryan, on the same subject, speaking from his professional experience as medical officer of several charities, mentions the shock he felt on seeing numerous cases of venereal disease in children. Mr. Miller of Glasgow testifies to the same fact. The very imperfect data which exist on this important branch of our subject will not enable one to form any sound opinion on the spread of disease from these juvenile sources. It is, however, reasonable to conclude from the few facts and from the very facilities afforded at their age for intercommunication between children that the spread of disease from direct contamination and the deterioration of health and constitution from unknown excesses must be very great. Obscene publications of these there are vast numbers, and the extent of juvenile contamination from this source must be very great. The Society for the Suppression of Vice in London reports having seized at different periods thousands of obscene books, copperplates, and prints, all of which they caused to be destroyed within a period of 3 years. They procured the destruction of blasphemous and impure books, 279. Obscene publications, 1162. Obscene songs on sheets, 1495. Obscene prints, 10,493. And even this was but an item in the calculation. The police of London take but little interest in this matter. The above-mentioned society is the principal agent in the repression of this infamous species of depravity. There are certain places in London in which the trade still lives and flourishes, notwithstanding the attacks made upon it. Holywell Street in the Strand and the vicinity of Leicester Square are places of disgraceful notoriety in this respect. The secret is that wherever PG 335 there is a public demand, no repressive laws will ever prevent trade. The attempt at repression but makes it more profitable. To the corruption of the youthful mind and the preparatives for prostitution, these publications must contribute. It is matter of question what number of prostitutes have become such directly from this cause. The results of visitorial inspection do not show among London prostitutes any more than elsewhere a taste for books and prints of an obscene tendency. Their taste in literature is that which would prevail among persons of low intellectual caliber. Startling tales, romances with a plentiful spice of horrors, thrilling love stories, highly wrought and exaggerated narratives are their taste. In the practice of prostitution, the use of indecent or prurient prints is chiefly for the adornment of visitors' rooms in brothels. Education. In the relations between education and crime are found no distinctive marks, whereby prostitution may be separated from any other development of vice or immorality. It is to be presumed that the same general laws which apply to the unregulated manifestation of the passions apply to those with which prostitution is chiefly implicated. In the present generation, it is generally assumed that crime is the offspring of ignorance. Therefore, education is the cry. Education has become a party watchword in England. The necessity of education, the quality and the quantity, with all the minor propositions that branch off from the main question, are and have been for years the subject of the hottest polemics, but recent results evolved from statistical inquiries would seem to call up the previous question as to the value of education at all. The present work is not the place in which to discuss the fact or to point out a remedy or indicate the deficiencies of a system which can suffer such a question to arise. We give the facts from the parliamentary reports of 18,461,840. 8. It appears that the number of educated criminals in England was at that time more than twice, and in Scotland more than 3.5, that of the uneducated. Years England, Scotland. Educated, uneducated, educated, uneducated. 1846, 16,963, 76, 98, 30, 155, 903. 1847, 19,307, 90, 50, 35, 62, 1048. 1848, 20,176, 96, 71, 39, 80, 5, 911. In calculating a percentage on certain criminal returns during the undermentioned years, the results were page 336. 1840, 1841, 1842, 1843, 1844, 1845, 1846. Uneducated 33, 53, 33, 32, 33, 21, 32, 35, 30, 129, 77, 30, 61, 30, 66. Imperfectly educated 53, 48, 55, 57, 56, 67, 58, 32, 57, 60, 59, 28, 58, 34, 59, 51. Well-educated 1007, 829, 740, 677, 802, 812, 838, 771. Superior education 32, 37, 45, 22, 47, 42, 37, 34. Unascertained 260, 240, 5, 227, 230, 4, 290, 1, 240, 1, 230, 178. 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. This table, which on its face conclusively establishes an increase in criminals imperfectly educated, and a decrease both in those who could read and write well, and those who could not read or write at all may be, and has been made the subject of much pseudo-philosophical remark, as proving the injury of education in the first place. It only shows the effects of partial education if it shows anything but the misfortune of statistical results, is that they are relied on too implicitly with a narrow-minded subservience to figures and facts, whereas they require to be accompanied with explanatory circumstances, which may either enhance their value up to the point of mathematical demonstration, or may so pare them away as to render them perfectly worthless. In the consideration of the above figures, all that would seem to appear is that there was an increase of education keeping pace with the increase of population, and that in the statistics of crime, the increase of imperfectly educated people would be as perceptible as elsewhere. Mere reading and writing unaccompanied by moral elevation will not reform mankind alone. They will not prevent a hungry man from satisfying his hunger. The words of Caesar apply to criminals equally as to conspirators. Let me have men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men, and such as sleep o' nights. Yon Cassius has a lean and hungry look. Pursuing this question, and turning to the population tables of 1851, the period of the last census, we find that Middlesex was the most generally educated county, taking the signature of the marriage register. As the test of education, 82% signed the marriage register, yet in the list of criminality Middlesex stood third of all the counties of England. Gloucester, which was first in crime, was far from being the most ignorant. Their 65% signed the register. The general average of the whole population by the same list is 40%. Here again is a qualifying circumstance. London is included in Middlesex, with its vast seething mass of human misery and corruption, pg 337, to swell the record of crime, while its general population is of course about the most intelligent of the British Empire, so that in the same spot is found at once the greatest intelligence and the greatest misery. We are not aware of such qualifying circumstances in Gloucestershire. Dr. Ryan, writing on this point, refers to the Metropolitan Police Report for 1837, by which it appears that of prostitutes arrested in that year there. Could not read or write 1773. Read and write imperfectly 1237. Well 89. Had received a good education for. Total 30, 103. This is a tolerably fair criterion, for although, as before said, the police only interfere with peacebreakers, and all these came under the technical term of drunk and disorderly, still, we believe the state of prostitution in London to be such that an average proportion of all classes of courtesans pass through the hands of the police during the year. Mr. Tate, speaking of Edinburgh, confirms the view put forward as to educational influences. A large proportion of the Edinburgh prostitutes, 87%, read and write. The Scottish peasantry are perhaps the best educated in Europe, and those girls who come to Edinburgh from the country are no exception to the rule. The uneducated, Mr. Tate thinks, are city girls. As to the religious denomination of prostitutes, for that a prostitute may have a religion, we may say, in the kindly spirit of Corporal Trim, but doubtingly a Negro has a soul, your honor. In Edinburgh they include all sects, except Independents, Baptists, and Quakers. There may be those who smile at the idea of a prostitute having any belief. How many of us are there whose actions are accordant with our religious professions of London? We have no data on this point. Illegitimate births seem by common consent of most writers to be classed with details of prostitution in France. It is said by those who profess intimate local knowledge, there is almost a prejudice against marriage. Although it can be performed as a legal ceremony, we think Bale St. John states this fact in the poorer districts of London, the East End, for example. It is notorious that numbers live in a state of concubinage again in the country, and away from the dense population of towns. A woman of PG 338 immoral habits may often be found, who has had 2 or 3 illegitimate children by different men, with whom she has cohabited. Such a woman would most probably have been a prostitute in a town. As it is, she is no better. Still, she is not a prostitute for hire. But to proceed to details. The number of illegitimate births in every 1,000 births in the various counties is as follows. Cumberland, 108. Norfolk, 105. Hereford, 100. Salop, 99. Nottingham, 91. Cheshire, 89. Westmoreland, 87. Suffolk, 81. Derby, 81. Berks, 79. Leicester, 79. North Wales, 78. South Wales, 72. York, 71. Stafford, 69. Sussex, 68. Cambridge, 66. Lincoln, 64. Middlesex, 40. Cumberland is a pastoral and mountainous county with a thin-listed population. Norfolk is an agricultural and grazing county broken up into large farms. Neither county has many large towns. Stafford is a manufacturing county with a long list of thickly populated small towns in which as great indigence and misery can be found as in any part of England. Middlesex contains London. Here, then, we see at once that illegitimacy and prostitution are not the same thing. Where there are no prostitutes, there are bastards. But the women in the country are mostly employed. They are obliged to work in the fields, rough country labor, or in some domestic manufacture, such as button-making, stocking-making, etc. An apparent paradox may be here mentioned. Although not intimately affecting these investigations, the preponderance of bastards is accompanied by a preponderance of early marriages. This has been accounted for by the theory that both are dependent on sexual instincts, precociously or excessively stimulated, which seek marriage when practicable or illicit intercourse where not. Illegitimacy is somewhat regulated by the disproportionate number of the sexes. In an excess of females, there are few bastards. In an excess of males, there are many. Upon this fact, unattended by qualifying circumstances, might be based an argument. PG 339. As to the innate sexual instinct in females, it might have been expected the relations would be somewhat different, namely, an increase of prostitution with an excess of men, but an increase of bastards with an excess of women. The number of rapes in England seems to be governed by the excess of men over women, where the number of illegitimate children exceeds the average rape, is less frequent. The cases of abuse of children between the ages of 10 and 12 are 3 in every 10 million of the whole population. There is some difficulty in this matter arising from a legal technicality on the subject of age. In any case, neither of the last items of criminality is of any value, inasmuch as they include only those cases judicially investigated and proved to conviction. Many are guilty yet acquitted, and many more are never charged with the offense. Shame prevents parties prosecuting, or in the case of children, the fact does not transpire, or else it is compromised. Keeping a brothel is, as we have said, an offense at common law. We have a computation of the number of offenses of this kind, based upon every 10 million of the population in Middlesex. It was 296, in Lancashire 183. Both counties include the most populous towns in England. Lancashire contains Manchester and Liverpool. This fact also is of little value owing to the peculiar administration of the law on the subject. Remote or indirect injuries to the public safety are not noticed in England. The police may be well aware of crime meditated and planned, and of the haunts of crime, but the theory of public justice is cure, not prevention. Concealment of birth is an offense which, as it emanates from undue sexual intercourse, is generally associated with prostitution. In Hereford and other counties, the proportion of illegitimate births is 88 out of every 1,000 born, and there were 22 concealments to every 1,000 bastards. In 4 counties, the illegitimate births were 58 in 1,000, and the concealments 13 in 1,000 illegitimates. In 15 counties, there were 53 illegitimates in every 1,000 births, and 27 concealments to every 1,000 illegitimates. With the largest proportion of illegitimates, there are the fewest concealments, namely, with 79 illegitimates out of 1,000 births. There were only 12 concealments to 1,000 illegitimates. PG 340. It is absolutely impossible to ascertain the number of prostitutes in London with any degree of certainty, and even a satisfactory approximation is exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, it is most important to attain as nearly as possible to the actual facts, because without this knowledge, no adequate idea can be formed of the vast seedbed of disease and corruption in constant action in a great capital city, shedding forth and disseminating its pernicious growth on every side through channels unknown and unsuspected. Mr. Colquhoun, a magistrate of the British metropolis, toward the close of the last century, 1796, made an arbitrary enumeration fixing the number of prostitutes in London at 50,000. Doctors Ryan Campbell, Mr. Talbot, and others carry their estimate in 1840 to 80,000. Mr. Mayne, now Sir Richard Mayne, Chief Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police in 1840, made an estimate of the number of regular London prostitutes, which he considers were then 8,000, and upward. The seemingly irreconcilable discrepancy of these numbers is no doubt to be found in the loose terminology of the one party and the technicality of the other. The term prostitute would seem to be best applied to those unhappy females who make prostitution their sole calling, and may therefore be styled regular prostitutes, while the larger estimate includes all shades, both regular and occasional or irregular, by which is understood those females with whom prostitution is auxiliary to some reputable calling. We cannot find that any reliable or detailed returns have been made on this branch of public life by the London police, although they must possess peculiar and exclusive powers of preparing them. As long back as 1837, the following rough calculation was made. Versed. Class 2D. Class 3D. Class total. Well-dressed prostitutes in brothels 813, 62, 2895. Well-dressed prostitutes walking the streets 14, 60, 79, 73, 1612. Prostitutes infesting low neighborhoods 35, 33, 147, 184, 38, 64. 58, 06, 288, 277, 63, 71. On this return, Mr. Maine very probably based his estimate of 1,840,310. PG 341, Mr. Talbot, the Secretary of the Society for the Protection of Young Females, made the subject one of special inquiry both personally and with the aid of the local police of the different cities. And although his details are very meager, he professes to have satisfied himself of the general accuracy of the following figures showing the regular prostitutes in various cities. Edinburgh, 800. Glasgow, 1800. Liverpool, 2900. Leeds, 700. Manchester, 700. All parties are, however, agreed in representing that it is impracticable to form anything like a correct estimate of the number of female servants, milliners, and women in the upper and middle classes of society who might properly be classed with prostitutes, or of the women who frequent theatres, barracks, ships, prisons, etc. In 1851, the police of Dublin published in their statistical returns the number of prostitutes in that city, which is the only public or official paper on the point having any appearance of system or accuracy. It is as follows. 1848, brothels 385, prostitutes 1343. 1849, 330, 1344. 1850, 272, 1215. 1851, 297, 1170. This table shows a steady decrease in the number of these women. We are uninformed as to any local causes for this, nor do we know whether it has been balanced by an increase of sly or occasional prostitution. From the preceding figures, a calculation has been made of the regular prostitutes relatively to the population in the several towns. It appears to have been based on the number of inhabitants at the date of the various estimates. That of Dublin is according to the census of 1851, the remainder according to that of 1841. PG 342, proportion of prostitutes to population. Number of prostitutes proportion to population. To males to females to total. Population. Liverpool 2901 to 43, 1 to 45, 1 to 88. Manchester 701 to 156, 1 to 169, 1 to 325. Leeds 701 to 71 to 75, 1 to 145. Edinburgh 801 to 106, 1 to 130, 1 to 236. Glasgow 1801 to 87, 1 to 97, 1 to 184. Dublin 1171 to 101, 1 to 119, 1 to 220. Cork 351 to 113, 1 to 134, 1 to 247. The mean of the above may be taken as a fair representation of the general state of the kingdom. The qualifying circumstances to which we have already made allusion as peculiar to each city or district are of course neutralized by the aggregate. For example, Liverpool is a great seaport town, and a large number of regular prostitutes would be inevitable there. In Manchester, a large manufacturing city with an immense pauper and factory operative population, the trade of prostitution would meet with less profitable custom. Accordingly, we find the proportion much smaller. Glasgow is both manufacturing and commercial there again. The proportion is larger. Dublin has but little commerce, but is a capital city and has a court and a large garrison. The combination of all these circumstances is found in London, and a fair estimate would be obtained by adding all the preceding proportions together, which would give a mean of about 1 in 232, and this, upon the population 2,362,000, is within a fraction of 10,000. We have seen that Mr. Maine in 1840 stated his opinion to be that there were about 8,000 regular prostitutes in London, qualifying that statement by a profession of total ignorance as to the irregulars who did not make prostitution their only means of living. Mr. Maine had peculiar sources of information open to him and it is more than probable that his opinion was well-founded from the above calculation, from the best sources available to us. On this very obscure question, we are satisfied to assume 10,000 as at least a probable approximation to the number of regular prostitutes in London. Mr. Main, in his statement on this subject, mentioned that pg 343 there were 3335 brothels. Some authors have attempted to make a calculation of the number of prostitutes on the basis of this number of houses. One has assumed 3, another 10. Dr. Wardlaw has fixed upon 5 women per house, without, as it appears to us, any precise reason for preferring that figure. These different opinions may be thus worked out. 5 women in each house would give 16,675 prostitutes. 4, as in Dublin, would give 13,340. 3, as in Cork, 10,005. We have not been able to obtain Mr. Main's statement ipsissimis verbis, and failing that we may be in error, but we should be inclined to think that in his official capacity as a magistrate, and in his personal character as a lawyer, Mr. Main would be apt to assign the term brothel indiscriminately to all houses trading in prostitution, whether houses of assignation or houses in which prostitutes habitually reside. If our reading of the word brothels in this sense be correct, it is clear that any attempt to enumerate on the basis of the women attached to each house would be fallacious. The expression used by the Dublin police is houses frequented or occupied, and its ambiguity shows that the authorities there considered the word brothel in the sense given to it by English jurists. How does this number of 10,000 regular prostitutes bear on the population? In London, there are above 20 years of age. Male, female. Bachelors 196,851. Spinsters 246,124. Husbands 398,624. Wives 406,266. Widowers 37,064. Widows 110,028. Totals 632,540, 762,418. Omitting fractions, the proportions would be: on bachelors and widowers, 1 in 23. Total male population, 163. Female, 176. Aggregate population, above 20 years of age, 139. This would establish 10,000 as the nucleus of the prostitution system of London. Those females who come within the designation of irregular prostitutes are in no respect less prejudicial to the community than the regulars. The difference is that they have some other real or nominal occupation, which they pg 344 follow, according to circumstances. An even moderately correct estimate of their number is little better than guesswork, and we therefore think it expedient to put our readers in possession of our own limited means of information, and take them on to a conclusion. There are so many elements to be taken into the account, and the data are so scanty that we only consider ourselves justified in intimating an opinion rather than announcing a satisfactory conclusion. To show the extremes to which the doctrine of possibilities may lead in this development of misery and vice, we will recur to the statement of some of the London prostitute needlewomen themselves. We quote from Mayhew's letters to the Morning Chronicle. I now come to the second test that was adopted in order to verify my conclusions. This was the convening of such a number of needlewomen and slopworkers as would enable me to arrive at a correct average. As to the earnings of the class, I was particularly anxious to do this not only with regard to the more respectable portions of the operatives, but also with reference to those who I had been given to understand resorted to prostitution in order to eke out their subsistence. I consulted a friend who is well acquainted with the habits and feelings of slopworkers as to the possibility of gathering together a number of women who would be willing to state that they had been forced to take to the streets on account of the low prices for their work. He told me he was afraid from the shame of their mode of life becoming known, it would be almost impossible to collect together a number of females who would be ready to say as much publicly. However, it was decided that at least the experiment should be made, and that everything should be done to assure the parties of the strict privacy of the assemblage, it was arranged that this gentleman and myself should be the only male persons visible on the occasion, and that the place of meeting should be as dimly lighted as possible, so they could scarcely see or be seen by one another, or by us. Cards of admission were issued privately, and to my friend's astonishment, as many as 25 came on the evening, named to the appointed place, intent upon making known the sorrows and sufferings that had driven them to fly to the streets in order to get the bread, which the wretched prices paid for their labor would not permit them to obtain. Never in all history was such a sight seen, or such tales heard there. In the dim haze of the large bare room in which they met sat women and girls, some with babies sucking at their breasts, others in rags, and even those borrowed in order that they might come and tell their misery to the PG 345 world. I have witnessed many a scene of sorrow lately. I have heard stories that have unmanned me, but never till last Wednesday had I heard or seen anything so solemn, so terrible as this. If ever eloquence was listened to, it was in the outpourings of these poor lorn mothers' hearts for their base-born little ones, as each told her woes and struggles, and published her shame amid the convulsive sobs of others, nay, of all present behind a screen removed from sight, so as not to wound the modesty of the women, who were nevertheless aware of their presence. Sat two reporters from this journal to take down verbatim the confessions and declarations of those assembled, and to them I am indebted for the following report of the statements made at the meeting. Then follow a series of most heartrending statements, all to the same purport as those quoted in other parts of this work, and bearing all the internal evidence of truth. The letter concludes with the following sentence. They were unanimous in declaring that a large number of the trade, probably 1/4 of the whole, or 1/2 of those who had no husbands or parents to support them, resorted to the streets to eke out a living accordingly, assuming the government returns to be correct, and that there are upward of 11,000 females under 20 living by needle and slop work. The numerical amount of prostitution becomes awful to contemplate. Thus then we have it in evidence that probably 1/4 of all women engaged in sewing occupations for a livelihood are compelled to have occasional recourse to prostitution as their only and compulsory refuge from starvation. The number of women engaged in these sewing occupations is enormous. According to the census of 1851, they constitute indeed the main support of the female working population throughout Great Britain, exclusive of domestic servants, laundresses, and persons employed in agricultural pursuits. And in the cotton and linen factories, the figures for the three kingdoms are as follows. Hatters 3,500. Straw hat makers 20,500. Bonnet makers 7,600. Cap makers 4,700. Furriers 1,900. Tailors 17,600. Shawl makers 3,200. Milliners 267,400. Seamstresses 72,900. Staymakers 12,700. Stocking makers 30,700. Glovers 25,300. Casemakers 31,400. Page 346. In all Great Britain, this class numbers 1,787,600, of whom there are under 20 years of age 458,168. We have not the details of the occupations of London, but the proportion which the population of the metropolis bears to that of Great Britain is about 1/9. 1/9 of the above aggregate would give for London about 196,500 women engaged in the sewing trades, all of whom, it may be assumed, are over 15. We omit from the consideration of female trades those engaged in agricultural pursuits and factories, such occupations having comparatively few representatives in the metropolitan districts, although there are more of them than would be supposed. Laundresses are also omitted, as a very large proportion of them in and about London are, as is well known, married and middle-aged women. But another class, to which all writers assign a large amount of prostitution, are domestic servants, a body most numerously represented in London. There are in the metropolis 165,100 domestic servants, the peculiarly unprotected character of whom, as a class, may be inferred from the singular fact that to the workhouse, the hospital, and the lunatic asylum, they supply an immense number of inmates, exceeding that of any other class. Thus, then, are shown two very large figures amounting together to 361,000, as the stock from which prostitutes to any extent may be procured. Some consideration, perhaps, of the ages of prostitutes, and of other circumstances in the condition of the female population, may enable us to appreciate the state of the case, without being driven to the necessity of looking on these enormous totals as incapable of reduction. Nature would indicate the period between 15 and 45 as the age during which the trade of prostitution must be carried on. Much has been said as to the means used for decoying young children for purposes of prostitution. Of the fact we are perfectly convinced, but should think it of little numerical importance in the aggregate body. The influence of evil communication on the young is of infinitely greater mischief, and the extent of youthful depravity from this cause is very great among the poorer classes, and would oblige us to date the commencing age of prostitution back to 12 years. As to the period of life at which the prostitute's career is terminated, it is contended by some of the English writers that only an infinitesimal proportion reach the age of 4 to 5, in the exercise pg 347 of their soul and health-destroying trade. Mr. Tate says in less than 1 year from the commencement of their wicked career. These females bear evident marks of their approaching decay, and in the course of 3 years very few can be recognized by their old acquaintance, if they are so fortunate as to survive that period. These remarks apply more especially to those who are above 20 years of age, when they join the ranks of the victims from the average of Edinburgh. Mr. Tate goes on to assume that not above 1 in 11 survives 25 years of age, and taking together those who persist in vice, and those who after having abandoned it die of diseases, which originated from the excesses they were addicted to during its continuance, perhaps not less than a fifth or sixth of all who have embraced this course of sin die annually. Dr. Ryan seems to adopt an opinion that the average duration of life after commencing prostitution is 4 years. Captain Miller of Glasgow thinks that the average age at which women become abandoned is from 15 to 20, and the average duration of women continuing this vice is about 5 years. The ages of patients admitted into the Lock Hospital at Edinburgh were as follows: under 15 years, 42; from 15 years to 20 years, 662; 2025, 199; 25, 30, 69; 30, 30, 516; 35, 46; over 40 years, 6; total 1,000. These figures alone would go to make out the presumption that the ages of prostitutes are between 12 and 30, and that 8,611,000 are between 15 and 25. According to the above table, 9/10 of the number at 20 have disappeared at 30, and according to Captain Miller's opinion that cases of reform and abandonment of their life are very rare, the conclusion would be that their career ends in death. pg 348, the duration of prostitution being ascertained, we would find the number of women between the ages of 15 and 25. In the whole female population, this is 1/5, but the very aged or the very youthful are necessarily excluded from the classes of workwomen and servants of servants. Indeed, there are 5 and upward under 20 to 3 above 20 years of age. This, therefore, would indicate very little reduction of the numbers. It is reasonable to suppose that some portion of the above are married women having husbands living, and if so, it is not an unreasonable supposition that their wives are not obliged to have recourse to prostitution. In fact, the poor creatures themselves seem to imply that immunity. The number of wives is about 1/3 of the whole female population. Of these wives, about 1/4 are employed in trades apart from those of their husbands. If we deduct only such a proportion from the suing women, it makes something when we have to deal with such enormous masses, we should strike off nearly 50,000, leaving only 150,000 suing women. There is comfort, however, in the fact that of these suing women, PG 349 3/4 are known to be over 20 years of age, and if we only assume 1/2 instead of 3/4, allowing the other fourth for the difference between 20 and 25 years of age, it brings our figure down to 7 to 5,000. All these deductions are, we fear, in excess, and it must be recollected, moreover, that the above large sums by no means include all the female occupations of London, but merely those classes which, either from the temptation incident to their position or from the imperative demands of want and necessity, are by competent authority supposed to be peculiarly obnoxious to the risk of prostitution, if to this large number of women, which we cannot assume at less than 273,000 between the ages of 12 and 25, be added all the other denizens of a great city unexampled in its magnitude, embracing in itself all the peculiarities of all other cities, at once a manufacturing, a commercial, a garrison, and a capital city, and finally containing the largest population in the world, one such item being nearly 400,000 single females over 12 years of age then. Indeed, the mass of misery, wretchedness, vice, and crime there accumulated appalls the mind seeking to grapple with it, and oppresses us with the apprehension that even 80,000, the highest estimate which has been made, is when understood to include all contingencies not an incredible figure. Englishmen pride themselves, and it must be admitted, not without reason, on their numerous and admirable public charities in this particular direction. It would seem that public munificence has not been so liberally displayed, as in some others joy shall be in heaven over one sinner that repenteth more than over 99 just persons does not, we fear, apply to minds and hearts of earthly mold people in charitable, as in other institutions, like to see a return for their investment, and PG 350, notwithstanding the immense field for benevolent labor in prostitution, there is a general impression among both the public and officials that it is an irretrievably barren waste, and that it is worse than profitless to squander money and time upon it. The results which have been achieved would, however, show that the exertions of philanthropy, although not producing so much fruit as in some other quarters, have not been entirely vain. In reference to these results, too, it must be borne in mind that the discipline of the various institutions is severe, and even repellent, a policy ill adapted to ensure a large amount of success. The Lock Hospital is the oldest institution in London for the benefit of lost females, and is devoted entirely to the cure of venereal disease. It was founded in the year 1747, and in a century had cured 45,448 cases. The Magdalen Hospital of London was founded in 1758, and up to January 1844 had received 6968 females. The results were as follows: reconciled to their friends or placed in service or other reputable employment, 4752. Discharged at their own request, 1182. For improper conduct, 720. Died, 109. Sent to other institutions being insane or afflicted with incurable diseases, 107. Eloped, 2. Remaining in the hospital, 96. Total 69, 68. A considerable number of the women, when discharged from the institution, are under 20 years of age, and it is an invariable rule not to dismiss anyone unless at her own desire, or for misconduct, without some means being provided by which she may obtain a livelihood in an honest manner. The Lock Asylum was founded in 1787 for the reception of penitent female patients when discharged from the Lock Hospital, and up to March 1837, the number of women received was 980. The results were: reconciled to their friends, 170. Placed in service or employment, 281. Died, 22. Remaining in asylum, 18. Total 491. Of the remaining number, many had been sent to their parishes, PG 351, some had eloped, and some had been expelled for improper conduct, but of several even of these favorable accounts had been afterward received. Some of them were known to be married and living creditably, and others were earning a living honestly. We have been unable to obtain any account of the operations of this institution since the year 1837. The London Female Penitentiary was instituted in 1807. Of 6939 applicants, 2717 were admitted into the house. The results were reconciled and restored to friends placed in service or otherwise provided for 1543. Discharged from various causes, 631. At their own request, 350. Emigrated, 47. Sent to their parishes, 23. Died, 28. Remaining in penitentiary, 95. Total 27, 17. The Guardian Society was established in 1812, and from that period up to 1843 had admitted 1932 wretched outcasts to partake of the advantages it offered. The results were restored to their friends, 533. Placed in service or satisfactorily provided for, 455. Discharged or withdrawn, 843. Sent to their parishes, 53. Died, 17. Remaining in institution, 31. Total 1932. Besides these institutions, others have been established with similar objects, namely the British Penitent Female Refuge, the Female Mission, the South London Penitentiary, and one or two others. As compared with the great number of unfortunate women in London, these institutions have effected but a very small amount of good during 7 to 7 years, ending 1835. 10,005 females were received with the walls of 4 of the London asylums, of which number 6,262, more than 3/5, were satisfactorily provided for, and 2,980 were discharged for misconduct, taking the whole of the institutions in London. Up to that time, it may be fairly estimated that 14 or 15,000 prostitutes have had the opportunity of returning to a virtuous life. Those who like the Pharisee content themselves with thanking PG 352 God that they are not as other men, and even as these unfortunates are a very impracticable set to deal with, and if such there be who read these pages, we pass them by and pray for the better health of their souls, the gentle spirits, who imitating a blessed example think it not pollution to extend their sympathy and saving help to publicans and harlots, may in the following lines, written by a prostitute, and found in her deathbed, see matter for meditation and ground for the belief that all efforts in the cause of the sinner will not be unsuccessful. They were headed verses for my tombstone, if ever I should have one, the wretched victim of a quick decay, relieved from life on humble bed of clay, the last and only refuge for my woes, a love-lost ruined female I repose. From the sad hour I listened to his charms, and fell half-forced in the deceiver's arms, to that whose awful veil hides every fault, sheltering my sufferings in this welcome vault. When pampered, starved, abandoned, or in drink, my thoughts were racked in striving not to think, nor could rejected conscience claim the power to improve the respite of one serious hour. I durst not look to what I was before. My soul shrank back and wished to be no more. Of eye undaunted and of touch impure, old air of age worn out when scarce mature, daily debased to stifle my disgust, of forced enjoyment in affected lust, covered with guilt, infection, debt, and want, my home a brothel and the streets my haunt. For 7 long years of infamy I've pined, and fondled, loathed, and preyed upon mankind, till the full course of sin and vice gone through, my shattered fabric failed at 22. The enormous extent of this evil, its deep-rooted causes, the difficulty of combating it, either by religious arguments, legislative provisions, or appeals to common sense and physical welfare, may well deter the philanthropist from the attempt to purify this stable of argeus, but benevolence has accomplished tasks as arduous, and we cannot conclude this chapter better than by a short description of the discouragements which attended the first efforts pg 353 of Mrs. Fry in the reformation of the prostitute felons in Newgate, and of the blessed results of her indomitable perseverance and immovable faith. This admirable woman, on her first visit to Newgate, found the female side of the jail in a condition which no language can describe. Nearly 300 women sent there for every gradation of crime, and some under sentence of death, were crowded together in 2 small wards, and 2 cells they all slept, as well as a crowd of children on the floor, at times 120 in a ward, without even a mat for bedding. Many of them were nearly naked, they were all drunk, and her ears were offended by the most terrible imprecations. The authorities of the prison, of course, advised her against going among them. They were sure that nothing could be effected. She, however, determined to make the trial. She went alone into what she felt was like a den of wild beasts. In vain the governor reasoned with her. She had put her hand to the plough, and was not to be turned back in 1 short month. Such was the effect of her merely moral agency and religious instruction, that she felt herself justified in inviting the Lord Mayor, the sheriffs, and several of the aldermen to satisfy themselves by personal investigation of the result of the exertions which she herself, and some few lady members of the Society of Friends who had joined her in the good work, had effected. Thus was conviction forced upon the obtuse intellects of corporate authorities, and hence was dated the era of prison reform in England. In our own country, where the means of diffusing intelligence are unbounded, and whose reformatory system for criminals has already claimed the attention of European statesmen and philanthropists, there can be no insuperable barrier, even in so difficult an undertaking as that to which our labors are directed. Paraphrasing the opinion of one of the most distinguished essayists of this century, we venture to assert that it is impossible that social abuses should be suffered to exist in this country, and in this stage of society, for many years after their mischief and iniquity have been made manifest to the sense of the country at large. Page 354. Chapter Roman 26. Great Britain Syphilitic Diseases. First recognition in England regulations of Henry Roman VI, Lazar House's John of Gaddesden, Queen Elizabeth's Surgeon Popular Opinions Proclamation of James Roman IV of Scotland, Middlesex, and London Hospitals Army Navy Merchant Service, St. Bartholomew's Hospital estimated extent of syphilis. The best English and French writers are of opinion that syphilis as it exists at present has in some shape or another always existed among mankind, although it was not known to science or history in a distinct manner until the middle of the 15th century. The period at which syphilis first made its appearance in England is involved in obscurity, but we know that it began to attract attention early in the 15th century. The first official recognition of it found on record is a police regulation of the year 1430 during the reign of Henry Roman VI, excluding venereal patients from the London hospitals and requiring them to be strictly guarded at night. In the time of Henry Roman VIII, there were 6 Lazar houses in London for the reception of venereal patients, namely at Knightsbridge, Hammersmith, Highgate, Kingsland, St. George's Gate, and Mile End. These localities were doubtless fixed upon as being some distance from the city. That the disease, however, must have been known long before the period above specified is certain from passages which are to be found in the writings of the previous century. John of Gaddesden, who wrote in 1305, and who was a Fellow of Merton College, Oxford, thus speaks of the possibility of contracting the disease from leprous women: ille qui concubuit cum mulier, cum qua coivit leprosus puncturas intracarnum et corium sentil, et aliquando calefactions in toto corpor. Mr. W.M. Acton, upon whose pages, as an English standard writer on this subject, we draw largely, is of opinion that leprosy, which was formerly so common in Europe, consisted merely of what we now call secondary syphilis. Some of the Jewish observances were no doubt dictated by a scientific appreciation of the influences which predispose the body to the effects of syphilitic virus. The practice PG 355 of circumcision seems instituted with a direct view to the preservation of the chosen people from venereal contagion to which in a hot climate, and with the extreme deficiency of means for general cleanliness, they would be liable. As to the type of the disease in former times, there seems no ground for believing that it was more severe than at present, while its numerical importance must have been much smaller. The following extract is from a treatise by Queen Elizabeth's surgeon. If I be not deceived in my opinion, I suppose the disease itself was never more rife in Naples, Italy, France, or Spain than it is in this day in the realm of England. I may speak boldly because I speak truly, and yet I speak it with grief of mind, that in the hospital of St. Bartholomew in London there hath been cured of this disease by me and 3 others within 5 years too. The number of 1,000 and more, I speak nothing of St. Thomas Hospital and other houses about the city, wherein an infinite number are daily cured. It happened very seldom in the hospital of St. Bartholomew, while I stayed there, among every 20 diseased that were taken into the said house, which was most commonly on the Monday 10 of them were infected with the Louis venerea. It was supposed in former ages that syphilis was transmissible by personal communication, touching the clothes, drinking out of the same vessels, or even breathing the same air with infected persons, and accordingly we find the lower orders of people driven out into the fields to die, and physicians refusing to attend the sick for fear of infection. Some writers indeed doubted this kind of contagious influence, and held that it required intercourse or at least contact, but nobles, and especially the clergy, preferred to ascribe their maladies to misfortune rather than to licentiousness, and sought to put down such innovating doctrines. The consequence was that patients were shunned universally and left to die or get well without assistance. It is not to be wondered at, therefore, that, in numerous instances, the disease should assume its most inveterate aspect, and hence the notices found among many old writers as to the supposed malignancy and incurability of what they were disposed to consider a newly imported malady. That the disease in reality differed little from that which exists in our day is proved by the fact that cases of the once formidable Black Lion are occasionally to be met with in the London hospitals. PG 356, Cardinal Wolsey, among other charges made against him by his enemies, was accused of whispering to the King Henry Roman VIII, and thereby casting his poisonous breath upon his royal grace, he Wolsey having at the time the foul contagious disease upon him. The belief as to contagion by this means is not entirely extinct, but is cherished by the laboring classes of England, many of whom entertain great prejudices on the score of health against drinking from the same vessel out of which an infected person has partaken. In 1497, James Roman IV of Scotland, in consequence of the frightful prevalence of venereal disease in his kingdom, issued a proclamation banishing the infected from Edinburgh. His Majesty charges straitly all manner of persons being within the freedom of this Bert Quilks are infected, or has been infected uncurate with this said contagious plague callet, the grandeur devoid red, and pass furt of this town, and compare upon the sandies of Leith at 10 hours before none entire salt I have, and find bodies ready in the have inordinate to them, by the officers of this Bert ready furnaced with victuals, to have them to the inchkeith, entire to remain quihil God provid for tire health. Those evading this ordinance shall be byant on the chake, with the marking urn that tie may be kennet in Tim to cum. A remnant of this barbarous system was retained in the regulations of Middlesex Hospital, London, by which an admission fee of 40 shillings sterling $10 was directed to be paid by venereal patients. The reason assigned for it was that a hospital intended for the virtuous might not be made subsidiary to purposes of vice. The regulation, however, became a nullity, and was repealed owing principally to the fact that the workhouse guardians were in the habit of paying the 40 shillings and sending in pauper patients, well knowing that the cost of cure in the workhouse would far exceed the admission fees. In the London hospital, a similar regulation exists even now, but is openly evaded, however, by the house surgeon describing the disease as a cutaneous one. The extent of this disease in Great Britain is matter of opinion alone. There are no positive data whatever upon which to form any conclusion with respect to the general population, while the hospital lists are very imperfectly kept, and it is only in the Army and Navy returns that we can find any real assistance. Page 357. British Army. The Army reports quoted extend over a period of 7 years and a quarter and enter into the details of the various venereal affections of the soldiers, amounting to the aggregate strength of 44,611 quartered in the United Kingdom. The cases admitted into hospitals were: syphilis primary 1415, consecutive 335, ulcer penis non-syphiliticum 2144, bubo simplex 844, cachexia syphilitica 44, gonorrhea 2449, hernia humeralis 714, stricture urethra 100, phimosis and paraphimosis 27, total 80, 72, ratio 181 per 1,000 men, or nearly 1 in 5 in the whole number. These returns show that the venereal disease is of much more frequent occurrence in the British than in the Belgian Army. British Navy. The Navy reports extend over a period of 7 years and include 21,493 men employed on home service, that is to say on the coasts or in the ports of Great Britain. Of this number, 2880 were attacked with venereal disease, ratio 1 in 7. British Merchant Service. The returns of the Dreadnought hospital ship for seamen of all nations extend over a period of 5 years, during which 13,081 patients laboring under surgical and medical diseases were admitted. Out of these, 3,703 came under treatment for venereal affections, showing a ratio of 2 in 7. As a mode of testing these returns, we turn to the analysis of the surgical outpatients of Messrs. Lloyd and Wormald, assistant surgeons of St. Bartholomew's, the largest of the London hospitals. These outpatients are attended gratuitously by the hospital officers. Attended by venereal cases: men, women, and children total. Mr. Lloyd 1009, 240, 5, 1254. Mr. Wormald 986, 273, 1259. Total 1995, 518, 2513. These cases were part of a total of 5327 general patients. This last item alone would not enable one to form any idea of the number of sufferers from this terrible scourge. There are in PG 358 London 9 great hospitals, besides smaller ones and dispensaries, in every parish or division of a large parish, and other means of gratuitous medical assistance, suppose the smaller medical foundations put aside, and their patients thrown into the aggregate. Of the great hospitals, we should have 22,617 venereal patients. Suppose the private practice of the London Army of Medical Men to yield only half as many more. We have 35,000 venereal patients in London, only, without reckoning the Lock Hospital Parish Doctors' Barracks, and all the other institutions. One would very readily imagine that London alone furnished 50,000 venereal patients per annum. Again, on the number of single men and widowers in London, above 20 years of age, upward of 250,000, the venereal cases, if in the same proportion as among soldiers and sailors, would in the same period amount to 30,000 and upward. There is, however, another way of conjecturing the amount of disease introduced into the community by prostitution, which English writers have adopted. The Medico-Chirurgical Review, a periodical of high standing, speaking of the extent of venereal disease and its effects on the population, says, "There is every reason to believe that to represent the public prostitutes of England, Wales, and Scotland 50,000 is an estimate too low. We presume there will be no objection made to the assumption that unless each of these 50,000 prostitutes submitted to at least one act of intercourse during every 24 hours, she could not obtain means sufficient to support life. The result of the evidence contained in the first report of the Constabulary Force of England was that about 2% of the prostitutes of London were suffering under some form of venereal disease, but yet we will descend even lower and presume that of 100 healthy prostitutes, if each submits to one indiscriminate sexual act in 24 hours, not more than one would become infected with syphilis, an estimate which is without doubt far too low, yet if admitted to be correct, the necessary consequence will be that of the 50,000 prostitutes, 500 are diseased within the aforesaid 24 hours. If we next admit that a fifth of these 500 diseased women are admitted to hospitals on the day on which disease appears, it follows there are every day on the streets 400 diseased women. Let it be supposed that the power of these 400 to infect be limited to 12 days, and that of every 6 persons, who at the rate of 1 each night have connection with these women, 5 become infected, it will follow that there will be 4,000 men infected every night, and consequently 1,460,000. In the year farther, as their PG 359, are every night 400 women diseased by these men, 182,500 public prostitutes will be syphilized during the year, and hence 1,652,500 cases of syphilis in both sexes occur every 12 months, if then the entire population had intercourse with prostitutes in an equal ratio. The gross population of Great Britain of all ages and sexes would during 18 years have been affected with primary syphilis. Be it remembered, we do not assert that more than 1.5 million of persons are attacked every year, but that number of cases occur annually in England, Wales, and Scotland, though the same individual may be attacked more than once, although it is evident that all the estimates used for these calculations are, we know no other word that expresses it, ridiculously low. Yet we find that more than 1.5 million cases of syphilis occur every year, an amount which is probably not half the actual number. How enormous, then, must be the number of children born with secondary syphilis, how immense the mortality among them, how vast an amount of public and private money expended in the cure of this disease. Chapter Roman 27, Mexico. Spanish conquest treatment of female prisoners. Mexican manners in 1677, priesthood. Modern society. Fashionable life. Indifference of husbands to their wives. General immorality. Offenses. Charitable institutions. The cuna, or foundling hospital. The social condition of Mexico is of importance, as it was formerly the chief seat of Spanish domination in America, and its manners and government gave the key to all the other colonies and viceroyalties, which owed allegiance to the crown of Spain, whatever the state of the native population may have been when Spanish leaders and their myrmidons burst upon them and broke up the kingdom of the Mexican emperors. They rapidly succumbed beneath the lust, avarice, and cruelty, which were ever the distinctive features of Spanish warfare and conquest, in every clime and against every people. Of the enormities perpetrated by these soldiers, the history of the Mexican conquest gives us innumerable instances, but one solitary example from Bernal de Diaz will be enough. He tells us that when they took women prisoners, they made a division of them at night for the sake of greater peace and quietness, and that they branded them with the marks PG 360 of their owners. They were thus at liberty to choose the handsomest of the Indian women and reserve them for their own uses. What these uses were can be easily supposed. The fate of less favored female prisoners is left in doubt. They were turned over to their savage allies to be butchered in cold blood or otherwise disposed of as most convenient. From Mexico, the flood of Spanish cruelty and immorality spread itself like a stream of lava over the whole of South America. The chivalry of the soldiery soon degenerated, and the self-denial and lofty motives, darkened though they were by bigotry and cruelty, in some cases, which had distinguished the priests, were lost in glorious ease and luxurious indolence, now superseded that love of adventure and unconquerable daring, which distinguished Cortés and Pizarro, and their comrades. No trace of the old heroic character remained save the grinding oppression and reckless selfishness which usually accompany ambition. An illustration of the loose manners which prevailed in Mexico among the clergy is to be found in the voyages of Thomas Page, a Dominican monk, who visited Mexico with some of his order on their road to the western coast of America and to Asia as missionaries. From this work, published in 1677, we learn that the writer and his companions visited the prior of Vera Cruz on their journey, and after a sumptuous dinner, adjourned by invitation to his cell, they found it richly tapestried, and adorned with feathers of the birds of Michoacu. The walls were hung with various pictures of merit-rich rugs of silk, covered the tables porcelain of China, filled the cupboards and sideboards, and there were vases and bowls containing preserved fruits and sweetmeats. My companions says he was scandalized by such an exhibition. The holy friar talked to us of his ancestry, of his good parts, of the influence he had with the father provincial of the Love. The principal ladies of the place bore him of his beautiful voice and skill in music. He took his guitar and sang us a sonnet in praise of a certain lady. Afterwards, speaking of the Franciscans of Jalapa, Thomas Page says their lives are so free and immodest that it might be suspected with reason that they had renounced only that which they could not obtain after witnessing a gambling scene in a convent. He concludes that the cause of so many friars and Jesuits passing from Spain to regions so distant was libertinage rather than love of preaching the gospel. Pg 361, the same writer subsequently passes from portraiture to more general delineation, and thus depicts the body of the clergy. It seems that all wickedness is allowable, so that the churches and clergy flourish, nay, while the purse is open to lasciviousness, if it be also open to enrich the temple walls, and roof it is better than any holy water in their lifetime. The Mexicans strive to excel one another in their gifts to the cloisters of nuns and friars. Among the benefactors was one Alonzo Cueller, so rich that he was reported to have a closet in his house laid with bars of gold instead of bricks. This man built a nunnery for Franciscan nuns, which cost him 30,000 ducats and left to it $2,000 yearly, and yet his life was so scandalous that commonly in the night with 2 servants he would go round the city visiting scandalous persons, and at every house letting fall a bead, and tying a knot that, when he came home in the morning, he might number by his beads the uncivil stations he had visited that night. Great alms and liberality toward religious houses are coupled with great and scandalous wickedness. They wallow in the bed of riches and wealth, and make their alms the coverlet to conceal their loose and lascivious lives. I will not speak much of the lives of the friars and nuns of this city, but only that they enjoy their more liberty than in Europe, where they have too much, and that surely the scandals committed by them do cry up to heaven for vengeance, judgment, and destruction. It is ordinary for the friars to visit their devoted nuns, and to spend whole days with them, hearing their music and feeding on their sweetmeats. For this purpose, they have many chambers, which they call locutories, to talk in, with wooden bars between the nuns and them, and in these chambers are tables for the friars to dine at, and while they dine, the nuns recreate them with their voices. We need no addition to these deep shadows from the dark pencil of so vigorous a limner as worthy Thomas Page to delineate character nearly 200 years ago, but we can scarcely believe it equally applicable to the present day. The reign of oppression in Mexico, it is to be hoped, is approaching its end, and recent events have shown that the population is alive to some of those truths which were long ago patent to all the world, except those most intimately concerned. Of modern Mexican society, an accomplished female writer who had the best opportunities of judging says, "It is long before a stranger even suspects the state of morals in this PG 362 country, for whatever be the private conduct of individuals, the most perfect decorum prevails in outward behavior, but indolence is the mother of vice. They rarely gossip to strangers about their neighbors' faults. Habit has rendered them tolerably indifferent as to the liaisons subsisting among particular friends, and as long as a woman attends church regularly, is a patroness of charitable institutions, and gives no scandal by her outward behavior, she may do pretty much as she pleases. As for flirtations in public, they are unknown. The present amiability of the Mexican ladies is admitted on all hands, as is the genial warmth of their manner. Some travelers, indeed, and among them Mr. Waddy Thompson, are of opinion that this is attributed to them as a fault, and that the reproach of unchastity is unjustly urged against them, as there is no city in Europe where there is less immorality. The constant presence of a duenna and the houseboarder, who is an appurtenance of every household of respectability, are excellent checks on immorality. But this would rather argue the necessity of a safeguard not found in the female virtue of Mexico. Besides, these appendages of rank have lost their real meaning, and the duenna may be converted into the convenient cloak, or a better of an intrigue, the more safe, as she is the supposed protectress of the husband's honor. A native writer, in summing up the character of his countrymen, says that they are moderate in eating, but their passion for liquor is carried to the greatest excess. The affection which husbands bear their wives is certainly much less than that borne by wives to their husbands, and it is very common for the men to love their neighbors' wives better than their own. This one-sided censure presupposes, as a necessary consequence, that the neighbors' wives must show some reciprocity. The general immorality of the lower classes in Mexico would almost exclude the expectation of a system of prostitution, as we usually understand the term. Puebla, a manufacturing town near Mexico, is summarily described as having a most devout female population and a most abandoned one, but this is matter of conduct rather than of calling. The enumeration of offenses in the Justice List of Mexico does not tell of one prostitute, although it contains a large number of persons guilty of incontinence. The exact meaning of this offense, in its legal and technical sense, is not given us, but we presume it relates to improper and disgusting practices. The charge of violation of public decency, PG 363, although it may relate to mutual familiarities, will probably include both indecency and immorality. The following table gives the number of persons arrested in the city of Mexico in 1851. Offenses: males, females total. Drunkenness, 1256, 1944, 3,200. Affrays and wounds, 728, 246, 974. Incontinence, 354, 403, 757. Violations of public decency, 311, 318, 629. Robbery, 384, 125, 104. Suspicion of robbery, 180, 84, 264. Carrying weapons, 209, 85, 294. Picking pockets, 120, 25, 145. False pretenses, 39, 1756. Breaking prison, 36, 36. Murder, 15, 3, 18. Total, 30, 6, 32, 32, 45, 68, 77. Among a population of inferior intellect, and with the excess of women always to be found in tropical countries, the character of the priesthood becomes of primary importance. On this particular, some writers are of opinion that what was written in 1677 will apply with almost equal force in the present day, a position certainly open to doubt. The lower orders of the priests and friars in Mexico are generally uneducated and frequently licentious. The most revolting spectacles of vice and immorality are exhibited by some of them. They are remarkable for the raw appearance they present, but they cannot be considered types of the class, for the higher orders and respectable members of the priesthood are exempt from the imputation of such flagrant immorality. Even these are not blameless members of the church. Many of them have nephews and nieces in their houses, or at least those who call them uncle, but to whom scandal ascribes a closer relationship. Among the charitable institutions in Mexico, perhaps the most important is the Cuna or Foundling Hospital. It is supported by private individuals, and the members of the society consist of the first persons in the capital, male and female. The men furnish the money. The women give their time and attention. When a child has been about a month in the hospital, it is sent with an Indian nurse to one of the adjacent villages, but if sick or feeble, it remains in the institution under the immediate inspection of the society. These nurses are subject to a responsible person who lives in the village and answers for their good conduct. The child, PG 364, is brought back to the hospital when weaned and remains in its charge for life. Few, however, are left to grow up in the asylum. They are adopted by respectable persons who bring them up either as servants or as their own children in this, as in other institutions of the same character. The mothers of the children often get themselves hired as nurses. There are usually 500 or 600 children in this asylum. Chapter Roman 28, Central and South America. Low moral conditions: San Salvador, Guatemala, Yucatan, Costa Rica, Honduras, the Caribs. Depravity in Peru and Chile. Children of the house intrigue in Lima. Infanticide. Laxity of morals in Brazil and Paraguay. Foundling hospital at Rio de Janeiro. The whole peninsula of South America and the states comprised in Central America are involved in the same social system, with Mexico derived, as they are by common origin from pure or mixed Spanish blood. The same political circumstances and organization have always affected the various territorial divisions, and whether we consider the semi-civilized nations of ancient Peru and its dependencies, or the savage tribes in the valleys of the Amazon and the La Plata, we find them, after the first eruption of Spanish conquerors, victims of indiscriminate oppression, insatiable avarice, and unsparing lust. South America was long considered a mere treasure field of the Spanish monarchy, to be worked without liability to account by every adventurer who chose to encounter the hardships of foreign travel or the perils of residence in a tropical climate and amid hostile savages. The natives far outnumbered their masters, and the same ruthless system of depression was extended to them. As to Mexico, the consequence was that before the lapse of many generations from the conquest, there were but two classes throughout the vast Spanish territories: masters and slaves. The natural and inevitable result of servile institutions could not long be postponed. The descendants of the conquerors rapidly degenerated, and imbecility and incapacity took the places of heroism and ability. The original hardihood and daring, which had vanquished uncounted enemies, had traversed unknown wilds, had defied every PG 365 danger, were lost in voluptuousness and self-indulgence. The posterity of those men who had discovered a new world and swayed the destinies of the old by a nod or the stroke of a pen were unable to protect themselves against the weak ministers of worn-out despotism or against any unscrupulous demagogue who could rally a band of roving Indians around him and maraud the peaceable and well-disposed. A state of political degradation reigned supreme over the whole of South America, only to be paralleled by the debasement of its social condition. In Central America, including San Salvador, Guatemala, Yucatan, Costa Rica, and Honduras, the condition of the women is very much the same as in Mexico. The statements of travelers in those little frequented regions are very vague in reference to the subject of public morality, and give us no reliable or detailed information on the specialities which would be of service in this inquiry. In Yucatan, the ladies are said to be somewhat more domesticated than their Mexican neighbors, and to interest themselves in the management of their households and the education of their children, but still the standard of morality is not very high if measured by United States habits and ideas. In the neighboring Republic of Guatemala, the free manners prevalent in the country districts of the kindred territories are usually met with, but these would rather indicate low ideas of decency than any actual immorality. Difference of climate and of race would make many things tolerable or even reputable, which our colder skies and more rigid notions would totally exclude from the observances of civilized society. The Indian populations of South America have become so completely slaves during long years of bondage that they have lost their prominent characteristics and are but a reflex of their PG 366 masters. In the lowest state of ignorance, the women may be generally described as of very loose morals, yet kind and gentle, unless roused by jealousy, in which case they can use the knife as promptly as their male friends. It is said they make very affectionate mothers. There are few tribes who have preserved some semblance of nationality. The Caribs of Honduras are a hardy and athletic race. Polygamy is general among them. 3 or 4 wives, being a not uncommon number. The husband is compelled to have a separate house and plantation for each, and if he make one a present, he must give the others something of equal value. He must also divide his time among them, giving a week to each in succession. When a Carib takes a wife, he fells a plantation and builds a house. The wife, then takes the management, and he becomes a gentleman the women attend. Their plantations with great care, and in the course of 12 or 15 months, have every description of breadstuff under cultivation. About Christmas, they engage several criers, and freight them with produce for Truxillo and Belize, hiring their husbands and others as sailors. It is also the custom, when a woman cannot do all the work required on her plantation, for her to engage her husband as a laborer, and pay him $2 per week. Industry and forethought are peculiar traits of the Carib women. Consequently, they easily surround themselves with necessaries and comforts. The data bearing on the proportion of the sexes in the aggregate population, although too imperfect to be worth presenting, yet go to show that, as in Mexico, there is a considerable preponderance of females, the disproportion in births is not so great as in deaths, for while the number of males and females born is nearly equal, more of the former than the latter. Annually, there are more old women than old men, ascribable no doubt to the greater sobriety of the women, drunkenness being a vice, which under the tropics is rapid in its consequences. In Nicaragua, the women number 2 to 1 of the male population. The department of Cuscatlan in San Salvador has an excess of 1838 women over men, and of 1709 boys over girls. Peru and Chile, though neighboring countries, and both in the strip of western coast, between the Andes and the sea, present pg 367, considerable difference of condition. Chile is rapidly rising in political importance by means of the internal energy of the people and the development of natural resources by native and foreign enterprise and capital. It has been asserted by resident eyewitnesses that female virtue was at so low an ebb in Chile within a few years that in most families, even of good standing, there were 1 or more children who were called children of the house, and whose parentage was distributed generally among the ladies of the family. Nay, we have heard that the rites of hospitality sometimes included civilities in respect to the females, which are usually considered as peculiar to certain Oriental nations. A rapid change for the better is, however, taking place in these usages, and even the seaport of Valparaiso is described by Wilkes as being greatly improved from the period of his first visit, when few sailors left it without having lost both their money and health among its women. Peru has made but little advance in its recent political changes. The government is in a state of continual anarchy. A new mine of wealth has been discovered in the guano deposits of the Chincha Islands, which has attracted great numbers of foreign vessels to its shores, but the wealth acquired from this source has done little for the people. Lima, the capital, has long been remarkable for the levity and dissipation of its inhabitants. The very dress of the ladies, which may have been originally intended to ensure seclusion and privacy, has become an emblem of intrigue. It consists of a peculiar hood and petticoat covering the wearer entirely, who, when thus in domino, is styled tapada, and is by common usage held to be secure from all impertinent interference or insult. The same term is applied to a shawl worn over the head, so as to cover the mouth and forehead. Under this concealment, the wearer is known only to the most intimate friends, and ladies thus attired frequent the theaters. It is favorable to intrigue, and so perfect is the security that any place of amusement may be visited with impunity, and even if suspected by the husband or relative, she is protected from discovery by the respect attached to the custom. Dr. T. Schutte draws a very cheerless picture of the state and prospects of Peru. Its moral degradation is significantly typified in the decline of its population, which has been continually pg 368 diminishing since the establishment of its independence. That noble land, which contained an enormous population at the time of the conquest, numbered in 1836 less than 1,400,000 inhabitants, not so many as were formerly found in the department of Cusco. Alone, the deaths in Lima vary annually from 2,500 to 2,800 out of a population of 53,000 in the 10 months from January 1st to October 31st, 1841. There were 2,240 for the births in that period, being 1,682, of which 860 were illegitimate. Not less remarkable than the number of illegitimate children is that of the newborn infants exposed and found dead. 495. These afford the most striking proofs of the immorality which prevails in Lima, especially among the colored people. To them belong nearly 2/3 of the illegitimate births, and fully 4/5 of the children cast out to die. There is reason to suspect, though it cannot be positively proved, that no small portion of the latter suffer a violent death by the hands of their mothers. When a dead child is picked up before the church of San Lazaro or in the street, it is carried without a word of inquiry to the Pantheon. Frequently, it is not even thought worth, while to bury it I have seen the vultures dragging about the sweltering carcasses of infants and devouring them in populous streets. On comparing the lists of births and deaths from 1826 to 1842, I satisfied myself that the annual excess of the latter over the former averages 550. The women of Lima are far superior to the men, both corporeally and intellectually. Though their conduct in many respects is anything but exemplary, they cling with invincible tenacity to the use of their national walking garb, the saya y manto, in which they take their pleasure in the streets, making keen play. With the one eye they leave uncovered and quite secure in that disguise from detection, even by the most jealous scrutiny. The veil is inviolable. Any man who should attempt to pluck off a woman's manto would be very severely handled by the populace. The history of their lives comprises 2 phases. In the full bloom of their fascinating beauty, their time is divided between doing naught and naughty doings. When their charms are on the wane, they take to devotion and scandal. A young lady of Lima rises late, dresses her hair with orange or jasmine flowers, and waits for breakfast, after which she receives or pays visits. During the heat of the day, she swings in a hammock or reclines on a sofa smoking a cigar. After dinner, she again pays visits and finishes the evening either in the theater or the plaza, or on the bridge. Few ladies occupy themselves with needlework or netting, though some of them possess great skill in those arts. The pride which the fair limners take in their dainty little feet knows no bounds. Walking, sitting, or standing, swinging in the hammock, or lying pg 369 on the sofa, they are ever watchful to let their tiny feet be seen. Praise of their virtue, their intelligence, or their beauty sounds not half so sweetly in their ears as encomiums bestowed on their pretty feet. They take the most scrupulous care of them, and avoid everything that might favor their enlargement. A large foot, patasa inglesan, English foot, as they say, is an abomination to them. I once heard a beautiful European lady deservedly extolled by some fair dames of Lima, but they wound up their eulogy with these words: Pero, quepi valgame Dio spares una lancha. But what a foot, good heavens, it is like a great boat. And yet the foot in question would by no means have been thought large in Europe. The limners possess in an extraordinary degree talents, which unhappily are seldom cultivated, as they should be. They have great penetration, sound judgment, and very correct views respecting the most diversified affairs of life. Like the women of Seville, they are remarkable for their quick and pointed repartees, and a limner is sure never to come off second best in a war of words. They possess a rare firmness of character and a courage not generally given to their sex. In these respects they are far superior to the dastardly vacillating men, and they have played as important a part as the latter, often one much more so, in all the political troubles of their country. Ambitious and aspiring, accustomed to conduct with ease the maziest intrigues, with a presence of mind that never fails them at critical moments, passionate and bold, they mingle in the great game of politics with momentous effect, and usually turn it to their own advantage, seldom to that of the state. Add to this picture that though delicate, modest women are rare, actual adultery is not often committed by the sex, but that concubinage is more common, or rather perhaps more public, than in Europe, the father being usually very fond and careful of his natural children, and a fair view is obtained of female character in Lima. The white Creoles are noted for sensuality, and some of the dances in which they indulge are of indescribable obscenity. The influx of foreign ships and seamen into Callao, the port of Lima, has brought in its train the usual accompaniments: drunkenness and debauchery. A few years ago, it was almost in decay and ruin. Now, it swarms with drinking shops, pulperias, and prostitutes, and is probably as profligate a place as any in the Western Hemisphere. Passing to the Atlantic coast of South America, we find Robertson, the author of Letters from Paraguay, writing of female Spanish society at the city of Santa Fe. pg 370. I was particularly struck by the extremely free nature to use the very gentlest expression of the conversation, which was adopted with the ladies young and old. It was such as to make me, with my unsophisticated English feelings, blush at every turn, although such modesty, whenever it was observed, caused a hearty laugh. The same author, speaking of female society in Rio, says, "There is no society at Rio, for I cannot call that society from which females are excluded. Generally speaking, the husband of a Brazilian wife is not so much her companion as her keeper. His house is the abode of jealousy and distrust, for he cannot always stretch his confidence to the point of imagining fidelity in the wife of his bosom, any more than he can rely on the virtuous forbearance of the friend of his heart. His daughters are brought up in Moorish seclusion, and his wife is delivered over to the keeping of a train of sombre slaves and domestics." It may be thought that some of these remarks are applicable to periods of time and conditions of society now happily passed away, but the poison of moral depravity, when once taken up, is not to be speedily eliminated from the system of nations more than of individuals. A very recent traveler, Mr. Stewart, testifies to the demoralization of female society in all classes. With such uniform representations of the general immorality and of the low estimate in which female virtue is held in South America, it is not to be expected that there are any special details on the subject of our investigation. Prostitution is in some degree attendant upon a state of public feeling in which the purity of wives and daughters is held in respect, not viewed with jealousy, but with reverence. In South America, even in the present time, females mix but little in society. Their education is very limited, terminates early, and they are always under some kind of guardianship or chaperonage in public. This does not elevate the female character. Freedom and self-respect are the best protectives to virtue and honor, and the seclusion of women from general society only serves to invest them with the attraction of mystery to the libertine, while it takes away from themselves the experience and self-reliance in which they find a safeguard. In South America, generally the character of the priesthood is unfortunately open to reprobation. In Brazil, the priests are reputed to be free livers. Nearly all of them have families, and when seen leaving the dwellings of their wives or of the females they visit, they speak of them as their nieces or sisters. Some pg 371 unequivocally admit the relationship existing and acknowledge their children. The value of the priestly character in estimating the standard of morality among a population is unquestionably great. An enlightened native said to Mr. Eubank, "The priesthood of this country is superlatively corrupt. It is impossible for men to be worse, or to imagine them worse. In the churches they appear respectable and devout, but their secret crimes have made this city a Sodom. There are of course honorable exceptions." Another, a man of unquestionable authority, said they are assuredly the most licentious and profligate part of the community. The exceptions are rare, celibacy being one of their dogmas. You will find nearly the whole with families. At Rio Janeiro, there is a foundling hospital, established in 1582, which is a noble institution. The boys are provided for at Botafogo, and are in due time apprenticed to trades. The girls reside in the city establishment, and are taught to read, write, sew, etc. at each anniversary. Bachelors in want of wives attend at the festival, and if they see girls to their liking, make themselves known. If a girl accepts such a lover, he makes his application to the managers, who inquire into his character, and if satisfactory, the marriage takes place, and a small dowry is given from the funds of the society. In the management of the institution or the reception of infants, there is nothing peculiarly worthy notice, but if those who are averse to such institutions contrast the blessed results of saving these helpless infants from misery and the horror of beholding their dead bodies cast on dunghills to be devoured as carrion by obscene animals and birds of prey, as has been mentioned in the notice of Lima, they would on such grounds, even if there were no better to be urged, suspend a hasty judgment on foundling hospitals. Page 372. Chapter Roman, North American Indians. Decrease of the Indian race. Treatment of females. Courtship. Stealing wives. Domestic life among the Crow Indians. Pine leaf. Female prisoners. Marriage. Conjugal relations. Infidelity. Polygamy. Divorce. Female morality. Intrigue and revenge decency of outward life effects of contact with white men traders. The aboriginal inhabitants of the vast continent of America have been variously described by different writers, one man lauding them as models of chivalry and virtue, another decrying them as the personification of meanness and vice. Hence, it is only at a recent period, comparatively speaking, that any reliable information has been obtainable on the subject. In the limited space that can be given to consideration of the Indian and his social habits, we shall endeavor to reject both romance and vituperation. We do not believe him so stoically virtuous as the former class of writers depict, nor do we think that all of the race are so deeply sunk in depravity as the latter represent. In addition to the authorities quoted in the progress of the chapter, we are under obligations to Mr. Horace St. John's article on prostitution, incorporated by Mr. Mayhew in his tracts on London labor and the London poor. At the time of the settlement of Jamestown and Plymouth, it was estimated that there were about 2 millions of Indians scattered over this continent. They were then a brave and hardy people who lived on the produce of the chase, varying their locations as the facilities for hunting required. When the last census of the United States was taken, their numbers were about 400,000 exclusive of 15,000 in Canada and the British possessions. This decrease has been ascribed to the occupation of their hunting grounds by white men and the consequent extermination of the game upon which they depended for subsistence, the free use of intoxicating liquors, and the introduction of smallpox and other fatal diseases. These causes will in all probability result in the entire extinction of the race. In the PG 373 small number mentioned are many half-breeds, children of white fathers and Indian mothers. It might naturally be supposed that in the several tribes composing this people there would exist great diversity of manners, but these are found only in minor particulars. The social institutions of the North American Indians are so generally uniform as to render it possible to sketch the whole at one view. Their occupations are still confined to the chase and the warpath to perform a round of daily labor, even though it ensured the most ample provision for his wants, would be contrary alike to the inclination and the supposed dignity of the red man, who will scarcely deign to follow any pursuit which does not combine enterprise and excitement. Woman therefore becomes the drudge, and slave upon her devolves the duty of cultivating the ground. Whenever any attempt is made to assist the spontaneous efforts of nature, she it is who must bear the load of game which her husband has killed, must carry wood and water, build huts, and make canoes in fishing, and in reaping their scanty harvest the man will at times condescend to assist her, but otherwise all the labor falls to her share. In those tribes visited by traders her duties are still heavier. She must join in the hunt and afterward dress and prepare the skins and furs which are to be bartered for whiskey and other luxuries. To this degraded condition the women seem perfectly reconciled, and expertness at the assigned employment is a source of pride to them. The treatment of the female sex is generally admitted to be a standard by which man's moral qualities can be estimated. It may be doubted if this rule would apply to the Indian tribes, for those who treat their females most mildly are by no means the most virtuous, nor is their deference attended by any increase of attachment, the general opinion of a wife's value being the consideration of her capacity to be useful. Where they aid in procuring food or luxuries for the tribe, they are held in more esteem, while, in places where the chief burden of providing rests upon the men, they are treated with severity. Even when oppressed with these laborious occupations, the women have as much native vanity in respect to decoration as the sex in any part of the world, and an accurate observer remarks that, judging from the time a squaw often occupies in arranging her hair or disposing her scanty dress, or painting her PG 374 round cheeks with glaring circles of vermilion, it is evident that personal ornament occupies as much of her thoughts as among fashionable women in civilized society. Courtship and marriage are differently arranged among various tribes. The predominant custom is for a man to procure a wife by purchase from her father, thus acquiring a property over which he has absolute control, and which he can barter away or dispose of in any manner he pleases. The example of Powhatan, who was chief ruler over 30 tribes in Virginia at the time of the English colonization, is a case in point. It is said that he always had a multitude of wives about him, and when he wearied of any, would distribute them as presents among his principal warriors. In most cases, the woman is not consulted at all, the whole transaction being a mercantile one. In others, an infant female is betrothed by her father for a consideration to some man who requires a wife either for himself or for his son. The girl remains with her parents until the age of puberty, when the contract is completed, at which time the father often makes a present to the husband equal in value to the price originally paid for his daughter. Another mode of obtaining a wife is to steal a girl from some neighboring tribe. Captain Clark, who crossed the Rocky Mountains in the years 18,041,806, as one of the leaders of an expedition ordered by the executive of the United States, records instances of this kind. He says one of the Anahues had stolen a military girl. The whole nation immediately espoused the quarrel, and 150 of the warriors were marching down to avenge the insult. The chief took possession of the girl and sent her by messengers to the hands of her countrymen in time to avert the threatened calamity. A young military had carried off the daughter of a chief of the Mandans. The father went to the village and found his daughter, whom he brought home, and at the same time took possession of a horse belonging to the offender. This reprisal satisfied his vengeance. The stealing of young women is one of the most common offenses. A more peaceable kind of preliminary to matrimony is for a man desiring a wife to offer a small present to the woman. If she accepts it and offers him one in return, the match is complete, or he may tell her his wishes without any introductory gift, and if agreeable she will reply accordingly. Others will not venture pg 375 to express their thoughts, but will sit quietly by a girl's side, and if she does not remove from her seat, her assent is understood to be given. Still another custom is for the lover to enter the woman's tent at night bearing a lighted torch. If she allows it to burn, it is a sign that his attentions are not desired, but if she extinguishes it, she thus intimates that he is accepted. It will not require much knowledge of human nature to imagine the consequences of these nocturnal visits. A recently published work, Life and Adventures of James P. Beckwourth, New York, 1856, professes to give an accurate account of the domestic life of the Crow Indians, among whom he lived for some years, and became a chief of the tribe, who believed that he was one of themselves, and had been stolen from them in infancy. It may be necessary to say that we only quote him on points where corroborative evidence can be obtained from other sources. His character for veracity is questionable, and among the miners of California, where he is known, any extravagant tale is proverbially called one of Jem Beckwourth's. Lies his first experience of matrimony, showing that the woman's consent was not asked, but that the arrangements were made by the parents, is thus stated: while conversing with my father, he suddenly demanded if I wanted a wife. I assented. Very well, said he, you shall have a pretty wife, and a good one. Away he strode to the lodge of one of the greatest braves, and asked one of his daughters of him to bestow upon his son. The consent of the parent was readily given. He had 3 very pretty daughters, and the ensuing day they were brought to my father's lodge, and I was requested to take my choice. The eldest was named Stillwater, and I chose her. The acceptance of my wife was the completion of the ceremony, and I was a married man, as sacredly in their eyes as if the Holy Christian Church had fastened the irrevocable knot upon us. Cases are also recorded by Indian travelers, wherein a custom more assimilating to civilized notions is adopted. A young man will court a girl for a length of time, using all his endeavors to cultivate her affections, and the woman, upon her part, will entertain an equal tenderness for him. Again, turning to the pages of Beckwourth, we find an instance of this. In the case of a woman who attracted his attention, it must not be considered that he, pg 376, was a victim of the romantic affliction called first love, for he had some 6 or 8 wives in the tribe. At the time, his description is as follows: in connection with my Indian experience, I conceive it to be my duty to devote a few lines to one of the bravest women that ever lived, namely Pine Leaf in Indian Barchiamp. She possessed great intellectual powers, her features were pleasing, and her form symmetrical. She had lost a twin brother in an attack on the village, and was left to avenge his death. She was, at that time, 12 years of age, and solemnly vowed that she would never marry until she had killed 100 of the enemy with her own hand. Whenever a war party started, Pine Leaf was the first to volunteer to accompany them. She had chosen my party to serve in. I began to feel more than a common attachment toward her one day. While riding leisurely along, I asked her to marry me provided we both returned safe. She laughed and said, "Well, I will marry you when we return." No. But when the pine leaves turn yellow, I reflected that it would soon be winter and regarded her promise as valid. A few days afterward, it occurred to me that pine leaves do not turn yellow, and I saw I had been practiced upon when I again spoke to her on the subject. I said, "Pine leaf, you promised to marry me when the pine leaves turn yellow. It has occurred to me that they never turn yellow. Am I to understand that you never intend to marry me?" "Yes, I will marry you," she said with a coquettish smile. "But when you shall find a red-headed Indian." I saw I advanced nothing by importuning her, and I let the matter rest. It would occupy too much space to recite all the details of a long courtship, including scenes in war and chase at the camp, or on horse-stealing excursions. Suffice it to say that the heroine accomplished her vow, and seemed convinced of the sincerity of her lover. She concluded the courtship thus. She then approached me, every eye being intently fixed upon her. "Look at me," she said. "I know that your heart is crying for the follies of the people, but let it cry no more. I am yours. After you have so long been seeking me, I believe you love me. Our lodge shall be a happy one, and when you depart to the happy hunting ground, I will be already there to welcome you. This day I become your wife." Women will sometimes voluntarily ask men to marry them, promising to be faithful, good-tempered, and obedient. This request is seldom refused, as the marriage tie is easily dissolved if the union proves unpleasant. Tanner, who was taken prisoner by a war party and lived among various tribes in the Northwest for pg 377 nearly 30 years, relates a case in point. The woman's endeavors to secure him as her husband commenced with an invitation to smoke with her. He acceded, but either his blood was not so warm as that coursing through Indian veins, or from some other cause, it was long before he consented to the proposed companionship, which a red man would have accepted on the spot. The girl resolutely pursued him, and at last, with the consent of her father, took possession of his hut. While he was absent, when he returned, he could not put the young woman to shame by sending her back to her friends, and so they became man and wife. Beckwith also had some experience of this custom. A little girl who had often asked me to marry her came to me one day, and with every importunity insisted on my accepting her as my wife. I said, "When you are older, I will talk to you about it." But she would not be put off. "You are a great brave," she said, "and if I am your wife, you will paint my face when you return from the war, and I shall be proud." The little innocent used such powerful appeals that I told her she might be my wife. He lived with her until he left the Indians, and her son is now 1855 chief of the tribe. The women taken prisoners in war are frequently married into the tribe that captured them, but never to the captors, who stand in the relation of brothers to them, and by whom they are protected from insult. A warrior who has taken a female prisoner usually makes an exchange with another who has had the same fortune, each being thus accommodated without infringing upon custom. If a man has seized more than he can dispose of in that way, he generally gives them to any man who will accept them in the same manner. A woman whose husband has been killed in battle will ask a warrior for a male prisoner, who accordingly becomes the successor of one whom he has probably slain. In these cases, the man is adopted as one of the tribe, is kindly treated, and entitled to his share of all their advantages. The marriages are without ceremony of any kind. The parties agree to live with each other as long as they can do so with mutual satisfaction, and the man conducts his bride to his hut at once, or resides with her at her father's cabin. It must not be supposed that the ordinary requirements of a married life are pg 378 systematically unheeded, for as a general rule, the squaws are faithful to their husbands, who upon their part rigidly exact this fidelity, even if they do not practice it themselves. The general description of the position of Indian women already given applies equally to their state after marriage. They continue sometimes the abject slaves, otherwise the patient servants of their husbands. While he eats the food she has cooked and probably caught herself, she must wait in submissive silence. At all times she approaches him with the deference due to superior. Being an Indian, will never evince the slightest symptom of tenderness toward his wife, this would be opposed to. His idea of manly dignity, but the eagerness with which he will revenge her wrongs, proves that his apparent apathy springs only from pride or a fancied sense of decorum. When Catlin proposed to paint the portrait of the wife of a Sioux chief, his offer was ridiculed, and it was considered marvelous that he should honor a woman in the same manner he had honored the warriors, as the former had never taken any scalps, never done anything but make fires, dress skins, and other servile employments. To infer from these facts that there is no conjugal affection among this people would be erroneous, notwithstanding their assumed indifference. Instances are not rare of strong mutual attachment to an Indian. There is nothing inconsistent with affection in his indolently walking through the forest, while his wife follows him bearing the heavy wigwam poles, his ideas never having been led to consider this as other than her natural duty. Many pictures of domestic happiness are exhibited among the Indians, and the Blackfeet, Sani, and Blood tribes strongly desire that their wives may live long and look young. Heckwelder relates a singular instance of indulgence. In 1762, there was a scarcity of food among many tribes, and during the prevalence of this famine, a sick woman wished for a mess of Indian corn. Her husband rode about 100 miles to obtain it, gave his horse in exchange for a hatful, and returned home on foot with the coveted dainty. These lords of creation attempt to enforce their marital rights with much severity, and if their suspicions are excited against their wives, become very indignant and punish them by biting off the nose, dismissing them in disgrace, or even killing them. The wife of a Mandan Indian ran away from him in PG 379 consequence of a quarrel. By so doing, she forfeited her life, which custom would have justified the husband in taking, and he would have murdered her. For the interposition of the travelers who gave him a few presents and persuaded him to take his wife home, they went off together, but by no means in a state of much apparent love. This trouble arose from jealousy. In another case, a Minatari had much abused his wife for the same reason, and she sought refuge in the camp. Her husband followed and demanded her, and she returned with him, as we had no authority to separate those whom even Indian rights had united. Since an Indian considers his wife as so much property equally valuable as his horse, and for the same reason for the labor she can perform, we can easily understand that polygamy is universally allowed, though it is not generally practiced, being confined to great chiefs and medicine men, as the rank and file are often too poor to buy second wife. Many follow the custom for the mere purpose of amassing wealth, but others of the Stoic warriors delight in the harem from the same sensual motives as a Turk or Hindu. Among the communities that Catlin had an opportunity of visiting, it was no uncommon thing to find from 6 to 14 wives in the same lodge. He mentions an instance in which a young chief of the Mandans took 4 wives in one day, paying a horse or 2 for each. These brides were from 12 to 14 years of age. An Indian marriage at this age is far from uncommon, and indeed it appears from good testimony that celibacy beyond the age of puberty is very rare. Some of the females are mothers before they are 12 years old. It is not universal for the wives to live all in one hut, some tribes requiring separate lodgings for each. This custom is in force among the Crows, and Beckwith relates that on returning from one of his excursions, he made a round of visits to his wives, some of whom he had not seen for months. It is not uncommon for a man to marry his wife's sister, and indeed the whole family of girls, on the supposition that his household will thus be rendered more harmonious. For the same reason, a Cherokee will marry a mother and her daughter at one time, though he will not upon any account take a wife from his own kindred. Among the Oregon tribes, it is strictly required that each wife should be purchased from a different family. PG 380. So well established among Indians is the custom of polygamy that civilization meets the greatest difficulty in opposing it, and if ever abolished it will overthrow their whole social system, and in changing their national character tend to their speedy extinction. Sir George Simpson relates an amusing anecdote of an Indian who came into the settled districts of British North America, learned to read and write, and adopted the principle of monogamy. Returning to his tribe, he endeavored to persuade them to the same course. Long and earnest were the debates on the question, and the finale was, instead of converting them, they reconverted him. He took a great number of wives, forswore books, and never again appeared in the character of a social reformer. Another chief offered to renounce polygamy, he having 5 wives and a large fortune in horses. and cattle falling in love with the daughter of a gentleman in the service of the Hudson's Bay Company, he dismissed his harem and presented himself with great parade and confidence to make his matrimonial proposal to the lady's family, to his extreme disgust and mortification. They rejected the honor of his distinguished alliance. He revenged himself by refilling his hut with women as quickly as possible. If the obligation of marriage is easily contracted, divorce is effected with as little trouble. It is not often that a separation takes place, for it is held dishonorable to forsake a wife, for a trifling cause particularly. If she has borne children, when it does occur, the offspring are usually permitted to decide which of the parents they will accompany, although usage gives the mother the right to take charge of them. In some instances, the form of divorce is simply for the husband to bid his wife go. In others, he will not take the trouble to give her notice of his discontent, but will quietly put his gun on his shoulder and move off himself. There are few instances of this being done for very slight reasons, but in addition to the restraint of custom just mentioned, the actual value of the wife is a subject of consideration. Where a separation does take place, the man will often endeavor to renew the connection. A missionary mentions a woman who contracted a new marriage after her husband left her. He returned and claimed her. The dispute was referred to a chief, and he, either wanting a precedent or distrusting his judicial capacity, could think of no better expedient than placing the woman at an equal distance from each claimant, and then ordering the men to run PG 381, promising that the one who first reached her should retain possession of the prize. In some tribes, divorce renders it impossible for the woman to marry again, but in others, she can make a new alliance as soon as free from the old one. It is difficult to form any opinion as to the morality of females among a people where marriages are contracted and dissolved so easily. We may safely say that they have very little idea of chastity as a positive virtue, notwithstanding their general, although not invariable, fidelity when married, which may probably be induced more by fear of consequences than sense of duty. Of prostitution for a price as known in civilized communities, we find no trace in the Indian nations while in a normal condition. But if we assume Webster's definition, the act of offering the body to an indiscriminate intercourse with men, it can scarcely be claimed that they are free. The predominant motive seems to be an inordinate sexual appetite, which must be gratified, if not in legitimate marriage, then by illicit intercourse. We are told that in most large assemblies of Indians there are to be seen voluptuous-looking females, whose passions urge them to this, and Carver, in his travels in North America, says that among the Mandoesis it was a custom, when a young woman could not get a husband for her, to assemble all the leading warriors of the tribe at a feast, and when their hunger was appeased, to retire behind a screen and submit to the embraces of each in succession. This gained her great applause, and always ensured her a husband. Though the custom is now almost obsolete, the principle still exists, and prostitution is regarded by many as the shortest road to marriage. The birth of a bastard child entails little shame upon a girl, and that such children are not more frequent is due less to their chastity than to the means they employ to procure abortion. One of the reasons advanced for their early marriages is that the impetuosity of the girls would render it difficult to obtain a virtuous wife. If the union was delayed, the confessions upon starting for war, or what is called the warpath secret, would also favor the opinion that abstract virtue is at a low ebb. At these times, every warrior is required to relate to his companions each act of illicit intercourse he has committed since the last excursion, naming his partner and enumerating the facts attending the frailty. This obligation is enforced by the most rigid oaths known to Indian customs. PG 382. This immorality is not confined to the single women, for the squaws are at times as ready to take part in an intrigue as any in civilized nations. Beckworth, whose experience of Indian manners seems to have embraced every conceivable phase of life, relates his adventures in this way. A brave named Big Rain was elected chief of the village. He possessed a most beautiful squaw, who was the admiration of the young men, and all were plotting to win her from her lord. I determined to steal her, be the consequences what they might. Having enticed the husband to a smoking party, he says, I went to Big Rain's lodge dressed and painted in the extreme of fashion, and saw the lady reclining upon her couch, she started up, saying, "Who is here? Hush, it is Roman one. What do you want here? I have come to see you, because I love you. Don't you know that I am the chief's wife?" "Yes, I know it. But he does not love you as I do. I can paint your face and bring you fine horses. But as long as you are the wife of Big Rain, he will never paint your face. With you by my side, I could bring home many scalps. Then we could often dance, and our hearts would be merry. Go now," she pleaded, "for if my husband should return, I fear he would kill you. Go for your own sake, and for mine." "No, I will not go till you give me a pledge that you will be mine." She hesitated for a moment, and then slipped a ring from her finger and placed it on mine. All I had to do now was to watch for a favorable chance to take her away. The appointed time had arrived, and on going to the place of assignation, I found the lady true to her word. In fact, she was there first. We joined the party, and were absent about a week. We succeeded in stealing 117 horses, and arrived safe with them in the camp. Meanwhile, Big Rain discovered the loss of his wife when we rode, and he took no part in the rejoicing, but ordered his wife and me to be surrounded, and with half a dozen of his sisters, all armed with scourges, administered a most unmerciful whipping. I received it with Indian fortitude. If I had resisted, they would have been justified in killing me. Also, if they had drawn one drop of blood, I should have been justified in taking their lives. Without wishing to delay the progress of the narrative, we cannot resist the impulse to express admiration of the Indian punishment for a seducer of married women. Could the same unromantic penalty be duly and zealously inflicted for similar PG 383 transgressions in places of more pretensions? Some of the scandals of civilized life would be curtailed to resume. I sent word to the wife of Big Rain that I should go out again the next night, and should expect her company. She returned a favorable answer, and was faithful to her promise. On my return, I received another such flogging as the first 2 nights. Afterward, I started on a third expedition, my new wife accompanying me, and received a third sound thrashing from her husband. Finally, he grew furious. But my soldiers said to him, "You have whipped him 3 times, and shall whip him no more. We will buy your claim." He acceded to the offer, and consented to resign all interest and title in Mrs. Big Rain for the consideration of 1 warhorse, 10 guns, 10 chief's coats of scarlet cloth, 10 pairs of new leggings, and the same number of moccasins. This was not a bad remuneration for a faithless woman. In another case, an intrigue resulted tragically. One of the wives of a military chief eloped with a man who had formerly been her lover. He deserted her in a short time. She returned to her father's hut, whither her husband traced her. He walked deliberately into the hut, smoked quietly for a time, and then took her by the hair, led her to the door, and killed her with a single blow of his tomahawk. The caprice or generosity of the same chief gave a very different conclusion to a similar incident, which occurred some time afterward. Another of his wives eloped with a young man who was not able to support her as she wished, and both returned to the village. She presented herself before her husband, and asked his pardon. He sent for the man, inquired if they still loved each other, and on their acknowledgement gave up his wife to her lover, made them a present of 3 horses, and restored them both to his favor. With the exception of some national customs, the outward life of the Indian is generally decent. A temporary interval of wild license, corresponding to the Saturnalia of the ancients, and called the Festival of Dreams, is common among the Canadian tribes. This carnival lasts 15 days, and laying aside all their usual gravity, they then commit every imaginable extravagance. Our authority does not say whether immorality forms a portion of this relaxation, but from the custom of other bands, it is not improbable. Lewis and Clark mention several instances in which they PG 384 were present at dancing and similar festivals, and witnessed exhibitions of the most foul and revolting indecency. Mr. Catlin records his opinion that the Old World has very little of superior morality or virtue to hold as an example to the North American Indians, and we are not inclined to enter into any long comparison of the races. The manners of each have been described, and while it would be unjust to expect the untutored son of the forest to display as much delicacy as his more cultivated fellowmen, it would be equally ungenerous to assert that the white female population as an aggregate are governed by the impulses which apparently sway the Indian woman. But whatever doubts there may exist as to the immorality of the Indian women in their natural state, all are entirely removed as soon as they come in contact with the white race. Those in the provinces of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Canada have rapidly learned the worst of vices. They are drunken, sensual, and depraved. The venereal disease commits frightful ravages among them. In fact, most of their sickness arises from excess of one kind or another. Maclean, in his 25 years' service in Hudson's Bay, says that the men employed by the company are reconciled to their hard employment and poor remuneration by the immorality of the women, of whom numbers are prostitutes selling themselves for the smallest remuneration. On the northwest coast, chastity is scarcely even a name. The sea tribes are the most licentious, and at some places where ships touch for supplies, hundreds of women come down to the beach, and by indecent exposures of their persons endeavor to obtain permission to come on board. Sir George Simpson received a visit from a chief who wanted to negotiate the loan of Lady Simpson and offered his squaw in temporary exchange. Many of the traders on the upper Missouri, from motives of policy, connect themselves with women of the tribes. The most beautiful girls aspire to this station, which elevates them above their ordinary servile occupations. These engagements are not marriages in our sense of the word. A price is paid for the girl, and she is transferred at once to the trader's house. With equal facility, he can annul the contract, for which her father is not sorry, as he is thus enabled to sell her over again. The tariff of prices will range from 2 horses to a handful of awls. Such is the remuneration for which an Indian chief will prostitute his daughter. It must be added that occasionally the couple live PG 385 permanently together as man and wife, the possibility of their doing so being always supposed in the first instance. Chapter Roman 30. Barbarous nations. Africa, Australasia, West Indies, Java, Sumatra, Borneo. The relations of the sexes among uneducated races are modified by every circumstance of their position, but the natural ascendancy of the strong over the weak is universally displayed, and wherever woman is allowed a social rank approaching that of man, it will be found that a degree of civilization has been attained. Many branches of the human family have advanced more or less beyond the utterly savage state, the love of ornament and the practice of exchange having raised them one step in the scale, while they vary as much in the characteristics of their barbarism as civilized nations do in their refinement. Waiving generalities, a better idea of their respective customs will be obtained by noticing the position of females among the different nations. Africa. Some of the most wild and savage tribes of the human family are to be found in the immense peninsula of Africa. Observation has proved that a medium state of refinement is accompanied with the least immorality, and that it is among the merest savages and the most hylipolist communities that the greatest profligacy exists. In order to present the subject clearly, we will make a geographical arrangement, and commencing from the south, pass over the continent till we reach the valley of the Lower Nile. The Hottentots are a dissolute, profligate race, and have borne that character from the earliest period. It was remarked by Van Riebeck in 1655, and confirmed by Colonel Napier in 1840, the latter describing them as proverbially unchaste. Indecency and lewdness are their characteristics, and even now, though accustomed to clothing, it is not uncommon for them to strip themselves and dance in a lascivious manner at their festivals. The PG 386 females prostitute themselves readily to strangers, some from inclination, others for money or a gift of finery. But we have no means of estimating the numbers of this disreputable class. A few of superior order are scattered among these degraded creatures, and intelligent and well-conducted women have attracted the notice of travelers. The pastoral Kaffirs are more moral, though more ferocious than the Hottentots, being more addicted to arms and less to debauch. They practice polygamy, buying their wives for so many head of cattle. The girls undergo a probation before marriage, during which they are kept in seclusion. As the tribe wander from place to place, they carry their women with them, and upon them all the domestic labor falls, even the chief's wives assisting in grinding corn and similar work. Divorce is easy on very slight grounds. We occasionally hear of women committing fornication, but no professed class of prostitutes has been described. Marriage is not held as a sacred tie, but adultery by a wife is severely punished. Natural affections appear extremely weak among the Kaffirs, and mothers have but little attachment to their children, the sickly and feeble being sometimes abandoned To avoid the trouble of rearing them, Mrs. Ward knew of a woman who buried alive a sickly daughter. The little creature was but imperfectly interred. It burst from the grave and ran home. A second time it was subjected to the same torture, and again escaped. A third attempt was made with a similar result. When its mother received it, and it ultimately recovered, such instances of inhumanity are not rare. Husbands frequently drag their sick wives into a thicket and leave them to die. It is important to mention that where these people have embraced Christianity, their manners have totally changed. Polygamy has been renounced, and they manifest an inclination to conform to the morals taught them. Between the tropics, the people are notorious for licentiousness. Morality is a strange idea to them, nor is a man restrained by any social law from intercourse with as many females as he pleases. The result is that women are regarded strictly as marketable commodities, and the commonest feelings of humanity are unknown. On the Gold Coast, husbands openly prostitute their wives for money. In other places, an adulterer pays a fine to the husband, and many urge their wives to commit the crime for the sake of the penalty. When Laird visited the Niger in 1832, he found the condition of the females upon its borders most humiliating. Pg 387. Polygamy was universal, and wives were reduced to slavery in their own houses. In short, the race may be described as the most idle, ignorant, and profligate in Africa. The king possessed 140 wives, one of whom was under 13 years of age, and all had been purchased for a few muskets or a piece of cloth. Half a dozen of the fattest were known as his favorites, and one of them was said to weigh over 350 pounds. The mother of this prince lived in his palace and amused the court with obscene dances. Adultery by any inmate of the harem was punished with death. When a man died, one at least of his wives was expected to attend him. She was bound and thrown into the river. In another place, the woman was buried alive. And in the kingdom of Fundal, when a chief died leaving 15 wives, the king selected the ugliest to be hanged over the grave and transferred the remaining 14 to his own quarters. The native of Western Africa looks upon his wife as a source of pleasure and gain, reckoning her as property to the amount she can earn. With a strange inconsistency, some of these barbarians profess a sentiment of attachment. The king of Atta told Lander that he loved him as he loved his wife. As he was a polygamist, it is to be assumed. The traveler thought it a divided affection. Marriage is held as one of the common occurrences of life. When a man is old enough, he takes a wife and goes on adding to his property until he probably owns 100, if he has means enough to buy them. Even under this system, many women cannot obtain stated husbands, as some men will not take permanent wives. But it is safe to assert that no single man lives without female intercourse, and no single woman remains chaste. A wife suspected of adultery is forced to drink a poisonous decoction, but she sometimes bribes the priest to render it harmless. Widows who have lived on bad terms with their husbands have to undergo the same ordeal. An illicit connection with the king's wife results in death to both parties, but for the wife of a chief, the gift of a slave is an expiation. The price of a handsome wife is from $18 to $36. A plain-looking one is worth about $7. As a man's inclination varies, he often sells one wife and buys another with the proceeds of the transaction. In the kingdom of Dahomey, once the center of the slave trade, a most profligate population is found, and the traveler entering its seaport is immediately struck with the immodesty of the women throughout the country. The same characteristic is observable. Pg 388. They are profligates from the highest to the lowest. The king is superior in brutality and filthiness, traits which seem hereditary to the throne of Dahomey. To any of his subjects, he has thousands of wives, his chiefs have hundreds. His subjects tens. The royal favorites are too sacred for the gaze of common people, who must turn aside or hide their faces. If any of them are passing strangers, are excluded from the harem, but the privileged nobility attend the king's feasts, at which his wives take a leading part in drinking rum and conducting the debauch. When the king desires to confer honor on any favorite, he chooses a wife for him and presents her publicly. She hands her husband a cup of rum, which is a sign of union. The king of Dahomey supports an army of several thousand Amazons who dress in male attire, do not marry, and are supposed not to have intercourse with men. These troops were long considered invincible, but a few years ago they encountered a defeat on one of their marauding expeditions, and 1,000 or more were killed on the field. As the king and his wealthy subjects have so many wives, poor people are obliged to content themselves with the company of prostitutes, who are a licensed and taxed class in Dahomey. There appears to be a band of these in every village, but their profits are often insufficient for support, and they resort to industrial occupation, hiring themselves to carry heavy burdens, etc. One traveler saw 250 collected in a troop, and another was assailed by a crowd of women who offered to be his wives for a drop of rum. Many of the poorest class stroll about naked, and a gratuity, however small, will purchase their favors. The dirty, lazy, dull people of the Fenty coast have the same moral aspect, as the subjects of Dahomey. Parents sell their children, husbands sell their wives, women sell themselves for a trifling sum. One woman was so anxious to make a bargain of this kind that she took possession of a traveler's bed, and force was necessary to expel her. Marriage is a mere purchase, a wife costing about $16. Women are unsaleable. When more than 15 or 16 years old, any man committing adultery is forced to buy his paramour at her cost price. Along the coast of Benin, similar customs prevail. Public dancers act as prostitutes and offer themselves at a small price. Every woman considers it an honor to be the king's companion, even for one night. pg 389 in Ashanti, where also polygamy prevails, adultery is common, especially among the king's wives, who are hewn to pieces. If discovered, the people are profligate beyond anything which can be conceived. A practice of unusual depravity prevails among the crewmen, a son who inherits his father's property, taking his wives also, and thus his own mother becomes his slave. The Edias of Fernando Po offer strong contrast to the above, treating their women with consideration and assigning them far less than the usual amount of work. Polygamy is allowed. The first wife taken by a man must be betrothed to him at least 2 years before marriage, and during that time he is in a state of servitude like that of Jacob, for Rachel, the girl being kept in seclusion when she appears as a married woman. All the virgins of the tribe salute and dance round her. This custom is only observed with the first wife. The others, being concubines who are governed by her adultery, is severely punished for the first offense. Both parties lose one hand for the second. The man and his relatives are heavily fined and chastised. The woman loses the other hand and is driven from the settlement into the woods, an exile more terrible than mutilation. It would be but a needless repetition to pass in review all the various groups of African states. We have seen that in the West profligacy is a universal feature, and it is scarcely less so in the East. In Zulu, for example, the king has a seraglio of 1,500 women. The manners of the communities in the Sahara are imperfectly known, but appear to be above those in other parts of Africa. Though many customs prevail which shock our ideas of decency, a chief offered Richardson his 2 daughters as wives. Immorality is usually a secret crime, and their general customs with regard to sexual intercourse are outwardly decent. Still, the condition of the female sex is degraded, for they are regarded as materials of a man's household and ministers to his sensuality. Abyssinia presents various characteristics of manners. In Tajura, men live with their wives for a short time and then sell them. Parents are known to hire their daughters out as prostitutes. One chief offered his daughter as a temporary or permanent companion to a traveler, and a woman presented herself as a candidate for a similar appointment, saying by way of recommendation that she had already lived with 5 men. One strong evidence of the immorality of Tajura is the fact that syphilis affects nearly the pg 390 whole population, man and woman, sultan and beggar, priests and their wives inclusive. In Shoa, the king has 1 wife and 500 concubines, the latter scattered in various parts of his dominions. He makes a present to the parents of any girl he may desire, and is usually well paid in return for the honor. The governors of provinces and cities follow his example. There are 2 kinds of marriage in Shoa, one a mere arrangement to cohabit, the other a holy ceremony. The former is almost invariably used, the man and woman declaring before witnesses that they mean to live together. Divorces are as easily obtained, only mutual consent being necessary. A wife is valued according to the amount of her property, and the owner of a hut, a field, and a bedstead is sure to get a husband when they quarrel and part. a division of property takes place. Concubines are procured as well from the Christians as from Mohammedans and pagans, but the latter are forced to declare themselves converted, for Shoa is professedly a Christian kingdom. A favorite concubine holds the same position as a married woman, and no distinction is made between legitimate and illegitimate children. The court overflows with licentiousness, numerous adulteries take place, and the example is followed by the people, among whom a chaste married couple is rare. The sacerdotal class of Shoa is notoriously drunken and profligate. In a word, the morals of the country are of the lowest description in the Mohammedan states of the neighborhood. The condition of the female sex is also degraded, and if there is less general prostitution, it is because every woman is the slave of some man's lust, and is closely watched by him. In the provinces of Kordofan south of the Nubian mountains, the sentiment of love is not altogether unknown, and men fight duels with whips of hippopotamus hide on account of a disputed mistress. The wife is, however, a virtual slave, and is still more degraded if she prove barren the husband, then solacing himself with a concubine who is raised to the rank of a wife. If she bear a child, the general demeanor of the girls of Kordofan is modest, and their lives are chaste, while the married women are addicted to intrigue, especially if neglected by their husbands. In some parts of the country, men consider it an honor for their wives to have intercourse with strangers, and often assist the woman to this end. There is a class of pretty dancers who are usually prostitutes, and are celebrated for their successes in the latter vocation. PG 391 Marriage is arranged without the woman's consent. The man bargains for her, pays the price, and takes her home. A feast and dance sometimes celebrate the event. When a wife is ill-treated, she demands a divorce, and returns home taking her female children with her. Trifles often produce these separations, an insufficient allowance of pomatum to grease her skin being a valid complaint. These remarks apply to the fixed population. The wandering tribes of Kordofan are a moral, modest race, naked, but not indecent. A chief of the Berbers offered a late traveler his choice of 2 daughters for a temporary companion. Both being already married, many women there are ready to prostitute themselves for a present. A virgin may be purchased either as a wife or a concubine for a horse. A young Berber who was asked why he did not marry pointed to a colt, and said, "When that is a horse, I shall marry." The condition of women in Khartoum on the upper borders of the Nile, as described in Ferdinand Wern's account of his voyage to discover the sources of the White Stream, is so degraded that it may be said with truth, the female monkeys of the neighboring woods occupy a far nobler and more natural position. Farther up the river, the morals are purer. The Keks are described as leading a blameless life. Marriageable girls. Children are kept in seclusion, and during a considerable part of the year, the women live in villages apart from the men, who possess only temporary huts, the substantial habitations of their wives being accessible to them during the rainy season. A man dare not approach the harem village at any other time, but some of the women occasionally creep into their husbands' huts. Polygamy is allowed, but is too costly for any but the chiefs. Among some of the tribes on the banks of the White Nile, women sell their children if they can do so with profit. The maidens appear naked, but married women wear an apron. All experience shame at appearing unclothed before travelers beyond the mountains of the Moon. Wern found a people whom he describes as chaste and decent, where unmarried men and women were kept separate. Our information is so limited that any inquiry into the morals of Africa must be incomplete, but enough has been stated to give a fair idea of the average morality. Statistics are of course impossible, but from a description in general terms, we cannot hesitate to form an opinion. Page 392. Australasia. In this division of the Earth's surface are generally included the great island of Australia, Papua or New Guinea, and some adjacent islands comprising New Caledonia and Van Diemen's Land. Politically and geographically, the islands of New Zealand are also in this division. But there is some question as to the propriety of this distribution for ethnographical purposes. Opinions vary as to the state of the New Zealanders. There is much similarity between them and the inhabitants of some of the Polynesian islands, while there are equally strong points of resemblance between them and the Australian Aborigines. the New Zealander, when discovered by Cook, was far superior to the Australian in intelligence, and in the arts of life. He inhabited a decent hut, could build a stockade fort, and lived upon cooked food. The Australian lived in a hollow tree, could put together a temporary hut made of bark and brush, and fed upon grubs, roots, and raw flesh. Among such a race as the Australian blacks, it is needless to say that the position occupied by women was of the most degrading and brutal character. The Australian savage does not even pay his future spouse the compliment of wooing her. Might makes right in their case. The woman is often betrothed by her parent or kinsman, and becomes her husband's property by sale and bargain. If this has not been effected in the usual way, he acquires his marital privileges by an inroad on the grounds of another tribe, and then, meeting a woman, he knocks her down with his waddy, a heavy club, and carries her to a place of security where he makes himself master of her person by force. This, indeed, is so usual a course of procedure that it has given rise to a belief that the Australian rival bachelors compete for a wife by knocking her on the head, and whoever fells her bears away the bell. The habits of the native Australians are not so observable now as they were at the commencement of the system of colonization. At first, a continual intercourse was kept up between them and the settlers, the reciprocal injuries inflicted upon each other, in which the whites were more to blame than the natives, brought about an exterminating warfare. The black race has gradually wasted away from the settled, or rather partially settled country, while the much diminished interior tribes have retreated in South Australia, New South Wales and Victoria, far into the wilderness beyond ordinary communication with the white man. PG 393, in Van Diemen's Land, the natives were almost extirpated by the constant warfare carried on between them and the settlers, convict as well as free, and the government was obliged to take the few survivors under its protection, and to establish a place of refuge for them. They were accordingly collected and deported to an island in Bass Straits under the charge of a special commissioner, but notwithstanding the increased comforts of their condition and their immunity from the murderous hostility of their white foes, they have languished, and instead of the population increasing, it has gradually decreased, until at the present time it is believed that the numbers are under 100. In Central Australia, north of the Murray, the tribes are still comparatively numerous, and in some cases warlike and hostile to settlers. The married women among the Aborigines are called gins, and the single girls lubras. The women follow their lords on their migrations and excursions, carry the loads, and do all the work. They bear patiently and submissively the blows and usage to which they are subject. Polygamy is practiced by the more powerful men of the tribes, who appropriate to themselves such women as they choose, and cast them off at pleasure now, and then they sell or present a gin to a friend in want of such a commodity. There is considerable disproportion between the sexes, attributable partly to continual usage, partly to the habit prevalent among savage nations of destroying female infants. At one time in the history of these colonies, the outlying stockmen and shepherds occasionally endeavored to solace their loneliness with a lubra whom they had managed to decoy from her lawful owner. But the half-breeds from such unions are very rare. The natives, notwithstanding the low estimate they have of their women, are exceedingly jealous of them as property, and keep them away as much as possible from the stations. Chastity is at all times of little account among savages, always excepting the old Celts and Teutons, who held continence in high esteem, and whose women were objects of general respect. From the peculiar habits of the Australian Aborigines themselves, it can scarcely be said that prostitution exists as an institution. The woman has no choice in the matter, as between the gins and lubras and the white settlers, there is scarcely any chance for prostitution. A woman now and then visits the towns or settlements, but always in company with her male friends. When quite young, the girls are not more disagreeable than others of PG 390 for their complexion. When more advanced in years, they are absolutely repulsive and are rendered hideous by scars and other evidences of brutality. At all times, both sexes are loathsome in their persons, and are clad in filthy blankets or sheepskins, unless when they can pick up tattered remnants of European clothing. Among the New Zealanders, the state of the women was a little better than among the Australians. The amelioration was rather in degree than principle. They were subject to the same control by parents and kinsmen. They were disposed of in marriage as matter of right, and were often betrothed from infancy, in which case they were tapu or taboo to other persons than the young chief or warrior who had purchased the reversion. Cruel punishments of the women for infidelity were general, and even for minor offences, they were subject to very severe chastisement. In one case, even recently, a New Zealand woman was suspended by the heels naked, and in that position unmercifully whipped. Her sense of the outrage was so keen that she committed suicide. Licentiousness among the women was probably more rare formerly. The now adultery was punished in both parties by death, and the family of the male offender were often involved in the punishment. Now, however, the constant visits of whalers and seafaring men, the gradual settlement of whites in the islands, and above all the profits and advantages derivable from illicit intercourse, caused the women to be free of their persons' parents, and even husbands are often the principal gainers by the transaction, and even negotiate the profit to be made. The marriage ceremony, too, was formerly of so easy a character that whatever the New Zealand woman might have thought of it, no settler, and especially no seaman, would feel himself bound by the tie. And although associations based on this weak bond were not wrong in the woman, they paved the way for less excusable relations. The influence of civilized institutions and the presence of a regular clergy and missionaries is effecting some improvement in native morals, and many lawful marriages have taken place between the whites and the native women, the offspring of which a fine race of half-breeds may be met with throughout the Australian colonies. The example of the consideration in which the native women thus married are held, and the rights and social position that they acquire is not without influence on others, and predisposes them to the same course among the tribes removed from the coast and withdrawn from civilized control. The ancient PG 395 customs are still kept up in their integrity, and the chiefs and natives jealously resist all encroachments on their independence among those chiefs, even who have been converted to a nominal Christianity. Raparaha, for instance, heathen institutions of revenge for injury, polygamy, power of life, and death over their wives and followers are maintained, and the humanizing lessons of the gospel have made but little way toward an amendment of their barbarous lives. In New Zealand, it is asserted that the venereal disease is very prevalent among the natives, and from their diet and licentious habits is often fatal. In colonial white society, there are no particular incidents to characterize prostitution. At all times during the continuance of transportation, female immorality has been very prevalent. The general law, so often observed as attendant upon irregularity of the sexes, has been powerfully operative. Besides, there have been local influences at work to deteriorate female manners. The large importations of convict women, who are always the most unruly and vicious of the felon population, and who notoriously gave more trouble and vexation to the authorities than anyone else, was prejudicial to public virtue. Just, however, as on account of these faults women of indifferent character were lightly esteemed, so did the respectable females gain in public opinion. However poor their worldly condition, there was not much regular prostitution. Although incontinence prevailed, there was a continual system of marriage going on among the convicts. When a man chose to marry, he brushed himself up, put on a clean shirt, and went to the nearest superintendent, to whom he intimated his desire for matrimony. Permission was always given. The eligibles at the station were forwarded for his inspection, and the selected one rarely refused, inasmuch as her connubial bonds relieved her during good behavior from the more galling bondage of the law. Some of these unions turned out more satisfactorily than might have been expected from the character of the parties, especially of the women. South Australia and the Gold Colony of Victoria never were penal settlements. The deficiency of respectable young women was very much felt by the colonists, and the home government made many well-intentioned efforts to supply the want. A large number of young women went out from Great Britain under the charge of matrons and medical officers, and in the majority of cases their arrival was hailed with great satisfaction. It was no PG 396 unusual thing for a young man, a settler far away up the country, to come down to the government depots at Adelaide or Melbourne on the arrival of a female emigrant ship, and then and there to pick out his partner for life. Of course, the greater number were hired out to service by the colonists, and in the order of events passed from service to independence. parental care and precaution were exercised by the authorities over the young. Women thus sent abroad, they were not allowed to hire into dram shops or lodging houses. The parties who hired them required to be known. They had liberty to remain at the depot for some months if not suited, and for any length of time in case of sickness on arrival and afterward during good conduct. The depot was an asylum for an indefinite length of time. Notwithstanding all these safeguards, there was a constant supply of prostitution. The good intentions of the emigration commissioners in London were too frequently neutralized by the depraved character of officers of the vessels in which females were sent, or by the interested conduct of the local authorities in England. A good reputation was essential to the intending emigrant, but frequently masters of workhouses and parish officers shipped off unworthy or troublesome characters who were better got rid of at any price. During the gold mania, prostitution in Australia was rampant. The enormous gains and flaunting extravagance were a great temptation to young women who could not readily suit themselves with situations, and who disliked the moderate restraints of the depot, the persuasive arts of the procuress and brothel keeper were not wanting. It was a singular fact that at one time all the public vehicles were owned by brothel keepers. The profits of these joint callings were perfectly fabulous. It was an everyday sight to see a party of prostitutes in the most gaudy costumes parading the streets, in open carriages indeed. It was generally understood to be part of their contract that they should have unlimited clothing of the most garish colors and style and expensive material, and also Sunday rides in open carriages. The police authorities did what they could to check this shameful display, but they were powerless before the reckless extravagance of the miners and the influx of women. It is believed that this excess has now toned down, and miners, having taken to buying land and to marriage order, is once more resuming sway, and prostitution in the gold colonies, though not at an end, is much shorn of its public show and display. Page 397. Polynesia. The principal groups of the Polynesian islands are the society-friendly Samoan Sandwich and Marquesas. These last have been rendered famous of late years by Mr. Herman Melville's Type and Amu. The South Sea Islands were usually depicted in the most glowing colors by early navigators. The lands were the fairest on Earth's surface. The climate was unsurpassed, combining the genial warmth of the tropics with the fresh breezes of ocean, the soil spontaneously bringing forth in luxuriant abundance the loveliest and most valuable vegetable productions. And finally, the inhabitants were fitted both in person and disposition to tenant such an Eden. It is easy to comprehend the frame of mind which led to these descriptions. The seaman, after wandering over the pathless ocean, with only the dark waste of waters in view, might well recognize a paradise in the green hills and shady groves of the islands of the Pacific, and angels in their dusky denizens. But these pictures were eminently fallacious. The virtues of savage life disappear on close acquaintanceship, implacable ferocity, among themselves sanguinary and exterminating warfare, cannibalism, unbounded licentiousness, and its concomitants of unnatural lust and lasciviousness, debasing and horrid idolatry, infanticide, the most grinding tyranny of the strong over the weak, and of the man over the woman, who is not permitted to live in the same dwelling, eat the same food, cook at the same fire, or even use the same dish as her lord and master. These enormities are the ordinary conditions of savage life. Some local modifications may be found, but such were the main incidents in Polynesian life and character. It is true that in the first instance, the natives received the whites with all friendship and evinced toward their visitors much hospitality and gentleness of demeanor. This is to be attributed to the wonder and reverence with which they regarded foreigners, looking on them as superior beings of another sphere, and awestruck at their wonderful powers, at the astonishing engines they wielded and managed, and at their unknown attributes. But familiarity lessened respect. Some ill-advised and unjustifiable tyranny brought out the offensive points of savage character, and theft, treachery, and murder were soon practiced as freely against pg 398 the whites as against each other, whenever fear of consequences did not restrain them. The murder of Captain Cook and the attack on La Perouse were remarkable cases on account of the boldness of the savages, and the public loss in the death of the great navigator. But they were not isolated outrages. Many a small and feeble-manned vessel perished among the islands, and on repeated occasions, when landings were effected, the mariners ran great risks from the uncertain despotism of the natives. Whatever may have been their other qualities either among themselves or in their intercourse with foreigners, licentiousness was the universal characteristic of the South Sea Islanders. It was not merely polygamy or excess among a few of the more powerful members of the community, but the ordinary habit among all classes. Chastity, whenever met with, was not a customary part of woman's life, but only an incident dependent on particular circumstances. In fact, an abnormal condition. It was associated with either marriage or betrothal. A peculiar institution of all these islanders was the tapu or taboo, a semi-religious ceremony performable either by priest or chief, whereby places, persons, or property could be rendered unapproachable by other than the lawful owner. The breach of this law has always been the greatest violation of propriety and public feeling, of which a native or foreigner could be guilty, when young girls were betrothed at an early age either to boys of corresponding years or to older persons. Such females were tabooed. This ensured chastity until they had reached a marriageable age, as this betrothal system was almost exclusively confined to chiefs. It follows that the obligation to chastity was very limited. The farther inference would be that chastity was associated rather with property in the female than propriety in the woman. Another institution of the South Sea Islanders was that of the arioi. These were a body of men and women banded together for certain purposes, which had originally been of a religious character. They had probably been once obi men, medicine men, or wizards, as among the Negroes and Indians. The custom, so often observable among heathen nations, of incorporating amusements and festivities into religious rites had been taken up by these arioi, and in process of time they degenerated into mere mimes or buffoons, and yet preserved to themselves, by prescriptive right, all the immunities and privileges otherwise accorded to priests. They traveled about from place to place, and sometimes pg 399 from island to island. Their observances yet retained a trace of their religious origin, inasmuch as they commenced with a sacrifice to the gods, after which they entertained the people with theatrical performances in which obscene songs and lascivious dances formed the chief features. They gave dialogues and recitations, in which they freely satirized all classes, not excepting the priests. They were everywhere gladly received, and had a right to free quarters wherever they stopped. It is said the members were usually the handsomest of both sexes, the women being the most profligate among the inhabitants. Tradition maintained that these persons had been originally incorporated by the gods, and that one of their rules was perpetual celibacy, and that they should have no descendants. This, though it might perhaps in the outset have been a prohibition intended for pure purposes, has ended in the perversion of such an intention in their present condition. Whether degenerate or not, the inhibition is not taken to exclude them from sexual intercourse and enjoyment, but from its natural consequences. Their lives were accordingly most abandoned, and abortion and infanticide were invariably practiced, nor were their enormities confined to their own body after their representations. The wildest excesses were perpetrated in all quarters. Resistance or retaliation was impossible by the sufferer on account of the fear these wretches excited by the mysterious powers with which they were accredited, and which were in reality the secret affiliations of all the bands. When performing, the arioi painted their bodies black, and their faces scarlet. They wore dresses of bright-colored plants and flowers. They were divided into several classes, named after some particular ornament, and taking into account the subordinate members of the troops and the attendants who performed the menial offices, they must have been exceedingly numerous. Places were specially built for their reception, and for the greater convenience of their representations. Candidates for admission into their number were received by secret ceremonies akin to the mysteries of paganism. Solemnities intended to awe the vulgar were performed, and the idea of special reservation of the blessings of a future Elysium to these deceivers was promulgated and believed. pg 400. The existence of such organized societies could not but be in the highest degree subversive to all order and decency. Accordingly, when the missionaries first arrived, they found the general depravity of morals. The greatest difficulty they had to encounter, obscenity, libidinousness, and incontinence, were so engrafted into the very nature of the people that they seemed almost ineradicable. Accordingly, we find it narrated of an intelligent convert that he expressed his conviction that the people ought to be induced to discontinue infanticide, human sacrifice, and demon worship, but that preservation of female virtue and Christian marriage would never be obtained. The Society Islands are said to have been formerly proverbial, even in Polynesia, for the licentiousness which is still remarkably prevalent among them. The missionary regulations have apparently mitigated the evils, and they have succeeded in establishing laws on the subject, which are not, however, binding upon strangers. The foreigners who come to these islands, while denouncing the conduct of the inhabitants, are too often the chief instigators to vice, and finding themselves checked in their misconduct, they vent their disappointment on the missionaries. The foreign influences at work in these islands are of a twofold nature: one, striving for the improvement of the natives and the inculcation of virtuous principles, and the encouragement or enforcement of virtuous practices; the other, including all the base and sordid passions and motives of seamen and whalers, bent on the reckless enjoyment of the passing hour, of traders and adventurers eager in quest of gain, and among the worst specimens of runaway seamen, and even convicts from the Australian settlements. All these influences combine to check the advancement of the natives. The beauty of the women in these islands has been much exaggerated. Commodore Wilkes says, "I did not see among them a single woman whom I could call handsome. They have indeed a certain sleepiness about the eyes which may be fascinating to some, but I should rather ascribe the celebrity which their charms have acquired among navigators to their cheerfulness and gaiety. Others who visit them with equally cool judgment tell us that they were disappointed in their appearance, for there were few who could be called handsome. Nevertheless, they had eminent feminine graces, their manners being affable, pg 401, and engaging, their step easy and graceful, their behavior free and unguarded, their temper mild, gentle, and unaffected, slow to take offense, easily pacified, seldom retaining resentment or revenge, whatever the provocation. There can be no doubt that their demeanor was winning and affable, and their conduct sportive and playful. Their industry was not very great, the few wants of the islanders being amply supplied by nature. The women prepared the po from the breadfruit and the ava. Until Europeans introduced the hog, this was their usual diet, if we except the cannibal feasts of the warriors, in which the women took no part. The female occupations were weaving flowers and grasses into garlands and mats. Their chief amusement was paddling the canoe or sporting in the surf, for all the islanders took to the water, and the women were perhaps, from the greater buoyancy of their persons, better swimmers than the men. Before the arrival of the missionaries, it was customary for the women to swim out to a ship and swarm on board, where scenes of debauchery and indecency commenced, lasting as long as the vessel lay in the harbor, and the fascination of which worked so powerfully on the excited passions of the seamen that desertions and mutiny were continually occurring. The earliest intercourse of whites has never yet been beneficial to the untutored savage, and had these occurrences only taken place on board the ships of foreigners, it might have been laid to the account of foreign corruption. But this was not the case. The gains derivable from the white men's visits might give profligacy a greater zest, for both sexes of the natives, for indiscriminate intercourse was a time-worn institution ere yet the European came. The South Sea Islanders are no exception to the general rule of keeping their women in a subordinate and inferior condition. A chief is sometimes taboo, and his women may not approach him. He may see them when he pleases at all times. The woman is in bondage. Those of the chief live in separate apartments from their master, and are not permitted to associate with him on equal terms, excepting when the female is of high blood. In this case, she is perfectly independent, can exercise the same powers as her husband, and in some particulars can even throw off her allegiance to him. Polygamy was and still is practiced among the chiefs, even pg 402, where missionary influences have been successful. The chiefs look upon the abolition of polygamy as a most objectionable innovation. They look back to their past liberty with regret and cannot understand why they are restricted to one-wife polygamy could of course only be practiced by the powerful at the expense of the weak. Already from various causes, operating among savages, there was a preponderance of males over females, rendered still more great by polygamy. This again depreciated female virtue, justifying illicit intercourse to those who lived in forced celibacy, and in its consequences came concealment and infanticide to such an extent was illicit intercourse carried that some writers assert that no girl ever reached the age of puberty. A virgin, the nature of the marriage bond is very uncertain. The husband could get rid of the wife at pleasure. There seems to have been a slight distinction between marriage and concubinage. Most of these social institutions are extended over all the islands alike, with very few local differences. Infanticide, for example, has been practiced in most of the islands, but not invariably so at Tutuila, one of the Samoan group. It had never obtained. Circumcision was common among most of the natives. Among the Samoans, the women are treated with consideration. The men do all the hard work, even to cooking, while the women perform only indoor labor, attend to the children, and prepare the food for the fire. In the Sandwich Islands, there is no such chivalrous sentiment. At the arrival of the missionaries, there were no marriage institutions among them. The only laws were such as to regulate somewhat their licentiousness. There were traditions to show that at some past time before the discovery of the island, the marriage tie had been held in respect by the natives, and that the marriage ceremony had been an important one. At present, personal chastisement of the wife by her husband is not infrequent, and it is spoken of by them as a matter of course. The relations of parents to children differed much at different periods. The Samoans seem to have been the most observant of moral obligations and natural ties among them. It was the usage of the mothers to suckle the children for several years, and to bring them up with great care and attention, so much so that a crippled child was sometimes discreditable as evincing a degree of culpable carelessness in the mother. pg 403. The society and Sandwich Islanders whose lives were habitually dissolute shunned all trouble which interfered with their freedom of intercourse, and children were considered especially burdensome. Infanticide prevailed to a frightful extent among them, and as if the ordinary dissoluteness of the people had not been ample inducement to this most flagitious crime, the tyranny of the rulers invented a poll tax in whose operation children over 10 were included. The poorer inhabitants of these blissful regions, who already felt the rod of oppression too severely, found in this an additional motive to child murder, but in its operation it was even more cruel than infanticide, for many children who had been suffered to live were put to death as they approached the period when they would be liable to taxation. The murder was consummated sometimes by the parents, at times mercifully, and at times horribly. There were a class of persons who practiced child murder professionally. In the Samoan group, the girls are often early betrothed without reference to years, the girl being taboo until of marriageable age. During the intervening period, the bridegroom accumulates property. The marriage festival is held with all circumstances of uproar and debauchery, and the guests stay as long as there is anything to eat. The consummation of the marriage and the virginity of the bride are published by the proofs required in the Jewish law. When a man in this group wishes to take a wife, he must ask the chief's consent. This obtained, he presents to the girl of his choice a basket of breadfruit, by accepting which she accepts the donor. The husband then pays the parents a sum of money for her according to her rank and estimation. Sometimes the courtship is to the family without consulting the girl, who is expected to conform to her parents' will in the matter. A Samoan may repudiate his wife and marry again on certain conditions, but the woman may not leave her husband without his consent. Adultery among the Samoans was formerly punished by death, and the marriage vow is strictly observed by them. It is considered highly discreditable for a young woman to form a connection with a native before marriage, although temporary intercourse with a foreigner is not considered objectionable. It may be that such a distinction is in complement to the conceded superiority of the white, but the explanation of a chief would rather put the pg 404 question on convenience than morality, for he objected to native young men as always hanging about the premises and attaching themselves to the young woman, whereas the foreigner gave his presence and sailed away when the period of his stay was ended, leaving the object of his choice free again. The Marquesas Islands have a singular institution similar to one prevalent among the ancient Lacedaemonians. A woman has more than one husband. This has been called polyandrism. But it does not seem precisely such a wife of a young warrior unknown to fame is honored by the advances of a more distinguished individual, by whom children may be begot. The superior chief takes the wife and her lawful husband under his protection and into his hut. The population of some of the districts in the Sandwich Islands is rapidly decreasing by a register kept in Hawaii. It appears there are 3 deaths to 1 birth. This disproportion is attributed to low habit of body, the consequence of venereal disease. Syphilis was introduced into these islands by Cook's expedition, and the whole of the natives in some districts are now said to be reduced to a morbid, sickly state, many of the women being incapable of childbearing, and but few of the children attaining maturity. There are other concurrent causes to contribute toward this decay, among which the difference of food and the introduction of clothing and consequent diminution of ablution among a people who spent half their lives in the water are not unimportant, but the district of Hanape, where the decrease was most rapid, was that in which the virus was first introduced, and here it is still most virulent in its action and effects. Whatever the causes, the same effect is in powerful operation, though not to the same depopulating extent in other places. At Waialua in 1832, the population was 2640. In 1835, it had fallen to 2415. There had been no war nor epidemic. It was the ordinary condition of the people. Sterility and abortion are considered the most potent causes. Abortion is very common, and there are cases in which women have had 6 or 7, and sometimes 10 in as many years, and no children. Personal and mutual abuse had been much practiced in early life among the settlers, and is a cause of sterility. Previous to 1840, infanticide was, as we have shown, common. PG 405, but here as elsewhere the marriage regulations which have been enforced by the missionaries and adopted by the converted natives are already operating in a reactionary manner against the decrease of population, and infanticide is almost unknown. The poll tax for children over 10 years of age has been repealed, and in its stead premiums are given for rearing large families of legitimate children. It is admitted by all that licentiousness prevails extensively among the people even at present, but to a far less degree than formerly, when promiscuous intercourse was universal. Men were living with several wives, and vice versa. All improvement in this respect is to be ascribed to the labors of Christian missionaries. To them, the Sandwich Islanders owe their moral code, and the enactment of laws respecting marriage, as well as their political institutions. The observance of outward morality and decency of behavior has, as we have mentioned, been made compulsory in those islands in which the missionaries have permanently fixed themselves and acquired sufficient power to make their regulations respected. They have interdicted public gatherings for the purpose of amusement, and even suppressed private games and diversions. This has been objected to as an interference with innocent recreation and pastime, and as encouraging formalism. But the missionaries had no choice in the matter. Paganism was deeply rooted in the daily life and habits of the people. In all religious festivals, feasting, dancing, and diversion formed so prominent a part that the only method of eradicating the attachment of the people to their heathen practices was to abolish the usages which made the worship attractive. The dances are always immodest, often lascivious, and grossly indecent. They consist of little more than contortions and twistings of the limbs and body, and of throwing themselves into postures which, as they are mostly performed by females, are highly conducive to immorality. Even among the Samoans, the dances as performed by the women are of the same libidinous character with the others, though the dances of the men are not indecorous. The diseases generally prevalent are skin affections from the delightful climate and simple diet of the people. These are not of a very severe character. The islanders have been no gainers in this respect. By their intercourse with Europeans, the venereal PG 406 disease has been introduced, and from the deficiency of medical treatment makes great ravages. Secondary syphilis is sometimes severe. At Tutuila, one of the Samoan group, It is said that venereal disease is entirely unknown, while in the other islands of the group, it is very rare. Political circumstances, the introduction of new elements into Polynesian life, the daily increasing intercourse between the islanders and foreigners all contribute to make the alterations in the social aspects of the South Sea Islands very rapid, so that every year may work new changes. Some recent writers affect to doubt the benefits of missionary labors among the islanders, who, as they say, have been thereby diverted from their innocent and simple habits of life, in place of which it is alleged a harsh and hypocritical austerity has been adopted. The purity of their morals and the vigor of their constitutions have been sapped and destroyed by the contact with Europeans and Americans, and the whole result of foreign intercourse has been unmixed evil. We reject these conclusions as savoring too strongly of party prejudice and class antipathies. The tendency of the gospel always is to purify and elevate savage tribes. The missionaries have perhaps overestimated and overstated the extent of benefit accomplished by them, and the gaiety and cheerfulness, so pleasing in appearance to the casual visitor, yet so deceptive in reality, may have been diminished. But the purity of savage life is a delusion, and something has been achieved if only an outward conformity to the laws and dictates of Christianity has been produced. West Indies. A very slight notice of the West Indies will suffice, for of the savage races scarcely a vestige remains of the Negro population. A general view is all that is required, and the civilized colonists retain so much of the impress of the countries whence they came as to require no special remarks. When Columbus first visited these beautiful islands, he found them inhabited by two classes of men: savage Caribs, who delighted in war and preyed upon the weaker tribes, and the simple communities, whose pacific habits made them victims of their violent neighbors. The people were alike distinct in the treatment of women. The peaceful islanders admitted females to a participation in all the delights of their rural life, allowing them to mingle in the dance, to inherit power, and to share all their pleasures among the cannibal PG 407 Caribs. A different fashion prevailed. The handsomest of their war prisoners were retained as slaves. The rest would drown. The lot of these exiles, as of the Carib women themselves, was hard enough. The nation was low and barbarous, and its women were treated accordingly, the men regarding them as an inferior race, whose degradation was only natural. A wife was her husband's slave, and all the drudgery of life fell upon her. She approached him with abject humility, and if she ever complained of a usage, it was at the risk of her life. Her children, however, were loved and watched with tender care. The original inhabitants of the West Indian Islands have disappeared, and are succeeded by a mixture of races, of whom the Negroes claim our attention now among the blacks of Antigua. As an example, immorality is characteristic. Infanticide is frequently practiced, even since the Emancipation Bill was passed. The reason for this is clear. Under slavery, Negroes could not contract a legal marriage. They therefore cohabited, and the union lasted as long as their affection or appetite existed. No disgrace attached to a woman who had borne children to several men. Now an idea of female virtue has been awakened, and they seek to escape the consequences of an illicit amour by destroying its offspring upon the principle that where no tangible evidence of a crime exists, no crime has been committed. During slavery, concubinage was general, and although many masters offered rewards to such as lived faithfully with one partner, the vice was all but universal, and a permanent engagement between a man and woman was seldom formed. Two females frequently lived with one man, one being considered his wife, and the other his mistress. When the Negroes were emancipated in 1834, many were anxious to be legally married, and others put away the partners of their compulsory servitude, and took new companions. Bigamy was not uncommon then, nor is it rare now, many devices being adopted to elude the stringent laws on this matter. Concubinage is less general than formerly, but the marriage covenant is by no means respected, nor is chastity much esteemed. In St. Lucia, sexual intercourse was unrestrained and almost promiscuous, and the Negroes of the island are even to this day averse to matrimony and inclined to concubinage in either relation. They are equally faithless, the only redeeming feature being love of their children. PG 408 The same low state of morals is observable in Santa Cruz, but in Jamaica the Negroes are mostly married and faithful to their engagements. Formerly, the intercourse of the sexes was loose, profligate, and lewd. When the missionaries attempted to reform this, any who submitted to their teachings were ridiculed by the demoralized of their comrades. It must be admitted that Europeans have not shown any good example to the Negroes, but on the contrary have encouraged their vices. Java. A curious system of manners now prevails in Java. Hindus have been succeeded by Mohammedans, and they in turn have given place to Dutch, each having impressed some characteristic on the people. As elsewhere, the condition of the female sex will indicate the general character. The institution of marriage is universally known, if not practiced or respected, and the lot of women may be considered fortunate. They are not illused in any manner, and the seclusion imposed upon the more opulent is rather a withdrawal from the indiscriminate gaze of the people than that lonely secrecy exacted by jealousy in some parts of the East. The condition of the sex in Java is an exception to the habits of Asiatics. They associate with the men in all the pleasures and offices of life, eat with them, and live on terms of mutual equality. They are sometimes permitted to ascend the throne, and in short, nowhere throughout the island are they treated with coarseness, violence, or neglect. They are willing and industrious, and are admitted to many honorable employments. Men sometimes act tyrannically in their households, but this only shows the fault of an individual, not of a class. Polygamy and concubinage are practiced by the nobility without reference to public opinion, but are not generally adopted, being regarded as vicious luxuries. The first wife is always mistress of the household. The others are her servants, who may minister to her husband's pleasures, but do not share his rank or wealth. No man will give his daughter as second or third wife, unless to some one far superior in rank to himself, and a woman considers it dishonorable, not in the abstract, to prostitute herself, but to form a connection with any man of humbler birth than herself. But though polygamy and concubinage are seldom known in Java, their absence must not be considered as implying superior pg 409 morality. On the contrary, it is the most immoral country in Asia. A woman who would not condescend to be the second wife of a chief would not scruple to commit adultery with him. In general terms, both sexes are profligate and depraved, although the islanders boast the chastity of their women as a distinguishing ornament, because a married woman would shriek if a stranger attempted to kiss her before her attendants. Divorce can be procured in Java with the utmost freedom, and is a privilege in which the women indulge themselves to a wanton degree. If a wife pays her husband a sum of money, he must leave her. He is not legally bound to accept her offer, but public opinion considers it disreputable to live with a woman who has thus signified her wishes for separation, and he yields to general sentiment. What is not exacted by law, the husband is often changed 3 or 4 times before the woman is 30 years old, and some boast the exercise of this privilege 12 times, as the means of subsistence abound, and are procured as easily by women as by men. The former are independent of the latter, and find no difficulty in living without husbands. Unfortunately, for the theories of some female reformers of the present day, who imagine that such independence foreshadows the millennium of woman's rights, it must be admitted that where the experiment has been tried, the sex are proverbially dissolute. Among the wealthier classes, the utmost immorality prevails, and in the great towns, the population is debauched to the last degree. Intrigues with married women continually occur and are prosecuted almost before the face of the husbands, who are often so tame and servile that they dare not assert their conjugal rights. Travelers have noticed flagrant instances of the looseness of Japanese manners, but one case will suffice. One of the princes who had seduced a married woman and was in the habit of visiting her at times when her husband, an officer in the public guard, was on duty, was surprised in her company on one occasion. The chief, having returned home earlier than was expected, he knew the rank of his visitor, and discreetly coughed so that the prince had time to escape. He then went to the chamber and flogged his wife. She complained to the prince, who was particularly desirous at that time to conciliate his subjects. He sent for the husband, made him many rich presents, and allowed him to select the handsomest woman in the royal household, in place of the frail one who had betrayed him. the husband accepted the peace offerings, pg 410, allowed his wife to return home with him, and all the parties were satisfied. In Java, women are usually married very young, as their chastity is in danger as soon as they reach maturity. At 18 or 20, a girl is considered to be getting old, and scarcely any are unmarried after 22, yet age does not exclude a woman from the probabilities of matrimony, for widows often procure husbands at 50. The preliminary arrangements are made by the parents, as scandal would not allow the young people to take any part in a transaction in which they are looked upon, as the natives express it, as mere puppets. The father of the youth, having made a suitable choice, proposes to the parents of the girl, if they are willing. The betrothal is ratified by some trifling present, and visits are made that the intended nuptials may be publicly known. Subsequently, the price of the lady is arranged, varying according to the rank and circumstances of the family. Sometimes this is plainly called the purchase money, and sometimes, by a more delicate term, the deposit. It is considered as a settlement for the bride. The only religious feature in the marriage ceremony is an exchange of vows in the mosque. This is followed by many observances of etiquette and parade. Finally, the married couple eat from the same vessel to testify their common fortune, or the bride washes her husband's feet in token of subjection. The Javanese support a large class of women as public dancers. The inhabitants are passionately fond of this amusement, but no respectable woman will join in it, and all its female partisans are prostitutes. In fact, the words dancer and prostitute are synonymous in their language. A chief of high rank is not ashamed to be seen with one of these women, who figure at most large entertainments and frequently amass enough money to induce some petty chief to marry them. So strong, however, is their ruling passion, they soon ascertain that domesticity is not their sphere, and become tired of their husbands, whom they divorce without ceremony and coolly return to their public life. The dress in which they perform is very immodest, but they seldom descend to such obscene and degrading postures as may be witnessed in other Eastern countries. European example has not done much for Java. The Dutch merchant has usually a native female called his housekeeper. In every city public prostitutes abound, while about the roads in the vicinity may be found others ready for hire. Their disguise as dancers is thought to conceal their profligacy. Page 411. Sumatra. The population of this island is divided into several tribes, slightly differing in their manners. The Rejangs, who may be supposed to represent its original inhabitants, are rude barbarians, scrupulously attentive to the show, but wanting the spirit of delicacy. They drape their women from head to foot, dread lest a virgin should expose any part of her person, and yet modesty is not a characteristic of the people in towns and villages. Those in rural districts, who are not so rigid as to costume, are more distinguished by decency. The customs of Sumatra are of a peculiar character, great importance being attached to required formulas, and the ritual is more essential than the principle. It is curious to examine the intricate details of a Sumatran marriage contract, which appears to be so little understood even by the people themselves, that we are informed one of these documents is sufficient to originate an almost endless litigation. There are several modes of forming a marriage contract. The first is when one man agrees to pay another a certain sum in exchange for his daughter. A portion of the amount, say about $5, is generally held back to keep the transaction open and allow the girl's parents a chance to complain if she is ill-used. If the husband wound her, he is liable to a fine, and in many ways his authority is controlled. But if he insists on paying the balance of the purchase money, her parents must accept it, and then their right of interference ceases. If a father desires to get rid of a girl suffering from any infirmity, he sells her without this reservation, and she has fewer privileges in consequence. In other cases, marriage is an affair of barter. One virgin being given for another. A man having a son and a daughter will give the latter in exchange for a wife for the former, or a brother will dispose of his sister. In the same way, sometimes a girl evades these customs by eloping with a lover of her own choice. If the fugitives are overtaken on the road, they can be separated. But if they have taken refuge in any house, and the man declares his willingness to obey existing rules, his wife is secured to him. The Jewish custom of a man marrying his brother's widow is in force among the Sumatrans, and if there be no brother, she must be taken by the nearest male relative, the father excepted, who is made responsible for any balance of her purchase money, which may be due. PG 412 Adultery is not frequently committed under this system, but when it is, the husband chastises his wife himself, or else forgives the offense. If he desire to divorce her, he may claim back the purchase money less $25, which is allowed her parents for depreciation. In the woman's value, if a man who has taken a wife is unable to pay the whole price, her friends may sue for a divorce, but then they must return all they have received from him. The ceremony of divorce consists in cutting a rattan in two in presence of the parties and their witnesses. Another kind of marriage is when a girl's father selects some man whom he adopts into his family, receiving a premium of about $20. The father-in-law's family thus acquire a property in the young husband. They are answerable for his debts, claim all he earns, and have the privilege of turning him out of doors when they are tired of him. The Malays of Sumalda have generally adopted a third kind of marriage, which they call the free. In this, the families approach each other on an equal level. A small sum, about $12, is paid to the girl's parents, and an agreement is made that all property shall be common between husband and wife. And if a divorce takes place, it shall be fairly divided. The actual ceremony of marriage is simple. A feast is given, the couple join their hands, and someone pronounces them man and wife. Where the female is an article of sale, little of what we call courtship can be expected. It is opposed to the manners of the country, which impose strict separation of the sexes in youth. And besides, when a man pays the price of his wife, he considers he is entitled to possession without any question as to her predilections. But traces of courtship may be met with on the very few occasions when young people are allowed to meet, such as public festivals. A degree of respect is shown to women, contrasting very favorably with the observances of more civilized communities, and mutual attachments sometimes spring from these associations. The festivals are enlivened by dances and songs. The former have been described as licentious, but an English traveler says he has often seen more immodest displays in a ballroom in his native country. The songs are extempore, and love is the constant theme. Polygamy is permitted, but only a few chiefs have more than one wife. To be a second one is considered far below the dignity of a respectable woman, and a man would demand a divorce for PG 413 his daughter if her husband was about to take an additional companion. Marston, the traveler already mentioned, says that in the country parts of Sumatra chastity is general, but the merit is lost when he adds that interest causes the parents to be watchful of their daughters, because the selling price of a virgin is far above that of a woman who has been defiled. If a case of seduction occurs, the seducer can be forced to marry the girl and pay her original price, or else give her parents the sum which they would lose by her error. Regular prostitution is rare in the bazaars of the towns. Some women of this class may be found, and in the seaports profligacy abounds. Troops of professional courtesans parading the streets. No one would estimate the morality of a country from the spectacles exhibited in maritime cities. As a general rule, the Sumatran is content to marry and is faithful to his wife. This may proceed from temperament rather than morality, as their ideas on the latter are not very rigid. This is shown by their opinion of incest, which they regard as an infraction of conventional law, sometimes punishing it by a fine, and at other times confirming the marriage, unless it occurs within the first degree of relationship. Borneo. Notwithstanding the attention which has been drawn to the island of Borneo within the last few years, it is yet but little known to the general reader. The investigations of Sir James Brooke and others have enabled us to discern many of its social features. Most of the inhabitants of Borneo are in a state of barbarism. Some wander naked in the forest and subsist on the spontaneous productions of the earth. Others cultivate the soil, dwell in villages, and trade with their neighbors. The river communities are more advanced than those who live inland, and the inhabitants of seaports are more educated and more profligate than any. These have been farther debased by the abominable system of piracy, which until recently was their occupation. Among the sea Dyaks, or dwellers on the coast, There is no social law to govern sexual intercourse before marriage, nor is the authority of parents recognized in the matter. The Dayak girl selects a husband for herself, and while she remains single incurs no disgrace by cohabiting with as many as she pleases. After PG 414 marriage, she is subject to more stringent rules, for as a man is allowed only one wife, he requires her to be faithful, or in default punishes her with a severe whipping. If he is incontinent, he incurs a similar penalty. Cases of adultery are not frequent, though they sometimes occur in time of war. The ceremony of marriage is as simple as possible. The consent of the woman is first obtained, then the bride and bridegroom meet and give a feast which completes the contract. If a girl becomes pregnant, the father of the child must marry her, and this is a common way of securing a husband. A man and woman live together for a time and separate. If there is no prospect of a family during this probation, constancy is not considered indispensable. The fear of not becoming the father of a family, a misfortune greatly dreaded by the Dayaks, favors the loose intercourse of unmarried people in some tribes. The duties of hospitality require that if a chief is traveling, he shall be furnished with a pro tempore female companion at every place where he sleeps. Among the Dayaks dwelling on the hills, morality is of a higher standard. Single men are obliged to sleep in a separate building, and the girls are not allowed to approach them. Marriage is contracted at a very early age, and adultery is almost unknown. Polygamy is not allowed, but some of the chiefs indulge in a concubine, for which they are generally blamed. There are certain degrees of consanguinity within which marriage is unlawful. One man shocked public feeling by marrying his granddaughter, and the people affirm that ruin and darkness have covered the face of the sun ever since that act of incest. As they marry constantly within their own tribe, the whole commonwealth is in time united by ties of blood, and to this is ascribed the insanity common among them, a conclusion warranted to some extent by the imbecile state of well-known royal families condemned to perpetual intermarriages. It is said that many prostitutes may be found among the people of the South, but this rests on doubtful testimony, and in the Dayak language there is no word to express the vice. The Sibnuan females are neither concealed from strangers nor shy before them. They will bathe naked in the presence of men. The unmarried people sleep promiscuously in a common room, but married couples have separate apartments. The labor of the household is allotted to females who grind rice, carry burdens, PG 415, fetch water, catch fish. Until the ground they are not so degraded as in other barbarous nations. They eat with the men and take part in their festivals as well as their labor. Among the Mohammedan Malays, there is more civilization and more corruption. They are polygamists, indulge in concubinage, encourage prostitutes, and ill-use their wives. An English physician lately received a message from the wife of a chief, appointing a secret meeting. He was punctual to the assignation and met the lady, who asked him for a close of arsenic to poison her husband. As he ill-treated her, report says that the Englishman was disappointed in the nature of the interview, but firmly refused to grant her request. The rich Malays allow their wives to keep female slaves, and the jealousy of the mistress renders their situation anything but pleasant. They sometimes serve as concubines, in which case the law renders them free, but many refuse to avail themselves of this advantage. We have no definite account of prostitutes in seaport towns, but they appear to be of several classes: those who cohabit temporarily with the Malays, those who prostitute themselves indiscriminately to all comers, and those who are supported by sailors and profligate Chinese, who invariably create such a class wherever they settle. It is certain that women of this class exist in considerable numbers in Borneo. Chapter Roman 31. Semi-civilized nations. Persia, Afghanistan, Kashmir, India, Ceylon, ultra-Gangetic nations, Celebes, China, Japan, Tartar races, Circassia, Turkey, Northern Africa, Siberia, Esquimaux, Iceland, Greenland. Persia. Women occupy an inferior position in Persia, where they are literally the property of men. The lower classes consider them valuable for their labor. The rich regard them as instruments of pleasure, while Persian poetry and romance are devoted to the praise of female charms. The realities of everyday life prove that the sex is held in slight esteem. The wives of the Shah vegetate within the walls of a luxurious prison, and if one is ever permitted PG 416 to breathe the air outside, she is paraded in solemn procession, guarded by a troop of eunuchs armed with loaded muskets, in order to drive off any curious wayfarer who might be tempted to gaze on the charms of a royal mistress. Nor is this isolation peculiar to them. It pervades all the upper classes, and brothers are not allowed to see their sisters after a certain age. This jealousy is not decreased by the polygamy which is common in the country. The religious laws limit a Persian to 4 wives, but allow him to keep as many concubines as he can afford. And in pursuance of this privilege, the harem of the palace is said to contain at times more than 1,000 women who need a stringent discipline to keep them in order. They are arranged with a strict regard to precedence. The chief favorite lives in splendor, her attire is covered with costly jewels, and she has the privilege of sitting in the royal presence. Her inferiors are subject to much rigor, and the eunuchs preserve decorum by administering personal chastisement with the heel of a slipper on the face of a refractory woman. They seem insensible to any degradation. Many of them lead a pleasant, idle life, lounging for hours in the warm bath, and emerging with enervated frames to deck their pretty persons in order to render themselves attractive to the Shah. They court his favor as much as they fear his frown, and with good reason. The former can raise them to the summit of their ambition. The latter can condemn them to be fastened in a sack and thrown from a lofty tower. Common usage permits a Persian to take a woman in 3 different ways. He may marry, purchase, or hire her. In the first case, betrothal sometimes takes place in infancy, but it must be subsequently confirmed by the parties. In this, they seldom fail, for if a girl shows any repugnance to ratify her father's contract, he whips her until she consents, and she requires little of this kind of argument to induce compliance. The nuptial ceremony must be witnessed by 2 persons, one of whom is a legal officer to attest the contract. This is delivered to the bride, and by her carefully preserved, as it proves her title to provision in the event of widowhood or divorce, though a man has the right to put away his wife when he pleases. The attendant expense and scandal render it a rare proceeding. Mohammedan jealousy farther protects the woman, as no one will willingly allow a female with whom he has lived to fall into the hands of another. In addition to this interest, restrains a husband from using his privileges in a PG 417 direct manner, as when he takes the initiative, he must pay back the dowry he received with his wife. If she applies for divorce, he is free from this obligation, the advantage being thus on the man's side. A species of tyranny is frequently practiced, until the woman is forced to open the suit when he gets rid of her, but retains her property. A Persian may purchase as many female slaves as he desires. These acquire no advantage of position. By being his concubines, he may sell or otherwise dispose of them at any moment he thinks proper. The custom of hiring wives still prevails in Persia, though strict Mohammedans abhor and condemn the practice, which was prohibited by Omar, the successor of Mohammed. In operation, it is an agreement made by a man and woman to cohabit a specified time for an agreed sum of money. The children springing from this union must be supported by the father. If the man terminate the connection prematurely, he must still pay the whole stipulated amount, and the woman is restrained from accepting any other protector until a sufficient time has elapsed to prove whether she is pregnant by the former. Although these contracts are ranked as marriages, few readers will be inclined to think them anything but systematic prostitution. Formerly there were numerous open and avowed prostitutes in Persia, among whom the dancing girls were conspicuous for the beauty of their persons and the melody of their voices. They had considerable sway until the time of Fateh Ali Khan, who crowded his palace with concubines, and from among them issued edicts to suppress immorality, prohibiting the dancing girls from approaching the court and exiling them to the distant provinces. Social life was most depraved under the Sefi dynasty. Public brothels were very numerous and largely contributed to the national revenue. No less than 30,000 prostitutes paying an annual tax in Ispahan alone. The governors of provinces allowed similar privileges for money, and there was scarcely a town which had not one licensed brothel at least, whose inmates also licensed and taxed were known as kabeha, or the worthless, As soon as the shops were closed, these houses were opened, and the women repaired to particular localities where they sat in rows closely veiled. With each company was an old harridan, whose business was to show the faces of her troop to any man desiring a companion, and to receive his payment when the selection was made PG 418 under the reigning family. This system has been checked, no licenses are now given, and prostitution has retired to secrecy, but the vice has in no way decreased, and public brothels abound in all the cities of Persia. Afghanistan. Marriage in Afghanistan is a commercial transaction, the women being sold for prices varying according to circumstances. This system is carried to such an extent that if a widow marries the friends of her first husband, can recover from his successor the amount originally paid for her. The necessity of purchasing a wife renders many of the poorer classes unable to marry until well advanced in years, in opposition to the custom of their wealthy neighbors, among whom bridegrooms of 15 and brides of 12 years old are common. The prior intercourse of the sexes is regulated by various circumstances. In crowded towns, men have little opportunity of associating with women, and their professional matchmakers exist. Their functions are in the first place to see and report upon any girl whom a man may wish to marry, then to ascertain if her family would agree to the match, and finally to make arrangements for a public proposal. This is made by the suitor's father in company with a number of male friends to the father of the girl, while a similar deputation of females waits upon the mother. Presents are made, the selling price determined, and the couple are betrothed soon after the parties sign. A mutual contract stipulation is made for provision for the woman. If divorced, a festival is given. The bridegroom pays for his wife, and she is delivered at the dwelling of her future master. Similar formalities take place in the country, but as the social intercourse is less restricted, their marriages frequently spring from attachment, and the negotiations are mere matters of etiquette. A romantic lover may obtain his mistress without the consent of her parents by tearing away her veil, cutting off a lock of her hair, or throwing a large white cloth over her, and declaring her his affianced bride. These proceedings do not release him from the obligation to pay for her, which is only evaded by an elopement, a serious step considered by the girl's family as equivalent to murder, and revenged accordingly, unless the couple secure shelter and protection from some neighboring tribe. Sometimes a man never sees his bride until the marriage is completed. In PG 419, certain districts where this rule nominally exists, it is practically violated. Secret interviews between the bride and bridegroom being tolerated, and called the sport of the betrothed. The young man steals after dark to the house of his charmer, affecting to conceal his presence from the men, and is introduced by the mother to her daughter's room, where the couple are left till the morning undisturbed. The ordinary result of this is the anticipation of nuptial privileges, and cases have been known where the bride has borne several children before she has been formally delivered to her husband. Polygamy is allowed, but is too expensive to be practiced by the majority of the people, although some rich men maintain a large number of concubines in addition to the 4 legal wives. The social condition of females is low in Afghanistan. Among the more barbarous tribes, they labor in the fields with the poor. All the drudgery of the house falls upon them, while the rich keep them secluded in the harems. The law allows a man the privilege of beating his wife, but custom is more chivalrous than the code, and considers such an act disgraceful. Of avowed prostitutes in this region, we know but little beyond the bare fact that such a class exists, and that their profligacy is materially aided by the ignorance and insipidity of the wives and concubines, when contrasted with the knowledge of the world and comparatively polished manners exhibited by courtesans whose society is frequently sought as a relief from the monotony of home. Kashmir. Unoppressed by any rigid code of etiquette, and naturally addicted to pleasure, the people of Kashmir find much of their enjoyment in female society, and from the earliest times have been noted for their love of singers and dancers. In former days, the capital city was the scene of constant revels in which morality was but a secondary consideration, and now the inhabitants relieve the continual struggle against misfortune and despotism by indulging in gross vices and drown the sense of hopeless poverty in the gratification of animal passions. The women of this delightful valley have long been celebrated for their beauty and are still called the flower of the Oriental race. The face is of a dark complexion, richly flushed with pink, the eyes large, almond-shaped, and overflowing with a peculiar liquid brilliance. The PG 420 features regular, harmonious, and fine. The limbs and bodies are models of grace, but all writers agree that art does nothing to aid nature, and it is not unusual to see eyes unsurpassed for brightness and expression flashing from a very dirty face. Among the poorer classes, filth and degradation render many women actually repulsive, notwithstanding their resplendent beauty. Travelers always remark the dancing girls who have acquired so much renown in Kashmir. The village of Changas was at one time celebrated for a colony of these women who excelled all others in the valley, but now its famous beauties have disappeared and live only in the traditions of the place. The dancing girls may be divided into several classes. Among the higher may be found those who are virtuous and modest, probably to about the same extent as among actresses, opera singers, and ballet girls in civilized communities. Others frequent entertainments at the houses of rich men or public festivals, and estimate their favors at a very high price, while the remainder are avowed harlots, prostituting themselves indiscriminately to any who desire their company. Many of these are devoted to the service of some god, whose temple is enriched from the gains of their calling. The Wattle or Gypsy tribe of Kashmir is remarkable for many lovely women who are taught to please the taste of the voluptuary. They sing licentious songs in an amorous tone, dance in a lascivious measure, dress in a peculiarly fascinating manner, and seduce by the very expression of their countenances when they join a company of dancing girls. They are uniformly successful in their vocation and have been known to amass large sums of money. Now that the valley is in its decadence, their charms find a more profitable market in other places. The bands of dancing girls are usually accompanied by sundry hideous duennas, whose conspicuous ugliness forms a striking contrast to their charge. The Knack girls are under the surveillance of the government, which licenses their prostitution. They are actual slaves, and cannot sing or dance without permission from their overseer, to whom they must resign a large portion of their earnings. In addition to these, who may be styled poetical courtesans, there exists a swarm of prostitutes frequenting low houses in the cities or boats on the lake. But of them we have no distinct account. It is certain that they are largely visited by the more immoral of the population, and an accurate idea of their status may PG 421 be formed from a knowledge of the fact that the traveler Moorcraft, who gave gratuitous medical advice to the poor of Saranagha, had at one time nearly 7,000 patients on his lists, a very large number of whom were suffering from loathsome diseases induced by the grossest and most persevering profligacy. In short, there can be but little doubt that the manners of the inhabitants of this interesting and beautiful valley are corrupt to the last degree. India exhibits in its different communities many aspects of social life, but it may be said in general terms that the state of woman is degraded, as she is absolutely dependent upon man, and can do nothing of her own, while she must approach her lord with reverence, is bound to him so long as he desires it, whatever his conduct may be, and if she rebel, is liable to be chastised with a rope or a cane in a cruel manner, debarred the advantages of education, not allowed to eat with their husbands or to mix in society. Women are yet not treated as abject slaves, and from the few revelations of the Zanana which have been made, it may be inferred that its inmates receive considerable deference and attention. Polygamy is permitted in India, but not encouraged by the religious law, and only sanctioned in certain cases, such as barrenness, inconstancy, or some similar cause, and then the wife's consent must be obtained before a second and subordinate wife can be added to the household. Marriage is viewed as a religious duty by the Hindus, only a few being exempt from the obligation. It is forbidden to purchase a wife for money, but the girls have little choice as to their destiny, being usually betrothed, while young a father has the right to dispose of his daughter until 3 years after the age of puberty, when she may choose a husband for herself. Not many remain single till that time, as celibacy would be accounted disgraceful, and few men would marry a maiden so old. In Bengal, betrothal takes place with many rites and much ostentation. The girl bride is taken to her future husband's house and remains there a short time when she returns to her parents, until mature. The anxiety to dispose of a daughter as young as possible arises from the fact that her birth is regarded as inauspicious and even as a domestic calamity from which her parents are glad to escape. Pg 422. Hence, the character of the bridegroom is a secondary consideration, and marriage often results unhappily. In fact, little else can be expected where the parties are absolutely strangers to each other. Until the union is effected, the uneducated wife, without a gleam of knowledge, amuses herself by 1,000 trivial devices, such as adorning her person, curling her hair, or listening to the gossip of her slaves. It is nevertheless generally admitted that the majority of Hindu women are faithful to their marital vows. The severe laws against unchastity are framed more for preserving caste than morals, and severely punish any woman detected in an intrigue with a man of different grade to herself. Divorce may be easily effected by the husband, but the wife has no corresponding power. A man who calls his wife mother renounces her. By that act a barren wife may be superseded in the 8th year, she who bears only daughters or whose children die in the birth in the 11th year, and one of an unkind disposition may be divorced without any delay. The customs that prevail in different provinces respecting wives and their treatment may be described in a few words. In Arakan, when a man wants money, he pawns his wife for a certain sum or else sells her altogether. In the southern parts of the peninsula, polygamy is largely practiced. The Shaynagas of Kanara are not allowed to take a second wife unless the first be childless. The Koranas, the Panchalura, and other tribes permitted polygamy and the purchase of wives among the Wadas. Every man had as many wives as he pleased, all worked for him, and a lazy one was divorced sans ceremony. The Karuburu took no notice of an act of adultery if the wife was a hardworking woman. Otherwise she might live with any man who chose to keep her. In Rajputana, a woman holds a higher position and exercises considerable influence on the actions and tastes of men. For a Rajput consults his wife on every important occasion. The estimation in which they are held is indicated by a national proverb, which says, "When wives are honored, the gods are pleased. When they are dishonored, the gods are offended." This district exhibits the Hindu women in the most favorable circumstances, and even here they hold but a subordinate place, as must always be the case where polygamy is tolerated. It is scarcely necessary to review all the local peculiarities of so extended a people. Enough has been said to show the social condition of married women. It remains to give some account of prostitution. Pg 423. Some of the dancing women and musicians of southern India were attached to every temple. A portion were reserved by the sensual Brahmins for their exclusive pleasures, and the rest hired themselves out indiscriminately. Each troupe was under a chief who regulated their performances and prices. In the temple of Chalava near Mangalore, a curious custom existed. Any woman could dedicate herself to prostitution by eating some of the rice which had been offered to the idol, and was allowed her choice to live within or without its precincts. In the former case, she received a daily allowance of food, and her prostitution was limited to the priests. In the latter, her amours were unrestricted, but a stipulated portion of her profits must be given to the temple. In Sindh, every town has a troupe of dancing girls, many of whom are very handsome. Before the British conquest, the vice was largely encouraged. Numbers of the women acquired considerable fortunes, and their political influence was potent in the durbars of the debauched emirs. An evident reform has taken place of late years. The lascivious scenes of the southern country are not enacted, at least to the same extent, in Hindustan proper, where the interest of the English government has been directed against immorality. Toward the close of the last century, an official report was made on the morals of British India. It was bad enough much laxity prevailed in private life. Receptacles for women of bad character abounded. Prostitutes had place in society, made an important figure at great entertainments, and were admitted to the zananas to exhibit their voluptuous dances. Contrasted with former years, a great improvement is now perceptible, and the profligacy of large cities scarcely exceeds the vices of European communities. Thus Benares, with a population of 180,000, had 1764 prostitutes, and Decca, with nearly 67,000 inhabitants, had 770 prostitutes. Apart from governmental influences, it can scarcely be denied that Europeans have contributed to the advance of vice by taking temporary companions. These liaisons were scarcely considered improper. The custom was to purchase girls from their mothers. Many of them were faithful and attached to their protectors, but their extravagance and propensity for gambling made them very costly adjuncts. The religious ceremonies originated by the Brahmins were often but scenes of the wildest debauchery, rivaling the ancient Egyptian PG 424 festival of Bubastes, and no good would result from an extended description of dances performed by nude or semi-nude women, of the desecration of wives by a licentious priesthood, or of the disgusting polygamy of the Brahmins. Suffice it to say that such customs existed, but are now yielding to more refined observances. The general profligacy of the country has introduced syphilis in most parts of Hindustan. Some assert that it was carried there after the discovery of America, but neither history nor tradition warrants this opinion. It may be noticed that it is not called by any Sanskrit word, but is known by a Persian appellation. Our notice of India would be incomplete without an allusion to the suttee or burning of widows, and to infanticide. The Shastras are full of recommendations to perform the first of these shocking observances, and promise ineffable bliss to the voluntary victim. It was carried to such an extent that 15,000 women are reported to have perished in 1 year in Bengal. This is doubtless an exaggeration, although the number was confessedly very large. Among the horrible details of the practice, we find that betrothed children of 8 or 10 years old and women of 8 or 5 have alike been thrown into the burning pile. Fearful scenes have been witnessed on these occasions. A miserable wretch has twice escaped from the fire and clung to the feet of a traveler, vainly imploring him to save her, and then naked, and with the flesh already burned from parts of her body, has been bound and thrown into the flames by the frantic relatives. Let British rule in India be what it may, no man, no Aborigines Protection Society can regret its spread in conjunction with the services rendered to our common humanity by the abolition of the suttee. Infanticide formerly prevailed to a great extent, but is now almost extirpated from British India. The crime was sanctioned by custom, but not by religion or tradition. Its victims were chiefly females, and their murder was in consequence of the difficulty of marrying them within the required bounds of caste, or of the ruinous expenses which fashion required should be incurred at the wedding ceremonies. Rather than from any other cause, it appears to have been the custom among the ancient dwellers on the banks of the Indus for the father of a female child to carry it to the marketplace and publicly demand if anyone wanted a wife. If the reply was in the affirmative, it was betrothed at once PG 425 and carefully reared, but otherwise it was immediately killed. Wilkinson asserted 25 years ago that 20,000 children were annually murdered in Malwa and Rajputana, but by the system of rewarding parents who reared their offspring and the gradual introduction of salutary laws, a mighty reform has been effected. Ceylon. Under the original institutions of the Sinhalese, they never licensed public prostitution nor made brothels of the temples as in India. Whatever effect the Buddhist religion produced was in favor of virtue, but the character of the people is naturally sensual. Profligacy among men and want of chastity among women are general characteristics, and even those who profess Christianity and acknowledge the moral law of England are not free from this stain. In Ceylon, as indeed in most parts of Asia, marriage is contracted at an early age. A man attains his majority at 16, and a girl, as soon as marriageable by nature, is marriageable by law, at which time her parents or relatives give a feast, inviting a number of single men. Soon after, a man who may desire to marry her sends one of his friends to her parents to mention in apparently a casual manner that a rumor of the intended marriage of his friend and their daughter is in circulation. If this announcement meets a favorable reception, the father of the bridegroom calls, inquires the amount of the dowry, and carries the negotiation. Few steps farther, mutual visits are then exchanged, preliminaries settled, and an auspicious day fixed for the wedding, which takes place with much ceremony. The stars are consulted in every step, and should the bridegroom's horoscope differ from the bride's, his younger brother may act as his proxy at the ceremony. The whole Budaical ritual is a tedious succession of formalities, entails enormous expenses, and cannot be followed by the poor to those of low caste. It is positively forbidden even if they are rich enough to meet the outlay, and with these marriage is limited to a simple agreement between the parents of the young couple. Among the Kandhians, polyandrism prevails to a great extent, a matron of high caste being sometimes the wife of 8 brothers. The people justify this custom upon several grounds among the rich, because it prevents litigation, saves property from minute PG 426 subdivision, and concentrates family influence with the poor, because it reduces expenses, and frequently where one brother could not alone maintain wife and family, the association of several can command the means. This plurality of husbands is not necessarily confined to brothers, for a man may, with his wife's consent, introduce a stranger who is called an associated husband, and is entitled to all marital rights. This practice does not extend beyond the province of Kandy, although it was formerly prevalent throughout the maritime districts of the island. Another Kandhian peculiarity was a kind of marriage called bima, in which the husband lived at his wife's house. He received but little respect from his relations, and could be ejected at once if unpopular. There is an ancient proverb in reference to this dubious arrangement, which says that a man married according to the bima process should only take to his bride's house a pair of sandals to protect his feet, a palm leaf to shield his head, a staff to support him if sick, and a lantern in case he should be expelled in the dark, so that he may be prepared to depart at any hour of the day or night. In Ceylon, women frequently seek for divorces for the most trivial causes, and as separation can be attained by a mere return of the marriage gifts, it often takes place. If a child is born within 9 months from this separation, the husband is required to support it for 3 years. If a married woman commits adultery, and the husband is a witness, he may kill her lover. When a man puts away his wife on account of an intrigue, he may disinherit her, and the whole of her offspring, even if the latter were born before any crime had been committed by their mother. If he seeks a divorce from caprice, he must relinquish all his wife's property and share with her whatever may have accumulated. During their cohabitation, the Sinhalese do not always exercise their privileges, but are frequently indulgent husbands, and forgive offenses which most people hold unpardonable. In proof of this, a Kandhian asked the British authorities to compel the return of an unfaithful wife, pleading his love for her and promising to forget her frailty. English jurisdiction did not extend so far as this, and the woman coolly turned her back upon her husband and accompanied her paramour, whom she soon after deserted for a third partner. Many instances of this kind have induced the native poets to produce a number of satirical effusions upon woman's inconstancy, and a traveler translates the following specimen. PG 427, I've seen the adambratry in flower white plumage on the crow, and fishes' footsteps on the deep have traced through ebb and flow. If man it is who thus asserts his words, you may believe. But all that woman says distrust she speaks, but to deceive. To understand the first clause, it will be necessary to remember that the adambra is a kind of fig tree, and the natives assert that no mortal has ever seen it in bloom. Infanticide was at one time common in Ceylon, and all female children, except the firstborn, were liable to be sacrificed, especially if born under a malignant planet. But latterly, the British government have denounced the crime as murder and punished it accordingly. This has had the effect of gradually abolishing it, and the population has increased in consequence. The social condition of the Sinhalese women is not so degraded as in other parts of the East, but their moral character does not correspond. Profligacy is prevalent. Open and acknowledged prostitution is rare, excepting in the seaport towns, and of its extent there we have no reliable particulars. Under the Kandhian dynasty, a common harlot had her hair and ears cut off and was publicly whipped in a state of nudity. Ultra-Gangetic nations. In this division, we include the immense tract lying between Hindustan and China, although these countries present some variety of customs and degrees of progress. Yet generally speaking their manners are uniform in all. The condition of women is extremely low. They are held in contempt, are taught to abase themselves in their own minds, and employ their license by degrading themselves still farther. The effect of Asiatic despotism is plainly visible. Every man is the king's serf, and the support of the community devolves upon the women who in Cochin China especially plow, sow, reap, fell trees, build, and perform all the other offices civilization assigns to the stronger sex. The marriage contract is a mere bargain. A man buys his wife, and may extend his purchases as far as he pleases, the first bought being usually the chief. A simple agreement before witnesses seals the union, which can be dissolved with equal facility, the only requisite in Cochin China being to break a chopstick or porcupine quill. In presence of a third person, a man has also the privilege of selling his inferior wives. The unmarried women are almost universally unchaste, and do PG 428 not incur infamy or lose the chance of marriage by prostituting themselves. Custom allows a father to yield his daughter to any visitor he may wish to honor, or to hire her for a stipulated price to anyone desirous of her company, and she has no power to resist the arrangement, although she cannot be married against her. A wife is considered sacred more as the property of her husband than from respect to her chastity. The theory of the law is that a man's harem cannot be invaded even by the king himself, but Asiatic absolutism was never famed for its adherence to law when personal interest was in the other scale, and there is but little exception in this case. Adultery is punished in Siam by fine, and in Cochin China by death. In Burma, executions of females are very rare, but they are disciplined with the aid of the bamboo husbands, sometimes flogging their wives in the open streets. Although professed prostitutes exist in large numbers throughout the region, still, there are not so many as might be expected, because no single woman is required to be chaste. Little is known of their habits, peculiarities, or position, except that in Siam they are incapacitated from giving evidence before a justice. This restriction does not seem to arise from a consideration of their immorality, but from local prejudices, and the disability under which they labor is also extended to braziers and blacksmiths. Celebes. Leaving the Asiatic continent for a short time, we will now examine the condition of the inhabitants of Celebes. This island is noticed here rather than with Java, Sumatra, and Borneo, which are included in the list of barbarous nations, because it enjoys a considerable degree of civilization, and in its political and social state is far in advance of other countries of the Indian archipelago. The idea of freedom is recognized in its public system, and its institutions have assumed a republican form. Women are not excluded from their share in public business, and though their influence is usually indirect, their counsel is sought by the men on all important occasions. In Wajo, they are not only elected to the throne, or rather the presidential chair, but also often fill the great offices of state. 4 out of the 6 counselors are frequently females. Their domestic condition to some extent corresponds with their PG 429 political privileges. The wife has the uncontrolled management of her household, eating with her husband and mingling freely with the other sex on public or festival occasions. The women ride about, transact business, and even visit foreigners as they please, and their chastity is better guarded by the sense of honor and the pride of virtue than by the jealousy of husbands or the surveillance of parents. This is the bright side of the picture. For the reverse, we find the barbarian practice of polygamy, which is universally permitted under certain restrictions. The most important of these is that 2 wives seldom inhabit the same house. Each has usually a separate dwelling. The men can easily procure a divorce, and if the wish to separate is mutual, nothing remains but to do so as quickly as possible. If the woman alone desires to be released from the matrimonial bond, she must produce a reasonable ground of complaint. Concubinage is rarely practiced, although some man may take a woman of inferior rank as a companion until he can marry a girl whose birth equals his own. The morals of both men and women are superior to those of any other race. In Eastern or Western Asia, prostitution is all but unknown. The dancing girls are generally admitted to be of easy virtue, but even they preserve decorum in their manners and dress with great decency, although their public performances are of a lascivious nature. China. In the immense empire of China, a general uniformity of manners is observable, for its civilization has been cast in a mold fashioned by despotism, and the iron discipline of its government forces all to yield. There is great reason to believe that prostitution forms no exception to the rule. We know that a remarkable system exists, that frail women abound in the celestial empire and form a distinct class. We know something of the manner in which they live and how, or by whom they are encouraged, but no traveler has as yet given any lucid account of the vice and its connections, and our comparatively meager knowledge is drawn from a multiplicity of sources. The general condition of the female sex in China is inferior to the male, and the precepts and examples of Confucius have taught the people that the former were created for the convenience of the latter. Feminine virtue is severely guarded by the law, not for pg 430, the sake of virtue, but for the well-being of the state and the interest of the men. But national morality, inculcated by codes, essays, and poems, is in fact a dead letter for the Chinese rank among the most immoral people on the earth. The inferiority of women is recognized in their politics, which embrace the spirit of the Salic law. The throne can be occupied only by a man, and an illegitimate son is more respected than a legitimate daughter. The paternal government of China has not failed to legislate on the subject of marriage. In this contract, the inclinations of the parties themselves are practically ignored. Parental authority is supreme, and it is not unusual for weddings to take place between persons who have never seen each other before. The union matchmaking is followed as a profession by some old women, who are remunerated when they succeed. When two families commence a negotiation of this kind, all particulars are required to be fully explained on both sides, so that no deceit can be practiced. The engagement is then drawn, and the amount of presents agreed on this contract is irrevocable. If the friends of the girl desire to break off the match, the one who had authority to dispose of her receives 50 strokes of the bamboo, and the marriage proceeds. If the bridegroom or the friend who controls him is dissatisfied, he receives the same punishment and must fulfill his engagement. If either of the parties is incontinent after betrothal, the crime is punished as adultery. If any deceit has been practiced, and either person has falsely represented the party about to be married, the offender is severely punished, and the marriage is void even if completed in spite of all precautions. Such instances sometimes occur. It must be noticed that though betrothal binds a woman positively to her future husband, yet he cannot force her from her friends before the stipulated time has expired, nor can they retain her beyond the assigned day. Polygamy is allowed under certain restrictions. The first wife is usually chosen from a family equal in station to that of the husband, and acquires all the rights and privileges which belong to a chief wife in any Asiatic country. The man may then take as many more women as he can afford to keep, but these are inferior in rank to the first married, although the children have a contingent claim to the inheritance. This position, if it brings no positive honor, brings little shame. It is sanctioned by usage, but was originally condemned by strict moralists who designated the arrangement by a word compounded of crime and woman. It is pg 431, a position which only a poor or humble woman will consent to occupy. A national proverb says it is more honorable to be the wife of a poor man than the concubine of an emperor. The social rule, which makes all subsequent wives subordinate to the one first married, may probably have had some effect in forming this opinion. The Chinese system is rigid as to the degrees of consanguinity between which marriage may be contracted. In ancient times, the reverse of this seems to have been the rule, and tradition says that much immorality was the result. The law now prohibits all unions between persons of the same family name, and is attended with some inconvenience. Because the number of proper names is small, if such a marriage is contracted, it is declared void, and the parties are punished by blows and a fine. If the couple are previously related by marriage within 4 degrees, the union is declared incestuous, and the offenders are punished with the bamboo, or in extreme cases, by strangling or decapitation. Not only are the degrees of relationship definitely specified, but the union of classes is under restriction. An officer of government must not marry into a family under his jurisdiction, or if he does, is subject to a heavy punishment, the same being accorded to the girl's relations if they have voluntarily aided him, but they are exempt if their submission was the result of his authority to marry a woman absconding from justice, is prohibited to forcibly wed a freeman's daughter, subjects the offender to strangulation. An officer of government or any hereditary functionary who marries a woman of a disreputable class receives 60 strokes of the bamboo, and the same modicum awaits any priest who marries at all. He being also expelled from his order. Slaves and free persons are forbidden to intermarry. Those who connive at an illegal union are considered criminals and punished accordingly. According to Chinese law, any one of 7 specified causes are allowed to justify divorce, namely barrenness, lasciviousness, disregard of the husband's parents', talkativeness, thievish propensities, an envious, suspicious temper, or inveterate infirmity. Against these, the woman has 3 pleas, any one of which, if substantiated, will annul the husband's application. They are that she has mourned 3 years for her husband's family, that the family has become rich, having been poor at the time of marriage, or that she has no father or mother living to receive her. These are useless when she has committed adultery, in which case PG 432, her husband is positively forbidden to retain her, but under other circumstances they present a check to his caprice. In cases of adultery, a man may kill both his wife and her paramour if he detect them, and execute his vengeance forthwith, but he must not put her to death for any other crime. In the same connection may be mentioned a law denouncing severe penalties on any man who lends his wife or daughter. This is not an obsolete enactment against an unknown offense, for instances do sometimes occur of poor men selling their wives as concubines to their richer neighbors, while others prostitute them for gain. From this view of the social condition of women and the laws of marriage, it is necessary to pass to a subject which has given China an unenviable notoriety, namely the custom of infanticide. 2 causes appear to have encouraged this practice: the poverty of the lower classes and the severity of the laws respecting illicit sexual intercourse. The former is the principal cause. When the parents are so indigent as to have no hope of maintaining their children, the daughters are murdered, for a son can earn his living in a few years and assist his parents. In addition, among this class, the birth of a female is viewed as a calamity. Several methods are adopted to destroy the child. It may be drowned in warm water, its throat may be pinched, a wet cloth may be pressed over its mouth, it may be choked with rice, or it may be buried alive. When Mr. Smith, a missionary, was in the suburbs of Canton in 1844, he made many inquiries as to the extent of infanticide. A native assured him that within a circle of 10 miles radius, the children killed each year would not exceed 500 in Fukien province. The crime was more general, and at a place called Kia King Chow, there were computed to be from 500 to 600 cases every month. A foundling hospital at Canton was named as preventing much of the crime, but it seems to have received only 500 infants yearly. But a very small proportion of the births. The Chinese generally confess that infanticide is practiced throughout the empire and is regarded as an innocent and proper expedient for lightening the pressure of poverty. It is not wholly confined to the poor. The rich resort to it to conceal their amours. The laws punish illicit intercourse with from 70 to 100 strokes of the bamboo. If a child is born, its support devolves upon the father, but in cases where the connection has been concealed, this evidence is usually destroyed. PG 433. Prostitution prevails to a prodigious extent. Seduction and adultery, says Williams in his survey of the Chinese Empire, are comparatively infrequent, but brothels and their inmates are found everywhere on land and water. One danger attending young girls walking alone is that they will be stolen for incarceration in these gates of hell. This illusion may be explained by the fact that in 1832 there were from 8 to 10,000 prostitutes in and near Canton, of whom the greater portion had been stolen while children and regularly trained for this life. Many kidnappers gained a living by stealing young girls and selling them to the brothels, and in times of want, parents have been known to lead their daughters through the streets and offer them for sale. A recent visitor to Canton describes the sale of children as an everyday affair, which is looked upon as a simple mercantile transaction. Some are disposed of for concubines, but others are deliberately bartered to be brought up as prostitutes and are transferred at once to the brothels. Of Chinese houses of prostitution, we have no particular description, but one singular feature is the brothel junks, which are moored in conspicuous stations on the Pearl River and are distinguished by their superior decorations. Many of them are called flower boats and form whole avenues in the floating suburbs of Canton. The women lead a life of reckless extravagance, plunging into all the excitements which are offered by their mode of life. To release themselves from ennui or reflection, diseases are very prevalent among them, and visitors suffer severely for their temporary pleasures. They are usually congregated in troops under the government of a man who is answerable for their conduct, or for any violation of public peace or decency. The last can scarcely be considered an offense, for the Chinese make display of their visits to brothels. Persons pass to and from the flower boats without any attempt at concealment, and rich men sometimes make up a party, send to one of the junks, retain as many women as they wish, and collectively pass the time in debauch and licentiousness. This is not the only form prostitution assumes in China. Women of the poorer classes, whose friends are not able to provide for them, are lodged in prison under the care of female warders, and these employ their prisoners in prostitution for their benefit. An incident which occurred at Shenxi a few years since reveals another phase. A young widow resided there with her mother-in-law, pg 434, both being supported by the prostitution of the former. Her charms failed, she was deserted by her visitors, and starvation seemed inevitable. The old woman would not recognize her daughter's inability to support her, and flogged her. The prostitute, in attempting self-defense, killed her mother. She was convicted of the crime, but as the victim had acted illegally in endeavoring to force her to prostitution, the sentence of the court, which had ordered her to be hewn to pieces, was commuted into decapitation. As before remarked, it is much to be regretted that we have not more reliable information of the vice, which is acknowledged to be all but universal in China. Pg 435. Japan. The recent connection established by American enterprise with the semi-fabulous empire of Japan, the Zipangi of Columbus, makes the institutions of that country more than usually interesting. From the earliest accounts of the Dutch and Jesuit writers to the present time, we know that the Japanese, like the Chinese, have attained a high degree of civilization, and among both the vices which in the present experience of mankind seem the accompaniments of that improvement have been developed in a remarkable degree. Among savage tribes, female honor is held in very little esteem. The woman is merely property. As we advance in the scale of intelligence, they take higher grade, and virtue and modesty are more cherished. Our information concerning Japan is even yet comparatively limited, but no circumstance of its ordinary life seems more clear than that female virtue among the higher classes is much valued, and that at the same time there is an enormous extent of public prostitution in which men of all ranks indulge. The Jesuit Charleroi K.M. Fer Adams and some Dutch writers have given accounts of Japan from the 16th century to the present time. Like most Oriental nations, the manners and habits of the Japanese have undergone so little change that the practices of a century ago are the fashions of today. The most recent traveler for those who composed Commodore Perry's expedition can hardly be said to come under that denomination is Captain Golonin, and he had opportunities for close observation not equaled since the times of the early writers. He was commander of the Russian sloop Diana and visited the Japanese Empire. In 1811, having paid a visit of ceremony ashore, he was induced by the duplicity of the Japanese, who are pg 436 adepts in all the political arts of lying and hypocrisy, to trust himself in their hands. A second time, without arms or escort, the Japanese had an old grudge to settle with the Russians on account of injuries done them by certain individuals of that nation, and took the opportunity of rendering a quid pro quo by entrapping the unlucky Golonin, who was thus made prisoner. He was treated at first with much indignity and severity, afterward with more indulgence, but did not regain his liberty for upward of 2 years. The Japanese can marry only one wife, but have as many concubines as they please. The precise value of the distinction is not readily appreciated. As the concubine does not lose caste by her position, there are great facilities of divorce, and without cause shown, but a gentleman who exercises this privilege loses his character as a husband, and can only procure another wife or additional concubines by paying a large price to his father-in-law. Adultery is punished with death either by law or at the hands of the husband. Japanese husbands are represented as jealous, and as keeping their wives and women in strict seclusion. This strictness is relaxed in the cases of the middle and poorer classes, the necessities of the household, removing those artificial obligations imposed on the higher ranks by pride or fashion. But even the women of the humbler ranks do not converse with or even speak to strangers, unless in the presence of their husbands. An anecdote is told in Adam's narrative, which somewhat resembles that of Lucretia in Roman history, and which would imply great self-respect among the high caste of Japanese ladies. A nobleman made dishonorable advances toward a lady of rank during her husband's absence on a journey, and notwithstanding a repulse from her, seized an opportunity to gratify his passion by violence. On the husband's return, the wife treated him with reserve, and declined any explanation of her singular conduct, which however she promised to afford at a banquet to be given the following day. Accordingly, during the feast at which the author of the outrage was present, when the guests had satisfied their appetites, the lady made her appearance. She told her husband and his friends what had happened, denounced herself as unworthy to live, received the caresses of her husband and relations, by whom however she refused to be comforted, and then leaped from the parapet of the house, and so killed herself. Meanwhile, the criminal had escaped, but when the horror-stricken guests rushed out pg 437 to pick up the devoted wife, they found the nobleman weltering in his own blood at her side. He had ripped himself up, the ordinary way of committing suicide in Japan. The Japanese brothels are of great splendor and very numerously frequented, containing 30, 40, 50, or even a larger number of women. Every place of public entertainment or refreshment maintains prostitutes. As a part of the establishment, on stopping at a tavern, it is customary for the courtesans of the house to come out painted and bedizened and set forth the claims of their house to the traveler's patronage, exhibiting themselves as one of the items of the bill of fare. No village, however insignificant, is without one or more houses of ill fame, and there are villages on much frequented roads in popular districts, the whole of whose female inhabitants are prostitutes. Two in particular, Agasaki and Goi, are thus described by K.M. Fur. The females are designated kais, which literally signifies a castle turned upside down. It is uncertain whether the government licenses these places or merely tolerates them. The former is the more probable when it is considered that in their mythology they have a goddess analogous to the Corinthian Venus, in whose worship prostitution is a recognized part of the ceremony. Attached to the temple of this impure deity are a large number of priestesses, 600 or upward, who all prostitute themselves to the worshippers. Notwithstanding this large force, there are constant offers to recruit the ranks by young girls. The extent of this vice, which is universal throughout the empire, would cause it to be taken as a regular institution of Japan. Nothing is done sub rosa. Courtesans form part of a pleasure party. Parents sell their children to brothel keepers or apprentice them for a time to such places, and at the expiration of their term they resume, it is said, but this is doubtful, their places in society without any stain on their reputations. Husbands make bargains for the transfer of their wives' charms, which is a legitimate charge, over and above the gratuity to be accorded to the lady. K.M. Fur, in describing the prostitute quarter of Nagasaki, says it consists of very handsome houses. The poor people sell their prettiest daughters to the brothel keepers, who bring the girls up with various accomplishments. The price of these women is regulated by law, and many of the prostitutes are enabled to abandon their calling for their good education and agreeable manners, procure them husbands, and in their married condition they are fully as good as others. pg 438. In his lifetime, the brothel keeper is said by some writers to rank with the skinner or tanner, an opprobrious calling, while others say he ranks with merchants. and his company is not deemed objectionable. This latter statement, if true, may be owing to the circumstance that he holds a government license in Japan. As in China, the crown is the fountain of all distinction, and every government official has peculiar privileges and a distinct position in the social scale. After his death, however, the brothel keeper is held in great disesteem. The sanctity of the burial place, to which particular reverence attaches, would be polluted by his unholy presence, and his odious remains are denied the right of sepulture, and are dragged in the clothes in which he died to a dunghill there to be devoured by wild beasts and birds of prey. Prostitution, as a public institution, is said to have been introduced into Japan by a certain warlike emperor or usurper, who, leading his troops from one place to another in the empire, feared lest from want of home comforts and domestic ties they might become disgusted and abandon his service. Accordingly, as a substitute for lawful enjoyments, he had stations for bands of prostitutes at various points, to the nearest of which he led his fatigued soldiers after his engagements. Another statement as to the origin of this system is that on one occasion during a revolution, the spiritual emperor having fled attended by his foster mother and a numerous band of female attendants, temporary nuns, the emperor and his foster mother drowned themselves in fear of capture by the enemies, whereupon the attendant nuns, cut off from all other resource, adopted libertinism as a means of livelihood, and this gave the first public example and sanction to a reprobate state of life. There are in Japan various religious institutions of a character similar to convents and monasteries. The vow of celibacy and chastity is one of the requisites of this state, yet notwithstanding this vow, the monks are described as living very intemperately, seducing both women and girls, and committing other shameful enormities. Among the mendicant religious orders, to which both sexes belong, the nuns are numerous. They are described as being very fine-looking women. They are generally the children of indigent parents, and good looks are essential to success in their calling. Between witch and prostitution, there seems no difference save in pg 439 name. Indeed, many of these mendicant nuns go direct from the brothel to their new employment, which, combining various qualifications, is probably more lucrative. We have been unable to find any information as to the nature or extent of venereal diseases, if any, in Japan, of infanticide. Also, we have no account. Commodore Perry, in the narrative of his expedition, confirms the facts above stated so far as his opportunities for observation extended. Difficulties were at first thrown in the way of his seeing the Japanese women, and when he walked about, the interpreters preceded him, and under a show of doing him honor, ordered all the women into their houses. Afterward, on the Commodore's remonstrance, the women were allowed to make their appearance, and their manners and looks were not by any means unpleasing. When the officers of the expedition were entertained, they sometimes waited on the party with tea, coffee, and other refreshments. Their manners were mild, their countenances were soft and pleasing, the only objectionable point about them being the abominable habit of blackening their teeth with a highly corrosive pigment, partly composed of iron filings and a fermented liquor called sake, which affected the gums very offensively and caused an appearance and odor decidedly unpleasing to the tastes of Western travelers. The women of the working classes were engaged in hard field and outdoor labor, but not to a greater extent than in densely populated countries in most parts of the world. Commodore Perry assumes that licentiousness must be prevalent in large cities, but he bears his testimony to the good conduct of the women, whom the people of the expedition met while on shore. The opportunities of information and particular inquiry were, however, not very great, owing to the more important political objects of the visit and the not very protracted stay of the squadron in Japan. Not content with the excess of incontinence in which the Japanese as a nation indulge, they largely practice unnatural vices, and the youth of the province of Kyoto, which is the peculiar appanage of the spiritual emperor, are celebrated on account of their beauty and command a high price in this horrid traffic. Page 440. Tartar races. Central Asia is but little known and seldom visited. Among the most remarkable of its people are the Kyrgyz Kazakhs, who form a nation of shepherds. They dwell in huts or temporary habitations of wickerwork covered with fleeces, and are a robust, hardy race. Addicted to sensual enjoyments, their manners as to the treatment of the female sex are coarse, but it is curious to remark that while the men are indolent and licentious, the women are fond of exertion, for which their only recompense is to be treated as slaves. The Kyrgyz, when rich enough, eagerly avail themselves of the privilege of polygamy. Indeed, this part of the Mohammedan creed is the one they have embraced with most ardor, yet few possess sufficient wealth to marry more than one wife. The price paid for a woman will range from 5 or 6 sheep among the poorer classes to 200, 500, or even 1,000 horses among the rich, to which are added different household effects, and occasionally a few male or female slaves. A considerable share of these payments is absorbed by the Mohammedan mullahs, who find a profitable source of revenue in marrying these people. They consecrate the union as soon as projected, and immediately the amount of the kalim or price has been arranged between the parties. The mullah solemnly asks the parents of the bride and bridegroom, "Do you consent to the union of the children?" repeating the question 3 times to each, and then reading prayers for the happiness of the couple to be married. No marriage is complete till the whole of the stipulated amount is paid, but neither party can honorably retract after the first installment has been offered and accepted. From that time, the bridegroom has leave to visit his bride, if he engages not to take away her chastity. In cases where this liberty leads to an anticipation of the final ceremony, the unpaid portion of the kalim is not allowed to protract the union, which is hastened as much as possible. If a man find his wife to have been incontinent before he married her, he may return her to her parents and demand the restitution of her price or the substitution of one of her sisters. If he actually detects her in the commission of adultery, he may kill her. Otherwise, the adulterer is fined, and the wife may be divorced or chastised. The morals of the Kyrgyz are good. Chastity in the woman is highly prized, and the sensuality of the men is served by pg 441 prostitutes who live in each camp either in companies or in separate tents. Numbers of these women appear wherever the Russians have encampments, and virulent disease among them has tended rapidly to thin the people. The prostitutes are composed of 2 classes: widows and divorced women who have no other means of subsistence and linger out a miserable life in dirt, rags, and contempt, and a few who addict themselves to prostitution from mere licentiousness. Circassion. The race known as Abashans, considered the aborigines of the Caucasus, were described by Strabo as a predatory peopleperates at sea and robbers on land. These characteristics they preserve to the present day, but otherwise they are a virtuous nation, strange to the worst vices of civilized life and humble in their desires. Their religion permits polygamy, but as wives are costly, they are usually contented with one who is the companion rather than the menial of her husband. The women are industrious, are allowed full liberty, and are free in their social intercourse, the veil being worn only to screen their complexions, and not for seclusion. Their laws against immorality are stringent. An act of illicit intercourse is punished by fine or banishment. A dishonest wife is returned to her parents, and by them sold as a slave, as is also a wanton girl. Illegitimate children cannot claim any relationship, and if sold as slaves or assassinated, no one is expected to redeem them in the one case or avenge them in the other. When a man desires to divorce his wife, he must give his reasons before a council of elders, and if they are not satisfied, he must pay her parents a stated amount to recompense them for the burden thus thrown upon them. Should the woman marry again within 2 years, this sum is returned. Among the Circassians themselves, women are not secluded. A man will often introduce his wife and daughters to a traveler, and unmarried women are frequently seen at public assemblies. They observe one singular custom: a husband never appears abroad with his wife, and scarcely ever sees her during the day. This is in accordance with ancient habits, and is a prolongation of the marriage etiquette, which requires a man, after he has removed his bride's corset of leather worn by all virgins for some time, to refrain from openly living with her. pg 442. Throughout the Caucasus, a high state of morality is found. Open prostitution is unknown, and any girl leading a notoriously immoral life would be compelled to fly beyond the bounds of the territory. If she escaped being sold as a slave or put to death by her indignant friends, there is a general opinion that Circassians will sell their daughters to any Turk or Persian who wishes to buy them, but but this is not the fact they are particularly careful as to the position of anyone who wishes to intermarry with them. Great precautions are taken to ensure the happiness of the girls, and long-continued negotiations frequently lead to no result. The majority of females sold as Circassians are either children stolen from the neighboring Cossacks or slaves procured from those Circassian traders who own allegiance to Russia. Turkey. Proud, sensual, and depraved in his tastes, the Turk is too indolent to acquire even the means of gratifying his most powerful cravings, satisfying his pride with the memory of former glories. His lust looks forward to the enjoyment of a paradise crowded with beautiful ministers of pleasure, and he passes his time in an atmosphere of Epicurean speculation, lounging on cushions and sipping coffee with a dreamy indifference to all external objects. Even the poor indulge in this idleness. They measure the amount of labor necessary to keep them from positive want, and spend the rest of their time waiting the sensual heaven promised by their prophet. In such a lethargy, the most violent passions are fostered, and when these become excited, the Turk cannot be surpassed in brutal fury. All his fancies are gross. Moral power is an incomprehensible idea, and he can conceive no authority not enforced by whip or sword. The Turkish character thus exhibited corresponds with their estimate of the female sex. The person alone is loved. Intellect in a Turkish woman is rarely developed and never prized. She finds her chief employment in decorating her person, her sole enjoyment in lounging on a pile of cushions and admiring the elegance of her costume. Turkey is literally the empire of the senses. Polygamy is now growing into disrepute. Their recent laws have conferred many privileges upon women in matters of property, and their comparative independence has rendered them averse to a position in which they only acquire secondary rank. Men who marry wives of equal rank to themselves, frequently pg 443, engage in their marriage contracts not to form a second alliance, and this stipulation is very seldom violated. The customs of the country do not permit a man to see his wife before marriage. She may gratify her curiosity by a stealthy glance at him, but this privilege is seldom used. In consequence of the separation of the sexes, a race of professional matchmakers has arisen, as in China, who realize considerable profits from their calling. Children of 3 or 4 years old are sometimes betrothed, marriage taking place about 14. When a wedding is contemplated, each family deputes an agent to arrange preliminaries. The terms of the contract are embodied in a legal document, and the woman is then called a wife by writing. This is concluded some days before the actual wedding, but the interval is occupied with rejoicings and hospitality, on which the bridegroom generally expends a year's income. The union is a mere civil contract, blessed by religious rites. All concubines are slaves, even in the harem of the Sultan, since no free Turkish woman can occupy that position. The morals of Turkish women are generally described as very loose. Their veils favor an intrigue, the most jealous husband passing his wife in the street without knowing her. The places of assignation are usually the Jews' shops where they meet their lovers, but preserve their incognito. Even to them, Lady Mary Wortley Montagu imagined the number of faithful wives to be very small in a country where they have nothing to fear from a lover's indiscretion. The dancing girls of Turkey are prostitutes by profession. Their performances are much enjoyed by all classes, and they dance as lasciviously in the harem, where they are often invited to amuse the wives and concubines, as before a party of convivialists in the kiosks. Their costume is exceedingly rich both in color and material. During the day, they resort to coffee houses where they attach themselves to companions whom they entertain with songs, tales, or caresses, until night, when their orgies are transferred to houses belonging to their chiefs. Many of these habitations are furnished with every possible luxury. Another form of prostitution is temporary marriage. For instance, a man on a journey will arrive in a strange city where he desires to remain some time. He immediately bargains for a female companion. A regular agreement is drawn up, and he supports her and remunerates her friends while he remains. When pg 444, he is tired of her or wishes to leave the place, she returns to her friends and patiently waits for another engagement of the same kind. Northern Africa. A very brief notice only is required of the semi-barbarous states of Northern Africa, particularly as an account of Algeria under the French has already been given. The mass of the population are Moors, and therefore our remarks will mainly apply to them like the Turks. They are proud, ignorant, sensual, and depraved, and their treatment of women exactly accords with this character. They regard the female sex, but as material instruments of man's gratification, and this idea is become so generally received that the sole education of a girl is such as will render her acceptable to some gross sensualist intellect and sentiment, are not the possessions which will recommend her to be attractive. She must be fat. A girl of such bulk as to be a good load for a camel is considered a perfect beauty, and accordingly the mother does not train her daughter in seductive arts, but feeds her into a seductive appearance. As pigeons are fed in some parts of Italy, she is made to swallow every day a certain number of balls of paste saturated with oil, and the rod overcomes any reluctance she may have to the diet. The Moors are extremely jealous of their enormous wives. Some have been known to kill their women before proceeding on a journey. Others have forbidden them to name an animal of the masculine gender. They are entirely shut up within the walls of the harem, where they pass their time perfuming and decorating their persons to attract the favor of their lords. The general marriage laws of Mohammedan countries prevail in the Barbary states. 4 wives, and as many concubines as he pleases, are the limits within which a man is confined, but few men marry more than 1 woman. An extensive system of prostitution prevails in all the cities. The low drinking shops are crowded with women. The public dancers, who all belong to the sisterhood, exist in large numbers and are very much encouraged. Their society is a favorite recreation with Moors of all classes. A man entertaining a party of friends will send for a company of dancers to amuse them there. The fumes of tobacco and sometimes of liquor for the precepts of the Quran are disregarded on such occasions. The women pg 445 practice the most degrading obscenities, and the orgies become such as no pen can describe. These prostitutes are of various classes, from the low vulgar wretches who exist in misery, filth, and disease, to the wealthy courtesans who live in luxury and splendor. A late traveler was introduced by a friend to a Moorish lady. He was ushered into a spacious apartment, hung with rich-colored silks. Reclining on a splendid divan, with every appliance of wealth around her, was a woman of extreme loveliness, elegant in her manners and address. She seemed a model of feminine grace, nor did the visitor discover, until after he had left her, that he had been conversing with a Moorish prostitute. Siberia. The state of manners to which the population of these snowy tracts has arrived is very low. They are rude, ignorant, and gross. The condition and character of the female sex correspond with that of the male. In the perpetual migration of tribes, they bear the heaviest burdens, and in their habitations, the man regards his wife as a mere domestic slave, to whom it is unnecessary even to speak a kind word. There are some exceptions to this rule, especially toward the center of the district, removed from Russia on the one hand, and the sea on the other, where more equality of the sexes is observable. A wife is generally obtained by purchase, and if a man is not rich enough to pay the sum demanded by the parents of a girl for the privilege of marrying her, he hires himself to them for a term ranging from 3 to 10 years, according to an agreement, and his services in that time are considered equivalent to the value of his bride. These contracts are faithfully observed. The woman is invariably given up at the specified time, and the man released from his servile condition and admitted to all the dignities and rights of a son-in-law, where the bridegroom is in a condition to pay for his bride. The preliminary negotiations are managed by his friends and her parents. They are very quietly arranged, but the spirit of bargaining is strong on both sides. The stipulated amount must be paid before the marriage is completed, and if a man steals away his bride before he has paid the full cost, the father watches an opportunity and recaptures her, retaining her in pledge until the balance is forthcoming. The marriage ceremonies vary in different tribes, with some pg 446. There is no feast or form of any kind. With others, every marriage must take place in a newly-built hut, where no impure things can have been. The most detailed account of marriage ceremonies we can find is among the Tishuases. They offer a sacrifice of bread and honey to the sun on the betrothal, that he may look down with favor on the union. When the wedding day arrives, the bride hides herself behind a screen while the guests are assembling. When the party is complete, She walks 3 times round the room, followed by a train of virgins bearing bread and honey. Then the bridegroom enters, removes her veil, kisses her, and they exchange rings. She is now saluted as the betrothed girl, and is again led behind the screen, whence she emerges wearing a matron's cap. The concluding rite is for her to pull off her new husband's boots, thus promising obedience to him. In this tribe, the husband can divorce his wife by merely taking her cap from her head. Polygamy is practiced by many, though some prefer to take one wife for another as often as inclination prompts them, rather than take charge of several at the same time. Jealousy is little known among any of the races of Siberia. Modesty is not a female characteristic, nor is chastity very highly prized. If a wife commit adultery, the husband usually exacts a fine from the paramour for invading his rights. Without permission, their barbarous manners would not induce us to expect any refined modesty. A traveler was introduced to the family of a rich man, the head of a tribe, and upon entering his low-roofed but spacious habitation, found himself in company with 5 or 6 women wives and daughters, all entirely naked, who appeared excessively diverted at being discovered in such a state. The dancing women are as lewd as can possibly be conceived. Indeed, obscene postures are the principal features of their entertainments. A licentious intercourse between unmarried persons is almost universal, with some religious dissensions are extremely bitter, but profligacy is more powerful, and a woman who would rigidly refuse to eat or drink with a man of some other creed will prostitute herself to him from sheer lust. Abandoned women reside in all the towns in large numbers and are scarcely reprobated by other classes. The education of a Siberian girl appears to be simply telling her that marriage is her destiny and that her husband will require her to be faithful. With this view, she forms pg 447 acquaintances, is seduced by one and yields to another, until her profligacy becomes so notorious that no one will purchase her as a wife, and she follows as a means of living the habits she had resorted to for the indulgence of her vicious appetite. It is said that many prostitutes become so from this cause. Esquimaux. The Esquimaux require but a very short notice as a race. They are dirty, poor, and immoral. Dishonesty is a prominent characteristic, especially manifested toward any strangers coming within their reach. The lamented Cain, in his Arctic explorations, mentions the trouble to which he was exposed in guarding his stores from their pilfering propensities, but after he had administered 1 or 2 lessons of chastisement, they abandoned this habit and became of great assistance to him. He says there is a frankness and cordiality in their way of receiving their guests, whatever may be the infirmities of their notions of honesty. And when he parted from them on his perilous journey south, he remarks, when trouble came to us and them, and we bent ourselves to their habits, when we looked to them to procure us fresh meat, and they found at our brig shelter during their wild bear hunts, never were friends more true, although numberless articles of inestimable value to them have been scattered upon the ice, unwatched they have not stolen a nail. The Esquimaux women are not absolute slaves. Their duties are almost entirely domestic, and during the winter especially their life is one of ease and pleasure so far as their notions can comprehend such advantages. Crowded inside a low hut, 2 or 3 families together, they spend their time in eating and sleeping alternately, both sexes being perfectly naked, except a small apron worn by the women as a badge of their sex. This nudity arises from the excessive heat of their cabins, which are rendered impervious to the cold outside. Dr. Kane mentions one occasion on which he was a visitor when the thermometer outside stood at 60 below zero, and inside the temperature mounted to 90, and says, bursting into a profuse perspiration, I stripped like the rest, and thus an honored guest, and in the place of honor I fell asleep. Respecting the morality of the men or the virtue of the women little is known. Perry says that husbands frequently offer their wives to strangers for a very small sum, and also that it is not pg 448 uncommon for a change of wives to be made for a short time. He adds that in no country is prostitution carried to a greater extent, the departure of the men on an expedition being a signal to their wives to abandon all restraint. Lust rules paramount, and the children are taught to watch outside the hut, lest the husband should return unexpectedly and find his habitation occupied by a stranger. Their marriage contract is a mere social arrangement easily dissolved, but this is rarely done. The general custom being for a man to chastise his wife. When she displeases him, the usual form of matrimonial discipline consists in forcing her to lead the reindeer, while he rides at ease in the sledge. Their laws permit any man to have 2 wives, and a regal perquisite of the great chief was the privilege of having as many as he could support. These brides were not uncommonly carried off from their parents by force. The ceremonial rite following at the convenience of the parties. Such attempts are sometimes resisted. An aspirant for the favors of the daughter of a chief succeeded in conveying her to his sledge, but the father pursued with such alacrity that the adventurous lover had to abandon the fair one, and made his escape, with some difficulty, leaving the equipage as spoils to the victor. Dr. Kane is of opinion that the services of the Lutheran and Moravian missionaries have produced a beneficial influence on the morals of the people. What may be called their normal religious notions extended only to the recognition of supernatural agencies and to certain usages by which these could be conciliated. Murder, incest, burial of the living, and infanticide were not considered crimes, and these have aided exposure and disease. The smallpox has made fearful ravages among them to thin their numbers, and impress them with the idea that they are so rapidly dying out as to be able to mark their progress toward extinction within 1 generation. This is more applicable to the northern tribes, removed from the effects of civilization, among whom murder and infanticide still exist, though not to so great an extent as formerly, while in the southern latitudes, where it was formerly unsafe for vessels to touch upon the coast, hospitality is now the universal characteristic, and truth, self-reliance, and manly honest bearing have been inculcated with considerable success, though not enough to render their notions of property accordant with those of civilized nations. Page 449. Iceland. This country is inhabited by a serious, humble, and quiet people isolated from the rest of the world. They remain to this day in an almost primitive condition, and 9 centuries have produced little change in their manners, language, or costume. The condition of the sexes is somewhat equal. The men divide their labors with the women, but do not oppress them. Both are alike filthy and coarse in their habits. Their hospitality assumes some singular forms. Women salute stranger with a cordial embrace, but their dirty habits generally render him anxious to escape from their arms as quickly as possible. A missionary was upon one occasion especially scandalized. He was visiting at the house of a rich man who treated him liberally, and upon retiring to his room at night, was followed by his host's eldest daughter, who insisted upon helping him to undress and prepare for bed, declaring that it was the invariable custom of the country. Few absolute laws regulate the intercourse of the sexes. Christianity has abolished polygamy, and public opinion holds a strong check upon illicit intercourse. With the exception of their seaports, the people may be called a moral race. The proportion of illegitimate to legitimate children is about 1 in every 7. Lord Kames relates an anecdote which would stamp the Icelanders of 150 years ago as anything but moral. He says that in 1707, a contagious distemper had cut off nearly all the people, and in order to repopulate the country, the King of Denmark issued a proclamation authorizing every single woman to bear 6 illegitimate children without losing her reputation. Report says the girls were so zealous in this patriotic work that it soon became necessary to abrogate the law. Greenland. The population of Greenland is partly composed of European colonists and partly of Esquimaux. They are a vain and indolent people whose virtues consist in the negation of active vice. Their women occupy an inferior position. Marriage is essentially a contract for mutual convenience, dissolved when it ceases to be agreeable. It is considered etiquette for a girl, when any man demands her in marriage, to fly to the hills and hide herself in order to be dragged home with a great show of violence by her suitor. If courted by a man she dislikes, she cuts off her hair, which is a sign of great horror, and usually rids her of her lover. Page 450. The Greenlanders consider themselves the only civilized people in the world, and consequently pride themselves on decorum. They do not allow marriages within 3 degrees of affinity, and consider it disreputable for persons who have been educated in the same house to marry, even if no relationship exists between them. Prostitution prevails to a considerable extent, widows and divorced women almost invariably adopting it as a means of living. There are numerous habitations in the large communities which can only be considered as brothels, but the life of an abandoned woman is generally reprobated, and those following it incur the most undisguised odium of the people at large. Chapter Roman 32, New York Statistics. Schedule of questions: age, juvenile depravity, premature old age, gradual descent, average duration of a prostitute's life, nativity, proportion of prostitutes from various states, New York, effects of immigration, foreigners, proportion to population, proportion to emigration, dangers of ports of departure, emigrant ships and boarding houses, length of residence in the United States, prostitution a burden to taxpayers, length of residence in New York State, length of residence in New York City, inducements to emigrate, labor and remuneration in Europe, assistance to emigrate, its amount and from whom, education, neglect of facilities in New York, social condition, single women, widows, early and injudicious marriages, husbands, children, illegitimate children, mortality of children, infanticide, influences to which children are exposed. It is to be hoped the reader has already perused the introduction to this volume, containing a description of the modus operandi adopted to obtain the necessary information from the prostitutes of New York City. The following schedule of questions was prepared for this purpose, and the ensuing pages present in tabular form the answers received thereto. How old will you be next birthday? Were you born in America, and if so, in what state? How long have you resided in New York City? If born abroad, in what country? How long have you resided in the United States? How long have you resided in the state of New York? What induced you to emigrate to the United States? Did you receive any assistance, and if so, from whom, and to what amount, to enable you to emigrate to the United States? Page 451. Can you read and write? Are you single, married, or widowed? If married, is your husband living with you, or what caused the separation? If widowed, how long has your husband been dead? Have you had any children? How many boys, girls? Were these children born in wedlock? Are they living or dead? If living, are they with you now, or where are they? For what length of time have you been a prostitute? Have you had any disease incident to prostitution? If so, what? What was the cause of your becoming a prostitute? Is prostitution your only means of support? If not, what other means have you? What trade or calling did you follow before you became a prostitute? How long is it since you abandoned your trade as a means of living? What were your average weekly earnings at your trade? What business did your father follow? If your mother had any business independent of your father, what was it? Did you assist either your mother or your father in their business? If so, which of them? Is your father living, or how old were you when he died? Is your mother living, or how old were you when she died? Do you drink intoxicating liquors? If so, to what extent? Did your father drink intoxicating liquors? If so, to what extent? Did your mother drink intoxicating liquors? If so, to what extent? Were your parents Protestants, Catholics, or non-professors? Were you trained to any religion? If so, was it Protestant or Catholic? Do you profess the same religion now? How long since you observed any of its requirements? In addition to this comprehensive series, space was left for any remarks the examiner might wish to make upon other points. The queries were printed on a large sheet of paper with sufficient blanks for the answers, and the officer was desired, as soon as he had obtained all the information required, to fold the sheet and sign his name on a line left for that purpose, with the date the inquiries were made, the locality of the house in which the woman resided, and the police district in which it was comprised. It is a matter of much regret that in the burning of the island hospital, Blackwell's Island, on February 13, 1858, all the schedules were destroyed. They contain many facts which, from pg 452 want of space, are but slightly alluded to in the following pages, and would have been of material service in any measures hereafter taken to mitigate the sorrows or prevent the excesses of the abandoned women of New York. Farther prelude is unnecessary. It only remains to give the answers as received with such deductions as may arise from them. Question: how old will you be next birthday? Age number: 15 years to 16 17, 17 62, 18 143, 19 258, 20 268, 21 206, 22 176, 23 153, 24 96, 25 97, 26 75, 27 53, 28 58, 29 49, 30 44, 31 18, 32 16, 33 29, 34 15, 35 19, 36 23, 37 11, 38 9, 39 7, 40 25, 41 7, 42 6, 43 6, 44 3, 45 6, 46 2, 47 2, 48 5, 49 3, 54, 51 1, 52 3, 53 3, 55 5, 57 3, 58 2, 59 2, 62, 62 1, 63 1, 66 2, 71 1, 77 1. Total 2,000. The facts exhibited by this table are sufficiently palpable to render remarks almost unnecessary, but the existence of juvenile degradation is so clearly proven as to call for a few observations. Between the ages of 15 and 20 years are found about 3/8 of the whole number embraced in this return. Between the ages of 21 and 25 years, nearly 3/8 more of the whole number are included, giving in the first 10 years of the table 3/4 of the aggregate prostitution, while the next period of 5 years, or from 26 to 30, contains 1/8 more. It is thus upon record that 7 out of every 8 women who came under this investigation had not yet reached 30 years of age, beyond this PG 453 standard each year shows. But a few, and of these veterans, the majority are those who are now keeping houses of ill fame. Comparing this with the ages of residents in New York, as given in the census reports, it will appear that prostitutes under 20 years of age are in excess about 25%, as this inquiry shows that for every 4 abandoned women between the ages of 20 and 30, there are 3 between 15 and 20, but the official classification proves that for every 4 women in the state between 20 and 30 years old, there are only 2 between 15 and 20. While juvenile degradation is an inseparable adjunct of prostitution, premature old age is its invariable result. Take, for example, the career of a female who enters a house of prostitution at 16 years of age. Her step is elastic, her eye bright. She is the observed of all observers. The habitués of the place flock around her, gloat over her ruin, while they praise her beauty and try to drag her down to their own level of depravity, while flattering her vanity as the last spark of inherent virtue flickers and dies in her bosom, and she becomes sensible that she is indeed lost, that her anticipated happiness proves but splendid misery. She also becomes conscious that the door of reformation is practically closed against her. But this life of gay depravity cannot last. Her mind becomes tainted with the moral miasma in which she lives. Her physical powers wane under the trials imposed upon them, and her career in a fashionable house of prostitution comes to an end. She must descend in the ladder of vice, follow her from one step to another in her downward career. Today, you may find her in our aristocratic promenades. Tomorrow, she will be forced to walk in more secluded streets. Tonight, you may see her glittering at one of the fashionable theaters, tomorrow she will be found in some one of the infamous resorts which abound in the lower part of the city today. She may associate with the wealthy of the land. Tomorrow none will be too low for her company. Today she has servants to do her bidding. Tomorrow she may be buried in a pauper's coffin and a nameless grave. This is no fancy sketch, but an outline of the course of many women now living as prostitutes of the lowest class in the city of New York. Anyone conversant with the subject knows that there is a well-understood gradation in this life, and as soon as a woman ceases to be attractive in the higher walks, as soon as her youth and beauty fade, she must either descend in the scale or starve. Nor PG 454 will any deny that of those who commence a life of shame in their youth, under the most specious and flattering delusions, the majority are found in a short time plunged into the deepest misery and degradation. Here is seen at a glance a reason for the large number of juvenile prostitutes. Youth is a marketable commodity, and when its charms are lost, they must be replaced. The following cases from life will substantiate this view. For obvious reasons, the names are suppressed. Roman 100B is a native of New York and now resides in the 8th Police District of the city. She is 20 years old and became a prostitute at the age of 16 through the harshness and unkind treatment of a stepmother, her own mother having died when she was an infant. Take another case from the same neighborhood. Roman 50B was born in Vermont. Her father died while she was a child. At the age of 15, she was enticed to the city and became inmate of a house of prostitution. She is described as an intelligent, well-educated girl of temperate habits. One more instance from the same locality. FW is a native of New York City, is the child of honest, hardworking parents, has received a medium education. At 17 years old, was seduced under a promise of marriage, and deserted. She then embraced a life of prostitution, influenced mainly by shame and the idea that she had no other means of subsistence. These women are residing in that part of the city which contains the majority of the first-class houses of prostitution. They have not yet descended in the scale. The ensuing selection, taken from the 4th Police District, the antipodes of the former locality, will forcibly exhibit the operation of this gradual deterioration. E.S. was seduced in Rochester, NY at the age of 16. She accompanied her seducer to this city, and for a season lived here in luxury. She was finally deserted, and now drags out a wretched existence in Water Street. E. Roman 100, residing in the same neighborhood, is now 19 years of age. She was married when but a child, and 5 years since, or when she was only 14 years old, was driven on the town through the brutal conduct of her husband. Passing through the various gradations of the scale, she has now become a confirmed drunkard, has endured much physical suffering, and lost to all sense of shame, will doubtless continue in her wretched career till death puts an end to her misery. PG 455. To continue this chain of evidence, the following cases have been selected from the registers of the penitentiary hospital, now remodeled, and called the Island Hospital. Blackwell's Island, SA of New Jersey, was admitted as a patient when only 15 years of age, suffering from disease caused by leading a depraved life, and within 6 months was received and treated therein no less than 4 times. A B born in Scotland was admitted and treated for venereal disease at 14 years of age. Roman 50A Roman 500 born in England was admitted at 16 years of age. 2 years since, with similar disease, and with only short intervals, has been an inmate of the hospital continuously. From that time, Roman 1000H was admitted at 17 years of age and endured a long and painful illness. Roman 1000J Roman 500, after following a course of depravity for a year, was admitted at 18 years of age, lingered in agony for 25 days, and then died solely from the effects of a life of prostitution. It is not necessary to pursue this subject farther, as sufficient facts have been adduced to support the assertion that youth is the grand desideratum in the inmates of houses of ill fame. Young women have been traced from the proudest resorts to the lowest haunts, and have been shown as suffering pain and sickness in a public institution, or dying there in torture, but no attempt has been made to calculate the misery produced in the respective families. They had abandoned the excruciating parental agony caused by the departure of a daughter from the paths of virtue. seems more a matter for private contemplation by each reader than for any delineation here. We have witnessed the meetings of parents with their lost children, have stood beside the bed, where a frail, suffering woman was yielding her last breath, and have shuddered at the awful mental agony overpowering her physical suffering. No doubt can exist that were it possible to introduce the reader of these pages to such scenes, or even could they be adequately described, in all their accumulated horrors, the cordial cooperation of all the friends of virtue and humanity would be secured in furtherance of any plan which would check this mighty torrent of vice and woe. From the fact that youth is the grand desideratum, it is evident that a constant succession of young people will be driven into this arena, either by force or treachery. The average duration of life among these women does not exceed 4 years from the beginning of their career. There are, as in all cases, exceptions to this rule, pg 456, but it is a tolerably well-established fact that 1/4 of the total number of abandoned women in this city die every year. Thus, by estimating the prostitutes in New York at 6,000, and this is not an exaggerated calculation, as will be proved hereafter, the appalling number of 1,500 erring women are hurried to their last long homes each year of our existence, neglected and contemned. While living they pass from this world unnoticed and unwept, but their deaths leave vacancies which must be supplied. The inexorable demands of vice and dissipation must be gratified, and who can tell what innocent and happy family circle may next have to mourn the ruin and disgrace of one of its members? In a subsequent portion of this work, it will be necessary to notice the means employed for ensnaring the innocent and unsuspecting, and to show that this is a danger which threatens all classes of the community. Question: were you born in America? If so, in what state? State number: Alabama 1, Carolina North 2, South 4, Columbia District of 1, Connecticut 42, Delaware 1, Georgia 1, Illinois 1, Kentucky 2, Louisiana 4, Maine 24, Maryland 15, Massachusetts 71, Missouri 1, New Hampshire 7, New Jersey 69, New York 394, Ohio 8, Pennsylvania 77, Rhode Island 18, Vermont 10, Virginia 9. Total born in United States 762. The number of prostitutes in New York who were born within the limits of the United States slightly exceeds 3/8 of the aggregate from whom replies to these queries were obtained. They are natives of 21 states and 1 district, and may be subdivided in geographical order as follows. The Eastern District, containing Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, contributes 172 women to the prostitutes of New York City. The Middle States, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania District of Columbia, Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia contribute 566 women. PG 4573. The Southern States, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, and Louisiana contribute 12 women. The Western States, Ohio, Illinois, Missouri, and Kentucky contribute also 12 women. On what hypothesis can these proportions be explained? Maine, on the extreme northeast, with a rocky surge-beaten coast, fronting on the wild Atlantic, with a harsh cold climate, sends 24 women from her population of 580,000, while Virginia, with 1,421,000 inhabitants, contributes but 9. This difference in favor of the southern state cannot be explained on the ground of distance, for the boundaries of each state are nearly equidistant from New York, nor can it be sustained by the idea that Maine has more seacoast, as the maritime coast of the southern state is at least equal to that of the northern one, and the ordinary tendencies to immorality in seaport towns would be equally felt in each. The case is still farther involved by the fact that in all southern cities the majority of prostitutes are from the north, and it is a well-known circumstance that at certain periods large numbers of courtesans from New York, Boston, and other cities emigrate southward, with a generally received opinion of the effects of a warm climate upon female organization to be adopted in this connection. Not only would there be no necessity for this exodus, but the number of prostitutes received from Virginia should largely exceed those from Maine. This fact is sufficient to confirm the idea already expressed that fraud or force is used to entrap these females. The natives of a bleak northern state are far more likely to be deceived by the artful misrepresentations of emissaries from New York than the denizens of the southern portion of our Union. The former lead a life of comparative hardship, the latter one of comparative ease. In Maine, over 6,000 women, or 1 in every 4 to 6 of the female population, are immured for 6 days in every week in a crowded factory. In Virginia, over 3,000 women, or 1 in every 134 of the female population, are similarly employed. This mode of life will form a matter for subsequent consideration so far as its tendencies to immorality are concerned. Again, place in contrast Rhode Island, with 18 women living by prostitution in New York, and a population of only 140,000, and Maryland, with 15 prostitutes in New York, and a population of 418,000, and a more palpable difference in favor PG 458 of the southern state is apparent. The former sends 1 prostitute out of every 8,000 of her inhabitants, the latter 1 out of every 28,000. Calculating on the basis of the respective populations, Vermont and New Hampshire have nearly the same proportion as Maine. Massachusetts exceeds the average, and Connecticut, par excellence, the land of steady habits, has a still larger excess. New Jersey has the largest proportion of any state in the Union, and Pennsylvania shows about the average of Maine. The southern and western states have but few representatives. New York, the home state, will be noticed in due course. The preceding facts will supply materials for reflection in conjunction with the question, on what hypothesis can these proportions be explained? The self-evident answer to this query would seem to be that the excess from the eastern and middle states arises from the employment of a much larger proportion of females in manufacturing and sedentary occupations. A young woman of ardent temperament cannot but feel the hardship of this position in life, as compared with her more favored sisters in other states. And when such an idea has once obtained possession of her mind, it forms a subject for constant thought. Thus, when already predisposed in favor of any change, she falls into the hands of the tempter, a pliant victim, beyond the hardship attendant on her daily labor. The associations which are formed in factories or workshops, where both sexes are employed very frequently, result disastrously for the female. Notwithstanding all the care which may be taken on the part of employers, and it is a subject for national pride that American manufacturers are doing far more to elevate the moral character of their employees than the same class of men in other lands. It is morally impossible that these intimacies can be entirely suppressed, nor can their ruinous effects be prevented. Study the moral statistics of any of the manufacturing towns in Great Britain or on the continent of Europe, and the same results are presented, but in a more alarming degree, because there the supervision is not only weak in itself, but is frequently entrusted to improper persons whose interest is often in direct opposition to their duty. A few words in respect to the state of New York. The number of prostitutes in proportion to the population far exceeds the ratio from any other state, except New Jersey, beyond the effect of manufactures, which operate here to a corresponding extent as in other states. The immense maritime business of New York City, PG 459, and the constant flood of immigrants and strangers passing through, it must be taken into consideration. This constantly fills some localities with sailors' men, proverbial for having in every port a wife, and many of whom are notorious frequenters of houses of prostitution. This circumstance proves that this infernal traffic is governed by the same rules which regulate commercial transactions, namely, that the supply is in proportion to the demand. If by any miracle all the seamen and strangers visiting New York could be transformed into moral men, at least from 1/2 to 2/3 of the houses of ill fame would be absolutely bankrupt. The constant flood of immigration leaves a mass of debris behind it, consisting in the first place of men idle and vicious in their own lands, who transfer their vices to the country of their adoption, and for a time after arrival here, devote what means they possess to the pursuit of debauchery and materially help to swell the torrent of immorality. Another class of immigrants are women, many of whom are sent here by charitable associations or public bodies in foreign lands. As the most economical way to get rid of them, many of these females become mothers almost as soon as they land on these shores. In fact, the probability of such an event sometimes hastens their departure. They exist here in the most squalid misery, in some tenement house, or hovel their children, receive none of the advantages of education, for as soon as they can beg, they are compelled to aid in the struggle for bread, and the most frequent result is that the boys are arrested for some petty theft, and the girls become prostitutes, thus contributing to meet the demand caused by the classes already mentioned. But in addition to these foreign children born by accident in our state, the proportion of prostitutes from New York is increased by the facility offered for transit from the interior to the city. Doubtless, there are many courtesans from the eastern and southern districts who find their way to some of the large cities in their own part of the country. And so, on the same principle, when a woman in this state has fallen into vicious habits, her natural resort is to this metropolis, in addition to the more extended market it offers for her charms, its advantages as a great central rendezvous, for the nation must not be overlooked here. A prostitute can live until her attractions wane, and hence she can easily reach any southern or other point where abandoned women are in demand. Despite of the large number of prostitutes ascertained to have been born within the bounds of New York State, it cannot be conceded PG 460 that we are any less moral than our neighbors in other parts of the Confederation. It is a matter for the most serious consideration to be followed by sound and judicious action, either legislative or personal, that so large a number of American girls fall victims to this fell destroyer in a land where a good education is within the reach of everyone, where industry, if properly applied in the right channels, will afford a comfortable maintenance for all, where the natural resources are sufficient to support nearly half the inhabitants of the world. Question: were you born abroad? If so, in what country? Countries: numbers. Austria 2, Belgium 1, British North America 63, Denmark 1, England 104, France 13, Germany 249, Ireland 706, Italy 1, Poland 3, Prussia 6, Saxony 2, Scotland 52, Switzerland 17, Wales 1, West Indies 4, at sea 13, total born abroad 1238. It has been frequently remarked, and is generally believed in the absence of any satisfactory information on the subject, that a very large majority of the prostitutes in New York are of foreign birth, but the facts already developed, with the few remarks which will be made upon the above table of nativities, go far toward falsifying that opinion. The enumeration shows that 5/8 only were born abroad, the dominions of Great Britain furnishing the largest proportion. The ratio in which the several parts of that kingdom supply the new world with courtesans may be stated in round numbers as follows: Ireland contributes 1 prostitute to every 4,000 of her population. British North America, 1 prostitute to every 7,000 of population. Scotland, 1 prostitute to every 16,000 of population. England and Wales, 1 prostitute to every 50,000 of population. Of course, this will be understood as referring to all prostitutes now living in this city, assuming the average nativities of all to be fairly represented in the replies obtained from a portion. These numbers, being based upon the population of the several countries, give but a very imperfect idea of the extent of vice among that portion of their people who have settled in America, and a more satisfactory comparison can be drawn from the records PG 461 of emigration, upon an examination of the arrivals in each year from the time the existing Board of Commissioners of Emigration was organized to the end of 1857, a period of 10 years. It is found that the numbers average 230,000 per annum, which gives a proportion of 1 prostitute to every 250 emigrants. This is based upon the theory that 1/4 of the abandoned women die or are otherwise removed from the city every year. To repeat this fact in plainer words, of every 250 emigrants, men, women, and children who land at our docks, at least one woman eventually becomes known as a prostitute. This demoralization may be accounted for in several ways. There is frequently a protracted interval between the time when families arrive at the intended port of departure and the day on which they sail, and during this space they are exposed to all the malign influences invariably existing in large seaport towns, which must impart vicious ideas to young people who have recently left some secluded part of the country. Take Liverpool, for instance, the port whence the largest number of emigrants come to us, and which contains one prostitute for every 88 inhabitants, and the wonder will be not that so many are contaminated, but that so many escape when the dangers of the town are surmounted. Another source of immorality is found in the steerage passage across the Atlantic. This occupies from 1 to 3 months, during which time the females are necessarily in constant communication with the other sex, and frequently exposed to scenes of indelicacy too glaring to be described here, and this, in addition to the constant machinations of the abandoned and unprincipled men, who are to be found in greater or less numbers in every ship's complement of crew and passengers. Under such circumstances, the germ implanted in the seaport town often develops into its legitimate fruit. But when the ship has reached her haven and the perils of the sea are past, there are dangers to be encountered on land. The present arrangements for disembarking emigrants at Castle Garden have removed many of the most objectionable features formerly incident to their entry into the land of their adoption. Yet there are many still remaining. If a family desire to travel to the interior of the country, they can do so at once. But should they remain in the city, they are exposed to the tender mercies of the emigrant boarding house keepers, generally themselves natives of the old PG 462 country, who, having been swindled on their arrival, are both competent and willing to practice the same impositions on others. It must not be concluded that all who follow the business are worthy of this sweeping condemnation. Many of them are undoubtedly honest, yet it cannot be denied that others do pursue this nefarious course, and when they have drained all the resources of their customers, they turn them adrift to beg or starve or sin for a subsistence. To one or the other of these causes, many girls owe their ruin. Indeed, there can be no reasonable doubt that a majority of the prostitutes of foreign birth are more or less influenced thereby. In addition to these, there are other snares constantly set for strangers, to which we shall hereafter allude. It is scarcely within the province of this section to notice measures calculated to remove the evils named. With the first, the American people have no possible means of interfering. With regard to the second, many difficulties must be encountered and overcome. The commissioners of emigration have taken steps to avert some of the evils, and in consequence of their application to the present Congress, a bill has been introduced making it a penal offense for any officer or sailor on emigrant ships to have carnal intercourse with any passenger, whether with or without her consent. The third evil named is a local question peculiarly and entirely under our own control, and at the risk of anticipating the subject, it may be suggested that the most effectual way of obviating it would be the organization of a plan offering inducements and facilities for young women to leave the city, thus removing them from its baneful influences to a part of the country where their own labor would give them the means of a comfortable subsistence and a virtuous life. It is but poor policy to retain in New York numbers of persons who can by no possibility procure employment in an already overcrowded field of labor, and who must eventually consent to earn a precarious living by the sacrifice of virtue. It matters not through what agency their ruin is effected, whether by the oppression of a boarding house keeper, the intrigues of an intelligence office, or the wiles of abandoned ones of their own sex. The degradation is an indisputable fact, and the expenses to every citizen, from the extra cost of police supervision, courts of justice, hospitals, and penitentiaries, would probably be enough to remove many from the city who are debauched. PG 463, for the want of opportunity to leave, it would be far better to try the system of prevention in the first instance, and this would probably be successful in many cases, whereas any reformatory plan is almost useless where the Rubicon has been passed. Question: how long have you resided in the United States? Length of residence, numbers. Under 2 months, 9. 311. 621. 1 year, 75. 2 years, 159. 399. 483. 5 106. 10 352. 10 years and upward 292. From birth 762. Unascertained 31. Total 2000. In intimate connection with the subject of the nativities of prostitutes now in New York are the answers to the above inquiry. Deducting the number of native-born women, it will be found that 563 or more than 4 to 5% of the foreigners have resided in the United States less than 5 years, and of this number 115 or nearly 21% have resided here less than 1 year. These averages support to some extent the opinion already advanced that a large proportion of the prostitutes in New York City were either seduced previous to leaving their port of departure or on their passage or very soon after their arrival here when they commenced forthwith a practice which forces them eventually to become a burden upon the tax-paying community. In a majority of cases, this must be the result of their career, the successive fall from one gradation of their wretched life to a lower, finally landing them in the prisons or hospitals of a city toward whose expenses neither their pecuniary ability nor their labor have ever contributed a farthing. Their support thus falls upon the working population, an argument of dollars and cents, which will not be without its influence in a consideration of the numerous evils of prostitution. The remaining 55%, having been in the United States more than 5 years, are by law entitled to receive any assistance which their necessities may demand from local funds. But of this number, there are some who have doubtless been chargeable to public institutions before they had completed the required term of residence, as there are unquestionably many who, in order to procure relief, make false representations as to the time of their PG 464 arrival. Reasoning from well-ascertained facts, there can be little exaggeration in the estimate that from $80,000 to $100,000 per annum is the amount which the citizens of New York contribute to the support of foreigners who have been less than 5 years in the United States, nor can this be prevented unless the claims of suffering humanity are entirely ignored. Of course, the idea that a sick or disabled man or woman is to be left to perish cannot be entertained for one moment. If they are in want or in pain, every dictate of our common nature demands that they shall be relieved, but it may be suggested to those interested in the question of local taxation to give their prompt assistance to any practicable scheme which will diminish the amount of vice and consequently reduce the expenses resulting therefrom, such as a carefully devised plan for shielding emigrants from corrupting influences and forwarding the destitute to sections where labor may be obtained. Upon the moral effects of such an arrangement, it is unnecessary to remark, as they are self-evident of its successful working and eventual economy, but little doubt can be entertained. Question: how long have you resided in New York State? Length of residence, numbers. Under 2 months, 35. 320. 643. 1 year, 132. 2 years, 186. 3 152. 4 110. 5 127. 10 374. 10 years and upward 433. From birth 353. Unascertained 35. Total 2000. Question: how long have you resided in New York City? Length of residence, numbers. Under 2 months 46. 330. 656. 1 year 140. 2 years 236. 3 189, 4 128, 5 135, 10 388, 10 years and upward 427. From birth 185. Unascertained 40. Total 2,000. These tables require no comment. The attention of the reader may merely be called to the fact that 394 women have been already reported as born in the state of New York, of which number 353 have resided within its limits, continuously from the time of their birth PG 465, and that 185, or nearly one-half, were natives of New York City, and have resided therein from the day they were born. This fact alone demonstrates that the influences of metropolitan life are not very favorable to the advance of female morality. Question: what induced you to emigrate to the United States? Reasons: numbers. Came as stewardesses 2. Ran away from home 18. Ill usage of parents 34. Came with their seducers 39. Came to improve their condition 411. Sent out by parents or friends 81. Came with relatives or to join relatives. Already in the United States 619. No special cause assigned 34. Total of foreigners 1238. This table shows that a majority of the prostitutes of foreign birth were induced to emigrate to the United States, either by considerations of policy 111 assigning, as their reason, a desire to improve their condition in life from family connections, 619 having arrived with relatives and friends, or with the purpose of joining relatives and friends already in this country. It will not be denied by anyone familiar with the subject that one main reason for emigration is always found in the comparative difficulty of earning a livelihood in the place of the emigrant's nativity, and the expectation of doing better in a strange land, a conclusion sustained by the fact that a prosperous year in Europe serves to check the arrivals here and vice versa. With the difficult problem of labor and remuneration in the Old World, it would be out of place to interfere, but it may be remarked that badly as many branches of female employment are paid for with us, they are still worse paid for in England. Reference to a previous chapter treating of the causes of prostitution in that country will at once establish this point, and the instances therein quoted of the wages paid in London will remove all surprise that this country should be a receptacle for underpaid operatives, or that the hope of realizing better wages should be sufficiently powerful to sever all ties of birthplace and home. But many of these impoverished women were actually dependent upon friends for the payment of their passage money, and consequently arrived here almost literally penniless, with very slight prospects of obtaining work, and frequently with but one alternative, and the only one they had before coming here, which they must embrace or starve. PG 466, another class assign, as a reason for expatriation, the ill usage of parents in itself, a prolific cause of prostitution under any circumstances, but more especially when its effects have been to drive the girl a distance of 4,000 miles from home. From an examination of these causes alone, it is apparent that however well qualified physically and morally to add their quota to the prosperity of the United States, had their exertions been properly directed, yet the circumstances under which these women emigrated were so embarrassing as to render them easy victims to those whose special business seems to be to ensnare the friendless and unfortunate. This branch of inquiry may be continued by a reference to the following table, giving a summary of answers to the question: did you receive any assistance, and if so, to what amount, to enable you to emigrate to the United States? Amount of assistance: numbers. Paid their own expenses 262. Rect assistance, amount not specified 618. Rect assistance 20 each 89. 25 94. 30 43. 35 15. 40 24. 45 6. 5028, 55-3, 60-12, 65-2, 72, 75-2, 112, 110-1, 123, 142, 153, 175-1, 182, 205, 221, 252, 304, 401, 601, totals 976, 262. Total of foreign-born prostitutes 1238. It appears that only 262, or about one-fifth of the total number, paid their own passage money, the remainder having received pecuniary assistance toward that object ranging from an unspecified amount, which in all probability was not more than the positive expenses of the voyage to $600. It will be observed that the majority did not receive more than $40 each. 883 of those assisted stating that such help did not exceed that sum. This certainly was but a very inadequate amount to pay the expenses of an outfit and a voyage across the Atlantic, and then to support a person in a strange land, until employment could be PG 467 secured, particularly if she was but one of a family each member of which had the same imperative necessity for work as herself. These remarks may be thought inconsistent with the statements published in 1856 of the amount of money brought to this country by immigrants, but it may be suggested that although these reports gave a correct statement of the sum in the possession of all the passengers by a certain vessel, they are altogether silent as to the numbers who were destitute. They merely proved what has been universally conceded within the last 3 or 4 years, namely, that among the immigrants arriving are many with considerable cash means, but it does not require much reflection to convince anyone that when a family bring available funds with them, they will leave New York as quickly as possible in search of some locality where their money may be advantageously employed. This is still more likely as the fact of their being possessed of capital proves them to have practiced habits of industry and economy at home, which would scarcely abandon them when they reached the New World. The aggregated facts as to property do not touch isolated cases of poverty, the most dangerous to this community, because individuals who are forced to remain in the city from want of means to leave it not only swell its long list of paupers, but are in circumstances which may materially influence them to become prostitutes, and have the spur of necessity to urge them forward in this or any other course, which may offer a respite from starvation. The following table corroborates this theory. It consists of replies to the other part of the same question. Did you receive any assistance, and if so, from whom, to enable you to emigrate to the United States? By whom assisted? Numbers. Paid their own expenses 262. By relatives or friends 805. By money remitted by relatives or friends in the U.S. 100. Stole money from their friends 34. By seducers 28. By public authorities 9. Totals 976, 262. Total of foreign-born prostitutes 1238. As a general rule, the parties by whom assistance was rendered were not likely to advance any amount beyond what was absolutely required. Even this amount would perhaps be reduced PG 468 before the termination of the voyage, if it should prove a protracted one, and the provisions of the passengers be exhausted, as there are on board every ship persons who are willing to sell articles of food at prices ranging from 3 to 6 times their value, and who are equally ready to supply demands for brandy or tobacco. Also, on a review of the responses given to the 3 questions which have been under consideration in this section, it appears that the opinions expressed are legitimate deductions from the premises. They may be thus recapitulated. The majority of those immigrants who subsequently become prostitutes in New York were almost destitute in their own country. they arrive here with little or no means of support. Their poverty renders them peculiarly liable to yield to temptation, if indeed many of them have not previously fallen. Thus, if we do not receive them as prostitutes, when they reach our shores we receive them in a condition immediately to become such for the sake of subsistence. Question: can you read and write? Degree of education, numbers. Can read and write well 714. Can read and write imperfectly 546. Can read only 219. Uneducated 521. Total 2,000. 714 of the women who were examined in New York City say that they can read and write well. This must not be regarded as proof that they have received a superior or even a medium education, but is a phrase which may be interpreted to mean that they can read a page of printed matter without much trouble and can sign their names, although truth compels the admission that their writing is very often a species of penmanship, extremely difficult to decipher beyond such acquirements, as these very few, scarcely one in each 500, have progressed 500, and 4 to 6 can read and write imperfectly, a grade of education which may be defined as midway between the amount of knowledge already described and a state of total ignorance, enough, in fact, to relieve them from the suspicion of being altogether illiterate, which is the sole advantage they can claim over the 219 who can read only, or the 521 who confess that they can neither read nor write. As a whole, there is little doubt that the prostitutes in New York believe where ignorance is bliss. Pg 469 Ts. Folly to be wise. These remarks are made from observations upon this class during a long hospital experience. But seriously, such a state of ignorance is most deplorable. To give an idea of the facilities for acquiring education in the various countries from which these prostitutes reach us, the following statement from the United States Census for 1,850,381 is submitted. The ratio of persons receiving education is as follows. United States 1 to every 5 of total population. Denmark 1.5. Sweden 1.6. Prussia 1.6. Norway 1.7. Great Britain 1.8. France 1.10. Austria 1.13. Holland 1.14. Ireland 1.14. The following is a fair average estimate of the acquirements of native and foreign-born prostitutes. Degree of education, natives, foreigners. Can read and write well 25%, 10%. Imperfectly 50-50. Uneducated 25-40. 100-100. The average of educational facilities in the United States is as 1 to 5 in European countries. It is 1 to 10, in other words, everyone in this country has twice the opportunities for education compared with those born in the Old World opportunities, which in the cases of these women at least have not been improved to their full extent. Of those who claim to be well educated, the United States show more than the average in the class. Imperfectly educated foreigners show 1/2 of their number, and the superior advantages in this country only produce exactly the same proportion, the proportion of those uneducated is not much more favorable in natives than in foreigners. Some allowances must be made, however, in this calculation for the fact that many children of foreign birth arrive here at an early age and gain such education as they possess in American institutions, but even this will but slightly affect the disproportion alluded to, but no possible modification of the facts can be conceived sufficient to excuse the negligence of the parents or friends of 1/4 of the native airborne prostitutes in this city at the present Pg 470 day, when education may be obtained literally without money and without price. Sectarian bigotry must be held responsible for much of this offense. If our children cannot be educated as we please, they shall not be educated at all. If they must not read the books we wish, they shall never learn the alphabet, is in effect, if not in words, the language of thousands in this country today. What are the results of this cruel policy? The children go forth into the world. the boys to earn a precarious living by the sweat of their brow, the girls, condemned to the most servile work in any family where their stupidity may find a shelter, until they meet with some man of their own mental caliber, whom they marry and forthwith bring up their unfortunate children in the same manner in which they themselves were reared. This is the brightest view of the future of ignorant children. The darker shades are depicted in the annals of vice and crime may be seen daily in our prisons, hospitals, poorhouses, and pauper burying grounds. The picture is not overdrawn, nor will the reply so common in this generation. These are the children of foreigners, serve to exonerate the parents, for even if all the uneducated native women who have answered these questions were born of foreign parentage, a fact which must be proved before it is admitted, but which we are not inclined to concede yet. They were born on our soil, where public schools were open to receive them, and their intelligence would enhance the credit of the land in the same proportion that their ignorance diminishes it, a love of their adopted country, its institutions, and its fame is not too much to ask of parents who derive their maintenance from its resources. It is a libel upon the parental instinct. It cannot be cold feeling to allow any child in the United States to arrive at years of maturity without acquiring a good, plain, solid education. Fathers or mothers who pursue such a course as this would consider themselves unjustly accused if told they were training their daughters to become prostitutes. But such is the fact. It is scarcely possible to imagine anything so likely to lead a woman from the paths of rectitude as ignorance, coupled with the conviction that such ignorance is an insurmountable barrier to her progress in life. It drives her to intoxication to drown her reflections, and from intoxication to prostitution, the transition is easy and almost certain. Here then are a number of young women thrown into society every year without the least education, untrained for good, and PG 471, only fit for evil, ignorant of their duties to themselves, or to the world, with sensibilities callous, because they have never been cultivated with faculties on a level with the inferior animals from the same cause. They are expected to succeed in life. It would be as consistent to take a man who had never seen a steam engine and give him the control of a locomotive and a train of cars without anticipating an accident, as it is to presume in this day of knowledge that an uneducated man or woman can ever become a respectable and useful member of society. Could our liberal facilities for education be duly improved, much would be done to prevent the vice of prostitution. No classical or extraordinary tuition is required to accomplish this end. Merely common sense rightly cultivated, and conscience enlightened and developed, so as to appreciate the difference between right and wrong, will do much to aid a woman to pass unscathed through trials which constantly ruin the ignorant. The question has sometimes arisen whether it should not be made compulsory on parents to educate their children. The present is not the place to discuss that subject, but the following statistics will show to what extent the duty is neglected. The United States Census for 1850 reports: population of New York City, 515,547. Proportion of population between the ages of 5 and 15 years, 101,006. Children attending school, 76,685. Percentage of children attending school, 75,910. The New York State Census for 1855 reports: population of New York City, 629,904. Proportion of population between the ages of 5 and 15 years, 116,627. No returns are made of the numbers attending schools, and these must be sought from other sources. The report of the Board of Education for 1856 states the average daily attendance at the ward or public schools to be 44,598. The same document gives data from which the attendance at religious, corporate, or other public schools can be calculated, but says nothing of private schools. An approximate estimate of the latter can, however, be made with the help of the United States Census. In 1850, the proportions were about 1 private to every 12 public scholars, and since that period, there has probably been but little change in the ratio. Pg 472. From these facts, the subjoined may be assumed a reasonably correct statement. Average attendance at public schools, 44,598. Allowance of 20% for absentees whose names are on the school registers, but who attend irregularly, 8920. Corporate schools receiving state assistance, 7517. Without estimated, 10,000. Private schools, 6,000. Total children attending school, 77,035. This would give a school attendance of 66% of the population between the ages of 5 and 15 years, or 10% less than in 1850. That the proportionate numbers receiving education are diminishing is susceptible of proof from one fact. In 1856, the pupils in the public schools were 347 more than in 1855. During the last 15 years, the population of the city has increased more than 20,000 per annum, and of this increase about 1/5, or 4,000, are between the ages of 5 and 15. It follows that in 1856, there were 4,000 additional children in New York, as compared with 1855, but there were only 347 additional attendants at the public schools, admitting that other schools received the same increase of pupils and admission, more liberal than facts would warrant. Education of 700 only would be provided for, leaving 3,300 destitute of instruction. In the course of the year 1856, the attention of the Board of Education was directed to the large number of children not attending any school, and upon the basis of a partial census of the city, they were assumed to amount to 60,000. This was conceded to be an overestimate. The figures given above would make the number 39,594, which may very likely be nearer the truth, but even this may be in excess, and to allow for all possible contingencies, we will place it at 30,000. Even this is an alarming statement. The suggestion that of all the children in our city, nearly 27% are growing up in a state of perfect ignorance presents so many frightful considerations that the mind revolts at the bare possibility, but the facts will not permit any other construction. If this criminal neglect be continued, it must produce fatal consequences to society, and the view of impending results would almost sanction a compulsory education. Page 473. Question: are you single, married, or widowed? Condition: numbers. Single 1216. Married 490. Widowed 294. Total 2,000. The civil condition of the prostitutes in New York City furnishes matter of serious consideration in view of the slight restraints which the ordinarily received rules of society place upon the passions, and the utter inefficiency of such regulations to counteract the influences tending to female degradation, influences in fact which they very frequently augment rather than check. In the cases of many females now under notice, marriage was invested not only with the sanctions of a civil contract between the parties as recognized by our state laws, but according to the tenets of the Roman Catholic Church was regarded as one of the 7 holy sacraments which it is deemed an act of sacrilege to violate. Yet in the face of these ordinances, the civil contract is broken, the sacrament is profaned in 1/4 of the total number of cases, or 490 out of 2,000, which are now under notice. It would be out of place to enter here on any disquisition respecting the duties of the married state, regarded in its abuses as provocative of prostitution. It is noticed hereafter enjoined by the precepts of Holy Writ, supported by the sentiment of the world, and respected by all virtuous men. Marriage is an institution which needs no argument to enforce its claims to the most rigid observance. That this sacred compact is too frequently violated by one or other of the contracting parties is proved by almost daily experience, either in courts of law or by intercourse with the world. Conflicting testimony sometimes renders it doubtful to whom the blame ought to be imputed, but there can be no uncertainty whatever as to the opinions entertained by society at large. In such cases, if the husband has been guilty of a breach of his conjugal duties, he reads the whole of the evidence, graphically reported with occasional embellishments, in the columns of the daily papers, flatters himself that he is acquiring notoriety, is congratulated by friends of his own predilections on his success, and in a short time is fully reinstated in his former social position on the PG 474. Contrary, if the weight of evidence is against the wife, the whole artillery of the world's scorn is leveled at her head. She is driven from society, crushed by the proudly virtuous frowns of her own sex and the contemptuous sneers of the other. Dishonored and despised, she is too often left with no means of existence but indiscriminate prostitution, the temptation to such degradation being aggravated by the consciousness of her previous infidelity and its results. There is no possibility of salvation for her. The moral world has resolved she shall not repent, and the least attempt on her part to atone for an error over which she mourns with all the intensity of her nature is sternly resisted by the virtuous indignation of society, which erects an impassable barrier between herself and her hopes of reformation. Of the prostitutes in New York, 1,216 have never been married. Their sin is the less because they have not to answer for broken vows, nor have they any outraged confidence on which to brood, but to endure only the sin and odium attached to their present condition. 295 prostitutes are widowed. In their cases, death has put an end to the marital contract, and thus left free to act for themselves, they stand in nearly the same condition as single women. An investigation of the nativities of these women shows that about 1/3 each of the single and married prostitutes are natives of the United States, and of widows, about 1/2 were born in this country. The question may arise as to the causes to be assigned for the depravity of married women, and for the large proportion of widows in the ranks of the abandoned. It would certainly appear that one of the principal, if not the principal cause which can be specified, is the very early age at which such marriages are contracted. Young people yield to the impulse of a moment, acknowledge the charms of a person they meet in a ballroom or public assembly, and are married with a very imperfect knowledge of each other's character, with but little reflection on the probable result of the alliance, and with but a slight appreciation of the obligations they are contracting. It was a wise regulation, whether regarded physically or morally, which fixed the earliest period of marriage in ancient Germany at 25 years, and declared the union invalid if the parties had not reached that time of life, nor would the morality of New York suffer if a PG 475 similar restriction was the rule instead of the exception. Here the annexed cases, selected at random from the replies received, are submitted in support of this opinion. E. Roman 100, now 19 years of age, is a married woman who has been separated from her husband 5 years, and must therefore have been married when less than 14 years old. Roman 100 W, now 21 years of age, has been a widow for 5 years, and was married at 15. A.S. was married at 16, and E.R. at 15. Roman 100 now 28 years old, has been a widow more than 12 years. Roman 100 G, age 24, has been a widow 7 years. Both these women were under 16 when married. The list might be extended almost indefinitely. The following inquiry, as a continuation of the same branch of the subject, is embodied in this section. Question: if married, is your husband living with you, or what caused the separation? Causes: numbers. Living together, 71. Elusage of husbands, 103. Desertion of 60. To live with other women, 43. Intemperance, 45. Husbands went to sea, 39. Refused to support them, 29. Infidelity, 25. No cause assigned, 75. Totals 419, 71. Aggregate of married women, 490. The most striking and painful fact in these answers is revealed in the first line of the table, which contains an announcement so disgraceful to humanity that, but for the positive evidence adduced by the figures, it would be scarcely credited, namely that of 490 married women now living as prostitutes, 71, more than 1/7, are cohabiting with their husbands. It cannot be controverted that such cohabitation necessarily implies a knowledge of the wife's degradation and a participation in the wages of her shame, nor will any argument, however plausible, succeed in removing from the public mind the conviction that the man is far the more guilty party of the two, and he cannot escape the suspicion that he was the primary agent in leading his wife to prostitution. Or in legal parlance, PG 476, he was an accessory before the fact. While such a consideration will not exonerate the woman from her offenses, it may be justly pleaded in extenuation. Although it will not prove her guiltless, it will sink him to the lowest depths of disgrace. The conduct of husbands is alleged in a majority of the cases as the cause of separation. 235 out of 419 women give the following causes. Husbands refused to support their wives, 29. Deserted their wives, 60. To live with other women, 43. Elusage of husbands, 103. Total 235. The cases wherein intemperance, infidelity, or no cause assigned were replied are vague and may be construed to attach blame to either or both. Sufficient has been proved to show that in many cases prostitution among married women is the result of circumstances which must have exercised a very powerful influence over them: the refusal of a husband to support his wife, his desertion of her, or an act of adultery with another woman are each occurrences which must operate injuriously upon the mind of any female, and by the keen torture such outrages inflict on the sensitiveness of her nature must drive her into a course of dissipation. Many women thus circumstanced have actually confessed that they made the first false step while smarting from injuries inflicted by their natural protectors, with the idea of being revenged upon their brutal or faithless companions for their unkindness. Morality will argue, and very truly, that this is no excuse for crime, but much allowance must be made for the extreme nature of the provocation, and the fact that most of these women are uneducated and have not sufficient mental or moral illumination to reason correctly upon the nature and consequences of their voluntary debauchery, or even to curb the violence of their passions. Elusage of husbands, a crime particularly rife in England, and apparently fast becoming naturalized here, also stands as a prominent cause of vice, and is one which cannot be too pointedly condemned. It strikes at the root of the social fabric, and must invariably be denounced both on account of its enormity as an offense, and of its almost inevitable consequences to the woman. A sense of degradation, too, often followed by the sacrifice of rectitude, as the only means to escape such brutal tyranny. Without PG 477 advocating capital punishment, it may be allowable to suggest the query whether our city would not be benefited if all such unmanly offenders against propriety were to be tried by a jury of married women and hanged without benefit of clergy. The following table will conclude this section. Question: if widowed, how long has your husband been dead? Length of time, numbers. Under 6 weeks, 2. 3 months, 6. 6 8. 7 1. 8 2. 1 year, 22. 2 years, 30. 3 38. 4 33. 5 24. 6 21. 7 17. 8 18. 9 16. 10 13. 10 years and upward, 32. Time not specified, 11. Total 294. It will be perceived that 19 prostitutes have been widows less than 1 year, 22 for 1 year, 30 for 2 years, and so throughout the scale the table presents but little necessity for observation, the principal conclusion to be drawn from it being that the majority of this class are driven to a course of vice. From the destitution ensuing on the husband's death, it has been shown that a large number of them are very young, and it can be scarcely necessary to repeat that any young woman in a state of poverty will be surrounded with temptations she can, with difficulty, resist. Much as this state of society may be deplored, its existence cannot be denied. Question: have you had any children? Condition of Women replies total of. Women. Yes, no. Single 357, 859, 1216. Married 357, 133, 490. Widowed 230, 361, 294. Totals 940, 71053, 2000. The women who reply to this question in the affirmative are single women 357, or 30%. Married 357, 73. Widows 230, 379. In continuation of this subject is the question, if you have had children, how many? Page 478. Number of women, condition of women, number of children born 357, single women 490. 357, married women 791. 230, 3 widows 636. 947 women were mothers of 1917. The replies give the total number of children born by each class. Thus the single women have given birth to 491 children, the married women to 791 children, and the widows to 636 children. The following tables exhibit the same facts in a more extended form, showing the number of children which each woman has borne and specifying the sex. Question, if you have had children, how many? Replies of single women. Number of women born by each totals. Boys, girls, abortions, boys, girls, abortions, aggregate. 1 mother 82, 8210. 2 mothers 336, 12. 2 2 3 4 6 10. 1 mother 14, 145. 132, 325. 113, 134. 1444. 1313, 14. 5 mothers 2, 110, 515. 612, 612, 18. 3399. 2366. 33, 133, 3366. 4288. 17, 234, 34. 151, 150, 150. 99, 199, 99. 27, 27, 27. 1 mother 4, 4, 4. 357, 272, 187, 31, 490. Replies of married women. Number of women born by each totals. Boys, girls, abortions, boys, girls, abortions, aggregate. 1 mother 787, 815. 2 mothers 7, 714, 1428. 1 mother 76, 76, 13. 184, 84, 12. 166, 66, 12. 146, 46, 10. 154, 5, 9. 2 mothers 4, 4, 8, 8, 16. 2 3 4 6, 8, 14. 1 mother 7, 7, 7. 1 2 4, 2, 4, 6. 6 mothers 4, 2, 24, 12, 36. PG 47, 93, mothers 2, 3, 6, 9, 15. 7 3 2, 21, 14, 35. 5 4 1, 25, 25. 3 4 12, 12. 8 2 2, 16, 16, 32. 7 3 1, 21, 7, 28. 5 3 15, 15. 11 3, 33, 33. 11 1 2, 11 22, 33. 23 2, 146, 23 69. 4 1, 1 4, 4 8. 28 2, 56, 56. 28 2, 56, 56. 74 174, 74. 115 1, 115, 115. 4144. 1 mothers 333. 357, 459, 325, 791. Replies of widows. Number of women born by each totals. Boys girls abortions aggregate. 1 mother 6 4 6 4 10. 3 mothers 5 4 15 12 27. 2 6 3 12 6 18. 1 mother 6 2 6 2 8. 6 mothers 3 4 18 24 42. 1 mother 5 3 5 3 8. 4 mothers 3 3 12 12 24. 1 mother 5 1 5 1 6. 1 2 4 2 4 6. 1 4 2 4 2 6. 9 mothers 3 2 27 18 45. 5 2 3 10 15 25. 2 4 1 8 2 10. 1 mother 1 4 1 4 5. 1 5 5 5. 3 mothers 4 12 12. 9 2 2 18 18 36. 4 1 3 4 12 16. 1 mother 3 1 3 1 4. 4 mothers 3 12 12. 10 3 30 30. 11 1 2 11 22 33. 22 40 40. 47 1 1 47 47 94. 31 30 30. 41 40 40. 1 mother 2 2 2. 230 3 369 265 2 636. Commencing with the offspring of single women, it will be seen that one was the mother of 10 children 8 boys, and 2 girls 2 women, gave birth to 6 children each 4, gave birth to 5 children each 3, gave birth to 4 children PG 480 each 16, gave birth to 3 children each 54, gave birth to 2 children each 200, and 49 gave birth to 1 child each 27 have suffered abortion once, and 1 has suffered in the same manner 4 times. The corresponding tables for married women and widows express similar facts in the same form. It is not necessary to quote them, as the figures give all the required information. The results may be recapitulated thus. Boys, girls, abortions totals. 357, single women bore 272, 187 30, 1 490. 357, married 459, 325, 7 791. 233, widows bore 369, 265, 2 636. 947, 1100 777, 40 19 17. Excess of male over female births 223. Ratio of excess upon the total number born 11,610%. The next point claiming attention is the number of illegitimate children resulting from prostitution based upon answers to the question: were these children born in wedlock? Legitimate children of married women 469. Widows 358. Total legitimate 827. Illegitimate children of single women 490. Married 322. Widows 279. Total illegitimate 1090. Aggregate 1917. The whole of the children born by single women are of course illegitimate. Of the children of married women over 40%, and of the children of widows 44% are illegitimate, taking the total number of children of the 3 classes. And calculating upon this broad basis, it will appear that 1090 illegitimate children were born, giving an average of 57%, or to speak in plain terms, of every 100 children born by women who are now prostitutes, 43 were born before the mothers, married women or widows, had embraced this course of life, and the remaining 57 were the fruit of promiscuous intercourse, liable, physically, to inherit the diseases of the mother, morally, to endure the disgrace attached to their birth, and very probably to be reared in the midst of blasphemy, obscenity, and vice, to follow in the footsteps of their parents, and perpetuate the sin to which they owe their origin. The excessive mortality among this class of children is developed in the following replies to the PG 481 question: are these children living or dead? Living children of single women 133, married 334, widows 265, total living 732, dead children of single women 357, married 457, widows 371, total dead 1185, aggregate 1917. The ratio of mortality will be as follows: children of single women 73%, married 58, widows 59, average on the total number 62, or more than 6 deaths for every 10 children born. The average infantile mortality of New York City for 3 years is under 1 year of age 84.99, from 1 to 2 years 32.59, 2 to 5 25.78, total 14,330, 383. The population between those ages in 1855 was 77,568,384. This would give a mortality of 18.12%, or about 134 to every 10 children under 5 years of age. It is not exceeding the bounds of probability to assume that the greater part of the children of prostitutes die before they reach the age of 5 years, which will give a pro rata mortality. Among that class of nearly 4 times the average ratio of New York City, this calculation must be taken in connection with the cases of abortion produced by extraneous means not admitted in the replies to the interrogatories, and which will probably never be known. It is impossible to doubt that these are far more frequent than recorded in the tables. Under the heads of premature births and stillborn, the following numbers are reported. Years premature. Births stillborn total: 1854, 435, 16, 15, 20, 50. 1855, 374, 15, 64, 1938. 1856, 387, 15, 56, 1943. 1196, 47, 35, 59, 31. The births during the same period were PG 482, total 48,323. This would show a proportion of 12%, or 1 to every 8 of all the children born in New York City. It is not to be taken for granted that all these are the result of improper conduct, although unquestionably many are so, applying the same ratio to the children of prostitutes and calculating the 1917 births in these tables as extending over a period of 5 years would give 48 cases each year, but multiplying the average by 4 the proportion of deaths from natural causes, we shall find the appalling number of 192 cases each year, an array of infantile mortality presenting features which place it almost on a level with the infanticide of some Eastern nations, were it possible to form any definite idea of the abortions actually procured, and which are suspected on reasonable grounds to amount to a very considerable number. The amount would be startling. The sacrifice of infant life, attribute it to what cause you may, is one of the most deplorable results of prostitution, and urgently demands active interference. The attention of the American Medical Association has been drawn to this subject, and from a report on infant mortality in large cities by Roman 500 Meredith, Rees Roman 1000 Roman 500 Roman 100 Roman 500, etc., published in their Transactions, we extract the causes of mortality among children of tender age are in a multitude of cases to be found only by extending our inquiries to their intrauterine life and the physiological state of the parents, but especially the sanitary condition of the mothers, their hygienic and moral habits and circumstances. Celibacy should be required of all syphilitic persons of either sex. It will at once occur to the mind of the reader that enforced celibacy would not affect the maternity of prostitutes. They are liable to give birth to children, and as their physiological condition is such as to preclude the possibility of their children being healthy, the only way to check infant mortality in this class is to deal with the mothers and adopt means, if not to prevent their infection, at least to limit the ravages of disease as much as possible. This point is discussed more fully in the chapter on remedial measures to men tainted with PG 483 syphilis. The same course of reasoning would apply if debarred from marriage. The sexual appetite would drive them to commerce with prostitutes, and their illegitimate children swell the total of mortality. The health of parents must be protected before we can hope for healthy children. Dr. Riesi's very able pamphlet contains some remarks upon abortionism and its extent. Thus the ghastly crime of abortionism has become a murderous trade in many of our large cities, tolerated, connived at, and even protected by corrupt civil authorities. These murderers, for such they are, well known to the police authorities, their names, residence, and even their guilty customers are no secret. Would that it were only the profligate, or even the unfortunate of their sex, whose guilty fear or shame thus seeks to hide the evidence of illicit amours. That prostitution largely contributes to this crime cannot be doubted, but to what extent must remain unknown from the secrecy which surrounds it. The revolting cases which appear at intervals in the daily papers are but a mere fraction of the total. Question: are these children living with you, or where are they? Numbers: children living with the mothers, 73. Boarding at the expense of mothers, 247. With mothers, relatives, 140. Supporting themselves, 129. Living with the fathers, 59. In public or charitable institutions, 36. Adopted by families, 20. Unascertained, 28. Totals 659, 73. Aggregate of children, 732. This table shows the social influences to which the survivors of this ill-fated band of children are exposed. There are 73 stated to be living with their mothers, and so far as they are concerned, no reasonable person can entertain any hopes as to their future morality. Born in the abodes of vice, their dwelling is in an atmosphere of squalid misery or sordid guilt. They never have a glimpse of a better life. They are marked from their cradles for a career of degradation. They can fall no lower, for they stand already on the lowest level. Such as these are PG 484 denominated dangerous classes by the French authorities, and from their ranks are obtained many of the inmates of prisons and brothels. The children stated to be with their fathers, 59 in number, it may be concluded, were born before the mothers fall from virtue, and are decidedly the most fortunate of any coming under notice, while those living with the parents or relatives of the mother, amounting to 140, or boarding at the mother's expense, of whom there are 247, stand less chance of contamination than if actually residing within the domains of vice. Those living in public or charitable institutions exhibit one cause of taxation upon the general body of the citizens, and show that indirectly every man in New York is compelled to contribute toward the maintenance of vice or its offspring. A visit to the public institutions on Blackwell's and Randall's Islands will prove that this is but one item of the expenses which prostitution inflicts upon the community. Chapter Roman 33, New York Statistics. Continuance of prostitution average in Paris and New York. Dangers of prostitution. Disease. Causes of prostitution. Inclination, destitution, seduction, intemperance, ill treatment. Duties of parents, husbands, and relatives. Influence of prostitutes. Intelligence, offices, boarding schools, obscene literature. Question: for what length of time have you been a prostitute? Time. Numbers: 1 month 71, 2 months 49, 376, 462, 551, 6 126, 7 129, 8 17, 9 21, 10 32, 1 years 325, 2 years 55, 3 245, 4 203, 5 125, 6 87, 7 56, 8 69, 9 32, 10 26, 11 8, 12 14, 13 6, 14 7, 15 9, 16 13, 17 3, 18 4, 19 8, 24, 21 2, 22 1, 23 2, 24 2, 25 1, 27 1, 29 1, 31, 32 1, 34 1, 35 1, unascertained 53, total 2,000. PG 485. It has already been stated that the average duration of the life of a prostitute does not exceed 4 years from the commencement of her career. This is 1 year beyond the estimated duration as given by some English writers, but very far below the average as ascertained in Paris, in which city at the time Roman 1000 parent Duchatelet instituted his elaborate system of investigation. He found in the gross number of 3517 prostitutes 242 who had led that life for upward of 14 years and 641 who had continued their course upward of 10 years. What a contrast to the table given above. In Paris 623% had survived the horrors of courtesan life for 14 years. In New York only 234% have reached the same period. In Paris 1712% existed. In New York 334% exist after 10 years of exposure, or in other words, where 7 exist in Paris, only 3 have survived in New York, or where 17 exist in Paris, only 4 survive in New York. It cannot be asserted that Paris is a more healthy city than New York, and this difference must arise from the fact that while judicious arrangements are enforced in the former, a similar policy has not been recognized in the latter. If this relative mortality were the only fact known on this matter, the economy of human life would be an irresistible argument in favor of measures of supervision judiciously conceived and promptly executed. In the city of New York 634 women, more than 31%, have been on the town less than 1 year, and 325, or more than 17%, for a space of time ranging from 1 to 2 years here. Then is 1/2 of the total number the experience of the remainder extending through various periods up to 35 years. With reference to those who assign such an extent of duration, it may be remarked, as was done in considering the question of age, that they are with scarcely a solitary exception those who, having been prostitutes in their younger days, are now engaged in brothel keeping, and are thus exempted from many dangers attending the ordinary life of a harlot. If the same rule had been observed here in their cases, as was done in the inquiries at Paris, namely, to exclude them from the list of prostitutes, the relative mortality given above would have shown still more unfavorably for New York. It may be asked what peculiar dangers attend the life of a prostitute in this city. There is a frightful physical malady to PG 486, which all are liable, and which will be alluded to under its proper head. There are other dangers to which prostitutes in a greater or less degree are exposed. It is not necessary to remind the reader that at intervals the public is shocked by accounts in our daily papers of cowardly and outrageous assaults upon these unfortunate women perpetrated by ruffians of the other sex. Sometimes it is an onslaught made by a party of men for little or no provocation on a number of females, or it may be an attack of a paramour on his victim. To this latter description of ill-treatment, common women are peculiarly liable, for beyond their habits of promiscuous intercourse, almost every one of them, particularly those in the middle or lower classes, has attached herself to some indolent fellow who acts as her protector, bully, or lover, is the common designation when she becomes involved in any difficulty with strangers, but who exercises an arbitrary and brutal control over her at other times, in many cases singular, as it may appear. An actual love is felt by the woman for her man. In others, it is a mere arrangement for mutual convenience, the man taking her part in all quarrels, and the woman providing funds to maintain him in idleness. The intemperate habits of the prostitutes also tend materially to shorten their lives. In addition to physical dangers, must be considered the mental anguish they undergo, which inevitably preys upon the constitution. To this, even the most depraved of them are at times subject in the earlier stages of their career. Is an agonizing memory of the past, thoughts of home, regrets for the position they have lost as they proceed in their course. They suffer from an anticipation of the future, the grave, a nameless pauper, grave yawns before them, thoughts of the inevitable eternity intrude, and a past of shame, a present of anguish, a future of dread, are the subjects of thought, indulged by many who would never be suspected by the gay world of entertaining a serious reflection. It may be said, in the words of Byron, "But in an instant o'er her soul winters of memory seem to roll, and gather in that drop of time a life of pain, an age of crime." The period for their nocturnal revelry returns, and though with a breaking heart they must deck themselves with tawdry finery, and forcing a smile upon their faces, resume a loathsome trade to earn their daily food. With such torments physical and mental, pg 487, can long life be expected, as their lot can any human frame withstand these incessant attacks for a lengthened period? It would not be at all surprising if the ratio of mortality among prostitutes were greater than it is. Question: have you had any disease incident to prostitution? If so, what? Disease attacks numbers. Gonorrhea 1, attack 153. 2, attacks 53. 3, 44. Gonorrhea and syphilis 36. Syphilis 1, attack 395. 2, attacks 81. 3, 38. 4, 12. 5, 4. 6, 4. 8, 1. Total attacked 821. The nature and effects of venereal disease have been already so fully specified in notices of the various systems adopted for its prevention, given in the preceding pages of this work, that it would be a needless repetition to dwell upon them here. It is sufficient for the present purpose to call attention to the fact that more than 2/5 of the total number of prostitutes examined during the investigation confess that they have suffered from syphilis or gonorrhea. The probability is that the real number far exceeds this average. That alarming as is the confession, the actual facts are much worse. This opinion is based upon the results of professional experience and a knowledge of the difficulty which exists in obtaining any voluntary reliable statement on the subject. Even assuming that the answers obtained are correct, they indicate ample cause for the perpetuation of the disease and its introduction into almost every branch of society. 1/2 of the total number who confess that they have suffered or are suffering from this disease state that they have been so afflicted once only. In other forms of sickness, which admit of a perfect cure, this would be no cause for alarm, but in this instance it is a mooted point among medical writers whether the syphilitic taint can ever be eradicated from the system where it has been implanted, and the arguments on each side are urged with great ability, without presuming to pass an opinion on the question, or expressing pg 488 any doubt of the correctness of those learned men who think it possible to remove the taint from the body. It is policy to urge in this case the views of their opponents that it cannot be eradicated upon this ground. Every citizen is competent to determine for himself the amount of public mischief resulting daily from a mass of prostitutes, 2 out of every 5 of whom are confessedly diseased. Question: what was the cause of your becoming a prostitute? Causes: numbers. Inclination 513. Destitution 525. Seduced and abandoned 258. Drink and the desire to drink 181. Ill-treatment of parents, relatives, or husbands 164. As an easy life 124. Bad company 84. Persuaded by prostitutes 71. Too idle to work 29. Violated 27. Seduced on board emigrant ships, 16. In emigrant boarding houses, 8. Total 2,000. This question is probably the most important of the series, as the replies lay open to a considerable extent those hidden springs of evil which have hitherto been known only from their results. First in order stands the reply inclination, which can only be understood as meaning a voluntary resort to prostitution in order to gratify the sexual passions. 513 women, more than one-fourth of the gross number, give this as their reason. If their representations were borne out by facts, it would make the task of grappling with the vice a most arduous one, and afford very slight grounds to hope for any amelioration. But it is imagined that the circumstances which induced the ruin of most of those who gave the answer will prove that if a positive inclination to vice was the proximate cause of the fall, it was but the result of other and controlling influences in itself. Such an answer would imply an innate depravity, a want of true womanly feeling which is actually incredible. The force of desire can neither be denied nor disputed, but still, in the bosoms of most females, that force exists in a slumbering state, until aroused by some outside influences. No woman can understand its power until some positive cause of excitement exists. What is sufficient to awaken the dormant passion is a question that admits pg 489 innumerable answers. Acquaintance with the opposite sex, particularly if extended so far as to become a reciprocal affection, will tend to this. So will the companionship of females who have yielded to its power, and so will the excitement of intoxication. But it must be repeated, and most decidedly, that without these or some other equally stimulating cause, the full force of sexual desire is seldom known to a virtuous woman. In the male sex, nature has provided a more susceptible organization than in females, apparently with the beneficent design of repressing those evils which must result from mutual appetite, equally felt by both. In other words, man is the aggressive animal so far as sexual desire is involved. Were it otherwise, and the passions in both sexes equal, illegitimacy and prostitution would be far more rife in our midst than at present. Some few of the cases in which the reply inclination was given are herewith submitted, with the explanation which accompanied each return. Roman 100, Roman 1000. While virtuous, this girl had visited dance houses, where she became acquainted with prostitutes who persuaded her that they led an easy, merry life. Her inclination was the result of female persuasion. Roman 100 left her husband and became a prostitute willingly in order to obtain intoxicating liquors, which had been refused her at home. Was deserted by her husband because she drank to excess, and became a prostitute in order to obtain liquor. In this and the preceding case, inclination was the result solely of intemperance. A J willingly sacrificed her virtue to a man she loved. Roman 100, Roman 50. Her inclination was swayed by the advice of women already on the town. J continued this course from inclination after having been seduced by her lover. Roman 100. This girl's inclination arose from a love of liquor. Enough has been quoted to prove that in many of the cases, what is called willing prostitution is the sequel of some communication or circumstances which undermine the principles of virtue and arouse the latent passions. Destitution is assigned as a reason in 525 cases. In many of these, it is unquestionably true that positive actual want, the apparent and dreaded approach of starvation, was the real cause of degradation. The following instances of this imperative necessity will appeal to the understanding and the heart more forcibly than any arguments that could be used, as in all the selections already made, or that may be made hereafter. These cases are taken indiscriminately from the replies received and might be indefinitely extended. pg 490. During the progress of this investigation, in one of the lower wards of the city, attention was drawn to a pale but interesting-looking girl about 17 years of age, from whose replies the following narrative is condensed, retaining her own words as nearly as possible. I have been leading this life from about the middle of last January 1856. It was absolute want that drove me to it. My sister, who was about 3 years older than I am, lived with me. She was deformed and a cripple from a fall she had while a child, and could not do any hard work. She could do a little sewing. And when we both were able to get work, we could just make a living. When the heavy snowstorm came, our work stopped, and we were in want of food and coals. One very cold morning, just after I had been to the store, the landlord's agent called for some rent we owed, and told us that if we could not pay it, we should have to move. The agent was a kind man, and gave us a little money to buy some coals. We did not know what we were to do, and were both crying about it, when the woman who keeps this house, where she was then living, came in and brought some sewing for us to do that day. She said that she had been recommended to us by a woman who lived in the same house, but I found out since that she had watched me, and only said this for an excuse. When the work was done, I brought it home here. I had heard of such places before, but had never been inside one. I was very cold, and she made me sit down by the fire, and began to talk to me, saying how much better off I should be if I would come and live with her. I told her I could not leave my sister, who was the only relation I had, and could not help herself, but she said I should be able to help my sister, and that she would find some light sewing for her to do, so that she should not want. She talked a good deal more, and I felt inclined to do as she wanted me. But then I thought how wicked it would be, and at last I told her I would think about it when I got home, and saw my sister so sick as she was, and wanting many little things that we had no money to buy, and no friends to help us. To my heart almost broke. However, I said nothing to her. Then I laid awake all night thinking, and in the morning I made up my mind to come here. I told her what I was going to do, and she begged me not, but my mind was made up. She said it would be sin, and I told her that I should have to answer for that, and that I was forced to do it, because there was no other way to keep myself and help her, and I knew she could not work much for PG 491 herself, and I was sure she would not live a day if we were turned into the streets. She tried all she could to persuade me not, but I was determined, and so I came here. I hated the thoughts of such a life, and my only reason for coming was that I might help her. I thought that if I had been alone I would sooner have starved, but I could not bear to see her suffering. She only lived a few weeks after I came here. I broke her heart. I do not like the life. I would do almost anything to get out of it, but now that I have once done wrong, I cannot get anyone to give me work, and I must stop here unless I wish to be starved to death. This plain and affecting narrative needs no comment. It reveals the history of many an unfortunate woman in this city, and while it must appeal to every sensitive heart, it argues most forcibly for some intervention. In such cases, the following statements of other women who have suffered and fallen in a similar manner will show that the preceding is not an isolated case. Roman 1000. A widow with one child earned $150 per week. As a tailoress, a servant was taken sick while in a situation, spent all her money, and could get no employment. When she recovered, Roman 1000 quoting her own words, had no work, no money, and no home. A widow with 3 children could earn $2 weekly at capmaking, but could not obtain steady employment even at those prices. Roman 1000 had been out of place for some time, and had no money. Earned from $2 to $3 per week as tailoress, but had been out of employment for some time. Roman 50. Roman 100. The examining officer reports, in this case, this girl, a tailoress, is a stranger without any relations. She received $1.50 a week, which would not maintain her. Roman 1000. Roman 100. A servant was receiving $5 a month. She sent all her earnings to her mother, and soon after lost her situation when she had no means to support herself. Roman 1000. Also a servant received $1 a month. Wages. A landed in Baltimore from Germany and was robbed of all her money the very day she reached the shore. Roman 1000. A shirtmaker earned $1 a week. Roman 1000. The captain of police in the district where this woman resides says this girl struggled hard with the world before she became a prostitute, sleeping in station houses at night and living on bread and water during the day. He adds, in my experience of 3 years, I have known over 50 cases whose history would be similar to hers and who are now prostitutes. These details give some insight into the undercurrent of city life. The most prominent fact is that a large number of females, PG 492, both operatives and domestics, earn so small wages that a temporary cessation of their business, or being a short time out of a situation, is sufficient to reduce them to absolute distress. Provident habits are useless. In their cases, for much as they may feel the necessity, they have nothing to save, and the very day that they encounter a reverse sees them penniless. The struggle a virtuous girl will wage against fate in such circumstances may be conceived. It is a literal battle for life, and in the result life is too often preserved only by the sacrifice of virtue. Seduced and abandoned 258 women make this reply. These numbers give but a faint idea of the actual total that should be recorded under the designation, as many who are included in other classes should doubtless have been returned in this. It has already been shown that under the answer inclination are comprised the responses of many who were the victims of seduction before such inclination existed, and there can be no question that among those who assign drink and the desire to drink as the cause of their becoming prostitutes may be found many whose first departure from the rules of sobriety was actuated by a desire to drive from their memories all recollections of their seducers, falsehoods of the number who were persuaded by women themselves, already fallen to become public courtesans. It is but reasonable to conclude that many had previously yielded their honor to some lover under false protestations of attachment and fidelity. It is needless to resort to argument to prove that seduction is a vast social wrong, involving in its consequences not only the entire loss of female character, but also totally destroying the consciousness of integrity on the part of the male sex. It matters not under what circumstances the crime may be perpetrated, none can be found that will exonerate the active offender from the imputation of fraud and treachery. A woman's heart longs for a reciprocal affection, and to ensure this she will occasionally yield her honor to her lover's importunities, but only when her attachment has become so concentrated upon its object as to invest him with every attribute of perfection, to find in every word he utters and every action he performs but some token of his devotion to her. Love is then literally a passion, an idolatry, and its power is universally acknowledged. But this passion cannot be the growth of an hour. Its developments are gradual. From the first stage of mere acquaintance, pg 493, it ripens progressively under the influence of tender words and solemn vows, frequently sincere, but often simulated, until the woman owns to herself and admits to her lover that she regards him with affection. Such an acknowledgement, virtually placing her future life in his custody, should inspire him with the high resolve to protect her name and fame, to justify the confidence she has reposed, but not unfrequently is it made the medium for dishonorable exactions, and for a momentary gratification valueless to him, except as a proof of her fervent adoration, and fatal in its consequences to her. He tramples on the priceless jewel of her honor, confidingly surrendered to this love and truth. It should be remembered that in order to accomplish this base end, he must have resorted to base means, must either have professed a love he did not feel, or have allowed his affection to cool. As he approached its consummation, pure and sincere attachment would effectually prevent the lover from performing any act which could possibly compromise the woman he adores. None but an unmitigated ruffian can calmly and deliberately wrong an unsuspecting female who has acknowledged a tender sentiment toward him, thus placing herself so entirely in his power. The crime of seduction can be viewed only as a mean and atrocious perjury, and strangely callous must he be whose conscience in after life does not pursue him with scorpion stings and fiery tortures. But how account for the participation of the female in the crime simply by viewing it as an idolatry of devotion, which is willing to surrender all to the demands of him she worships, to the intensity of her affections, which absorbs all other considerations, to a perfect insanity of love excited and sustained by a supposed equal devotion to herself. As soon as this conviction of a mutual love possesses her mind, as soon as her heart responds to its magic touch, she lives in a new atmosphere. Her individuality is lost, her thoughts revert only to her lover, devoted to the promotion of his happiness. She thinks not of her own, and only when it is too late does she awake from the spell that lures her to destruction. In such a case as this, a woman does not merit the contempt with which her conduct is visited. She has sinned from weakness, not from vice. She has been made the victim of her own unbounded love, her heart's richest and purest affections. Moralists say that all human passions should be held in check by reason and virtue, and none can deny the truthfulness of the pg 494 assertion. But while they apply the sentiment to the weaker party, who is the sufferer, would it not be advisable to recommend the same restraining influences to him, who is the inflictor, no woman possessed of the smallest share of decency or the slightest appreciation of virtue, would voluntarily surrender herself without some powerful motive not pre-existent in herself, but imparted by her destroyer well aware of the world's opinion, she would not recklessly defy it, and precipitate herself into an abyss of degradation and shame unless some overruling influence had urged her forward this motive, and this influence, it is believed, may be uniformly traced to her weak, but truly feminine dependence upon another's, vows naturally unsuspicious herself. She cannot believe that the being whom she has almost deified can be aught but good and noble and trustworthy, sincere in her own professions. She believes there is equal sincerity in his protestations, willing to sacrifice all to him. She feels implicitly assured that he will protect her from harm. Thus, there can be little doubt that in most cases of seduction, female virtue is trustingly surrendered to the specious arguments and false promises of dishonorable men. Pg 495. The everyday experiences of life are amply sufficient to justify this opinion, for it is a fact that these specious arguments and false promises are continually resorted to by many men for the express purposes of seduction, and nefarious as these cases confessedly are still, they form common incidents in the lives of some who claim to be what the world calls respectable men, who in the ordinary relations of life would scruple to defraud their neighbors of $1, do not hesitate to rob a confiding woman of her chastity. They who, in a business point of view, would regard obtaining goods under false pretenses as an act to be visited with all the severity of the law, hesitate not to obtain by even viler fraud the surrender of woman's virtue to their fiendish lust. Is there no inconsistency in the social laws which condemn a swindler to the state prison for his offenses, and condemn a woman to perpetual infamy for her wrongs? Undoubtedly, there are cases where the woman is the seducer, but these are so rare as to be hardly worth mentioning. Seduction is a social wrong. Its entire consequences are not comprised in the injury inflicted on the woman, or the sense of perfidy oppressing the conscience of the man. Beyond the fact that she is, in the ordinary language of the day, ruined, the victim has endured an attack upon her principles, which must materially affect her future life. The world may not know of her transgression, and in consequence public obloquy may not be added to her burden, but she is too painfully conscious of her fall, and every thought of her lacerated and bleeding heart is embittered with a sense of man's wrong, and outrage. Memory points to the many bright passages in their acquaintance, and says these shone but to ensnare you to the many tokens of endearment received from her betrayer, and says these were but so many arguments to effect your ruin to the many vows he breathed, and says these were but perjury to the many smiles with which she was greeted, and says these were but so many hypocritical devices. She remembers the thrill of joy with which her heart so gaily bounded when he first told her she was beloved, and she contrasts her Pg 496 ecstasy then with her agonies now. She remembers with detestation the caresses he was wont to bestow. But above all she remembers, and her blood boils with indignation as the thought is forced upon her, that, by these means, he has wrought her shame. She has learned in the school of sorrow that man's promises of fidelity are valueless, and her future life, whether spent in sorrow and repentance for the past, or in a wild impetuous career of subsequent vice, will be indelibly marked with the remembrance of his treachery. It cannot be a matter of surprise that with this feeling of injustice and insult burning at her heart, her career should be one in which she becomes the aggressor and man the victim. For it is a certain fact that in this desire of revenge upon the sex for the falsehood of one will be found a cause of the increase of prostitution. The probabilities of a decrease in the crime of seduction are very slight so long as the present public sentiment prevails, while the seducer is allowed to go unpunished, and the full measure of retribution is directed against his victim, while the offender escapes, but the offended is condemned. Unprincipled men, ready to take advantage of woman's trustful nature, abound, and they pursue their diabolical course. Unmolested legal enactments can scarcely ever reach them, although sometimes a poor man without friends or money is indicted and convicted. The remedy must be left to the world at large, when our domestic relations are such that a man known to be guilty of this crime can obtain no admission into the family circle, when the virtuous and respectable members of the community agree that no such man shall be welcome to their society. When worth and honor assert their supremacy over wealth and boldness, there may be hopes of a reformation, but not till then. The following cases will exhibit some of the results of seduction. Roman 1000. Roman 100. A native of Pennsylvania, 17 years of age, was induced to run away from home with her lover, who promised to marry her as soon as they reached Philadelphia. Instead of keeping his word, he deserted her. She was afraid to go home and had no means of living, except by prostitution, which she practiced for 8 months in Philadelphia, and then came to New York to reside. Her father, a physician, died when she was about 10 years old, and her mother subsequently married a hotelkeeper in whose house the girl was reared, and to the associations of which she probably to some extent owes her fall from virtue. PG 497. In one of the most aristocratic houses of prostitution in New York was found the daughter of a merchant, a man of large property residing in one of the southern states. She was a beautiful girl, had received a superior education, spoke several languages fluently, and seemed keenly sensible of her degradation. 2 years before this time, she had been on a visit to some relations in Europe, and on her return voyage in one of her father's vessels, she was seduced by the captain and became pregnant. He solemnly asserted that he would marry her as soon as they reached their port, but the ship had no sooner arrived than he left her. The poor girl's parents would not receive her back into their family, and she came to New York and prostituted herself for support. B. The child of respectable parents in Germany was seduced in her native place by a man to whom she was attached. He promised to marry her if she would accompany him to the United States. She obtained the permission and necessary funds from her parents, and 2 days after they landed in New York, her seducer deserted her, carrying off all the money she had brought from home. HP, a schoolgirl 16 years of age, was seduced by a married man who now visits her. Occasionally, Roman 100A was seduced in New Jersey, brought to New York, and deserted among strangers. Roman 1000R was seduced by her employer, a married man. A W was seduced while at school in Troy, NY, and was ashamed to return to her parents. Roman 50H followed a lover from England who had promised to marry her. When she arrived in New York, he seduced and diseased her, and then she discovered that he was a married man. There is no necessity to multiply these cases. Drink and the desire to drink. We will alter an old saying and render it, when a woman drinks, she is lost. It will be conceded that the habit of intoxication in woman, if not an indication of the existence of actual depravity or vice, is a sure precursor of it. For drunkenness and debauchery are inseparable companions, one almost invariably following the other. In some cases, a woman living in service becomes a drunkard. She forms acquaintances among the depraved of her own sex and willingly joins their ranks. Married women acquire the habit of drinking and forsake their husbands and families to gratify not so much their sexual appetite as their passion for liquor. Young women are often persuaded to take 1 or 2 glasses of liquor, and then PG 498 their ruin may be soon expected. Others are induced to drink spirits in which a narcotic has been infused to render them insensible to their ruin. In short, it is scarcely possible to enumerate the many temptations which can be employed when intoxicating drinks are used as the agent. Ill-treatment of parents, husbands, or relatives is a prolific cause of prostitution. 164 women, assigning it as a reason for their fall in consideration of their important relations to society. It may be well to inquire, what are the duties of parents, husbands, and relatives? In all countries where the obligations of the marriage contract are recognized, one of its most stringent requirements is found in the necessity to provide for the children of such union. This is acknowledged as a moral duty on account of the relationship between parents and children. It is recognized as a religious duty because specially enjoined in Holy Writ, and it is regarded as a civil duty because the future welfare of any community must depend upon the training of its future citizens. As to the moral duty, what arguments would be effectual to prove to a hard-hearted parent the necessity of bestowing a kindly education upon his child? Surely nature itself would supply all the necessary reasons. The still small voice of conscience will whisper to him, I have been the instrument of bringing this child into the world, and I am therefore responsible for its welfare and even plain, old-fashioned common sense, despised as it is, since a certain philosophy has come into fashion, would say I am the father of a child, and it is my interest to do the best I can for it. The religious duties are abundantly enforced in the scriptures, these while requiring in explicit terms the obedience of children to their parents, and annexing to such commandment the only promise which the Decalogue contains are equally plain in specifying the duties of parents. These points are acknowledged by all sects and parties and commentators or preachers, however much they may differ on questions of theology or articles of faith or rules of church government, are unanimous upon the extent of parental obligation. The civil duties are important for the reason already assigned. Children will be our successors in this arena, as we have succeeded the patriot fathers who achieved our independence and made us the people that we are. The principles enunciated by every PG 499 shot fired during the Revolutionary War have descended to us. But we are only trustees for their safe transmission to the next generation, and we shall be recreant to our duty false to the memory of our ancestors and traitors to our country if we allow our children to assume the responsibilities that will naturally devolve upon them without due preparation for the sacred trust. Having thus briefly alluded to the duties of parents, it remains to give some information as to the manner in which such obligations are performed, selected from the returns received in the progress of this investigation. Roman 50 Roman 1000. A very well-educated girl, I was seduced at 18 years of age and forced to leave home to hide my disgrace. Admitting that this girl had been led into an error, the plain duty of her parents, in every point of view, was to endeavor to reform her instead of driving her from home. Human nature, in its most favorable condition, is fallible. All are liable to error, but as all hope for forgiveness, so should they forgive. This is the doctrine of the sublime prayer taught by our Savior to his apostles. This is the duty of humanity. The bruised reed he will not break is a divine promise from which poor finite man might draw a valuable lesson. My parents wanted me to marry an old man, and I refused. I had a very unhappy home afterward. This case was directly in conflict with the dictates of nature. She had formed an attachment for a man who would in all human probability have made her a good husband and caused her to remain a virtuous member of society, but her parents wanted her to marry an old man, and in consequence of refusal treated her with unkindness. She has now, poor girl, to answer for her sin of incontinence, but who can tell what other offenses would have been laid to her charge had she married as desired by her parents? How many awful deeds recorded in the annals of criminal jurisprudence have been produced by ill-assorted marriages? How many outrages, how much bloodshed owe their origin to such a cause? Parents, who for their own selfish purposes would drive a daughter into a marriage repugnant to her feelings, deserve the severest condemnation. So far from performing their duty in the matter, they are acting in diametrical opposition to it. Roman 100b. My stepmother eluced me. The stepmother, in this case, stands in the place of the natural parent. In assuming the duties, she assumes all the responsibilities of the relation, and is PG 500 equally guilty, as if this girl were her own child. Women's feelings in a normal state are generally kind, gentle, and forgiving, but when they are perverted, she becomes more inveterate than man. So it was in this instance. E.g., my mother ill-treated me and drove me from home. My father was very kind, but he died when I was 7 years old, a similar case to the preceding in the perversion of feminine feelings, coupled with the melancholy fact that the girl's father, who had always used her kindly, died when she was a child. It would be natural to conclude that all the affections of a widow would concentrate upon her children, but the reverse of this is too frequently found to be true, and as soon as the husband to whom her vows were pledged is laid in the grave, and the children are deprived of his protecting hand, her love is alienated from them. A mother's duties to her offspring are increased by her husband's death, but she neglects them and does violence to the maternal instinct. Roman 1000b. I support my mother. It may possibly be objected that this case does not come within the scope of this section, as showing no positive neglect of parental duty, but by implication it is decidedly entitled to a place in the catalogue. It is, unfortunately for the sake of morality, but one of many similar instances which have been encountered, and some of which will be noticed in due course. The self-evident conclusion is that if this mother had properly trained her daughter in early life, she would not now have to endure the agony arising from the knowledge that every morsel of food she eats, every article of clothing she wears, is purchased with the proceeds of her child's shame. It is difficult to imagine any position more disgusting than this, any circumstance more horrible than that of a mother quietly depending for existence upon the prostitution of a daughter, with the certainty that the inevitable result of such a vicious course of life will drive the child of her affection to a premature grave and a dreadful eternity. J. Roman 100. My father accused me of being a prostitute. When I was innocent, he would give me no clothes to wear. My mother was a confirmed drunkard and used to be away from home most of the time. Here we have a combination of horrors scarcely equaled in the field of romance: the unjust accusations of the father and his conduct in not supplying his child with the actual necessaries of life, joined with the drunkenness of the mother. Pg 501 present such an accumulation of cruelty and vice that it would have been a miracle had the girl remained virtuous. It is to be presumed that no one will claim for this couple the performance of any one of the duties enjoined by their position. I had no work and went home. My father was a drunkard and ill-treated me, and the rest of the family. Here is a specimen of a father's cruelty. His daughter is out of employment and has no home but with her parents, and he, maddened with liquor, abuses her for flying to her natural protectors. Where was she to expect aid and comfort but from the authors of her being? And how was such expectation realized? She was forced to resort to prostitution as a means of living. Roman 100 R. My parents are rich. They would not let me live at home because I had been seduced. In this case, there was no excuse for parental unkindness. Blessed with an ample supply of this world's treasures, they could calmly see their daughter exposed to want and penury, living in the enjoyment of opulence. Themselves, they could doom her to earn a miserable subsistence by a life of shame, satisfied with their own lot. Complacently surveying the comforts which surrounded them, they condemned her to a course of infamy in which no enjoyment could be found to cheer her path, where every day must add fresh tortures to her lot, every hour sink her yet lower in the social scale. Why? Because an indiscretion, or a crime call it, which you please, had made her a fitting object for their kindness, because her own act had placed her in a position where she felt her disgrace and asked their sympathy and aid to retrace her steps. Can there be a more pitiable object than a woman who has sacrificed her virtue to the importunity, the entreaties, or the vows of her lover? When she reflects upon her conduct, the delirium of love is past, but the overwhelming sense of shame is left. She feels that a momentary act has blasted her future life. She knows that the world will condemn her, and the only resource she has is an appeal to her parents. If they kindly take her by the hand, in all probability the evil will extend no farther, and she may regain her position in life. If they refuse their sympathy, they practically drive her to a course of vice, for there is no other road open to her, who then is responsible for her after career, but those who have the power to preserve her from farther guilt and shame. I am the eldest of a large family. My father is a PG 502 drunkard and would not support his children. I have supported my parents' brothers and sisters for the last 5 years. This is an example of an outrageous social crime, which cannot be contemplated without horror. The parents of a family, with their remaining children, relying for subsistence upon the aid furnished from the sinful earnings of the firstborn. In this instance, the economy of nature is reversed. The filial affection, which leads a child to support her aged and infirm parents, can be understood and appreciated, but it is impossible to reprobate too severely the conduct of a man whose own actions have reduced him to poverty, and who then encourages his daughter to lead a life of prostitution, that he may revel on money produced by a course of debauchery, which he was mainly instrumental in producing. My lover seduced and diseased me while I was working in a factory. I went home, and my parents turned me out. Neither loss of character nor physical suffering was sufficient punishment for this poor girl, only 18 years of age, nor could the probability of a future moral life induce her parents to pardon the first offense. They had sent her to work amid associations which were almost certain to cause her ruin. This of itself is a sufficient ground for their condemnation, for they were in comfortable circumstances and could not plead poverty as an excuse. and when this ruin was accomplished, they added to their former crime by refusing a shelter to the sufferer. These cases are taken from actual facts. The words included in inverted commas are as nearly as possible those used by the women. When being questioned as to the truth of the statements, we hesitate not to believe them all to be substantially correct. They are not a 50th part of the instances in which similar disclosures have been made, but they are sufficient for the purpose of argument, and to prove that the assertions made in other places rest upon a solid foundation, and are not mere fancies of the brain. It would certainly be much more to the credit of society if their authenticity were not so indisputable. The foregoing examples strongly suggest and justify a farther consideration of the duties of parents. While these include the obligation to furnish a child with food and clothing, they do not stop at that point. It would be erroneous indeed for any father to imagine he had fulfilled all the requirements of his position when he gave a child enough to eat, and to where he would attend to the wants of his cattle in the same way, but there is pg 503 something more to be done. In the case of his children, he must so treat them as to induce on their part a sentiment of gratitude. Children are proverbially keen-sighted, and they seem to have a natural faculty for logic. So far as they themselves are concerned, they can very soon discriminate whether a parent is doing barely just as much as the laws of the country and the voice of public opinion require, or whether he is acting toward them with true paternal affection. In the former case, they become selfish and practice all their little arts to obtain as many advantages that the law allows them as possible, without entertaining any feelings of respect or affection toward their parents, because they know that such obligations cannot be evaded without censure. In the latter case, their gratitude and affection forms a return for the kindness bestowed. They immediately perceive that they are loved, and as a natural consequence, endeavor to manifest love in return by acting in a manner most pleasing to their parents. By simply encouraging this sentiment, children can be molded much as the father wishes, whereas by destroying it, he loses one of the most effective aids to his government. There are so many different ways by which this affection for children can be manifested, and they are all so simple and so certainly effective that it is scarcely possible to conceive how any man or woman of the most ordinary intelligence can overlook them. In addition to providing for the personal wants of his family, their education claims a large portion of the parent's care. Not only the mere tuition imparted in schools, but a careful training at home as preliminary to their conflict with the world is required. It is the instruction and advice given in the quiet of the domestic circle that exercises the most powerful influence, most effectually shapes the destiny of the future man or woman. No person is justified delaying the performance of this duty so soon as a child can talk and walk. So soon is this guidance necessary. It would be an interesting and important matter of investigation to ascertain, if possible, the time of life at which children become influenced by the temptations which surround them. The result would show a much earlier age than is generally supposed. A boy, when playing with his companions, overhears an improper expression from one of them. His mind retains it, and it may prove the germ from which habits of profanity subsequently spring. A girl may notice an improper action which will rest upon her memory and produce sad fruit hereafter. Thus the pg 504 education of children for the ordinary duties of life cannot be commenced too soon. If delayed, the probabilities are that, when you attempt to cultivate the soil in after years, you will find it already choked with weeds, which require more time and trouble to eradicate than would the inculcation of proper principles in early life. A lady remarked upon one occasion, in presence of an eminent preacher, that she thought children should not be trained to any religious exercises until they had arrived at an age when they could fully understand such subjects. The reply of the aged minister is appropriate to the present subject. He said, "Madam, if you do not implant good doctrines in your children's minds before that time, the devil will fill them with mischievous ones." A somewhat prevalent error in the training of children must not be passed unnoticed, namely excessive rigidity. This practice is common in many well-meaning but unthinking families professing Christianity. Everything is conducted with as much mathematical precision as if they were demonstrating a problem in Euclid. Such a system is open to very grave objections from the numerous cases in which it has proved prejudicial to the child's best interests. It acts precisely like the spring of a watch, which you can retain in a fixed position by a mechanical contrivance, but which resumes its elasticity and power the moment the pressure is removed. Children's minds are elastic also. You can confine them within any circle you please by the exercise of parental authority, but in a large proportion of cases the end sought to be attained is surely defeated. Many justly blame this cause for the mishaps of their future lives. It presents virtue and religion in a repulsive aspect, picturing them only as connected with asceticism, not recognizing the beauty and happiness which are their chief attractions. Thus is engendered in the minds of children an intuitive dislike for what they are taught to consider as a bondage. It is not uncommon to hear men describe the way in which their youthful Sabbaths were spent and attribute to the irksome monotony of that day's discipline their subsequent distaste for even a few hours' confinement in church. This strictness, like ambition, overleaps itself and extinguishes the spirit. It is designed to foster the proper way to educate children for lives of usefulness, honor, and happiness. The most effective plan to reach the desired end is to cultivate their affections and reason instead of repressing the one and fettering the other by stringent applications of arbitrary rule. PG 505. But no man or woman can educate children properly unless their precepts are confirmed by example. Talk to your son as long as you please upon the advantages of temperance, and then let him see you in a state of intoxication the next day, and all your labor will be fruitless. Enlarge, in the presence of your daughter, upon the value of integrity, and then allow her to hear you utter a falsehood, and she will contrast the theory and practice, and conclude that the former is worthless. Parents must educate themselves before they can hope to instruct their children, and must lead a life in conformity with the principles they teach, if they expect any beneficial results from their endeavors. Before leaving this part of the subject, another matter may be mentioned, namely, the necessity of winning the confidence of children. Their hearts pine for sympathy. If they are in trouble, encourage them to reveal their perplexities to you. Sigh with them when they are sad and rejoice with them when they are happy. A girl who has been in the habit of imparting all her childish sorrows to her mother, and has there found a heart which would beat in unison with her own, will not withhold her confidence as she grows in years. Remember that children, while a blessing to their parents, are also a responsibility. You have the power to train them for good or evil. You can win their trust or inspire them with distrust. You can make them useful members of society or render them nuisances to the community. To you their destiny is confided to a great extent, and from you will be required an account of the stewardship. The length to which these observations have been extended can be justified by the importance of the subject and the conviction that a more careful fulfillment of parental duties would go very far toward diminishing prostitution. Every man must admit it to be his duty to aid in effecting this desirable consummation. And while it would be utopian to imagine that the vice can be eradicated by family influences, it is reasonable to conclude that its extent may be materially curtailed. Great as are the duties and responsibilities of a father, they are equaled by those devolving upon a husband. He has to provide for the welfare of his wife besides caring for the interests of his children. When he marries, he vows to remain faithful to the woman of his choice, to love, honor, and cherish her so long as they both shall live. This is an implied oath, if not audibly expressed, in all circumstances, and any violation of it is neither PG 506 more nor less than perjury. Of course, the obligation is a mutual one. The wife is bound by the same ties, and in as stringent a form as the husband. It cannot be said that every case of prostitution in a married woman is the result of her husband's misconduct, but it is notorious that many women are induced or compelled by such misconduct to abandon a life of virtue. All married prostitutes cannot be exonerated from the charge of guilt, yet the facts which will be hereafter quoted prove that many were driven to a life of shame by those who had solemnly sworn to protect and cherish them. The violation of any known duty is a positive crime against society, but it becomes increased in magnitude when it involves more than one person in the offense. It is then the cause of a second transgression, and sophistry would vainly attempt to prove that the man who committed the first and caused the commission of the second offense was not morally responsible for both. Descending from generalities, it may be truly asserted that the man whose conduct to his wife is such as to lead her to vicious practices is guilty in both respects. Here are some few cases in point. Roman 100. My husband deserted me and 4 children I had no means to live in this case. The husband violated the law of God in forcibly rending the matrimonial bond, and violated the laws of his country by leaving his wife and children as burdens on society for the former of these offenses. He must answer at the bar of infinite justice. For the latter, he is liable to punishment in this world. Then why not punish him, asks someone, for the very simple reason that he could not be found in this day. The law does not assume the latitude claimed by the Spanish Inquisition, and sentence a man to punishment without giving him an opportunity to plead his cause. A woman in a state of destitution with 4 hungry children, looking to her for bread, has neither time nor means to pursue a delinquent husband. Her present necessities require her immediate attention, and so he escapes the penalty the laws have awarded and can live, although it may be with an uneasy conscience, in some other place, and probably repeat there the iniquities he has practiced here. The custom of deserting wives and children would receive a severe check, were it possible, in every instance, to enforce the legal provisions respecting abandonment. J.S. My husband committed adultery. I caught him with another woman, and then he left me. This individual's turpitude, pg 507, was enhanced by his boldness. He seems to have recklessly defied all consequences, to have been entirely callous to any sense of shame. And when detected in his adulterous intercourse, he adds desertion to his offense. He regarded not the feelings of her whom, in early life, he had won to his side by vows of affection. He outraged the laws of decency and trampled upon the statutes of his country. His wife's agony may be conceived, although words would be faint to express it, and the mental sufferings she must have endured before she abandoned herself to indiscriminate prostitution as a means of living will not aggravate her offense. My husband eloped with another woman. I support the child. Here the husband was morally as guilty as in the previous case, but without the disgusting bravado which characterized that he had, however, another claim which should have secured his fidelity, namely an infant child. But this tie was powerless to restrain him. Fascinated by the charms of another, forgetting all the rights of his wife, all the obligations of paternity, and all the requirements of morality, he basely abandoned those dependent on him, and forced the wife, whose virtue he was bound to protect, into a career of vice to support his child. My husband accused me of infidelity, which was not true. I only lived with him 5 months. I was pregnant by him, and after my child was born, I went on the town to support it. The first idea derived from this statement would be that 5 months of matrimonial life had been sufficient to change this husband from a devoted lover to a revengeful tyrant, who would not scruple to resort to a groundless accusation to effect his purpose. In this short space of time, he conveniently forgot the promises he had made, repudiated the bonds in which his own act had placed him, and to accomplish a separation from his wife, did not hesitate to bear false witness against her, placing her in a position from which she could extricate herself only by performing a logical impossibility, namely, by proving a negative. Nor could the probable destiny of his unborn child influence his determination. It mattered not to him whether the infant first saw the light in a den of infamy, nor whether his unkindness killed it before it was born, so that he could desert his wife. Neither did it make any difference to him whether she starved to death or maintained her existence by the most loathsome means. He was satiated with possession, and neither the voice of nature nor the dictates of conscience could arrest his purpose. The result was precisely what pg 508 might have been expected. She became a prostitute rather than starve, and let her child starve. My husband brought me here, a house of ill fame. I did not know what kind of a place it was. He lives with me, and I follow prostitution, another variety of unnatural conduct. The wife in this case was a very good-looking young woman, not exceeding 18 years of age. The husband held a respectable and well-paid employment, and was in possession of ample means to support her. By false representations, he induced her, within 3 months after marriage, to board in a fashionable house of prostitution. She soon discovered its character, but eventually succumbed to his orders, and became guilty. He resides with her, and is supported by her. What language can be used adequately to denounce such a cold-blooded piece of treachery on the part of a wretch claiming to be human? Roman 50W, I came to this city from Illinois with my husband. When we got here, he deserted me. I have 2 children dependent on me. This man brought his wife from a distant state to a strange city where she had no friends nor relatives to advise and assist her, and there abandoned her with 2 helpless children to the mercy of the world. Had he left her where she had been living previously, it is possible she might have found sufficient friends to assist her until she was able to support herself. But with a refinement of cruelty, he transferred her to a place where she was unknown, and then effected his escape. The entire circumstances favor the supposed existence of a determination to abandon her as soon as they arrived in New York, where he could act thus with more safety than in her native place. Roman 100H, I was married when I was 17 years old and have had 3 children. The 2 boys are living now. The girl is dead. My oldest boy is nearly 5 years old, and the other one is 18 months. My husband is a sailor. We lived very comfortably till my last child was born, and then he began to drink very hard and did not support me, and I have not seen him or heard anything about him for 6 months. After he left me, I tried to keep my children by washing or going out to day's work, but I could not earn enough. I never could earn more than $2 or $3 a week when I had work, which was not always. My father and mother died when I was a child. I had nobody to help me and could not support my children, so I came to this place. My boys are now living in the city, and I support them. PG 509 with what I earn by prostitution. It was only to keep them that I came here. These were the words used by an honest, sorrowful-looking woman encountered in the course of this investigation in the 4th Police District of the city. No reasonable doubt can be entertained of the truth of the story. The manner in which she told it plainly indicated that she was narrating facts. Some inquiries were made respecting her of the keeper of the house, and he, for it was a man, stated that he knew her story to be correct. He had at first employed her as a servant because he wished to help her, but the wages he could pay were insufficient to support her children, and she eventually prostituted herself because she could earn more at this horrible calling, and was thus enabled to discharge her maternal duty. But at what a sacrifice was this obtained! In order to feed her helpless offspring, she was forced to yield her honor to prevent them suffering from the pains of hunger. She voluntarily chose to endure the pangs of a guilty conscience to prolong their lives. She periled her own, and at the time when this alternative was forced upon her, the husband was lavishing his money for intoxicating liquor. If she sinned, and this fact cannot be denied, however charity may view it was the non-performance of his duty that urged, nay, positively forced her to sin. She must endure the punishment of her offenses. But after reading her simple, heartrending statement, let casuists decide what amount of condemnation will rest upon the man whose desertion compelled her to violate the law of chastity in order to support his children. EW. My husband had another wife when I married him. I left him when I found this out. I was pregnant by him and had no other way to live than by prostitution. In point of law, this is not a married woman, the existence of the former wife rendering the second union invalid. But this is no excuse for the man's conduct. In fact, it materially aggravates his guilt. In the first place, he deserts a woman whom he was legally bound to support, leaving her to battle her way through life, to resist the temptations which would be sure to assail her, careless whether she lived or died, and heedless whether she retained her character or sank into vice, and then with the greatest nonchalance goes through the ceremony of marriage with another woman. It is easy to imagine the feelings of the latter when she discovered the fraud which had been practiced to secure her hand, and the indignation which caused her to leave him immediately. PG 510. Notwithstanding her condition, nor will it require much stretch of fancy to picture the mental suffering she endured, her agony during the hour of nature's trial, before she consented to earn a precarious living. As a prostitute, such cases are of frequent occurrence, and even the probability of a criminal indictment is insufficient to deter some men. No punishment could be too severe for such offenses, even considering them without any reference to this particular instance, because they pervert one of our most solemn contracts and destroy all confidence in the security of the marriage tie. Roman 100H. My husband was a drunkard and beat me. How much of misery and crime is contained in these few words? Either of the vices practiced by this fellow is enough to make a woman wretched. The combination is sufficient to drive her mad. She would doubtless sit and ponder during the long and weary night, hours when he was carousing with his drunken companions, and would contrast her present wretched state with the happiness of early days. Her thoughts would revert to the time he won her love, to the day on which he brought her to his home, a bride. And then she would cast her eyes around the room, now robbed of almost everything portable to supply his insane appetite for liquor, and a heavy sigh would burst from her heart. But still, she would continue her sad reminiscences and think of the kindness he displayed. Then, and of his brutal ferocity, Noah would remember his considerate tenderness and compare it with his maniac fury, and then something would whisper to her, "Why do you endure it?" And her woman's nature would be aroused. Resistance would take the place of submission, and she would leave her home and him who had desecrated it, and immolate herself upon the altar of vice, a victim to her husband's drunkenness and cruelty. Roman 100n. My husband left me because I was sickly and could not do hard work. This woman's husband may be pictured as a lazy, worthless fellow, probably one who married not to secure a helpmate and a partner, but to obtain a slave. Her health would not allow her to perform as much drudgery as he expected. The speculation did not turn out as well as he had anticipated, and he left her destitute to starve or sin as she thought fit. My husband was intemperate and turned out to be a thief. He was sent to prison, still another victim of a drunken husband, but he carried his vicious habits to a point where the PG 511 laws of his country would reach him. Had he merely deserted his wife, nobody would have thought it his business to arrest him, but he stole some person's property, and all the enginery of the law was forthwith arrayed against him. In the one instance, his conduct condemns his wife to shame in this world, and perhaps perdition in the next, and the good-tempered public looks quietly on and says nothing. In the other case, he defrauds his neighbor of some dollars and cents, and the indignant community demands his condign punishment. What conclusion can be drawn from these facts? Honor, character, and life are ruined, and the offender escapes. Money is stolen, and he is punished. Is money more valuable than the character and life of woman? It requires no argument to prove that when the care of a child is assumed by its relatives, the parental obligations also devolve upon them, nor can there be any difference of opinion as to the duty of relations to assist to the utmost of their power any children whom death or other circumstances may have deprived of their natural protectors. Were not these principles generally recognized, all large cities would be crowded with destitute orphans. The beneficial results often arising from such guardianships argue very strongly in their favor, but still, the imperative duty is frequently evaded or acknowledged, and made the opportunity for an exhibition of tyranny which naturally tends to the encouragement of vice. Take the following cases in illustration. I support my aunt in this case. The duties of the aunt were not merely evaded, but she adds to her neglect a positive approval of the girl's abandoned life by voluntarily receiving a portion of her earnings. What species of education she bestowed upon her niece may be inferred from its results. Such disclosures are almost too disgusting to be criticized. My parents were dead. I came to this country with an uncle and aunt who eluced me from the time I landed till I ran away. The death of her parents should have been a passport to the affection of the relatives to whose charge she was entrusted. But instead of producing such an effect, they brought her to a strange land and practiced a succession of cruelties until she could endure them no longer. It is more than probable that this was a plan intended to drive her from their home. They neither acknowledged their duty to supply the places of the father and mother she had lost, nor did they recognize the force of relationship, which at least should have protected her from positive PG 512 unkindness, nor did they possess any of those feelings of sympathy which every well-disposed person must entertain toward an orphan. They could not have been unaware of the probability of her falling into bad company and vicious habits if she left their care, but no regard for her happiness or character seems to have entered into their calculations, which may have been somewhat in this form: she is an expense to us, so we will contrive to drive her away. If she can make her living honestly, so much the better. If she turns out a prostitute, that is her own concern. It was not solely her own concern, but it involved them also in its consequences through their agency in its accomplishment, and morally speaking, they are as liable for her ruin as if they had actually and not indirectly caused it. The following cases closely resemble each other and are presented in conjunction. A Roman 500. My parents were dead. I lived with my uncle, who treated me very unkindly. Roman 50. My parents died. When I was young, I lived with an uncle and aunt, who used me. Roman 99. The deprivation of each of these unfortunate women in the death of their parents, a loss almost incalculable in its results, placed them under the guardianship of those who alike neglected their duties and rendered the trust a medium for unkindness to the orphans. It seems surprising that the memory of a deceased brother or sister cannot secure even ordinary care for their children. It cannot be expected that the surviving relatives would exhibit the same amount of affection as would have been shown by the parents, but disappointment must be experienced if they make no pretensions to kindness. The dictates of nature are violated when harshness takes the place of sympathy, and destitution is considered a sufficient warrant for deliberate and continuous ill-treatment. Such conduct renders a girl reckless and misanthropic, and will drive her to seek in unhallowed love the affection her guardians have refused. Roman 50. Roman 1000. I was taken by my sister-in-law to a house of prostitution, and there violated it. Is not often such a case of barbarity is found in civilized life, nor indeed in less polished communities, as this forcible violation of a young girl through the aid and connivance of her sister-in-law. The mind recoils with disgust from the instances of rape so frequently occurring, but this case is so peculiarly aggravated that it can not be contemplated without a feeling of shame for the depravity of human nature. In the 1 PG 513 case, the brutal passions of a man are displayed in a brutal manner in the other. The same cause exists to a similar extent, coupled with the blackest perfidy of a female relative, to such a shameless violation of the laws of consanguinity, such an outrageous conspiracy between a vile man and a monster of a woman. The sister must have been induced to lend her aid by some means best known to herself. It is quite impossible to imagine she possessed a single spark of virtue. On the contrary, she must have sunk long before this occurrence to the lowest depths of vice, or she never would have been an instrument in such an infernal scheme. The consideration she received is of course known only to the parties themselves, but it would give a farther insight to her character if the reader could be informed of the estimate set by a sister-in-law upon an orphan's virtue. The result of the outrage is no doubt exactly what the criminals anticipated. The victim knew that her character was ruined, that she had no alternative but prostitution. And while the guilty pair who literally forced her to sin can congratulate each other on the success of their machinations, she must endure the penalty in a life of crime and misery. I was detected and exposed by my brother, this girl who had yielded to the entreaties of a man whom she loved not wisely, but too well may assign her subsequent career of vice to the conduct of her brother. He must have been sadly deficient in all kindly feeling thus to parade his sister's dishonor, and also possessed of a very limited knowledge of human nature or a large amount of malevolence. It can scarcely be imagined that he acted from ignorance, as he must have been certain that such an exposure would most probably induce his sister to continue an intercourse which was publicly known, and therefore could not augment her disgrace, nor can it be conceived that a malicious desire to blast her character governed his conduct. But whatever his motive, the result was the same. She was forced to a life of prostitution, from which she might have been rescued had kind and affectionate means been employed, instead of the cruel and heedless course which was adopted. Roman 100. My parents died. When I was young, I was brought up by relatives who went to California when I was 16 years old, and left me destitute. I had no trade. There is no allegation that this girl's relatives used her unkindly during the time she lived with them, but they deserted her in a helpless condition at the very time when she most needed their guardianship. They PG 514 could not have been ignorant of the many temptations to which a young woman without protectors or means of livelihood is exposed in New York, and yet they removed to a distance and left her to meet these trials alone. A girl whom they had reared from infancy, and for whom they must have entertained considerable affection, they tamely abandoned to an almost certain fate far worse than death. To say the least, it was a most inconsiderate step, and has resulted very disastrously. My husband deserted me to live with another woman. My parents were dead. I went to my brother's house, and he turned me out. Fraternal unkindness farther exemplified an orphan sister, deserted by her husband, asked from her brother the shelter of his roof, and he drove her from the house. Such conduct would have been barbarous if even a stranger had made the appeal in the present instance. It exhibits a cruelty which cannot be too severely reprobate. Roman 100b. My parents were dead. I was out of place. I had no relations, but an uncle who would not give me any shelter, unless I paid him for it. I went on the town to get money to pay for my lodgings. This uncle's name ought to be handed down to posterity as a synonym of hard-hearted selfishness and as indicating another manner in which money can be made. His miserly propensities must have been very strongly developed when he refused a shelter to his destitute niece. Unless she paid for it, it certainly did not matter to him how or where she obtained the means, and doubtless his equanimity was not disturbed when he ascertained that the money she paid him was the price of her shame. The coin was as bright in his hand, as useful to him to hoard, or to spend, as if it had been her honest earning. Probably he would have been excessively annoyed. It is the characteristic of such men if any plain-spoken person had told him that he was the means of making this girl a prostitute. But can it be denied that such was the fact when he received some portion of the money earned by his niece's prostitution before he would allow her to sleep in his house? Roman 50 s. My sister ill-treated me because I had no work. Here a sister seems to have regarded money as the chief good. The applicant was out of employment in itself enough to enlist one's sympathies. She was in want, which should have been an additional reason for kindness, and yet for these causes a sister ill-treated her. pg 515. In thus endeavoring to show the several duties of parents, husbands, and relatives to those dependent females, who are liable to be exposed at any moment to temptations leading from the path of virtue, cases have been exhibited in which a departure from the universally recognized obligations of these classes has added recruits to the ranks of prostitution. In these remarks, the endeavor has been to advance nothing resting on a theory, to advocate nothing unless supported by facts or acknowledged by common sense, to exonerate no one from blame when circumstances demanded a censure, and to condemn none in favor of whom there could be an existing doubt. The recorded extracts, giving an insight beyond the scene of public view, exhibiting the secret machinery of the family circle, cannot be contemplated without a mingled feeling of sorrow and shame. Sorrow that so many females who might have been useful members of society have been forced into the ranks of sin, and shame that the instruments in these proceedings were those who should have exerted every power to prevent such a result. Cases have now been presented to the reader where a sorrowing, heartbroken girl has been denied the opportunity of repentance and driven from a father's home, where another has been expelled from the family circle because she would not consent to an ill-assorted marriage, where stepfathers and stepmothers have violated their duties and despised the obligations they had voluntarily assumed, where a mother's ill-treatment has driven her daughter to ruin, where parents were living and reveling upon the wages of their children's dishonor, where false accusations and unkind treatment were resorted to, and from their natural effects drove a girl from home and virtue, where drunkenness and debauchery made home a hell upon earth, where parents in affluent circumstances have driven a child from their home, where prostitution was willingly embraced as an escape from parental tyranny. Again, instances have been cited where husbands have deserted their wives and children, where the marital vow has been broken in the most glaring manner, and the crime followed by deliberate abandonment, where the wife's affections have been slighted and her love relinquished for the purchased caresses of another woman, where a charge of infidelity has been made against a wife without cause, where a husband has deliberately brought his wife to a house of prostitution and is now leading an pg 516 idle, worthless life upon her earnings, where another husband brought his wife to a strange city in order to desert her and her children, where the solemn contract of marriage has been perverted, where a drunken husband has raised his hand against the woman he had sworn to protect, where a wife's sickness and incapacity for labor was made a reason for her husband's desertion, where a man's insane thirst for intoxicating liquor has forced a woman to prostitution for a maintenance, where the husband has been committed to prison for theft. Farther cases have been given where an aunt lives upon the proceeds of a niece's prostitution, where uncles and aunts have systematically elused their orphan relatives, where a sister-in-law procured and assisted at the violation of a child, where a brother's unkindness forced his sister to continue a life of shame, where relatives to whom an orphan child was entrusted abandoned her when she most needed their care, where a brother refused an asylum to a deserted and suffering sister, where an uncle forced a girl to prostitute herself for money to pay him for her lodgings. As already stated, these cases are all facts collected in the course of this investigation and are believed to be substantially correct. With such disclosures as these, can anyone be surprised at the continued spread of prostitution? The family circle is one of the sources whence it emanates, so is the matrimonial bond, and so are the different branches of consanguinity, when fathers, husbands, and relatives thus forget their duties and lend their influence to swell the tide of vice. It is no matter of surprise that strangers should be found ready and eager to contribute their share to the polluted current. But the evil is not incurable if public opinion can be enlisted on the side of public morals, and parents are satisfied by unmistakable demonstrations that the voice of an indignant people will be raised against them. If practices similar to those narrated continue to occur, husbands too must be convinced that any infraction of their marriage vows will expose them to popular odium, and if they have contracted an ill-assorted hasty alliance, the responsibility must be borne by themselves. The contracts they voluntarily made must be fulfilled. Relatives also must be warned that the performance of their duties will be rigidly required. There is no deficiency of legislation on this subject. All that is wanted is determination to enforce existing laws. And when this is done, some of the main causes of prostitution will be removed. pg 517. To resume the analysis of the table of replies, 71 women were persuaded by prostitutes to embrace a life of depravity. One of the most common modes by which this end is accomplished is to inveigle a girl into some house of prostitution as a servant, and this is frequently done through the medium of an intelligence office. Most of the inhabitants of New York are acquainted with the arrangements and routine of business in those offices, but they may be described as a matter of information to others. Imagine a large room, generally a basement, in some leading thoroughfare. Upon entering from the street, you will observe two doors marked respectively entrance for employers and entrance for servants. Passing through the first, you approach a desk where the proprietor or his clerk is seated with his register books before him. You make known your wish to engage a servant, specifying her duties and the wages you are willing to pay. This is registered with your name and address. The fee is paid, and you are invited to walk into the other department and ascertain whether any of the throng who are waiting there will suit your purpose. If successful in the search, it is merely necessary to inform the bookkeeper that you are suited and to take your servant home with you. But if you do not succeed, a woman will be sent to the registered address, and the office keeper will continue to send until you are satisfied. Servants who wish to obtain situations register their wants and pay a fee. If there are no places likely to suit them on the list of employers, they have permission to remain in the waiting room. Until an applicant appears in these waiting rooms may be found a crowd of expectants varying from 20 to 100, according to the business transacted by the office. In theory, this arrangement is a very good one. In practice, it is frequently abused. A respectable housekeeper who wishes to engage a servant will find but little trouble in doing so, and any person wishing to make the office a medium for securing females for improper purposes will seldom be disappointed. It is rarely that the proprietors notice the arrangements made. They merely act as brokers and make known the wants of each party, and do not interfere with the character of either unless it is so notoriously bad as to force them to notice it for their own sake. So long as the employer and servant agree, the office keeper is contented. The following facts illustrate the manner in which young women, pg 518, are sometimes entrapped. A respectably dressed man went into an intelligence office and represented himself as a storekeeper residing some 20 miles from New York. He wished to hire a girl as seamstress and chambermaid who must go home with him the same afternoon. Glancing around the waiting room, he soon saw one of sufficiently attractive appearance to whom he made the proposition. The wages he offered were liberal, the work was described as light, and the woman made an arrangement to accompany him forthwith. He told her that he had a little business to transact before he could leave the city, but that she could wait for him at his sister's until the cars were ready to start. She had but slight knowledge of the temptations of New York, and went with him to a brothel, the keeper of which he stated to be his sister. Here she remained for some hours, waiting his return. The sister expressed her surprise at his absence, but concluded that his business had detained him, and with apparently a kindly feeling, told the girl that she would be welcome to sleep there that night. Her suspicions were lulled by the seeming respectability of the persons, and she remained. In the course of the evening, the character of the house became evident, and then the proprietress offered to engage her as a servant, solemnly promising that she should not be exposed to any insult. Almost a total stranger in the city and destitute of money, she consented. A very few days in such a hotbed of vice was sufficient to deaden her sense of right and wrong, and within a fortnight she was enrolled as a prostitute. Keepers of houses sometimes visit these offices themselves, but generally some unknown agent is employed, or at times one of the prostitutes is plainly dressed and sent to register her name as wishing a situation, so as to be able to obtain admission to the waiting room. There she enters into conversation with the other women, whom she uses all the art she possesses to induce to visit her employer, and very frequently with the same result as in the case just narrated. There exists among many prostitutes a fiendish desire to reduce the virtuous of their own sex to a similar degradation with themselves. Since they cannot elevate their own characters, they strive to debase those of others. To accomplish this, they spare neither trouble nor misrepresentation. One system in which they are commonly employed may be noted, although the mode is similar to the case of the servant girl. Just given, a man had pg 519 resolved to ruin a woman who placed implicit confidence in his sincerity and admitted that she loved him. He found that her modesty and good sense were proof against his persuasive powers, and he finally resorted to stratagem and invited her to walk with him to visit some relations. He took her to a brothel, introduced its keeper, who had already been instructed in her part as his aunt, and one or two of the inmates represented her daughters. The deception was maintained for a time, family matters were discussed, and refreshments introduced. A glass of drugged wine was handed to the victim, and as soon as its effects were visible, the villainous deed was effected. Such machinations as this show that not only are many of these prostitutes dangerous to society from their open and avowed life of crime, but also from the influences they exert to deceive the honest of their own sex. Allusion has been already made to the numerous dangers which surround young women during their passage to this country on crowded emigrant ships, or after their arrival in the equally crowded emigrant boarding houses, and it is needless to repeat them in this section. But an incomplete statement of the causes of prostitution would be presented if the injurious effects of some of our fashionable boarding schools were suffered to pass without notice. Startling as such an assertion may appear, it is no more strange than true. A system of education, the prominent design of which is to impart a knowledge of the so-called modern accomplishments to the almost total exclusion of moral training, to make the pupils present the most dazzling appearance in society regardless of their real interests and duties, does in some cases lead to unhappy results. Filial affection or early training or innate virtue enable many to overcome these temptations, but others succumb to them. One case in particular it is desirable to record, although several of a similar nature were met with. A girl 18 years of age, born in Louisiana of highly respectable parents, was induced to elope from a boarding school in the vicinity of New Orleans with a man who accorded with her romantic ideal of a lover. No marriage vows ever passed between them. She trusted him as the heroine of a modern novel would have done, and he deceived her as all modern rakes deceive their victims. She lived with him for considerable time. When he deserted her, she was left almost destitute. She was afraid to return to her parents, knowing that they were acquainted with the life she had been leading, and she had no other means of support. pg 520 than open and avowed prostitution. These features of her history should present a warning to both parents and daughters of the dangers attending a superficial and improper system of education. Of course, it must not be inferred that all schools are open to such objections. In the numerous institutions of the kind scattered throughout the land, the majority are worthy of every confidence. Instances like this are probably exceptions to the rule, but still, what has been pernicious in one case may be in another, and the education of young women forming, as it does their character for life, should be conducted as far as possible so as to secure their safety, honor, and usefulness. In a subsequent chapter, this superficial education will be farther noticed. One of the real improvements of modern times is the introduction of physiology as a branch of education in our schools, yet it is to be regretted that the knowledge communicated to youth upon a subject so important is still extremely limited indeed. Such is the present state of public opinion that any textbook teacher that should impart thorough instruction in regard to all the organs and functions of the human body would be considered entirely unfit for use or duty. Notwithstanding this, the young of both sexes do become informed upon the subjects of marriage, procreation, and maternity, and how by force of natural curiosity and injurious association, it is the imperative duty of parents to rightly inform their children concerning the things which they must inevitably know in consequence of their neglect of this duty. Both boys and girls are left to find out all they can about the mysteries of their being from ignorant servants or corrupt companions. Let fathers teach their sons and mothers their daughters at the earliest practicable age all that their future well-being makes it necessary for them to know. The information thus acquired will be invested with a sacredness and delicacy entirely wanting when obtained from unreliable and pernicious sources. Thus would many of the injurious influences incident to the present secrecy upon such subjects be avoided. Of the evil habits and practices common among youth physicians are well cognizant, and many a parent has had to mourn their sad results in the premature death or dethroned reason of children who with proper physical training might have been their pride and joy. Next to the responsibility of parents in this matter is that of teachers who with all judiciousness and delicacy should supply pg 521, the deficiencies of ignorant or incapable parents in the physiological education of all committed to their care. And here a word in regard to the bad effects of so-called classical studies. Are they not oftentimes acquired at the risk of outraged delicacy or undermined moral principles? Mythology, in particular, introduces our youth to courtesans, who are described as goddesses and goddesses, who are but courtesans in disguise. Poetry and history as frequently have for their themes the ecstasies of illicit love, as the innocent joys of pure affection. Shall these branches of study be totally ignored? By no means, but let their harmless flowers and wholesome fruit alone be culled for youthful minds, to the utter exclusion of all poisonous ones, however beautiful. This lack of information has resulted in another evil in the impetus it has given to the sale of obscene books and prints. Recent legal proceedings have checked this nefarious trade, but it still exists. Boys and young men may be found loitering at all hours round hotels, steamboat docks, railroad depots, and other public places, ostensibly selling newspapers or pamphlets, but secretly offering vile, lecherous publications to those who are likely to be customers. They generally select young and inexperienced persons for two reasons. In the first place, these are the most probable purchasers and will submit to the most extortion, and in the second, they can be more easily imposed upon. The vendors have a trick which they frequently perform, and which can scarcely be regretted. In a small bound volume, they insert about half a dozen highly colored obscene plates, which are cut to fit the size of the printed page. Having fixed upon a victim, they cautiously draw his attention to the pictures by rapidly turning over the leaves, but do not allow him to take the book into his hands. Although they give him a good opportunity to note its binding, he never dreams that the plates are loose, and feels sure that in buying the book he buys the pictures also. When the price is agreed upon, the salesman hints that as he is watched, the customer had better turn his back for a moment while taking the money from his pocketbook, and in this interval he slips the plates from between the leaves and conceals them. The next moment, the parties are again face to face. The price is handed over, and the book he had seen before is handed to the purchaser under a renewed caution, and is carefully pocketed. The bookseller leaves. And at the first opportunity, the prize is covertly PG 522 drawn forth to be examined more minutely, and the unwary one finds that he has paid several dollars for some few printed pages without pictures which would have been dear at as many cents. Despite all precautions, there is every reason to believe that the manufacture of these obscene books is largely carried on in this city. It is needless to remind any resident of the large seizures made in New York during the last 2 years, or to particularize, the stock condemned. More caution is observed now, and the post office is made the vehicle for distribution. Circulars are issued which describe the publications, and their prices. Modes of transmitting money are indicated, and the advertiser plainly says that he will not allow any personal interviews on account of the dangers which surround the traffic. By using an indefinite number of aliases, and often changing the address to which letters are sent, he succeeds in eluding the vigilance of the police and secures many remittances. Not less dangerous than the directly obscene publications is a class of voluptuous novels which is rapidly circulating. Some are translations from the French, but one man now living in England has written and published more disgustingly minute works under the guise of honest fiction than ever emanated from the Parisian presses. He writes in a strain eminently calculated to excite the passions, but so carefully guarded as to avoid absolute obscenity, and embellishes his works with woodcuts which approach lasciviousness as nearly as possible without being indictable. It is to be regretted that publishers have been found in this and other cities who are willing to use their imprints on the title pages of his trash and sell works, which cannot but be productive of the worst consequences. Those who have seen much of the cheap pamphlets or yellow-covered literature offered in New York will have no difficulty in recalling the name of the author alluded to, and those who are ignorant of it would only be injured by its disclosure. There can be but one opinion as to the share obscene and voluptuous books have in ruining the character of the young, and they may justly be considered as causes indirect, it may be, of prostitution. Some of the sources of prostitution have been thus examined. To expose them all would require a volume, but it is hoped that sufficient has been developed to induce observation and inquiry and prompt action in the premises. Page 523. Chapter Roman 30, 4 New York Statistics. Means of support. Occupation. Treatment of domestics. Needlewomen. Weekly earnings. Female labor in France. Competition. Opportunity for employment in the country. Effects of female occupations. Temptations of seamstresses. Indiscriminate employment of both sexes in shops. Factory life. Business of the fathers of prostitutes. Mothers. Business assistants to parents. Death of parents. Intoxication. Drinking habits of prostitutes. Delirium tremens. Liquor sold in houses of prostitution. Parental influences. Religion of parents and prostitutes. Amiable feelings. Kindness and fidelity to each other. Question: is prostitution your only means of support? Resources. Numbers. Dependent solely upon prostitution, 1698. Have other means of support, 302. Total, 2,000. No surprise will be excited by the fact indicated above that 17 of every 20 women examined in New York reply to this question in the affirmative, for it is almost impossible to conceive that any honest occupation can be associated with vice of such character. The small minority who have other means consists principally of women who work at their trades or occupations at intervals, or who receive some slight payment for assisting in the ordinary work, or for sewing in the houses of ill fame where they reside. It is difficult to believe women working as domestics in brothels are virtuous themselves. On the contrary, it is a well-known fact that they are, in every sense of the word, prostitutes, the only difference being that they work a portion of the time, while the boarders do not work at all. Those who follow an employment at intervals are mostly women whose trades are uncertain, and who are liable at certain seasons of the year to be without employment. Then real necessity forces them on the town until a return of business provides them with work. They are more to be pitied than blamed. There is another class, not entirely dependent on prostitution. It consists mostly of German girls who receive from $5 to $6 per month as dancers in the public ballrooms in the First Ward of New York. There are several of these establishments, and the captain of police in that district has attached some PG 524 interesting memoranda to his returns, from which is gleaned the following information respecting these places and their inhabitants. It is submitted to the reader in order that he may draw his own conclusions as to the virtue of the dancers. These dance houses are generally kept by Germans who consider dancing a proper and legitimate business. They are in general very quiet. The girls employed to dance do not consider themselves prostitutes, because the proprietors will not allow them to be known as such. Each girl receives monthly from $5 to $6 and her board, and almost every one of them hires a room in the neighborhood for the purpose of prostitution. I have classed them all as prostitutes, because in addition to the previous fact, I know that the majority of them have lived as such. Very few of these girls are excessive drinkers, although the regulations of the ballroom require them to drink after each dance with their partners. Yet the proprietor has always a bottle of water slightly colored with port wine from which they drink, and he charges the partner the same price as for liquor. Alluding to the keeper of one of these places, the same officer says, "The proprietress of this house is a German woman over 70 years of age. She established the house over 18 years, since to my certain knowledge, her husband had just then arrived from Germany with their 4 children. They were not worth $100 at that time. The man died 3 years ago, and by his will directed $40,000 to be divided among his children. The widow is possessed of an equal amount in her own name." Question: what trade or calling did you follow before you became a prostitute? Occupations. Numbers. Artist 1. Nurse in Bellevue Hospital, NY 1. Schoolteachers 3. Fruithawkers 4. Paper box makers 5. Tobacco packers 7. Attended stores or bars 8. Attended school 8. Embroiderers 8. Fursuers 8. Hatrimmers 8. Umbrella makers 8. Flower makers 9. Shoebinders 16. Vest makers 21. Cap makers 24. Bookfolders 27. Factory girls 37. Housekeepers 39. Milliners 41. Seamstresses 59. Tailoresses 105. Dressmakers 121. Servants 933. Lived with parents or friends 499. Total 2,000. PG 525. Wherever the social condition of woman has been considered, one fact has always been painfully apparent, namely, the difficulties which surround her in any attempt to procure employment beyond the beaten track of needlework or domestic service. Numerous light or sedentary employments, now pursued by men, might, with much greater propriety, be confided to women, but custom seems to have fixed an arbitrary law which cannot be altered. If a lady enters a dry goods store, she is waited upon by some stalwart young man whose energy and muscle would be far more useful in tilling the ground or in some other outdoor employment. If she wishes to make a purchase of jewelry, she is served by the same class of attendants. Why should not females have this branch of employment at their command? It would in a majority of cases be more consonant with the feelings of the purchasers, and consequently more to the interest of storekeepers. It would open an honorable field of exertion to the women, and improve the condition of the men who now monopolize such employments by forcing them to obtain work suitable to their sex and strength, and driving from the crowded cities into the open country some whose effeminacy is fast bringing them to positive idleness and ruin. Many people are prepared to frown upon any attempt to improve the social condition of dependent women. They regard it as a part of that myth which they call opposition to constituted authorities, without any reference to the consideration which should form the basis of all society, namely ensuring the greatest amount of good to the greatest number. Others who are opposed to any amelioration sustain their views by a libel upon woman, and upon her almighty creator they assert that she has not sufficient intellect for anything beyond routine employment, or blame her, because she has received only such an imperfect education as the world has thought proper to award her, and thus has not had an opportunity to cultivate her faculties. It is not necessary to point to the productions and achievements of women, even in our own days, omitting all mention of what has been done heretofore to expose the fallacy of this proposition. The facts are patent to the world, with special reference to the subject in hand. It may be asserted unhesitatingly, and without fear of contradiction, that were there more avenues of employment open to females, there would be a corresponding decrease in prostitution, and many of those who are now ranked with the daughters of PG 526 shame would be happy and virtuous members of the community. In the list of occupations pursued by the women who are now prostitutes in New York, a most lamentable monotony is visible. Domestic service and sewing are the two principal resources from the gross number of 2,000. Deduct those who lived with their parents or friends, children, attending school, domestic servants, and housekeepers, amounting in the aggregate to 1322, and there is a balance of 678, nearly 600 of whom depend upon needles and thread for an existence. In the total number reported, there are only 4, or exactly 1 in every 500, who relied for support upon any occupation requiring mental culture, that is 1 artist, and 3 schoolteachers. This fact in itself sustains the theories that mental cultivation and sufficient employment are restrictions to the spread of prostitution. If women are compelled to undergo merely the slavery of life, no moral advancement can ever be expected from them. If every approach to remunerative employment is systematically closed against them, nothing but degradation can ensue, and the moralist, who shuddered with horror at the bare possibility of woman being allowed to earn a competent living in a respectable manner, will ejaculate, what awful depravity exists in the female sex. He and others of his class drive a woman to starvation by refusing to give her employment, and then condemn her for maintaining a wretched existence at the price of virtue. But to notice more particularly the employments which the PG 527 courtesans of New York have followed, the domestic servants amount to 931. No modern fashion has yet been introduced to deprive females of this sphere of labor, but so progressive is the age that even that may be accomplished within a few years, and the advertising columns of the newspapers teem with announcements of some newly invented scrubbing machine. The space will not permit any extended remarks on this employment, but while allowing that many employers treat their servants as human beings gifted with the same sensibilities and feelings as themselves, it must be regretted that there are others who use them in a manner which would bring a blush to the cheek of a Southern slave driver. With such mistresses, the incapacity of servants is a constant theme, nor do they ever ask themselves if they have learned the science of governing. Assuming that they themselves are right, they conclude that the help is of course wrong. Is it any wonder that girls are driven to intoxication and disgrace by this conduct? Another reason which forces servant girls to prostitution is the excessive number who are constantly out of employment, estimated at 1/4 of those resident in the city, an evil which would be diminished were there more opportunities for female labor. What is the position of the needlewoman? Far worse than that of the servant. The latter has a home and food. In addition to her wages, the former must lodge and keep herself out of earnings, which do not much exceed in amount the servants pay. The labor by which this miserable pittance is earned, so truthfully depicted in the universally known Song of the Shirt, is distressing and enervating to a degree. Working from early dawn till late at night, with trembling fingers, aching head, and very often an empty stomach, the poor seamstress ruins her health to obtain a spare and insufficient living. There is no variety in her employment. It is the same endless round of stitches, varied only by a wearisome journey once or twice a week to the store whence she receives her work, and where the probabilities are that a portion of her scanty wages will be deducted for some alleged deficiency in the work. She has no redress, but must submit or be discharged. Nor is the position of a milliner or dressmaker much superior to this. She has a room provided for her in the employer's establishment, and there she must remain so long as the inexorable demands of fashion or the necessity of preparing bonnets or dresses. PG 528, for some special occasion require, it matters not, if she faint from exhaustion and fatigue. Mrs. wants her ball dress tomorrow, and the poor slave, we use this word advisedly, must labor, as if her eternal salvation rested on her nimble fingers. But the gay robe which is to deck the form of beauty is completed, the hour of release has come at last. And as at night the wearied girl walks feebly through the almost deserted streets, she meets some of the frail of her own sex bedecked in finery, with countenances beaming from the effects of their potations, and the thought flashes across her mind, they are better off than I am. Her human nature can scarcely repress such an exclamation, which is too often but the precursor of her own ruin. Paperbox makers, tobacco packers, and bookfolders are no better off. They must work in crowded shops, must inhale each other's breath during the whole day, for such workshops are not the best ventilated buildings in New York, generally speaking, and receive, as their remuneration barely sufficient to find them food, clothes, and shelter. It is needless to pursue this subject. Enough has surely been advanced to demonstrate the necessity of a more extended field of female labor. Question: how long is it since you abandoned your trade as a means of living? Length of time, numbers: 3 months, 174. 6, 151. 1 year, 273. 2 years, 254. 3, 147. 4, 104. 5, 117. 10, 90. 12 and upwards, 16. Not abandoned, 296. Unascertained, 378. Total, 2,000. A very few words will suffice on this table, as the remarks which would arise from it have been already made in reference to other questions. In most instances, the occupation is abandoned as soon as the first false step is taken, unless, in those cases of destitution, where a previous want of employment renders prostitution necessary as the only means of living. Of course, as before observed, a life of prostitution must be incompatible with any description of honest employment, and in those cases where a woman has followed any trade or occupation after she had yielded to promiscuous intercourse, it will generally be found that her motive was to deceive the world as to her own pursuits, or else to satisfy her conscience that she was not entirely depraved. PG 529. Question: what were your average weekly earnings at your trade? Average earnings, numbers: $1.34. $2, 336. 3, 230. 4, 127. 5, 68. 6, 27. 7, 8. 8, 5. 21. 51. Unascertained, 663. Total, 2,000. This question is of equal importance with that referring to the number of employments available for females, and the replies quoted above will give as many reasons for prostitution as in the former case. From the work of a French author on this subject, the following is condensed as indicative of the hardships and insufficient remuneration of women employed in factories in France. Women are employed principally in the manufacture of cotton, silk, and wool. The preparation of cotton presents two dangerous features in the beating and dressing, which are performed solely by women in the manufacture of silk. There are also two processes dangerous to life, and these are performed by women. The woolen manufacture has no real danger, but in the carding, and all the carders are women of these mortal occupations, there is not one that will afford the workwoman a sufficient maintenance, the average wages being from 16 to 25 sous per day, subject to the fluctuations of trade. Commenting upon these facts, the Westminster Review says, "We took some pains to ascertain the relative wages of men and women employed in the same trades in England, and almost in every instance it appeared that for the same work performed in the same time they received 1/3 less, sometimes 1/2 less than men, without any inferiority of skill, being alleged. One master gravely said that he paid women less because they ate less." In a subsequent chapter of this volume will be found some particulars of the wages paid in manufacturing districts of the United States, and the same disparity between male and female operatives will be noticed. Roman 1000 parent Dutch Atlet assigns insufficient wages as one of the principal causes of prostitution in Paris. He says, "What are the earnings of our laundresses, our seamstresses, our milliners? Compare the wages of the most skillful with those PG 530 of the more ordinary and moderately able, and we shall see if it be possible for these latter to procure even the strict necessaries of life. And if we farther compare the price of their work with that of their dishonor, we shall cease to be surprised that so great a number should fall into improprieties thus made almost inevitable." This low rate of wages is defended upon the plea of competition. A manufacturer practically says, if one man or woman will do my work for 5% less than another, I must employ him or her unless I am prepared to carry on my business at a positive loss. For if I do not give them work, my neighbor will valid, as this reason may be in the old countries, where the supply of labor far exceeds the demand. It is invalid in America, where there is a constant demand for workers. Our cities, overcrowded, remove some of their inhabitants to the country, and our cities' work cannot be obtained in the country. Both male and female laborers are urgently required in cities. An unemployed woman is exposed to innumerable temptations in the country. She need never be unemployed, and consequently would escape such dangers. The difference between the new and old worlds is simply that in the former the cities are overcrowded, but the country is free. In the latter, both cities and country are full to repletion. In the city of New York, 1/4 part of the domestic servants are constantly out of employment. Remove them, and while the wants of the community will be amply supplied, the market value of a faithful servant would increase to a living rate. Send away a number of needlewomen, reducing the supply of labor to meet the actual demand. Tailors, shirtmakers, and dressmakers must employ seamstresses, and in such cases they could not obtain them without paying remunerative wages. The prices of our wearing apparel would probably be advanced 5%, with a saving of 15% taxation in the reduced expenses of police, judiciary, prisons, hospitals, and charitable institutions. The experience of the winter of 18,578 has proved that but very slight difficulties attend this plan when efficiently carried out, and to the Children's Aid Society and the other benevolent organizations, which have shown not only the possibility, but the success of the system, all praise is due. No man entering upon a farm in the West requires any argument to convince him that his PG 531 property will increase in value as it is cultivated, and many will gladly advance the sum necessary to pay the expenses of a servant's journey out. As fast as men are sent to fell the timber or break the prairie, the farmer's necessities force him to engage women for the increasing work of his house and dairy, and to supply the places of those who obtain husbands in their new home. When the tide of emigration to the Australian colonies commenced, nearly the whole of those who left England were single men, and in a few months the cry was ringing from one end of the island to the other, "Send us female help, send us wives." A benevolent woman resident in the colony repeated the demand, and subsequently lent the aid of her powerful talents to it. She made a voyage to England, and there influenced public opinion to such an extent that the British government yielded to the outside pressure, and many shiploads of well-recommended, healthy, and virtuous women were sent out at the national expense to supply the want. The subsequent advancement of the colony has proved that the measure was a judicious one, nor can the abuses to which it became subject detract from its merits. Similar plans with respect to destitute children have been practiced in New York for several years, and their subsequent extension to meet the wants of adult females has been limited only by the means of the projectors. If the necessity and prospective benefit of this emigration were known and appreciated, the required funds could be raised without any difficulty. The citizens of New York are never dilatory in responding to calls upon their benevolence in aid of any practicable and judicious scheme of philanthropy, and under the management of an energetic business committee arrangements could be made which would render the movement self-supporting within a few years. The competition which keeps wages at starvation point is aggravated by a notion entertained by many native women and by some foreigners who have been long in the country, that domestic service is ungenteel. This idea drives them to needlework to maintain their respectability, and thus, while service is abandoned, the ranks of seamstresses are augmented by decreasing the number to be employed, and consequently advancing their wages, and ensuring better treatment from their employers. The servant's life would be divested of many of its objections, and old-fashioned housework would once more be deemed respectable. This consummation rests more with mistresses than servants. Pg 532. The former give tone to the manners of the latter. It cannot be denied that many young women date their ruin from unkind or unwomanly treatment by their mistresses, who have given a free rein to their caprices, confident that if a girl left them, they could soon supply her place. This confidence would be shaken if a housekeeper knew that servants were less plentiful, and her own interest would induce her to use well those who suited her. Such a conclusion would be an important step toward reducing prostitution and elevating the character of the masses. It cannot be expected that this vice will decrease in New York, when 534 out of a total of 2,000 earn only $1 weekly. No economist, however closely he may calculate, will pretend that 14 cents a day will supply any woman with lodging, food, and clothes. She who should attempt to exist on such a sum would starve to death in less than a month, and yet it is a notorious fact that many are expected to support themselves upon it. How such expectations are realized, and the sad manner in which the deficiency is made up, are amply shown by the result of this and similar investigations here and elsewhere. Thus far, manufacturers have been blamed for the depression of wages, but is not the consumer equally open to censure? He purchases an article of dress from A because it is a trifle cheaper than in B's store. The cost of the raw material is the same to each, and each uses the same quantity in every article. But if a can find customers for 3 times the amount of goods which B can sell on account of the saving he effects through paying lower wages, it is scarcely in human nature, decidedly not in commercial nature, to be expected that he will refuse the opportunity. He flatters himself that competition forces him to make the reduction, and as the public do not denounce his action but flock to his store so long as his price continues lower than his neighbors, he concludes that his customers should bear the blame. Nor are his conclusions false. The public sanction a system which enforces starvation or crime, and for the sake of saving a few cents, add their influence to swell the ranks of prostitutes and condemn many a poor woman to eternal ruin. Pg 533. Before leaving the question of employment, the effects of different branches of female occupation as inducing or favoring immorality must be noticed apart from the low rate of wages paid to women, thus causing destitution, which forces them to vice. The associations of most of the few trades they are in the habit of pursuing are prejudicial to virtue. The trade of tailoress or seamstress may be cited as a case in point. One mode in which this business is conducted between employer and employed is as follows. The woman leaves either a cash deposit or the guarantee of some responsible person at the store, and receives a certain amount of materials to be made up by a specified time. When she returns the manufactured goods, she is paid, and has more work given her to make up. This may seem a very simple course, and so it is, but one feature in it gives rather a sinister aspect. The person who delivers the materials, receives the work, and pronounces on its execution is almost invariably man, and upon his decision rests the question whether the operative shall be paid her full wages, or whether any portion of her miserable earnings shall be deducted. Because the work is not done to his satisfaction in many cases, he wields a power, the determinations of which amount to this: shall I have any food today, or shall I starve? It is reasonable to conclude that hardly anything short of positive want can force a girl to undertake this labor at its present price, and it is reasonable to imagine that her necessities will force her to use every means to accomplish her task in a satisfactory manner. If she finds that a smile bestowed upon her employer or his clerk will aid her in the struggle for bread, she will not present herself with a scowling face. Or if a kind entreaty will be the means of procuring her a dinner as a favor, she will not expose herself to hunger by demanding it as a right. In this, there is no moral or actual wrong, but there are instances where lubricity has exacted farther concessions and the sacrifice of a woman's virtue been required as an equivalent for the privilege of sewing at almost nominal prices. If this is conceded, the victim may be assured of the best work and the most favors until her seducer becomes satiated with possession, when means will easily be found to displace her for some new favorite. If the outrageous request PG 534 is denied, she will get no more work from that shop and may seek other employment with almost a certainty of meeting the same indignity elsewhere. That this is a frequent occurrence, unfortunately, cannot be denied. That it exercises much influence on public prostitution cannot be doubted. The employment of females in various trades in this city, in the pursuit of which they are forced into constant communication with male operatives, has a disastrous effect upon their characters. The daily routine goes very far toward weakening that modesty and reserve which are the best protectives against the seducer, and renders them liable to temptation in many shapes. A girl frequently forms an attachment to a man working in the same shop, believing it to be a mutual one, and only finds out her mistake when she has yielded to his persuasions, and is deserted. Or women contract acquaintance for the sake of having an escort on their holiday recreations, or because some other woman has done so, or as the mere gratification of an idle fancy, but all tend in the same direction and aid to undermine principles and jeopardize character. In this connection, only city employments have been mentioned, but the same reasoning may be applied with greater force to factory life. In any of our manufacturing districts, there, the operatives of both sexes in one mill may sometimes be counted by hundreds, and their large numbers cause a more frequent and constant communication than in smaller workshops. It has been urged in support of the superior morality of such places that the very nature of the employment requires the most constant attention to be paid to it, and precludes the possibility of any idle time. We freely concede to the apologists all the advantages they claim, and admit that during the time, say 10 hours daily, when the machinery is running, neither males nor females can abandon their respective positions. But unfortunately for the force of the argument, the motion is not a perpetual one. A steam engine or a water wheel can run for a week or a month without complaining of fatigue, but human machines become exhausted after a few hours. Consecutive labor machinery can receive the necessary attention and supplies without arresting its progress, but men and women must sometimes cease work in order to eat and drink. Granting then that during actual working hours a young woman cannot leave her post, yet the mind is free, and the range of thought, when locomotion is denied her, will often turn to the PG 535 hardships of her position. Busy as may be her hands, her brain is disengaged, and while her mechanical duties are adroitly performed, the mental faculties will be in full exercise, and for these she has ample scope. Dissatisfied with her close confinement in the factory, weary of the dreadful monotony which makes today but a repetition of yesterday and a sure type of tomorrow, she is happy when the bell rings the signal to leave work, to escape from the building and renew outside its walls an acquaintance she has formed before. And too frequently the persuasions and promises of her lover will induce her to seek in some less guarded position the independence for which she longs. It may be taken as a general rule that any confinement or restraint which is irksome to human nature must result injuriously. Domestic servants are not exempt from temptation when employed in large establishments where both sexes are engaged, and many a poor girl ascribes her ruin to the associations formed in places of this description. Thus far it has been supposed that man is the chief agent in the propagation of vice, nor is there any apparent reason to recede from that position. The numerous cases of seduction under false promises and subsequent desertion of seduction by married men, of violations of helpless and unprotected females, are abundantly sufficient to prove this much, as it may be regretted for the credit of the stronger sex, and also to vindicate the opinion that employing males and females under one roof in different branches of the same business has a strong tendency to promote prostitution. Sometimes, however, it is true that woman lost and abandoned herself lends her aid to drag her fellow women down to perdition. In many of the stores and workshops in our city, in every factory throughout the country. Such are to be found, and their insidious influence is quickly felt by false representations and elaborate coloring. They work upon the minds of the simple, or inflame the passions of the ambitious, but in either case, their object is the same, and in it they frequently succeed. Question: what business did your father follow? Father's business: numbers. Architects 4. Auctioneer 1. Agents 5. Butchers 47. Blacksmiths 63. Barbers 2. Bakers 21. Builders 11. Bookkeepers 3. Boatmen 7. Brothel keeper 1. Bankers 2. PG 536. Carpenters 139. Carmen 26. Coopers 19. Clerks 32. Coachmen 10. Clergymen 6. Coachmakers 9. Cabinet makers 16. Diver 1. Drover 1. Dyers 3. Engineers 18. Engraver 1. Farmers 440. Fishermen 6. Grocers 14. Gilders 2. Gardeners 10. Glassblowers 2. Hotel and tavern keepers 36. Hatters 13. Jewelers 10. Laborers 259. Liquor dealers 22. Lawyers 13. Lumber merchants 7. Livery stable keepers 5. Millers 20. Masons 82. Merchants 37. Molders 3. Manufacturers 24. Musicians 8. Men of property 5. Naval officers 31. Overseers 5. Peddlers 5. Policemen 15. Painters 16. Printers 3. Planters 5. Pavers 4. Physicians and surgeons 19. Plumbers 2. Pawnbrokers 2. Ship carpenters 23. Sailors 35. Shoemakers 48. Stage drivers 4. Storekeepers 37. Stonecutters 20. Schoolteachers 14. Silversmiths 3. Soldiers 38. Sailmakers 4. Saddlers 14. Servants 4. Surveyor 1. Tailors 35. Traders 11. Tanners and couriers 7. Tinsmiths 2. Weavers 20. Wheelwright 1. Unascertained 106. Total 2,000. This table shows that almost all classes of society are exposed to the influences which result in prostitution, from the children of men of property, bankers, merchants, and professional men, down to the families of mechanics and laborers, the numerous and varied occupations of the fathers of those. Women who answered the question renders any classification of them almost impossible. A majority of the parents were either mechanics or laborers, men who earned the daily food for themselves and families by manual labor, and whose resources would be governed by the ordinary fluctuations of trade. In following the proportion of natives and foreigners as exhibited in previous tables, it must be remembered that about 5/8 of these fathers were residents of other countries than the United States when those daughters were born, whose replies PG 537 form the bases of these statistics, and it is scarcely necessary to say that labor is nowhere so well remunerated as with us. The average wages, for instance, of a first-class mechanic in England or Ireland seldom exceed, and indeed rarely amount to $9 per week, and an ordinary laborer is very well paid if he receives half that sum. This estimate refers to large cities, where the expenses of maintaining a family are as heavy as in New York, and it indicates poverty, which has already been proved to be one of the main causes of female depravity. If the investigation is pursued into the rural districts of Great Britain, the wages of mechanics and laborers will be found lower than they are in large cities, without any material reduction in the necessary expenditure, except in the item of house rent, the pitiful amounts paid to agricultural laborers, often only 25 cents a day, will surprise anyone who is not fully acquainted with the hardships endured by this unfortunate class, and the state of destitution in which they are compelled to exist. It cannot with any propriety be called living, and to rear their families. More than one half of the foreigners are from Ireland, and no person acquainted with the social history of that unhappy country need be told of the want and deprivation endured by its peasantry, of their useless efforts to benefit themselves, or of the ruin, starvation, and disease with which they are so frequently afflicted to constitute. Farmer in Ireland, a man must hire an acre or two of land, for which he pays a heavy rent, as 2 or sometimes 3 middlemen have to obtain their profits. Before the landlord receives his share in this field, he plants as many potatoes as can be crowded into it, and in his hut or cabin he keeps a pig or some fowls regularly domesticated as members of the family, and receiving more attention than the children from the sale of the pig. The rent has to be obtained, and from the proceeds of the poultry with the potatoes, all their wants have to be supplied. Thus with the potatoes, he raises for almost his sole means of support, with peat from some bog in the neighborhood to furnish him. With fuel he lives until the impoverished soil refuses to yield its annual crop, or yields it in a diseased and poisonous state, when fever and starvation come to fill his cup of misery, and render him dependent upon charity for an existence, and this in a land peculiarly rich in all that is necessary to make its people a great and happy nation. Pg 538. This has been known as the state of Ireland for many years, and in this condition it unquestionably was when the women who here are now prostitutes were born there, whether the severe lessons taught by the last famine, the more enlightened and liberal policy which has governed England since that terrible calamity in its legislation for the sister island, the introduction of Anglo-Saxon capital and enterprise, and the large exodus of the natives of the soil, have been of advantage to the country. It is difficult to determine, in the face of the conflicting testimony furnished respectively by English and Irish partisans, it seems reasonable to conclude that an improvement must have taken place under these circumstances. But this is not the place to argue the political questions so often agitated there and elsewhere. It is enough for the purpose of this work to show the poverty of 20 years ago and the vice resulting from it now, and to remind the reader that because of the lamentable manner in which the Irish have suffered in their own country, we must be taxed in New York for the support in hospitals, almshouses, and prisons of the women whose poverty compelled their crime. Question: if your mother had any business independent of your father, what was it? Mother's business: numbers. No independent business, 1880. Dressmakers, 35. Tailoresses, 26. Seamstresses, 12. Storekeepers, 9. Boarding housekeepers, 7. Servants, 6. Vestmakers, 6. Laundresses, 4. Bakers, 4. Hatrimmers, 3. Milliners, 3. Artificial flower maker, 1. Music teacher, 1. Nurse, 1. Umbrella maker, 1. House cleaner, 1. Total 2,000. Only 120 of 2,000 women answer that their mothers had any business independent of their fathers, and they were mostly of the same ill-paid class as those alluded to in the portion referring to the occupations of the women themselves. The exceptions were boarding-house, store, and bakery keepers, amounting to 20 only, the remaining 100 being servants or needlewomen. The fact that even this number found it necessary to augment the income of their families by their own exertions is another evidence of poverty. Question: did you assist either your father or mother in their business? If so, which of them? Pg 539. Assisted: numbers. Assisted neither parent, 15. Both parents 149. Mothers 306. Fathers 30. Totals 480, 5, 15, 15. Aggregate 2,000. To this question, 30 women reply that they were in the habit of assisting their fathers. 306 say they assisted their mothers, and 149 assisted both parents. The two latter answers, embracing 455 cases, must be construed to mean such assistance in the ordinary work of a family as usually falls to the lot of children. The residue say that they never assisted either father or mother, or in other words, that they were brought up in habits of idleness, which can scarcely have forsaken them in afterlife, and probably had some considerable agency in their fall. Question: is your father living, or how old was you when he died? Age at father's death. Numbers. Fathers living 651. Under 5 years 289. From 5 to 10 years 208. 10 to 15 252. 15 to 2389. Unascertained 211. Totals 1349, 651. Aggregate 2,000. Question: is your mother living, or how old was you when she died? Mothers living 766. Under 5 years 268. From 5 to 10 years 195. 10 to 15 277. 15 to 20 281. Unascertained 213. Totals 12, 34, 766. Aggregate 2,000. From the preceding tables, it appears that more than half of these women are orphans. 1,349 of them have lost their fathers, and 1,234 were deprived of their mothers. In both cases, the ages of the children at the death of their parents are in nearly the PG 540 same ratio, thus 289 fathers and 268 mothers died when their children were under 5 years of age. 208 fathers and 195 mothers died when their children were under 10 years of age. 252 fathers and 277 mothers died when their children were under 15 years of age. The average of the deaths of either parent will therefore be when the children were under 5 years of age, 279. From 5 to 10 years, 202. 10 to 15, 265. And the aggregate result, that 1,479 parents died before their daughters had reached the age at which a female most needs aid and advice. At any time and under any circumstances, the thought of death is dispiriting the idea of rending all earthly ties, of bursting asunder bonds, which have formed for years a part of our very existence, of leaving the world with its joys and pleasures, its cares and griefs, for the undiscovered born, is appalling in contemplation, more appalling still when the family circle is invaded, and a father whom we have revered or a mother whom we have loved is taken from us. The death of a father is a sad calamity for his children. The hand that has nourished and protected them, that has toiled for their support, is cold in the grave. Their earthly support is gone, but a more grievous affliction still is the death of a mother. It is she to whom the children look in all their infant sufferings. It is her ear that is ever open to their sorrows. It is her bosom on which they are pillowed in sickness, her care, which guides their steps in infancy, her love, which warns them of the dangers that menace them in after life. Bereft of a mother's watchful tenderness, they are comparatively alone in the world, and many of their sorrows must be dated from that event. The answers to these questions are full of material for mournful reflection, and strongly indicate the increased responsibilities of surviving relatives toward the orphans. This point has been already so strongly insisted upon that it would be a needless reiteration to argue its necessity. Question: do you drink intoxicating liquor? If so, to what extent? PG 541. Extent. Numbers. Do not drink liquor. 359. Drink moderately. 647. Intemperately. 754. Habitual drunkards. 240. Totals 1641, 359. Aggregate 2000. It may be assumed as an almost invariable rule that courtesans in all countries are in the habit of using alcoholic stimulants to a greater or less degree in order to maintain that artificial state of excitement, which is indispensably necessary to their calling one of the class in London, said to Mr. Mayhew, when he was making the inquiries alluded to in the chapters upon English prostitution. No girls could. Lead the life we do without gin and drinking is undoubtedly universal among abandoned women, even according to the most favorable view of the replies to the query now under consideration, and admitting them to be strictly correct. It will be found that 5/6 of the total number confess they are in the habit of using intoxicating liquors, but with the knowledge of facts already ascertained in other cases. The inquirer will be compelled to believe that this is not the whole truth, for it is almost certain that the 359 who claim to be total abstinents indulge themselves in occasional potations. In prosecuting investigations like the present, there are many difficulties to encounter. A woman who is found residing in a house of ill fame will scarcely attempt to deny that she is a prostitute. Even this has been done in some cases, yet she will equivocate upon other matters. The facts of her birth, family, and life will probably be given correctly, because there exists no motive for concealment, but the answers to any questions which she deems degrading, such as relate, for example, to her habits or the state of her health, must be received with some considerable allowance, and compared with well-ascertained facts. Among the more aristocratic prostitutes, it is considered a disgrace to be absolutely intoxicated, and the keeper of a first-class house would scarcely retain a boarder who is addicted to habitual inebriety. Still, the most fastidious are ready and eager to sell champagne, or what passes for it, to any visitor of liberal disposition, and will generally condescend to assist him to drink it, of course. Inviting all the ladies to participate in the lower grades, it is not deemed disreputable to be inebriated, but the PG 542 proprietors, knowing intoxication would interfere with their business, interdict it until late at night, when the mirth and fun grows fast and furious, and when visitors, women, proprietors, barkeepers, and servants frequently all contrive to be drunk and close the night with a general saturnalia. The following morning everything is changed. The proprietor takes his stand behind the bar and tenders the inmates, as they appear, their bitters, namely a bumper of raw spirits. The visitors depart about their business, and the women await with all the patience they can command the result of another day's campaign, anxiously watching for any contingency which may arise likely to bring them another glass of liquor. Even in this case, they are narrowly watched, and as soon as the depression from the previous night's debauch has been overcome, they must either take temperance drinks or colored water. When any stray customer invites them to the bar, our decided impression is that not 1% of the prostitutes in New York practice their calling without partaking of intoxicating drinks. The effects of this habit are well known. In the first instance, the woman drinks but little, probably just enough to cause a slight artificial excitement and bring a color to her cheeks. After a time, the proportion must be increased as the effect upon the system is diminished, until the finale is a habit of confirmed and constant drinking. As a general rule, the horrible consequences then become apparent. The whole frame is relaxed, and every movement of the limbs is a motion of uncertainty. The brain is impaired, the reasoning faculties are destroyed, the powers of the stomach and digestive organs are weakened, and an attack of delirium tremens is the ultimatum, usually cured, if cured at all, at the public expense, in a hospital or prison. A work of fiction published some 10 years ago gives the following truthful account of the effects of drunkenness on prostitutes, by one of whom the words are supposed to be used. I must have drink such as live like me could not bear life. Without drink it's the only thing to keep us from suicide. If we did not drink, we could not stand the memory of what we have been, and the thought of what we are for a day. If I go without food and without shelter, I must have my dram. Oh, what awful nights I have had in prison for want of it. She glared round with terrified eyes, as if dreading to see some supernatural creature near her, and then continued, it is dreadful to see them there. PG 543, they go round and round my bed the whole night through, my mother carrying my baby and sister Mary, and all looking at me with their sad stony eyes. Oh, it is terrible, they don't turn back either, but pass behind the head of the bed. And I feel their eyes on me everywhere. If I creep under the clothes, I still see them. And what is worse, they see me. I must have drink. I cannot pass tonight without a dram. I dare not. Although this is an imaginary picture, its counterpart can be seen at almost any time in the hospitals under the charge of the governors of the Alms House on Blackwell's Island, New York City, where large numbers of such cases are constantly treated in 1854 in the penitentiary. Hospital alone, more than 1,400 persons received medical assistance for delirium tremens and other maladies arising from excess in drinking. This fact induced the remarks in the report for that year that the cases actually treated here during the last year were directly caused by the lowest and foulest kinds of dissipation, and vice a fact which speaks trumpeting in favor of shutting up grog shops, and shows the absolute necessity of adopting some plan whereby the enormous amount of prostitution now among us shall be decreased, since then an alteration in the law has sentenced drunken persons to an incarceration in the city prison, and the number sent to Blackwell's Island has diminished, but not to the extent which would be supposed, as during 1857 the hospitals thereon afforded relief to 791 inebriates. The fearful havoc upon the constitution is produced as well by the quality as the quantity of the liquors consumed. Let any man not thoroughly informed on these subjects taste a glass of the compounds retailed at these places, and he will be immediately convinced that it would be quite as judicious an act to swallow the same quantity of camphene or sulfuric acid, if diluted, sweetened, and colored the various liquors, gin, rum, brandy, whiskey, or wine, having nothing in common with the genuine articles of commerce. But the name are so many varieties of the cheapest and most poisonous raw spirits that the markets afford and are manufactured in this city in large quantities to meet the demands arising from such places. Instances have been known where liquors subsequently sold in houses of ill fame as pure French PG 544 brandy have been furnished by wholesale dealers at prices ranging from 36 to 50 cents a gallon. There may be exceptions, some few. Brothels of the higher rank may sell what is called good liquor, but they are very rare indeed. Is it any matter of surprise that drunkenness, or more properly speaking stupefaction and insensibility, are so rife that so many constitutions are ruined and so many characters destroyed when agencies like these are tolerated? Question: did your father drink intoxicating liquors? If so, to what extent? Father's habits. Numbers: did not drink liquor, 548. Drank moderately, 636. Intemperately, 596. Unascertained, 220. Totals 1452, 548. Aggregate 2000. Question: did your mother drink intoxicating liquors? If so, to what extent? Mother's habits. Numbers: did not drink liquor, 875. Drank moderately, 574. Intemperately, 347. Unascertained, 204. Totals 1125, 875. Aggregate 2000. How much of the intemperate habits of these women must be traced to the influence of the parents'? Example: 1,452 fathers, 1,125 mothers are represented as having been addicted to the use of liquors in various degrees, the moderate in both cases exceeding the intemperate drinkers, and yet even moderate drinking, when pursued by parents in the presence of or to the knowledge of children, is a practice open to the gravest censure in the mind of a child. Any action is deemed right if performed by a father or mother. As the children advance in years, parental customs are followed, and in such a case as this, probably the single glass of beer or wine of the father lays the foundation of intemperance in the children, without undertaking to argue the question of the absolute necessity for a total abstinence from all liquors. Under all circumstances, the proposition may be seriously PG 545 submitted that the effect of this personal example upon children is satisfactorily ascertained from many different sources to be prejudicial to their best interests, and a natural deduction, therefore, is that it is the duty of parents to abstain. Instances are upon record where both fathers and mothers, in the temporary insanity of intoxication, have turned their daughters from home into the streets, and that too in cases where not even the remotest grounds existed for any suspicion of improper conduct on the part of these children. Occurrences like this are sufficient to enforce the necessity of temperance on the part of parents in view of the fearful responsibility which rests upon them. Question: were your parents Protestants, Catholics, or non-professors? Religion. Numbers: Protestants 960, Roman Catholics 977, non-professors 63, total 2,000. Question: were you trained to any religion? If so, was it Protestant or Catholic? Religion. Numbers: Protestant 972, Roman Catholic 977, no religious training 51, total 2,000. Question: do you profess the same religion now? Profession. Numbers: profess religion as educated 1909, non-professors 91, total 2,000. Question: how long is it since you have observed any of its requirements? Time. Numbers: 1 year and under 861, from 1 to 2 years 310, 2-3 226, 3-4 135, 4-5 106, 5-6 72, 6-7 42, 7-8 42, 8-9 20, 9-10 36, 10-12 20, unascertained 130, totals 2,000. It certainly seems a very incongruous association to connect religion and prostitution, to place in juxtaposition the most noble aspirations of which the mind is capable, and the lowest degradation, pg 546, to which the body can descend. But such a contrast is not without its moral. It is not too great a stretch of imagination to suppose that, of those unfortunate women who subsequently lost their position in society, some had the advantages of an early Christian education, were taught to believe in and reverence the inspired writings, were taught that there is a God who judgeth the world, and that there exists for all a future state. Reflecting upon this, and considering how deplorably such have fallen from the observance of precepts inculcated in the days of childhood, all persons will feel the necessity of watchfulness and care that the same fate does not befall themselves or their connections. The facts may teach another lesson. It may be presumed that some of these women were trained in the rigid and austere manner animadverted upon in the remarks on the causes of prostitution, and that their present career is but the recoil from that unnatural restraint. Such conclusion would afford a solemn warning to all who have charge of the education of children to choose the happy mean between the extremes of careless laxity and excessive harshness. Either course is alike fatal to the welfare of their trust, and must end in disappointment and sorrow. If it were consistent with propriety, it would not be possible to make any comparison between the results of Protestant and Roman Catholic teachings, because of the nearly equal number in each case. In the table exhibiting the religions professed by the parents, there are 17 more Roman Catholics than Protestants. In the table of the religions professed by the prostitutes themselves, there are 5 more Roman Catholics than Protestants. The relative value of the two creeds as rules of life cannot therefore be made the subject of argument from such data, so far as our duties to the Almighty, to our fellow men, and to ourselves, so far as the obligations to virtue and morality are concerned. The adherents of both parties are agreed, and in the investigation of the intricate social problem of female depravity, it matters but little whether a majority of the pitiable subjects of the inquiry were educated in the tenets of the Church of Rome or in the doctrines of the Reformation. If the articles of faith of either church are honestly observed by those who professedly believe in them, they will be effective in preventing immorality. But when this observance is confined to words, and not exemplified by actions, neither the simple rituals of Protestantism, nor the more elaborate and artistically arranged ceremonials of Roman Catholicism can be of pg 547 any avail neither, if our lives accord not with our profession, will it make an iota of difference in our future destiny, whether we have bowed the knee in a temple devoted to Roman Catholic service before the image of a crucified Savior, and endeavored to train our thoughts to contemplation of his mercy and beneficence, or have knelt in a Protestant church, and there joined in the public confession that we are sinners. The facts exhibited in the tables show that 1937 women had parents who were professedly members of one or the other of these communions, that 1949 women out of 2,000 were taught to believe in the necessity of some religion, and that 1909 of these women still assert their confidence in the creed in which they were educated. It cannot be expected that living in the constant practice of that which their consciences must teach them is sinful, these women would have continued to observe the outward form of religion. By comparing the table upon this point with the one framed from the replies to the question, "For what length of time have you been a prostitute?" it will be observed that 1674 admit they have been prostitutes for 6 years and upward, and 1710 confess they have neglected to observe the requirements of religion for the same space of time, a coincidence which leads us charitably to suppose that the crime and the omission are nearly parallel so far as dates are concerned, and that hypocritical professions of religion do not rank among prostitutes' offenses. But even with their neglect of the outward requirements of faith, and while in the actual commission of known and acknowledged sin, they still preserve many traits which are much to their credit, they possess one of the chief virtues belonging to the female character, which never seems to become extinct or materially impaired, namely kindness to each other when sick or destitute, and indeed to all who are in suffering or distress. This has attracted the attention and called forth the admiration of everyone who has been thrown into contact with them. A very touching instance of these amiable feelings occurred some years ago and is narrated in the Westminster Review for July 1850. A poor girl who was rapidly sinking into a decline after a short but impetuous course of infamy had no means of support, but from the continued exercise of her calling, with a mixture of kindness and conscientiousness, which may well surprise us under the circumstances. Her companions in degradation resolved among pg 548 themselves, that as they said at least, she should not be compelled to die in sin, and contributed from their own sad earnings a sufficient sum to enable her to pass her few remaining days in comfort and repentance. This is far from being an exceptional case. An extended hospital experience has brought under our personal observation many acts of real sympathy and kindness toward each other among the prostitute class. If one of their number is discharged and is unprovided with suitable clothing, they will club their scanty resources to supply her needs, frequently contributing articles they really want themselves. In any case of serious sickness, where prompt attention is required, they form most reliable nurses and will cheerfully sacrifice their own rest at any time to minister to the sufferer, performing their duties with the utmost care and tenderness. Their fidelity to each other is strongly marked. It is literally impossible in any case where a breach of discipline has occurred to find a woman who will bear witness against any of her companions, and neither threats nor promises are sufficiently potent to extract the desired information. These traits are not submitted with any intention of offering them as an equivalent to the morality which has been violated, but merely to prove that hearts which can conceive and execute such kindly purposes cannot be entirely lost to the sense of virtue or the claims of benevolence. Truly, they are but as an atom in the balance, but like an oasis in the desert they show that all is not arid and sterile. pg 549. Chapter Roman 30. 5 New York prostitutes and houses of prostitution. First class or parlor houses, luxury semi-refinement rate of board, dress, money, lavish extravagance, instance of economy, means of amusement, housekeepers, rents, estimated receipts, management of houses, assumed respectability, consequences of exactions from prostitutes, affection for lovers. Second class houses, streetwalkers, drunkenness, syphilitic infection. Third class houses, German sailors, ballrooms, intoxication. Fourth class houses, repulsive features, visitors, action of the police. First class houses of assignation, secrecy and exclusiveness keepers arrangements visitors origin, of some houses of assignation prevalence, of intrigue foreign manners effects, of travel dress second class, houses visitors prostitutes arrangements wine and liquor third class, houses kept mistresses sewing, and shop girls disease fourth class houses panel houses. It will not be out of place here to say somewhat concerning the manner of life among prostitutes, how they occupy the time, and what facilities they possess for mental or bodily recreation, the domestic life of a number of women whose every action is contrary to all the rules of virtue, who are living in the constant violation of the law with a daily subsistence contributed by those whose folly or passions make them visitors to their abode, cannot but possess considerable interest to all who have followed thus far in this painful task. In entering upon the subject, the endeavor will be to give such particulars as will enable the reader to form satisfactory conclusions, without recording what would merely minister to a prurient curiosity. The object is to give information as explicitly as possible, without offending the most sensitive delicacy, wounding the most refined feelings, or unnecessarily parading these poor women before the public eye. The subject is invested with such an array of real and palpable horrors as to render unnecessary any endeavor to excite undue emotion by penetrating the mysteries of the Saturnalia. There is a wide diversity among the various grades of prostitutes in New York. The first class are those who reside in what are technically called parlor houses. These very seldom leave their abodes, unless for the purpose of making purchases of dress jewelry or articles of toilette, or taking an afternoon promenade on PG 550, the fashionable side of Broadway, excepting when they accompany their lovers or visitors in a ride, or to some public place of amusement. These utterly repudiate the name of streetwalkers and very seldom perform any act in public which would expose them to reprobation or attract the attention of the police. They assume to be, and are in fact the most respectable of their class, if any respectability can be associated with so vicious a course, being almost invariably young and handsome, and always very well dressed. They pass through the streets without their real character being suspected by the uninitiated. The houses in which this class of courtesans reside are furnished with a lavish display of luxury, scarcely in accordance with the dictates of good taste, however, and mostly exhibiting a quantity of magnificent furniture crowded together without taste or judgment for the sake of ostentation. The most costly cabinet and upholstery work is freely employed in their decoration, particularly in the rooms used as reception parlors. Large mirrors adorn the walls, which are frequently handsomely frescoed, and gilt paintings and engravings in rich frames, vases, and statuettes add their charms. Carpets of luxurious softness cover the floors, while sofas, ottomans, and easy chairs abound. Music has its representative in a beautiful pianoforte, which some professed player is paid a liberal salary to perform. Even the bedchambers, passages, halls, and stairways are furnished in a similar style. In such an abode as this probably dwell from 3 to 10 prostitutes, each paying weekly for her board from $10 to $16, exclusive of extras, which will be noticed hereafter. Their active life comprises about 12 or 14 hours daily, ranging from noon to midnight or early morning. Their visitors are mostly of what may be called the aristocratic class, young, middle-aged, and even old men of property of all callings and professions. Anyone who can command a liberal supply of money is welcome, but without this indispensable requisite, his company is not sought or appreciated. None of the disgusting practices common in houses of a lower grade are met with here. There is no palpable obscenity, and but little that can outrage propriety. Of course, there is a perfect freedom of manner between prostitutes and visitors, but so far as the public eye can penetrate, the requirements of common decency are not openly violated. Profanity, as may naturally be expected, exists to some extent. It is an almost invariable accompaniment, PG 551, of prostitution, but even that is divested of its grossness, and is not of frequent occurrence. There is no barroom or public drinking place in the house, but it is a general custom for each visitor to invite his pro tempore inamorata and her companions to take champagne with him, which is supplied by the keeper of the place, at the charge of $3 a bottle. As remarked in the preceding chapter, excessive drunkenness is rare, both prostitutes and keepers trying to suppress it, because an intoxicated man would be likely to give them trouble, damage their furniture, and injure the reputation of the house by means of a small aperture in the front door covered by a wrought-iron latticework. The candidates for admission can be examined before entrance is given, and the door is kept closed against any person who is likely to prove an annoyance. As a natural consequence of their position, the women exert all their powers of fascination by adopting the latest and most superb fashions in dress, and by a very tasteful arrangement of their hair, for which purpose a hairdresser visits them every day, charging each woman $2 or $3 a week for his assistance. Besides these, they practice 1,000 other artifices unknown to mere lookers on in order to secure the favor of their visitors. About 3/4 of the courtesans of this grade are natives of the United States, and mostly from New England or the Middle States. Some of them are very well-educated, accomplished musicians and artists are sometimes found among them, while others aspire to literature, with the greater number much elegance and refinement of manner, or a close observance of what may be called the conventionalities of life is seen. Their income is large, but so are their expenses. It is no exaggeration to state that their individual receipts very seldom fall short of $50 per week. From this amount, deduct the sum charged for their board, an additional fee which they pay the proprietress for every visitor they entertain, the expenses of hairdressing, perfumery, etc., the cost of their washing, which is all done at their own charge away from the house, and must be considerable, and the remainder will give their expenditure for dress. All are not equally extravagant. Some seem to consider prostitution a business and act upon the idea of saving as much money as possible. In one case, a woman asserted that she had $7,000 in the bank, which she had accumulated by prostitution in a few years, and her statement was confirmed by the captain of police, PG 552, for the district. The economical ones are generally shrewd, calculating downeasters, who argue that if they can save enough during the zenith of their charms to support them when their attractions fail, or to help them establish a house of this description on their own account, they are only doing their duty. Others have dependent relatives whom they support, or illegitimate children whom they maintain and educate, frequently appropriating considerable sums for these purposes, in nearly all of them kindness toward the unfortunate of their own sex and grade is a striking trait. Much as they may quarrel among each other when all are alike in health, let one be visited with sickness or overcome by misfortune, and as a general rule their envy or jealousy is forgotten, and they freely contribute to her support. Their means of amusement are limited. When they have no visitors, they generally indulge in a luxurious indolence for any useful employment, such as even sewing or fancy needlework. They have but little inclination, and their general refuge from ennui is found in reading novels. These are not, as would be generally supposed, works of lascivious character. To these they seem to have an objection, most probably because their own experience has proved the fallacies of the highly colored descriptions of the delights of love, which abound in such productions. To one source of recreation they are extremely partial, namely driving in carriages some few miles out of town, and they frequently persuade their visitors to indulge them in these rural excursions. They are well acquainted with the most pleasant drives, and know exactly where to find quiet and retired hotels where all the delicacies of the season can be served in the most approved style. If they cannot induce their friends to gratify them in this manner, they will endeavor to secure an invitation to take luncheon or oysters at some fashionable saloon. Dress, gay life, and excitement seem necessary to their existence. And amid all this array of luxurious homes, of splendid dresses, of comparative affluence, the question arises, are they happy? A moment's consideration will prompt the answer that they cannot be. Continued indulgence in their course of life tends to obliterate the sense of degradation and makes their career almost second nature. But even the most confirmed must at times reflect the memory of what they have been, the thought of what they are, the dread of what they must be. Haunt their minds. Conscience will make itself heard. Many a poor girl dressed in silks, PG 553, or satins gleaming with jewelry, and receiving with a gay smile the lavish compliments of her friend, is mentally racked With a keen appreciation of her true position, she knows that the world condemns her, and her own heart admits the justice of the verdict. She knows that he who is so ostentatiously parading his admiration regards her, but as a purchased instrument to minister to his gratification. She feels that she is emphatically alone in the world, and her merry laugh, but ill conceals a breaking heart. These houses are generally kept by middle-aged women who have themselves passed through the initiatory course of a prostitute's life. In some cases, they own the real estate and furniture. In others, they hire or lease the house, paying an exorbitant rent often to some wealthy man who considers himself a respectable member of society, and provide their own furniture. In other cases, they rent both house and furniture in one house in this city. The enormous sum of $9,190 is or was at the time of examination paid annually for rent and use of furniture, the owner being a woman who formerly kept the place, but who is now living in the enjoyment of a large income in one of the Italian cities. The following extracts from information obtained on this subject will give a very good idea of the facts. Roman 1000 pays $1,300 per year for rent and use of furniture, which is owned by a woman who formerly kept the house. Roman 1000 pays $1,000 per year rent and owns the furniture. Roman 1000 Roman 50 owns the house and furniture, estimated to be worth $15,000. Roman 1000 AT pays $700 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $5,000. JG pays $700 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $3,000. ET owns the real estate and furniture valued at $30,000. Roman 100G pays $1,800 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $6,000. Roman 1000 Roman 100K pays $3,900 per year for rent and use of furniture. Roman 100E pays $1,400 per annum rent and owns furniture valued at $6,000. Roman 1000B owns the house and furniture valued at $15,000. JB pays $560 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $2,000. EB pays $1,000 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $3,000. Roman 1000 Roman 1000 owns house and furniture valued at $15,000. Roman 100 Roman 100 pays $850 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $8,000. Roman 1000 Roman 1000 pays $750 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $2,000. Roman 1000G pays $625 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $1,000. Roman 5N pays $1,300 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $3,000. Roman 100E pays $1,400 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $6,000. Roman 50 Roman 100 pays $1,000 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $2,000. A T pays $1,000 per year rent and owns furniture valued at $3,000. PG 554, the financial effects of the system of prostitution will furnish a theme for some remarks hereafter. These facts are quoted now to explain the expenses connected with first-class houses. Of course, where such outlays are incurred, the receipts must correspond. The following statement will exhibit the minimum weekly receipts in a house where 10 boarders reside. Board for 10 women at $16.00 per week each, $160. Fees for visitors say $1 each day to each woman, $10 each, $70. Profit from sale of 1 basket of champagne each day weekly, $168. Total $398. This estimate does not reach the daily average of visitors, and a more correct statement would be: board for 10 women at $16.00 per week each, $160. Fees for visitors say $2 each day to each woman, $10 each, $140. Profit from sale of 2 baskets of champagne each day weekly, $336. Total $616. Taking the mean of these two calculations will give receipts exceeding $26,000 per year or $500 weekly. The cost of maintaining these luxurious establishments, in addition to the rent, is considerable, but still, there is a very large excess. This is satisfactorily proved by the fact that the women who own the houses in which they conduct their traffic have almost without exception purchased them since they commenced housekeeping, and also that many of them own considerable personal property. In addition to the real estate, one woman is positively affirmed to be worth over $100,000. Many are reported as worth sums ranging from $50,000 downward, and many more are reputed to be rich, but no special amount mentioned. The management of many of the houses is confided to a housekeeper acting for the principal, who is rarely visible unless specially called for, and under this housekeeper are a number of servants varying from 3 to 7 according to the size of the house, and the number of boarders it accommodates. These servants are almost invariably colored women, and no difficulty is ever experienced in obtaining a full complement. Their wages are liberal, their perquisites considerable, and their work light. A neat and well-arranged breakfast is prepared for the lady boarders about 11 or 12 o'clock, and their dinner is served about 5 or 6 o'clock. As a general rule, these are the only meals supplied them in the course of the day. If they PG 555 require anything more, they send out for it or persuade their visitors to escort them to some saloon. The proprietors of this class of houses assume to be respectable women when they are away from the scenes of their business. An anecdote, and a true one, has been related of one of them, who, on a recent visit to Newport, so effectually carried out her disguise as to receive the escort of a reverend gentleman, a Roman 500 of this city, to the dinner table and elsewhere, with his family, he thinking her a most amiable and deeply afflicted widow. Some of them have private residences uptown in the quiet, respectable streets, and come to their houses of prostitution every forenoon, returning at night. A portion of them profess to be religious, frequently attending some place of worship, the better to preserve their mask. Naturally benevolent, as are all women, they contribute liberally to charitable objects and freely relieve any indigent persons who may ask their assistance, even in political matters. They have some weight, their resources and connections proving valuable to some aspirant for local distinction, who has promised them that he will, if elected, use all his influence to protect them from annoyance. Toward the miserable women whose vice is the source of their wealth, these proprietors act as interest dictates. A girl who has not the tact or disposition to attract visitors is seldom treated with much consideration, while one who is successful receives more favors, but favors generally speaking of a nature to render her subservient to their wishes, such as the loan of money to purchase new and fashionable articles of dress, a short credit for her board, or some equivalent which will place her under an obligation and render it difficult for her to leave the house. They are actuated in this by a desire to retain an attractive girl, for in addition to the actual cash payments she also possesses the power of inducing her visitors to be liberal in their orders for wine, and the profit from its sale, about 200%, is an important source of revenue. The excessive demands made upon the earnings of prostitutes by these women has been productive of a serious social evil. Many unfortunate girls cannot appreciate the advantages of leading a vicious life for the benefit of a landlady, and in self-defense have hired apartments in some private house so as to secure their earnings for themselves. This is generally arranged so that two of them engage a suite of rooms, say a parlor and 2 bedrooms, PG 556, representing themselves as virtuous women governesses or seamstresses, and frequently as the wives of sailors or of men who are in California or some other distant land. Here they either board themselves or resort to some saloon, and to this lodging or to the house of assignation, which will be noticed in due course, they introduce their visitors. It is a fact more than suspected that many prostitutes are living in this manner in our city. It is needless to enlarge upon the injurious effects likely to result therefrom. Before leaving this branch of the subject, there is another characteristic of keepers of these houses, which must be noticed, namely an exaggerated affection for some man to whom they are passionately attached. Some few of them are professedly living with their husbands, but this is an exception to the ordinary rule. Generally speaking, they are the mistresses of some persons upon whom they lavish all their tenderness, and for whose gratification they willingly incur any amount of expense. Some of these individuals are men, upon town gamblers or rowdies of the higher class, whose noblest aspirations are satisfied by a liberal supply of money. They will readily ignore all social virtues for the same consideration. It is related as a fact concerning a celebrated brothel keeper in the city that, when she was residing in the interior of the state, some years since she became desperately enamored of a young man whose friends discovered the connection, they removed him to the far west. Undaunted by the dangers and difficulties which surrounded her, she followed him, and during her journey through the large towns, had many offers of protection from men acquainted with her antecedents true to her affection. She refused them all and traced her lover to the forests here. She remained with him, living in a log hut, deprived of many of the necessaries and all of the comforts and elegances of life for 3 years. At least infidelity to her love cannot be charged against this woman, and is it not a natural conclusion that a heart so sincere and devoted in its attachment could have been led to a more virtuous course had a different social feeling existed toward her and her former transgressions?